Chapter 1, Can you become stronger by spending money? Shanghai Number 3 Senior High School. The atmosphere in the grade 3-7 classroom was so oppressive that it was suffocating. On the podium, the head teacher Li Weigua pushed his thick glasses, the lenses reflected the light from the projector, and a line of large scarlet characters stung everyone's eyes. Only 30 days left until the Wuka College entrance examination. His voice echoed through the microphone in the quiet classroom with an unquestionable seriousness. Today's blood and qi test results are out. I'll just tell you a few key numbers. The average qi and blood value of the whole class is 125 calories. 35 people have reached the minimum standard of 120 calories for a quasi-warrior. And only 8 people have reached the estimated score of 135 for a Qi Wuka University. Every time Li Weigua said a number, there was a suppressed gasp and whisper from the audience. In this era, martial arts are respected. More than 100 years ago, a rift in another dimension opened up, ferocious beasts invaded, and human civilization was once in danger. It was the rise of warriors that rebuilt the barrier of survival for mankind on the ruins. Therefore, becoming a warrior not only means glory and status, but also means the power to control one's own destiny. The military college entrance examination is the only way for ordinary people to make the leap from a carp to a dragon. The qi and blood value is the coldest and cruelest threshold of this dragon gate. Next, I'll read out the names of a few classmates. Li Weigua paused, his eyes swept across the room, and finally landed on the corner of the classroom. Jiang Che. In the corner, a thin, handsome young man stiffened slightly. He is here. Jiang Che raised his head and met the gazes of the entire class. There was sympathy and regret in those eyes, but more of it was schadenfreude and contempt. Qi and blood value, 108 calories. Li Weigua read out the number expressionlessly. 108 calories. A number that didn't even reach the city's average for high school students, a number that was completely sentenced to death. Boom! The classroom exploded instantly. 108 calories? Did I hear correctly? Wasn't he 110 calories last month? How come his calorie count keeps going down? It's hilarious. He still spends every day in the gravity room. I think he's wasting all his training resources on the dog. You call yourself a crazy cultivator, but I think you're more of a useless lunatic. An extremely harsh voice sounded, and a tall and strong boy named Ma Kai stood up. He crossed his arms and looked down at Jiang Che with an undisguised sarcasm on his lips. Jiang Che, I've told you long ago that martial arts depends on talent. Forget about dreaming of becoming a martial artist, as you're an orphan with no money or background. Just study hard and get a liberal arts degree. Then you can go to a factory and screw screws. That's going to be your contribution to society. Ma Kai's qi and blood value is as high as 136 calories. He is one of the top students in the class who is sure to be admitted to the Qi Wuhan University. He has enough capital to laugh at anyone. The harsh words were like steel needles, piercing Jiang Che's heart. He clenched his hands tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he didn't feel any pain. Yes. He was an orphan. His parents both died in a beast tide, leaving him only a meager pension. In order to be admitted to Wuhan University and change his destiny, he invested almost all his time and money in cultivation. While others are entertaining themselves, he is practicing. While others are in love, he is still practicing. He worked harder than anyone else, but all he got in return was a decline in his energy and health. Is the talent gap really so despairing? Jiang Che's vision was a little blurry. He seemed to see the look in his parents' eyes before they died, hoping that he would become a powerful warrior. Sorry. I might disappoint you. Just as Jiang Che was in a trance, falling into endless darkness and despair, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! The host's strong reluctance and desire have been detected. The wealth system is activating. 10%, 50%, 100%. System activation successful. Bound host, Jiang Che. Jiang Che was startled, thinking he was hallucinating due to excessive pressure. But the next second, a virtual panel emitting a faint golden light that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Wealth system. Host, Jiang Che. Realm, none. Qi and blood, 108 calories. Spirit, 10 Hz. Wealth value, 1,532 yuan. System functions. 1. Wealth conversion. Wealth can be converted into qi and blood at a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 yuan equals 1 point of qi and blood. 2. Wealth increase, not yet enabled. 3. System mall, not yet open. Jiang Che's pupils suddenly contracted and his breathing stopped for a moment. What is this? System? The golden finger that only the protagonist in online novels has? Wealth transformation? 1 yuan equals 1 point of qi and blood? His heart began to beat wildly and blood rushed through his veins at an unprecedented rate. If this is true, doesn't that mean that as long as he has money, he can increase his energy and blood infinitely? Jiang Che? Jiang Che. A gentle and slightly worried voice sounded in his ears, bringing him back to reality from his shock. He turned around and saw his deskmate, class monitor, and school beauty Su Qingyao, looking at him with a beautiful frown. The girl has an impeccable and delicate face, clear eyes, and long eyelashes trembling slightly. Are you okay? Don't listen to Ma Kai's nonsense. There is still a month before the college entrance examination. There is still a chance for everything. Su Qingyao comforted softly, her voice like a clear spring in the mountains. She was the only one in the class who didn't laugh at Jiang Che. Su Qingyao's qi and blood value is as high as 145 calories. She is the undisputed #1 genius in Jianghai #3 middle school and the seed player with the greatest hope of being admitted to the 2 top martial arts academies in China, Jingwu and Mo. She is like the bright moon in the sky, and Jiang Che is just the dust on the ground. Facing her concern, Jiang Che felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He shook his head and said softly, "I'm fine, thank you." His voice was calm, but a spark of hope rekindled in his once dim eyes. Su Qingyao looked at him in surprise, feeling that Jiang Che at this moment seemed a little different from before. It is something called hope that comes from the bones. Seeing Su Qingyao actually showing concern for a loser like Jiang Che, Ma Kai immediately became jealous and said sarcastically, "Oh, the campus beauty of Su University is really kind. It's a pity that some people are useless. No matter how much you encourage them, it's useless." 1 month? He can raise his qi and blood to 120 calories in 1 month. My name, Ma Kai, is written backwards. Jiang Che ignored Ma Kai's shouting. His entire mind was immersed in the system panel in his mind. Wealth value, 1,532 yuan. This was all the money he had saved from his parents' pension by living frugally, and he was going to use it for his final sprint. 1,532 yuan can be converted into 1532 points of qi and health? Once this idea came into being, it was like a wildfire that could no longer be contained. Do you want to give it a try? What if it's true? Let us fight. Anyway, we have reached the bottom, how much worse can it get? Jiang Che made a decision in his heart, and his mind was focused on the wealth conversion function of the system panel. System, convert 1 point of wealth. Ding. Are you sure you want to consume 1 yuan of wealth and convert it into 1 point of health? Confirm. Jiang Che didn't hesitate. The moment he finished speaking, an imperceptible warm current appeared out of nowhere in his limbs and quickly merged into his body. That feeling is like the long dry seedlings encountering a downpour of rain, and every cell in the body is cheering with joy. He could even clearly see that the qi and blood in his body, representing the energy of life, had indeed grown a little stronger. Although it is just a slight change, it is a real change. Jiang Che clenched his fists suddenly, feeling the tiny but new power in his body. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, shockingly bright. It's true. All of this is true. He suppressed his inner ecstasy and looked at the system panel again. Wealth system. Host, Jiang Che. Realm, none. Qi and blood, 109 calories. Spirit, 10 Hz. Wealth value, 1,531 yuan. The qi and blood value really increased from 108 calories to 109 calories. Ecstasy. Unprecedented ecstasy swept through Jiang Che's whole body. In the abyss of despair, a stairway to heaven appeared before him. No matter what talents or resources you have, they will be vulnerable in front of my system. From today on, my destiny, Jiang Che, will be written by myself. On the podium, the head teacher Li Weiguo was still lecturing non-stop. I know this is a cruel result for some of you, but that's reality. On the road of martial arts, one step slow leads to another. If you don't work hard now, you'll end up at the bottom of society. Ma Kai, still enjoying the attention of the crowd, would glance at Jiang Che provocatively from time to time, as if he was admiring a dying ant. None of them knew that it happened in just a few seconds. The man they considered a waste has already grasped the power to overturn the entire world. Jiang Che's gaze slowly moved away from the system panel and fell on Ma Kai's disgusting face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a cold arc. Ma Kai, right? You said I couldn't reach 120 calories a month, so you wrote your name upside down? Very good. Then I'll show you. What is a true miracle? Jiang Che's thoughts sank into the system again. System, charge me. Convert the remaining 1,531 yuan into qi and blood points. Chapter 2, one punch blew up, and the whole place was in dead silence. Boom! As if it was the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe, a terrifying heat current that could not be described in words exploded in the deepest part of his body. It is no longer the gentle trickle of nourishment as before. It's a volcanic eruption. The river burst its banks. All the resentment, anger, and desire that had been pent up for 18 years were ignited in this instant. 1,531 points of qi and blood, like a mighty torrent, washed over every inch of his dry meridians and hit every one of his thirsty cells. Jiang Che's body trembled violently, and his skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a boiled prawn. The air around him was distorted due to the sudden rise in body temperature. On the podium, the head teacher Li Weigua, who was giving an impassioned speech, frowned and stopped talking. He keenly felt an unusual fluctuation of energy and blood coming from the back of the classroom. Although it is faint, it really exists. What's going on? Su Qingyao, who was sitting next to Jiang Che, felt it most deeply. She felt as if there was a small stove beside her, and a wave of hot air blew towards her. She turned her beautiful face to look at Jiang Che, her clear eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. Jiang Che lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his clenched teeth seemed to be enduring great pain. Jiang Che, you. Su Qingyao was about to ask, but was interrupted by Ma Kai's arrogant voice. Ah, everyone, look at that piece of trash. Ma Kai pointed at Jiang Che and laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. Did he know there was no hope for him, and that he'd gone insane from practicing martial arts? He looks like he's been constipated for 3 days and 3 nights. It's killing me. The eyes of the whole class were once again focused on Jiang Che. It's true, my face is flushed. I guess he was so shocked that his mind became a little abnormal. It's pitiful. You've put your efforts in the wrong direction, and this is the result. There were sounds of ridicule and discussion one after another. However, these sounds now seemed extremely distant to Jiang Che's ears. His entire mind was immersed in the earth-shaking changes in his body. So strong. This feeling is so strong. If we talk about his previous life, the blood and qi in his body was just a dried-up stream. Now, it is a roaring and surging Yangtze River. Strength. An unprecedented sense of power fills every part of his body. He even had an illusion that he could punch through the wall of the classroom with one punch if he wanted to. Ding! Transformation completed. The cold system notification sound woke him up from his intoxication. Jiang Che suddenly opened his eyes. There was no longer any trace of gloom and despair in those eyes. Instead, there was a sharp and calm light like a cold star. He immediately called up the system panel. Wealth system. Host, Jiang Che. Realm, non-quasi-warrior. Qi and blood, 1,640 calories. Spirit, 10 Hz. Wealth value, 0 yuan. 1,640 calories. Seeing this number, even though he was mentally prepared, Jiang Che's heart still twitched violently. What is the concept of 1640 cards? The number 1 genius in Jianghai number 3 middle school, Su Qingyao, has a blood value of 145 calories. In the entire Jianghai city, students who can reach 150 calories of qi and blood before the college entrance examination are rare, and are treasures fought over by major military schools. And he, 1,640 calories. This number is far beyond the scope of high school students. His blood and energy are even stronger than many formal warriors who have just broken through and become first-grade warriors. After the ecstasy, there is a moment of calm. Jiang Che's mind started working rapidly. No! This number must not be exposed. A loser who only had 108 calories in the morning suddenly had his blood and energy levels soar to 1640 in the afternoon? This is no longer a genius, this is a monster. A demon. Once exposed, he will definitely be caught as a guinea pig and sliced into pieces for research. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Before he has enough ability to protect himself, The system is his biggest secret and he must not let anyone know about it. Must control it. Jiang Che took a deep breath and began to try to restrain the huge amount of energy and blood in his body that was about to burst out. But this is too difficult. It's like asking a 3-year-old child to swing a 100-pound hammer. He simply can't achieve fine control. The tremendous energy of qi and blood was running rampant in his meridians, and if he was not careful, it would leak out. Jiang Che. At the podium, Li Weiguo's voice became stern. What are you doing? You're disrupting class discipline. Stand up. He had already realized that the source of the abnormal fluctuation of qi and blood was Jiang Che. How could a student with only 108 calories of qi and blood cause qi and blood leakage? Could it be true that something went wrong in the cultivation, as Ma Kai said? Jiang Che slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, he couldn't help but use a little force with his feet because he was still unfamiliar with controlling his strength. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard. Everyone was shocked to see that the hard terrazzo floor tile under Jiang Che's feet had cracked into several cracks like a spider web, centered on his feet. The entire classroom fell into silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes were almost popping out of their heads and their mouths were open so wide that an egg could fit in them. What is going on? Terrazzo floor tiles. Even a quasi-warrior with more than 130 calories of qi and blood would have to stomp his foot with all his strength to achieve this effect. He was a 108-calorie loser, and he cracked the floor tiles just by standing up? The sarcastic smile on Ma Kai's face completely froze. He stared at the cracked floor tile as if he had seen a ghost. Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes were also filled with disbelief. She knew better than anyone how much strength it took to do this. This is definitely not something that can be achieved with 108 calories of qi and blood. Li Weiguo, who was sitting on the podium, had his pupils contracted violently, and his thick glasses were almost falling off in shock. You! Li Weiguo pointed at Jiang Che and was speechless for a moment. Jiang Che said to himself, oh no! Still not under control. However, now that things have come to this, there is no point in pretending any longer. He raised his head and swept his calm gaze across the entire audience, finally landing on Ma Kai, whose face was turning pale. Ma Kai! Jiang Che spoke lightly, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the silent classroom. You just said that if my qi and blood can't reach 120 calories in a month, you'll write your name upside down, right? Upon hearing this, Ma Kai's face changed, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He screamed, what do you mean? What's the point of cracking a floor tile? Maybe there's something wrong with the tile to begin with. Go get your qi and blood tested again if you dare. He absolutely did not believe that this loser Jiang Che could turn things around. It must be a coincidence. Okay. Jiang Che's mouth curled up into an icy arc. This was the sentence he was waiting for. He turned to look at Li Weiguo on the podium, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, Teacher, I would like to apply for another blood test. Li Weiguo also came back to his senses from his shock at this moment. He looked at Jiang Che deeply with a complicated look in his eyes. He also wanted to know what was going on. Okay. Li Weiguo nodded and pointed to the metal-textured fist strength and blood pressure tester in the front of the classroom. Go ahead. The whole class's eyes followed Jiang Che. Everyone held their breath, their hearts beating wildly. What they are about to witness is the continuation of a joke or the birth of a miracle. Jiang Che walked to the detector. He did not take the standard punching stance, take a deep breath, and accumulate strength like others did. He just stood there casually, as if he was just raising his hand to brush off the dust on the machine. Playing tricks. Ma Kai snorted disdainfully from behind. Su Qingyao's delicate hands clenched the corners of her clothes nervously, her heart in her throat. Jiang Che slowly raised his right fist. At this moment, he forcibly compressed the 1640 calories of powerful energy and blood in his body, and only mobilized less than 1/10 of the power and gathered it on the tip of his fist. Then, a light punch hit the bull's eye of the detector. There was no earth-shattering noise. Even the sound was dull, as if it was hitting a thick piece of cowhide. Bang! 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There was no response on the detector screen. Ha ha ha. I told you. You can't even type a number, you're just a piece of shit after all. Ma Kai's laughter stopped abruptly. Because, at the moment when he finished speaking, ding! The detector made a sharp sound, and the numbers on the screen began to jump wildly. 50, 80, 100. The numbers are climbing faster and faster. 110. 120. 130. The eyes of the whole class widened and their breathing stopped. Ma Kai's face had turned the color of liver. Su Qingyao even covered her mouth with her little hands, with a strange look in her eyes. The numbers show no sign of stopping. 140. 145. This number has already tied Su Qingyao's record. 148. 149. Finally, in the dead silence of the audience, the numbers froze. 150. The three bright red words 150 calories are like three huge mountains, pressing heavily on everyone's heart. Boom! The dead silent classroom was instantly ignited. 150 calories. Holy shit! Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Wasn't he only 108 calories this morning? Monster! This is a fucking monster. One punch has 150 calories. That's 14 calories more than Ma Kai's 136. Ma Kai stood there in shock, his face ashen, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The machine must be broken. Yes. The machine must be broken." Li Weiguo on the podium was shaking with excitement. He pushed away the tables and chairs in front of him, rushed to the detector in 2 steps, stared at the number, his lips trembling, and an unprecedented light bursting out of his eyes. Genius? No. It's a monster. Zhanghai No. 3 Middle School is about to produce a true monster. In this chaos and shock, only Jiang Che still stood there calmly. He retracted his fist, his eyes looking past everyone and falling on the distraught Ma Kai again. He spoke slowly, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Now, you can write your name backwards. Kaima-san. Chapter 3 Teacher, I just had an epiphany. Kaima-san." These 4 words were light and airy, yet they were like 4 invisible mountains, pressing down with a loud bang. The entire grade 3-7 class was in deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, their eyes moving back and forth between the calm Jiang Che and the pale-faced Ma Kai. Shocking, horrifying, unbelievable. Various emotions intertwined on everyone's face, and finally merged into a blank. Ma Kai's body shook, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. Kai Ma. This name was like an invisible slap in the face, louder and hotter than the 150-calorie punch test result just now. This is heartbreaking. You. Ma Kai pointed at Jiang Che, his eyes filled with hatred and fear. You cheated. You must have taken drugs. Yes. Drugs. He seemed to have grasped the last straw and roared hysterically. Teacherly. He must have used a banned genetic drug. Otherwise, it would be impossible to increase his qi and blood by over 40 calories in just one morning. This is a serious violation of discipline. He should be expelled. However, this time, no one agreed with him. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot. Banned drugs? Everyone knows that those banned drugs that can instantly increase qi and blood have huge side effects, will overdraw life potential, and will show abnormal vital signs on the detector. But just now, except for the glaring 150 calories on the detector, everything was normal. That's enough. A loud shout interrupted Ma Kai's madness. The head teacher Li Weiguo's face turned pale. He pushed him away with a frighteningly sharp look in his eyes. Ma Kai, you disrupted class discipline and slandered your classmates. Stand outside. Write a 10,000-word self-criticism and submit it before the college entrance exam. At this moment, Li Weiguo didn't even bother to look at Ma Kai. All his attention, his eyes bloodshot with excitement, were fixed on Jiang Che. That look was no longer that of a student. Instead, you are looking at a rare piece of uncut jade, a walking great achievement. Jiang Che, come with me to the office. Li Weiguo's voice was more gentle than ever before, and even had a hint of flattery that he himself didn't even notice. He turned around and strode out of the classroom. Before leaving, he did not forget to look back and yell at the whole class. This afternoon, everyone is studying on their own. Anyone who dares to make a noise will be made an example of by Ma Kai. After saying that, he waved to Jiang Che, signaling him to follow. Jiang Che looked calm and followed. When he passed by Su Qingyao's seat, the girl's clear eyes were looking at him without blinking, filled with inextricable shock and curiosity. Jiang Che gave her a barely perceptible nod as a response to her previous kindness, and then passed by. It was not until Jiang Che and Li Weigua disappeared at the door that the depressing classroom boiled over like boiling water. Oh my god. 150 calories. There's a 150-calorie monster in our class. How on earth did he do it? Is he really a martial arts prodigy who has been hiding his abilities all along? You're hiding your ass. I saw it during the test this morning, 108 calories, absolutely true. This is like riding a rocket. Makai has hit a wall this time, ha ha, classmate Kaima, I'm dying of laughter. Amidst the discussions, Su Qingyao sat quietly in her original position. She looked at the floor tile that Jiang Che had cracked, and then looked at her own fair palm. She suddenly felt that her title of the number 1 genius in Zhanghai number 3 middle school seemed a bit unworthy of the title. In the teacher's office, Li Weigua personally poured a cup of hot tea for Jiang Che and handed it to him with both hands. The smile on his face was so warm that Jiang Che felt a little uncomfortable. Jiang Che, sit down first. Don't be nervous, the teacher just wants to care about you. Jiang Che took the teacup, said thank you, teacher, and sat down quietly, waiting for real care to come. He knew that this cup of tea didn't taste good. Sure enough, Li Weigua rubbed his hands, walked back and forth in the office a few times, and finally couldn't help it. He stopped, his expression became extremely serious, and he looked straight at Jiang Che. Student Jiang Che, there are no outsiders here now. I hope you can tell me the truth. What's going on with your 42 calories of qi and blood suddenly increasing this afternoon? He paused, lowered his voice, and asked word by word, did you have some kind of adventure? Or, did you take some special treasure that I don't know about? Here it comes. Jiang Che understood everything. He had already thought of the answer to this question when he decided to show his strength. He did not answer immediately, but remained silent for a moment, with just the right amount of sadness and reminiscence on his face. Teacher, you know how my parents sacrificed their lives. Li Weigua was stunned, obviously not expecting him to mention this. Jiang Che's parents were military warriors who sacrificed their lives while covering the retreat of civilians during a beast tide outside the city. This was no secret in the school. Before they died, their greatest wish was for me to be admitted to Wuda University, become a warrior stronger than them, and protect this city. Jiang Che's voice was a little low, with a hint of suppressed pain. These words are half true and half false. His parents' expectations were real, and at this moment, he regarded this pain as the best material for his acting. Over the years, I haven't dared to forget it for a single moment. I've devoted all my energy to cultivation, investing all my time and money into it. But my talent, you've seen it, too. This morning, when the test showed 108 calories, I was really desperate. I felt like the sky had fallen on me. I felt like I had let them down. I felt like a complete loser. Li Weigua listened quietly, the suspicion on his face gradually replaced by sympathy. He sighed, my child, you have suffered so much. Jiang Che raised his head, his eyes were slightly red, but his eyes became unusually bright. But just now, when I was humiliated by Ma Kai, I suddenly figured it out. Why? Why should I be trampled underfoot by someone like him even though I've worked so hard? Why should the future my parents risk their lives for be completely negated by the word talent? That unwillingness and anger seemed to ignite something in my body all of a sudden. Jiang Che clenched his fists, feeling the tremendous power in his body, and a look of confusion and fear appeared on his face. Then, I don't know what happened, but it felt like all the bottlenecks and puzzles I had encountered in my cultivation were suddenly cleared. The energy and blood in my body seemed to come alive, and then, that's how it happened. Teacher, did I have any problems with my training? His last question, tinged with a hint of uneasiness, was a stroke of genius. Li Weigua was completely stunned. He looked at Jiang Che, seeing the sincerity, grief, and confusion in his eyes. A word exploded in his mind. Epiphany. In martial arts legends, this situation can only occur when the monsters with extremely strong character and perseverance have experienced extreme stimulation of great sorrow and joy, life and death. Long-term accumulation leads to sudden enlightenment. I see. This totally makes sense. Jiang Che's years of obsessive training, renowned throughout the school, were his accumulation. His parents' obsession with sacrifice, combined with the humiliation of being cornered today, were his stimulation. The combination of these two ultimately led to this explosive outburst of energy. This explanation is 100 times more reasonable and perfect than any banned drugs or chance encounters. No problem. Ha ha ha. No problem at all. Li Weiguo's face flushed with excitement. He rushed forward, grabbed Jiang Che's shoulders and shook him hard. Jiang Che. There's nothing wrong with you. You're a great blessing. This is an epiphany. It's the result of years of hard work. Great. That's great. Zhanghai No. 3 Middle School is about to produce a dragon. Seeing Li Weiguo's ecstatic expression, Jiang Che secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The bet was right. For a teacher who is eager to see a genius emerge, the most legendary and glorious reason is the best reason. Teacher, then I. Don't worry. Li Weiguo waved his hands, patting his chest loudly. From today on, you are a key protected person at Zhanghai No. 3 Middle School. I will apply for the highest level of cultivation resources for you. The school still has 3 second-grade qi and blood pills in stock, worth 300,000. I'll apply for one for you later. 300,000. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat. According to the system's conversion rate, 300,000 means 300,000 points of qi and blood. His breathing quickened for a moment. But he quickly calmed down and showed a calmness and calculation that was inconsistent with his age. Teacher, thank you for your kindness, Jiang Che said sincerely. However, the blessing of the elixir is ultimately an external force. I was lucky enough to have an epiphany this time, but my foundation is still shallow. I want to rely on myself to stabilize my realm first. Li Weiguo was stunned. Be neither arrogant nor impatient, and keep a calm mind. Great talent. This is the mentality of a true genius. His admiration for Jiang Che reached a new level. So what do you mean? Jiang Che's eyes lit up, and his true intentions became clear. Teacher, I heard that the school offers cash rewards to students who make significant breakthroughs and bring honor to the school, right? I want to apply for this reward. With the money, I can buy more suitable training materials, such as going to the gravity room, or buy some medicinal bath materials for body tempering. This way, I can take one step at a time and build a more solid foundation. Money. What he lacks most now is money. Although pills are good, they are not as real as hard cash. With money, he can recharge the system, which is the power that truly belongs to him and can be infinitely improved. Li Weiguo looked at Jiang Che with a strange look in his eyes. This kid is really realistic. When other students heard that there was a second-grade elixir, they were already going crazy with joy, but he, on the other hand, asked for money directly. However, after thinking about it, Li Weiguo felt that this was very reasonable. Jiang Che was an orphan, accustomed to poverty, so it was normal for him to be sensitive to money. And what he said made sense. Building a solid foundation was more important than simply piling up pills. You kid. Li Weiguo pointed at him with a smile. Okay. You're right. The basics are the most important. According to the school's reward policy, if your qi and blood break through 140 calories, you'll get a 50,000 yuan reward. If you break through 150 calories, you'll get a 100,000 yuan reward. I'll apply for the highest tier for you. 100,000 yuan will be transferred to your card tomorrow. Also, from today onwards, all training facilities in the school, including the A-level gravity room, will be open to you free of charge. 100,000. An astonishing light burst out from Jiang Che's eyes. Done. Got the first pot of gold. With these 100,000, his energy and blood will surge by another 100,000 points. No. That can't be calculated that way. The system's conversion unit is yuan. 1 yuan equals 1 point of qi and blood. 100,000 yuan is 100,000 points of qi and blood. Jiang Che's heart was pounding. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely not let the school down and live up to your expectations. He bowed deeply, his tone sincere. This time, it comes from the heart. Chapter 4 100,000 yuan is just the beginning. When Jiang Che pushed open the classroom door and walked back in, the noise that had just erupted in the entire grade 3 grade 7 class seemed to be instantly suppressed by an invisible giant hand. The boiling air solidified in an instant. Dozens of eyes suddenly focused on him. There was no longer any contempt or gloating in that look. Instead, there is awe, fear, and an intense curiosity and exploration. Several boys who had mocked him before subconsciously shrank their necks, avoided his gaze, and did not dare to look him in the eye. Some girls had shining eyes and whispered to each other, with the look they gave to their idols and heroes. This is the change brought about by strength. Simple, rough, and real. Jiang Che looked calm, oblivious to everything around him, and walked straight back to his seat. The broken tile under his feet was like a badge of outstanding merit, silently proclaiming the power of its owner. As soon as he sat down, a pleasant orchid-like fragrance wafted over. Su Qingyao turned sideways, her beautiful eyes that could speak staring at him without blinking, her fair cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. You. She opened her mouth, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but she didn't know where to start. In the end, she could only utter 3 words: how did you do that? This question is the answer that the whole class, and even all the teachers and students in the school, want to know. Jiang Che didn't look at her, but took out a brand new book, 5-year martial arts examination and 3-year simulation, from the table and opened it slowly. He said calmly, "It's just what you think." Su Qingyao was stunned. What am I thinking? In an instant, plots such as slow and steady progress, a sudden enlightenment, and breaking through desperate situations that only appear in countless online novels flashed through her mind. Could it be true? Looking at Jiang Che's profile, which was a little too calm, Su Qingyao suddenly felt that this boy, who had been sitting at the same table with her for 3 years, had become extremely strange and mysterious. She bit her lower lip and asked unwillingly, 150 calories. With this score, I'm sure I'll be admitted to the top classes of Jingwu and Mo, right? Jingwu, Mo. The 2 top martial arts schools in China are holy places in the hearts of all martial arts students. Jiang Che paused in turning the pages of the book. He turned his head and looked at the so-called number 1 genius in Shanghai so seriously for the first time. What do you think, with my current strength, which one is more promising, Jingwu or Mo? His tone was not one of questioning, but more of an equal discussion. It was as if he and she were standing at the same height. Su Qingyao's heart beat faster for no reason. She saw an unprecedented confidence in Jiang Che's eyes, a powerful aura that looked down on all the heroes in the world. She calmed herself down and analyzed carefully. Beijing is located in the capital, with the most resources and the strongest policy support. After graduation, there are more opportunities to enter the military, the Ministry of Education, and government departments. It is an elite route. And Mo is located on the shores of the East China Sea, directly facing the front lines of the catacombs. They have a tough school ethos and believe in actual combat. The mortality rate of Mo's students is 3 times that of Jingwu, but their growth rate and number of experts far exceed Jingwu's. They follow a madman's path. Jiang Che listened, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Crazy route? He likes this word. In this age where human life is worthless, how can one succeed without going crazy or becoming a demon? Where is your target? Jiang Che suddenly asked. Su Qingyao answered without hesitation, Mo. Why? Because I don't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. The girl's eyes gleamed with a light called pride. A warrior should be tempered in blood and fire. Jiang Che smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart, filled with appreciation. Very good. He nodded and returned his gaze to the book. Then we'll meet at Magic Martial Arts. Su Qingyao's heart was hit hard again. See you at Mo. If this sentence came out of Jiang Che's mouth before today, it would be a huge joke. But at this moment, it seemed so natural. She suddenly smiled, like an iceberg thawing and flowers blooming, making the boys who were peeking at her around lose their minds in an instant. Okay. She tilted her head, her long eyelashes like 2 small brushes, but just talking is not enough. There are still 30 days until the college entrance examination. How about we make a bet? Oh? Jiang Che became interested. What are you betting on? Let's bet, who of us has higher chi and blood during the college entrance examination? Su Qingyao's eyes flashed with cunning and a strong fighting spirit. If you win, I will agree to one condition of yours, as long as I can do it. She was motivating Jiang Che in her own way, and at the same time, she was also motivating herself. A monster whose energy and blood increased by 42 calories in one morning was right next to her. The pressure on her, the top genius, was unprecedentedly great. Jiang Che looked at her beautiful face full of provocation, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. What if I lose? You lose. Su Qingyao thought for a moment and gave a mischievous smile. Then after school starts, you must shout 3 times in front of all the teachers and students of magic and martial arts school. Su Qingyao is the most beautiful woman in the world. Jiang Che laughed in silence. It really is a little girl-esque bet. However, he did not object. It's a deal. He agreed straightforwardly. A bet that seems insignificant can bring you closer to this future top powerhouse. Why not do it? What's more, he didn't think he would lose at all. As long as you have money. Thinking of money, the heat in Jiang Che's heart was instantly extinguished like a basin of cold water. He subconsciously glanced at the system panel with his mind. Wealth value, 0 yuan. The bright red zero was so dazzling that it made him feel uneasy. The feeling of emptiness after his strength faded like a tide made him extremely alert. 1640 calories of qi and blood sounds scary, even surpassing the average beginner first-grade warrior. But this is just basic qi and blood. He had no matching combat methods, no tempered muscles and bones, and even no decent alloy weapon. Only having internal strength but no special moves. If he were to face an experienced first-class warrior, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. And all of this requires money. Tactics cost money to buy. Bone tempering pills cost money. Weapons cost money. More importantly, to recharge the system, you need a huge amount of money. The 100,000 yuan promised by Li Weigua sounds like a lot. But for a system that is like a bottomless pit, what can it do? Add another 100,000 points of qi and blood? From 1640 cards to 11,640 cards? It sounds great, but what happens next? Eating up all the food. What he needs is a channel that can generate wealth continuously. A huge cash flow that can support him to recharge until he can attain enlightenment and become a god. Jiang Che spent the entire afternoon in this desire for power and anxiety about money. As soon as the school bell rang, he was the first to rush out of the classroom. He politely declined several classmates who wanted to approach him and ignored Su Qingyao's inquiring gaze. He has no time for socializing now. He wants to go home and make money. Jiang Che's home is a low-rent house allocated by the government, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and simple furnishings. On the wall hangs a black and white photo of my parents in military uniforms. Jiang Che put down his school bag and bowed deeply to the portrait. Dad, Mom, I didn't let you down. From today on, I will continue the journey that you have not yet completed. After saying that, he turned on the old desktop computer and skillfully logged into the official website of Warrior's House. This is the largest martial arts exchange platform in China, with a wide range of information and everything covered. Jiang Che directly clicked on the Jianghai City subforum and entered a section that required quasi-warrior certification to access. Mission Bounty Area. Lines of information flowed across the screen. C-rank mission, a first-grade, low-level ferocious beast, the Iron Bull, has appeared in the abandoned factory area west of the city. Reward, 80,000 yuan. Requirements, team of 3, with the leader being a formal first-grade warrior. D-rank mission, assist the Red Flame Pharmacy in picking fire sunflowers. Location, safe zone number 3 outside the city. Bounty, 30,000 yuan. Requirements, HP 130 plus, good at hiding. E-rank mission, find the missing pet cat Mimi. Characteristics, orange, very fat. Reward, 500 yuan. Jiang Che's eyes quickly scanned these tasks. Most missions either require a team, require the identity of a formal warrior, or the money is too little. His goal is clear. There is a lot of money, the risks are controllable, and most importantly, he can work alone. The system is his biggest secret, and he doesn't want to team up with anyone until he is strong enough. Finally, his attention was drawn to a bold and pinned post. The Jianghai Municipal Education Bureau and the Warrior Association jointly announced the holding of the 3rd High School Student Aspiring Warrior Extreme Combat Assessment. Jiang Che clicked on it. The detailed rules instantly filled the entire screen. Assessment location, simulated cave number 1 outside the city. Assessment content, survive in a simulated cave for 48 hours and earn points by hunting down ferocious beasts. Assessment rewards. Top scorer, 500,000 yuan in cash, a 3rd-grade qi and blood pill, and an A-grade alloy weapon. Second place in points, 300,000 yuan in cash and 3 2nd-grade qi and blood pills. Third place in points, 100,000 yuan in cash and a 2nd-grade qi and blood pill. The top 10 will receive generous rewards. More importantly, all materials from the ferocious beasts hunted during the assessment will become personal property and can be sold at your own discretion. Jiang Che's breathing suddenly became rapid. First place, 500,000 cash. This doesn't even include the money spent on hunting ferocious beasts. Even the most worthless first-grade, low-level ferocious beast can sell its materials for 10,000 or 20,000. If he could kill a lot in there, the amount of money he could earn would definitely be an astronomical figure. This is simply an ATM tailor-made for him. However, when he lowered his gaze and saw the registration requirements and risk warnings, his heart sank again. Registration requirements: chi and blood pressure above 130 calories, and signing of a life and death statement. Risk warning: this assessment is a full-scale simulation. The beasts released are all alive, and the highest level is a mid-level first-grade beast. There is a rescue team built into the assessment, but safety cannot be guaranteed. The average mortality rate in previous assessments is 15%. 15% mortality rate. This means that out of 100 geniuses who go in, 15 will stay there forever. This is not an assessment at all, it is clearly a bloody meat grinder. Use the corpses of countless geniuses to screen out the real monsters. Zhang Che's finger hovered over the register button for a long time. In his mind, Ma Kai's ridicule, his classmates' contempt, Su Qingyao's bet, his parents' last wish, scenes flashed through his mind. Finally, it froze on that cold system panel. Without money, he is nothing. Without money, everything he has today will be just a flash in the pan. Without money, how can he go to Mo? How can he win over that proud girl, and how can he fulfill his parents' last wish? Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. The path of martial arts is a struggle with the heavens, the earth, people, and yourself. If you don't dare to risk your life, how can you even talk about achieving enlightenment and becoming a god? Zhang Che's eyes became extremely firm in an instant. It was the madness and greed of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. He moved the mouse and clicked hard. Ding! Registration successful. Candidate, Zhang Che. Assessment time, 3 days later. Looking at the confirmation message that popped up on the screen, Zhang Che let out a long breath. He leaned back in his chair, feeling his heart beating violently. 3 days. He still has 3 days. Tomorrow, Li Weigua's 100,000 yuan will arrive in his account. He must use these 100,000 yuan in these 3 days to arm himself with strength to the teeth. In this test, he not only has to come out alive, he also wants get first place. Chapter 5: Basic Fighting Technique, Inch Punch. The next morning, it was still dawn. Zhang Che suddenly sat up from the bed, and the first thing he did was to look inward. The empty meridians and the dryness of his qi and blood made him feel extremely insecure. The tremendous power brought by the 1640 calories of qi and blood yesterday seemed like a dream. He picked up the old phone beside his pillow and opened the bank app. A new text message notification lay there quietly. Your savings card account with the last digit 6688 had 100,000 yuan credited to it at 6:15 on X month X day, and the current balance is 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Zhang Che stared at the long string of zeros, his heart beating wildly and uncontrollably. This is no longer a virtual number, it is his capital to change his fate and the first cornerstone for him to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He communicated with the system immediately without any hesitation. System, recharge me. Convert 100,000 points of qi in health. Ding. The host's current physical foundation is detected to be weak, and the meridians are not strong enough to withstand the instantaneous infusion of 100,000 points of qi and blood. Warning: forced transformation has a 99% chance of causing meridian severance and physical collapse. System suggestion: please temper your body first, learn the battle method of guiding qi and blood, and then perform large-scale qi and blood transformation. The cold system prompt sound was like a basin of cold water poured on Zhang Che's burning heart. Instead of being disappointed, his eyes were frighteningly bright. I see. This system is not a mindless ATM. It follows the most basic logic of martial arts. No matter how tall the building is, it needs a solid foundation. If you only have a huge amount of energy and blood but no strong body to carry it and no sophisticated combat methods to use, you will be like a human-shaped balloon that will burst with a single poke. This actually made him feel more at ease. He felt that a logical and limited system was more reliable than an arbitrary and unreasonable golden finger. Refine your body and learn combat techniques. Zhang Che muttered to himself, his brain working rapidly. This means that the 100,000 yuan cannot all be used to exchange qi and blood. He must make strategic investments like a true warrior. He quickly put on his clothes, washed up, and bowed again to his parents' portraits. Dad, Mom, wait for me. After saying that, he took his bank card and pushed the door open. His goal was clear: the largest martial artist trading market in Zhanghai City, the martial arts market. An hour later, Zhang Che stood at the entrance of the martial arts market. This place is completely different from the modern atmosphere of other parts of the city. The air is filled with a special smell mixed with medicinal herbs, metal, and blood. Everyone coming and going had bulging temples and a strong aura, and they were obviously martial artists. Jiang Che did not stroll around, but walked straight into the largest chain store in the market, Wanbailu. Wanbao Tower has 3 floors. The first floor sells elixirs and supplements, the second floor sells weapons and armor, and the third floor sells the most precious martial arts techniques. Jiang Che's destination is the 3rd floor. As soon as I walked up to the 3rd floor, a tall female shopping guide wearing a cheongsam came to greet me with a professional smile on her face. But when her eyes fell on Jiang Che's washed-out school uniform, her smile faded a bit and her enthusiasm became perfunctory. "Classmate, what are you looking at? The combat manuals here are not cheap. What this means is that it is not something that a poor student like you can afford." Jiang Che is no longer the boy who felt inferior because of other people's opinions. He looked calm and spoke directly. "I want to see some basic fighting techniques. Boxing or kicking is fine. They need to be explosive, simple, and direct." He is very clear about his position. The life and death test will be held in 3 days, and he has no time to learn those intricate and complicated things. What he needs is a killing skill that can form combat effectiveness as quickly as possible and kill with one blow. A hint of impatience flashed across the female shopping guide's eyes, and she pointed casually at a dusty bookshelf in the corner. "Yes, those are all basic tactics, common stuff discarded by the army. They cost between 30,000 and 50,000 yuan each. Take a look for yourself." After saying that, she twisted her waist and went to entertain a middle-aged warrior who looked very rich. Jiang Che has become accustomed to the feeling of being looked down upon. He didn't care and walked straight to the corner. There are a dozen or so secret books scattered on the bookshelf. Tiger Fist, Stone-Breaking Kick, 8-Direction Sword Technique. Each name sounded more domineering than the other, but Jiang Che just glanced at them and shook his head. He had heard of all these fighting methods. Some of them were too aggressive and had too many flaws, while others required complex circulation of qi and blood, making them unsuitable for quick learning. His eyes finally fell on a secret book with a yellowed cover that looked the most inconspicuous. Basic Combat, Inch Punch. Inch Punch? Jiang Che's heart moved. He had heard of this fighting method. It focused on instantly releasing all the strength and energy of the whole body within a very short distance, which was extremely powerful. But its shortcomings are also obvious. It puts a huge burden on the body, and it is extremely difficult to master the instantaneous force technique. It is not cost-effective, so it is gradually eliminated by mainstream tactics. But for Jiang Che, this was tailor-made for him. He has a system that can continuously replenish his energy and blood, so he is not afraid of consumption at all. As for the technique of exerting force, he has a total amount of qi and blood far beyond that of ordinary people, and can use absolute strength to make up for his unfamiliarity with techniques. That's it. Jiang Che picked up the inch fist and spent 5,000 yuan to buy the most common 100 refined steel dagger on the 2nd floor. Finally, he stopped at the pharmacy area on the 1st floor. "Hello, I need some body hardening fluid that can assist with training in the gravity room and enhance my body's resistance to stress and recovery," Jiang Che said to another male clerk who looked honest. The male clerk introduced them enthusiastically. "We have greenwood tempering fluid here, which has a mild effect and costs 30,000 yuan per bottle. We also have red flame tempering fluid, which has a strong effect and costs 50,000 yuan per bottle. Take a look. Is there anything cheaper?" Jiang Che interrupted him. The male clerk was stunned, then thought for a moment before saying, "Yes, there is, a black iron medicinal bath that the military has discarded. It uses high concentrations of metal ions to stimulate the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. The process is extremely painful, like torture, but the effect is just as good as the greenwood tempering fluid. The only difference is that the side effects are greater and it can easily leave hidden injuries. It costs 10,000 yuan apiece, and almost no one wants it." Pain? The corners of Jiang Che's mouth curved up. For him now, the thing he fears least is pain. "I want this. Give me 2. 2 servings? The male clerk was shocked. "Sir, this really hurts." "It's okay. I'm fine." In the end, Jiang Che spent 30,000 yuan to buy inch fist, 5,000 yuan to buy a short knife, and 20,000 yuan to buy a medicinal bath. Out of the 100,000 yuan, 55,000 was spent in an instant. The remaining 45,000 is all the capital he will use to recharge his energy and blood in the next 3 days. Shanghai No. 3 Middle School, Class A Gravity Room. When Jiang Che opened the permission and walked in, a beautiful figure was already there. Su Qingyao. She was wearing a tight black training suit that perfectly outlined her youthful and attractive curves. Sweat soaked her temples and back, and there was a hint of fatigue on her beautiful face, but her eyes were still as bright as stars. At this moment, she was practicing a set of palm techniques over and over again under double gravity. Her movements were light and swift, with a sense of elegant beauty. Seeing Jiang Che come in, she stopped and was a little surprised. "Are you coming to the gravity room too?" She knew that Li Weiguai had given Jiang Che free access, but she didn't expect him to come so soon. "Yes, prepare for battle," Jiang Che said concisely. He glanced at Su Qingyao and had to admit that this girl had a unique charm when she was practicing seriously. "Are you also preparing for the extreme combat test?" Su Qingyao was very smart and guessed it immediately. That has a mortality rate." Su Qingyao frowned slightly. "You just had your sudden enlightenment and your realm is not stable. There is no need to take this risk." In her opinion, Jiang Che should proceed steadily and not rush for quick results. Jiang Che smiled and didn't explain. He walked straight to a vacant private training room and closed the door. Su Qingyao looked at the tightly closed alloy door, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned even more tightly. This guy is so mysterious. In the training room, Jiang Che took off his shirt, revealing his upper body, which was still a little thin but had very clear lines. He poured the black iron medicinal bath into the bathtub in the room and sat in without hesitation. Hiss. An indescribable pain instantly came from every inch of skin that came into contact with the medicine, as if countless steel needles were piercing into the flesh at the same time. Jiang Che's face turned pale instantly, and veins popped out on his forehead. But he gritted his teeth and said nothing. He turned on the gravity system and directly adjusted the multiplier to 5 times. Boom! It was as if a small mountain suddenly pressed down on him. Jiang Che's body sank violently, and his bones made a creaking sound as if they could not bear the weight. The severe pain from both inside and outside made his eyes go black and he almost fainted. But he held on to a clear mind and began to recall the power method of inch fist in his mind. She sinks into dantian, and the power rises from the ground, passing through the waist and back, penetrating the arms and elbows, and bursting out in an instant. While enduring the inhuman torture, he used his mind to guide the chi and blood in his body, circulating it over and over again along the route of the inch punch. Time passes by minute by minute. The liquid in the bathtub became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Che's skin, on the other hand, had a tough bronze color. I don't know how long it took, when the last bit of the medicine was absorbed and the 5 times gravity seemed to become commonplace. Jiang Che's eyes suddenly opened. He communicated with the system and recited silently in his mind. System, recharge 45,000 yuan. Ding. Recharge successful. Wealth value 45,000. Current HP value, 45,109 cards. Boom! A terrifying energy and blood that was dozens of times more powerful than yesterday's exploded in his body. This time, he did not let his blood and energy run wild. Instead, at the moment when the power exploded, he suddenly stood up from the bathtub, used his right leg as the axis, twisted his waist, and punched out with his right fist like lightning at the force gauge in front of him. Inch punch. The whole action is smooth and done in one go. Bang! A loud noise, much duller and more terrifying than the one that cracked the floor tiles yesterday, exploded in the closed training room. The force gauge, which was made of a special alloy and could withstand a full-strength attack from a third-grade warrior, shook violently. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly, and finally stopped at a value that made Jiang Che's pupils shrink suddenly. 5,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms. The force of one punch is 5 tons. This is the power that only a top-level warrior can unleash. And he is just a senior high school student with 150 calories of chi and blood declared to the outside world. Jiang Che looked at his fist, feeling the explosive power in his body that he could control at will, and an unprecedented sense of pride surged in his heart. This is the real power. The extreme combat test in 3 days? That's not a meat grinder. That's his ATM. Chapter 6. The meat grinder is on, it's hunting time. Jiang Che pushed open the door of the training room and walked out. Outside the door, Su Qingyao had stopped practicing, and her beautiful face was full of surprise and confusion. Although the loud noise just now was mostly blocked by the alloy door, the heavy vibration was still clearly transmitted. She knew very well that it was definitely not the kind of noise that could be produced by ordinary training. What were you doing just now? Su Qingyao couldn't help but ask, her bright eyes fixed on Zhang Che, as if she wanted to see something on his face. Just testing my strength. Zhang Che said calmly. Testing strength? Su Qingyao frowned. What kind of force could make such a big noise? Did you break the force gauge? No, the quality is very good. Zhang Che said as he walked towards the locker room. He didn't look at Su Qingyao again, but he could feel that inquiring gaze following him all the time, like a thorn in his back. Su Qingyao looked at Zhang Che's disappearing back and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. This guy has more and more secrets. The loud noise gave her a strong sense of crisis. She even had an absurd illusion that she might really lose the college entrance examination bet with him. For the next 2 days, Zhang Che did not go to school. He also used the remaining portion of the black iron medicinal bath, and his body's strength and toughness were further improved. Without money, he could no longer increase his qi and blood, so he put all his energy into practicing the inch fist. From unfamiliar to proficient, and then to mastery. He is now able to perfectly release the powerful energy and blood in his body through the inch punch technique. Every punch contains earth-shattering power. Day 3, early morning. On the outskirts of Jianghai City, outside the No. 1 military restricted area. This is the gathering point for the extreme combat assessment. Hundreds of top martial arts students from major high schools in Jianghai City gathered here. They are the hope of this city's future and the true pride of heaven. Everyone was wearing the uniform combat uniform of their respective schools, with a mixture of excitement, nervousness, and pride on their faces. Zhang Che was wearing the most ordinary combat uniform of Jianghai No. 3 Middle School and stood in the corner of the crowd, looking inconspicuous. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and raised his energy to its peak state. The noise around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Hey, isn't this 3rd middle school? You actually dare to participate in the extreme test this year? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? A harsh voice broke Zhang Che's tranquility. He opened his eyes and saw several students wearing No. 1 middle school combat uniforms walking towards him with sneers on their faces. The leading boy was tall, with an arrogant look on his face, and a badge on his chest representing the president of the student union. Chen Feng, the top genius of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, has a qi and blood value of 148 calories, and is one of the strongest contenders for the championship of this assessment. Several students from Jianghai No. 3 Middle School blushed at what he said, but they didn't dare to refute him. After all, no matter in terms of school strength or individual strength, they are not as good as No. 1 Middle School. Chen Feng's gaze swept across the team of No. 3 Middle School and finally landed on Su Qingyao. The arrogance in his eyes turned into a hint of heat. Qingyao, why are you still staying at No. 3 Middle School? I told you a long time ago to come to No. 1 Middle School. We are the most suitable platform for you. His tone was full of intimacy. Su Qingyao frowned slightly and said coldly, Chen Feng, you don't have to worry about my business. Chen Feng wasn't angry, instead he smiled and said, alright, whatever. But this assessment is no joke. With a 15% mortality rate, teaming up with these losers from the 3rd level will only drag you down. Why don't you team up with me? I guarantee you'll be in the top 3. His words made the faces of everyone in No. 3 Middle School even uglier. Just then, a calm voice sounded. With me and her team, you don't have to worry about it. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Zhang Che had opened his eyes at some point and was looking at Chen Feng calmly. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then he laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard a huge joke. You? Who are you? Do I know you? The few followers from No. 1 Middle School behind him also started laughing. Brother Feng, you don't even know this kid? Zhang Che, the perennial loser from Jianghai No. 3 Middle School, with only 108 HP. What? 108 cards? How can he be qualified to take the test? Who knows? Maybe he's just here to make up the numbers, ha ha ha. The smile on Chen Feng's face grew wider. He looked Zhang Che up and down, his eyes full of disdain and pity. So it's you. Boy, I advise you to leave now. This is not the place for you. Otherwise, once you enter the cave, no one will be available to collect your body. Faced with the blatant humiliation, Zhang Che's expression did not change at all. He just looked at Chen Feng and uttered 2 words lightly. Idiot. The air suddenly became quiet. The smile on Chen Feng's face froze. The followers behind him also stopped laughing and looked incredulous. A loser with 108 calories actually dares to call the number 1 genius in number 1 middle school an idiot? Is he crazy? Su Qingyao was also stunned, and then the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. This guy is still so unexpected. What did you say? Chen Feng asked word by word, his eyes turned cold, and a powerful wave of energy and blood rose from his body and pressed towards Jiang Che. However, Jiang Che seemed unaffected and continued to stand there, his figure as straight as a pine tree. He didn't even bother to look at Chen Feng again and closed his eyes again. Ignore. This is the most complete contempt. You're looking for death. Chen Feng was furious and clenched his fists instantly, ready to attack. Stop it. A majestic roar came from the high platform in front. A middle-aged man in military uniform with a star on his shoulder was looking at this sight coldly. Behind him stood several officials from the Education Bureau and the Warrior Association. When Chen Feng saw the officer, his expression changed. He reluctantly withdrew his aura and glared at Jiang Che fiercely. Just wait for me, kid. Once we get into the cave, I'll be the first one to cripple you. Jiang Che didn't even lift his eyelids. On the high platform, the officer cleared his throat, his voice as loud as a bell. I am the chief examiner of this assessment, Luo Yuntian. I think you all know the rules. After entering the simulated cave, survive for 48 hours. The integrators on your wrists will record your record of hunting ferocious beasts. A first-grade, low-level beast gets 10 points. A first-grade, mid-level beast gets 30 points. A first-grade, high-level beast gets 100 points. Remember, points not only determine your final ranking and rewards, but can also be used to exchange for supplies from the rescue team. However, the rescue team won't take the initiative to help unless you crush the distress signal device, which also means your assessment is over. Finally, let me emphasize it again. Luo Yuntian's voice suddenly became cold and murderous. There are no rules in the catacombs. Aside from not maliciously killing your classmates, you can use any means to snatch points. Whoever grabs the ferocious beast's corpse owns it. This is a test, but also a war. A war between you and the beasts, and between you and each other. Now, all candidates, enter the passage. Following Luo Yuntian's order, the huge alloy door in the restricted area ahead made a heavy roar and slowly opened. Behind the door was a bottomless dark passage, like the gaping bloody mouth of a giant beast, emitting a cold and damp breath. Hundreds of geniuses felt their hearts leap into their throats. The real meat grinder is about to begin. Chen Feng, leading the people from number 1 middle school, was the first to rush in. Before entering, he turned around and gave Jiang Che a murderous look. Su Qingyao walked over to Jiang Che and asked in a low voice, "Are you really sure? Chen Feng is not Ma Kai. He has blood on his hands." Jiang Che opened his eyes, looked at the girl's worried eyes, and suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, if he dares to come, I will beat him into a Fengchen nut." Su Qingyao was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was imitating the way he called Ma Kai Kaima before, and couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the tense atmosphere immediately eased a lot. "Leave." Jiang Che said nothing more, took a step forward and walked towards the darkness. Su Qingyao looked at his back, and for some reason, she felt much more at ease. She took a deep breath and followed. After passing through the long metal passage, the view suddenly opens up. An extremely huge underground space appeared in front of everyone. Dim light, jagged rocks, strange plants emitting faint light, and the heart-pounding roar of beasts coming from afar. Here, the environment of the cave is perfectly reproduced. Most of the students subconsciously gathered together into small groups, observing their surroundings vigilantly. However, the moment Jiang Che stepped into this space, he made a decision that surprised everyone, including Su Qingyao. He didn't stop at all, nor did he say hello to anyone. He chose a direction completely opposite to the main force. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into the shadows in the distance. He wants to act alone. Su Qingyao looked at the direction where he disappeared, her eyes flickering. She understood. In this hunting game where everyone is in danger, the most dangerous ones are often not the ferocious beasts, but their own kind. Being separated from the crowd is both the biggest risk and the biggest opportunity. From the very beginning, this guy's goal was not simply to pass the test, but to plunder. In a dark corner, Jiang Che's figure was like a ghost, moving silently among the strange rocks. His chi and blood, which far surpassed those of ordinary people, give him speed exceeding that of a cheetah and night vision like an owl. Suddenly, he stopped. Not far ahead, a ferocious beast the size of a calf, covered with black scales and with blood-red eyes, was gnawing on a glowing plant. A first-grade, low-level ferocious beast, the black armored lizard. It seemed to have noticed something as well. It suddenly raised its head, and a threatening hissing sound came out of its fang-filled mouth, staring at the direction where Jiang Che was hiding. Found it. The first prey. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth curled up in a cold and cruel arc. His body sank slightly, the muscles of his right leg tensed instantly, and the energy and blood in his body began to rush to his right fist frantically according to the inch fist method. It's hunting time. Chapter 7, First Kill. Who dares to touch my spoils? In the darkness, Jiang Che's body was bent very low, like a fully drawn bow. The black armored lizard obviously also sensed the fatal threat, gave up the glowing plant in its mouth, and scratched the ground anxiously, making a low roar in its throat, and its blood-red eyes were fixed on the shadow where Jiang Che was hiding. It is warning and also fearful. Jiang Che's eyes were calm and as cold as a machine. In his eyes, this first-grade, low-level beast, which seemed extremely dangerous to ordinary students, was nothing more than a pile of walking points and money. Value, 10 points, plus a set of scale armor material with a market value of approximately 30,000. That's all. Now is the time. At the moment when the black armored lizard was gathering strength and preparing to attack, Jiang Che moved. No wind noise, no unnecessary movements. His figure was like a flash of lightning that merged into the darkness, instantly crossing a distance of more than 10 meters and appearing on the side of the black armored lizard. Quick! Almost as fast as possible. The black armored lizard didn't even have time to turn its huge head, and could only instinctively swing its scaly body hard. However, what it faced was a punch that was infused with 45,000 calories of chi and blood, tempered by a black iron medicinal bath, and then pushed to the extreme by the inch fist technique. Bang! A loud noise, duller and more solid than the one in the training room before, exploded. Jiang Che's fist hit the black armored lizard's hardest scales on the side of its head. There was no earth-shattering airwave, all the power was perfectly compressed at that one point. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The huge body of the black armored lizard froze in place. Next second. Crack puff. With the point of contact of the fist as the center, spider-web-like cracks instantly covered half of its head, and the indestructible scales shattered into pieces like fragile ceramics. A stream of black blood mixed with brain matter gushed out from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The body, weighing hundreds of kilograms, fell to the ground with a loud bang without even making a wail. The huge inertia caused it to slide several meters on the ground. It twitched twice and then fell silent. One hit, kill instantly. The integrator on my wrist made a slight beep, and the number on the screen changed from 0 to 10. Jiang Che shook his fist, and there was not even a red mark on the joints. This is the true destructive power of 5 tons of force. Without any delay, he pulled out the short knife made of tempered steel that he had spent 5,000 yuan to buy from his waist, squatted down skillfully, and began to dissect. His movements were precise and efficient, and it was obvious that he had done his homework before coming. On the Warrior Forum, there are countless posts about the processing of various ferocious beast materials. Cut along the gaps in the armor, avoiding the hard bones, and completely peel off the most valuable scales at the heart. This part of the armor has the strongest defense and is the best material for making a heart guard, with the highest value. Then come the 4 sharp claws, and finally the 2 longest fangs in its mouth. The whole process went smoothly, and in just 3 minutes, he had completely decomposed the black armored lizard. He put the most valuable part into his combat backpack, and he didn't even look at the remaining flesh, blood, and bones. Just as he was about to get up and look for his next target, several flashlight beams and hurried footsteps came from not far away. This way. The noise just now came from here. Damn, there's such a strong smell of blood, there must be a ferocious beast. Everyone be careful. Soon, a group of 4 people appeared in Jiang Che's sight. They were wearing blue-black combat uniforms with the school emblem of Jinhai Wugao printed on their chests. The second-ranked key martial arts high school in Jianhai City, second only to number 1 high school in strength. The leading man was a stocky man with a square face and a steady aura, his chi and blood levels definitely no less than 130 calories. His name was Zhao Gang, the leader of the Jinhai Wugao team. As soon as they appeared, they saw the corpse of the black armored lizard on the ground and Jiang Che standing up next to it. All 4 of them were stunned. When their eyes swept over Jiang Che's ordinary number 3 combat uniform, their expressions immediately changed. A student from number 3 middle school? One person? Killed a black armored lizard? A tall and thin boy behind Zhao Gang, named Lu Fei, immediately sneered, stepped forward, and said in a condescending tone, "Boy, you're lucky to have picked up a freshly dead black armored lizard. Hand over the beast materials, and these 10 points will be considered as your hard work fee. Get out of here." Their logic is simple. There was no way a lone student from number 3 middle school could have single-handedly killed a black armored lizard. The only explanation was that the beast had been seriously injured by something else, or simply died, allowing this kid to take advantage. Now that they are here, this benefit should naturally belong to them. Jiang Che patted his backpack, raised his eyelids, and looked at them calmly. "You mean, I picked up this beast?" His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Zhao Gang frowned slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with the student from number 3 middle school in front of him. It's so peaceful. Facing the 4 of them, an ordinary student would have been scared to death, but this guy didn't even have a trace of panic in his eyes. Lu Fei didn't think too much about it. He shook the alloy stick in his hand impatiently. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you didn't pick it up, did you kill it? Just you? I'll give you 3 seconds to leave your backpack behind, or I won't mind letting you lie down with this beast." The other 2 team members also surrounded them, forming a circle with blood surging and a strong sense of oppression. Jiang Che smiled. He was not angry, he just found it a little funny. "You can look at its wounds," he said lightly. Zhao Gang's doubts grew stronger upon hearing this. He gestured to Lu Fei and the others to hold back, then he stepped forward and carefully shone his flashlight on the black armored lizard's corpse. After just one glance, his pupils suddenly shrank. There was a clear fist mark on the side of the black armored lizard's head, and the surrounding scales were broken radially. The wound was clean and there were no extra scars. Kill with one blow. And, use your fists. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhao Gang's back. He himself majored in boxing, with a chi and blood level of 135. He knew very well how terrifying explosive power was needed to cause such injuries to the black armored lizard. Crush the black armored lizard's skull with one punch? If he had tried his best, he might have been able to injure the opponent, but it would have been impossible for him to be beaten like this. This requires the strength of at least a mid-level first-grade warrior, or even close to that of a high-level first-grade warrior. Is this guy in the number 3 middle school uniform in front of me a monster? How is it? Did you see it clearly? Jiang Che's voice sounded again, with a hint of amusement. Lu Fei, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, shouted, "Brother Gang, why waste time talking to him? He's just some trash from number 3 middle school. Just kill him and rob him." "Shut the fuck up." Zhao Gang turned around suddenly and slapped Lu Fei on the back of the head, his eyes ferocious as if he wanted to eat someone. Lu Fei was stunned. The other 2 team members also looked at their captain in astonishment. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, turned around, and faced Jiang Che, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying, and clasped his fists slightly. "Hey, classmate, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. My brother's brain is not very good, please don't bother with him." His attitude took a 180-degree turn. He is not a fool. In a place like this, a ruthless person who can kill a black armored lizard with one punch is definitely not someone their team can afford to offend. "You hit a brick wall, and it's a steel plate." Jiang Che looked at him, his eyes still calm. "Just a misunderstanding, and you want to let it go?" Zhao Gang's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat ran down his forehead. "So, what do you mean, classmate? Just now, who told me to lie down with this beast?" Jiang Che's eyes fell on the tall and thin Lu Fei. Lu Fei's face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he almost fell. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he was dancing on the edge of hell. I. He was trembling and couldn't say a complete sentence. "Slap yourself, or I'll help you." Jiang Che's tone was emotionless. Zhao Gang's expression changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and shouted at Lu Fei, "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what this classmate said? Do it yourself." Lu Fei trembled all over. Looking at Jiang Che's cold eyes, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. Snap. 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 He raised his hand and slapped himself hard in the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the silent underground space. Jiang Che watched him expressionlessly as he was slapped more than a dozen times, until both his cheeks were swollen and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Roll." He uttered a word lightly. Zhao Gang felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly grabbed Lu Fei, who was in a trance, and took the other two team members and ran away without looking back, as if a prehistoric monster was chasing them. Looking at their fleeing figures in a panic, Jiang Che's eyes did not fluctuate at all. He never takes the initiative to cause trouble, but anyone who wants to target him must be prepared to pay the price. He weighed the materials in his backpack and found that he had about 30,000 yuan in hand. Plus 10 points. The efficiency is still too low. The beasts wandering around this outer area are all first-grade, low-level ferocious beasts. To him, they no longer pose any threat and cannot bring much benefit. If you want to accumulate wealth and points quickly, you must go deeper. Go hunt a mid-level or even a high-level ferocious beast. That is the real hunting ground. Jiang Che raised his head, his eyes penetrating the darkness as he looked into the depths of the cave. From time to time, there were even more dull and terrifying roars, which scared away all the candidates outside. But to Jiang Che, that sound was as pleasant as the colliding of gold coins. He licked his lips, and a hint of crazy greed and savagery flashed in his eyes. The assessment has just begun. And his plundering has just begun. Chapter 8: Energy Fruit. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Jiang Che's figure quickly shuttled among the rugged rocks, like a ghost in the dark night. The deeper you go, the thicker the cold and damp air becomes, even with a faint sweet and fishy smell. The surrounding glowing plants also became taller and weirder, and the roars of beasts coming from afar were no longer the monotonous roars of low-level ferocious beasts, but were filled with more complex and violent emotions. Most candidates choose to hunt in teams on the periphery to play it safe. But Jiang Che's goal is very clear. Stability means inefficiency. He has no time to waste. Suddenly, Jiang Che stopped in his tracks and sniffed the air. A strange fragrance, mixed with the smell of blood, stubbornly penetrated into his nostrils. This fragrance caused a slight disturbance in the blood and qi in his body. There is a baby. Jiang Che's heart moved. He lowered his body, restrained his breath, and followed the direction of the fragrance, moving forward silently like a civet cat. After passing through a stone forest, the scene before him made his pupils shrink slightly. Ahead was a small circular stone valley. In the center of the valley, on a small tree no more than half a meter tall and as crystal clear as jade, hung 3 fist-sized fruits emitting a faint red light. That tempting fragrance comes from the fruit. Energy fruit. Jiang Che recognized it instantly. This is a rare treasure that has been mentioned countless times on the Warrior Forum. It is a low-level spiritual fruit that can directly replenish the warrior's blood and cleanse the body. The market price of a mature energy fruit is at least over 200,000. And there is no demand for it. 3 coins mean 600,000. Jiang Che's heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. This is not a fruit at all, it is clearly 600,000 in cash and 600,000 points of health. However, his eyes quickly shifted from the fruit to the small tree. A giant ape, nearly 3 meters tall, covered with long dark red hair and with arms as thick as an adult's thighs, was squatting there. It had its eyes closed, was breathing slowly, and its chest rose and fell rhythmically, as if it was sleeping. But the vague murderous aura made the air in the entire Stone Valley sticky. A first-grade intermediate ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape. It excels in strength and speed, is violent and bloodthirsty, and is much more difficult to deal with than stupid beasts like the black armored lizard. Jiang Che did not act rashly. Like the most patient hunter, he lay quietly in the shadows above the Stone Valley, watching. Bloodthirsty demon ape, 3 energy fruits. He has made this deal. Just as he was calculating the best time to attack and how to kill the demon ape at the lowest cost and fastest speed, the sound of several humans talking came from the passage on the other side. Brother Phone, the energy fluctuations here are getting stronger and stronger, there must be a treasure. Everyone, cheer up. We, number 1 middle school, are definitely going to take first place in this exam. That Su Qingyao from number 3 middle school is really ungrateful. Brother Feng, you personally invited her to join a team, and she actually dared to refuse. Once I get first place in a spot in Jingwu, she'll understand what she's been missing out on. It's Chun Feng. Jiang Che's eyes turned cold in an instant. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. Soon, Chen Feng and his 3 followers from number 1 middle school appeared at the other entrance of the Stone Valley. When they saw the energy fruit at the bottom of the valley, everyone's face showed ecstasy and greed. Holy crap! It's an energy fruit. And there are 3 of them. We got it. Brother Feng, we got it. Chen Feng's breathing also became heavy, and his eyes stared at the 3 fruits with burning eyes. This is a great opportunity that will allow his chi and blood value to skyrocket and firmly sit on the first throne. It's just a bloodthirsty demon ape. Chen Feng quickly calmed down, his face showing a proud determination to win. The four of us will join forces to take it down. His eyes swept around and suddenly stopped at the shadow where Jiang Che was hiding. Who's there? Get out! Chen Feng shouted loudly, his energy and blood surged, and he was full of deterrence. Jiang Che no longer hid, slowly stood up from the shadows, dusted himself off, and had a calm expression. Is it you? When Chen Feng saw Jiang Che's face, he was stunned at first, and then a smile of extreme contempt and disgust appeared on his face. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be that bug from number 3 middle school. The followers behind him also recognized Jiang Che and burst into laughter. Haha, isn't this that 108 card loser? Why did he get here? He must have gotten lost. How could he come to a place like this? Chen Feng crossed his arms across his chest and looked down at Jiang Che as if he were looking at an ant. Boy, you're lucky to see this kind of treasure with your own eyes. Now, get out of my sight immediately, or I won't mind crushing you to death first, and then dealing with that beast. Jiang Che ignored his shouting, just glanced at the still sleeping bloodthirsty demon ape, then glanced at the 3 energy fruits, and spoke lightly. Whoever sees it gets a share. I want one of these 3 fruits. His tone was as calm as if he was buying vegetables in the market. The air suddenly became dead silent. Chen Feng and the 3 followers behind him all looked at Jiang Che as if he were an idiot. Seconds later, earth-shaking laughter echoed in the Stone Valley. Ha 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 ha. What did he say? He wants one? Is he crazy? A 108-calorie piece of trash dares to negotiate with Brother Feng? Chen Feng laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He pointed at Jiang Che and said to the people around him, "Did you hear that? This is the funniest joke I've heard this year." He stopped smiling and his eyes turned sinister and vicious. "Kid, I changed my mind. I'm not letting you go. I want you to kneel here and witness with your own eyes how we capture the demon ape and take the fruit. This kind of treasure is only worthy of a daughter of heaven like Qingyao. A loser like you doesn't even have the right to smell it." He deliberately mentioned Su Qingyao in order to completely crush Jiang Che mentally. However, Jiang Che's expression remained unchanged. He just looked at Chen Feng deeply, and then made a move that no one expected. He turned and left. There was no trace of reluctance, as if he was really scared and gave up the fight. "You're smart," a follower sneered. Chen Feng snorted coldly, and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. Trash is trash after all. He no longer paid attention to Jiang Che, and focused all his attention on the bloodthirsty demon ape. Prepare for action. A quick and decisive battle. Lu Mang, you take the lead on defense. Zhang Wei, Li Hang, you 2 harass from the flanks. I'll be the main attacker. Chen Feng quickly gave the order, and the 4 of them took up their positions, their blood surging, and cautiously moved towards the bottom of the valley. Jiang Che, who had escaped, did not go far. He made a big circle and lurked like a ghost on the cliff on the other side of the Stone Valley. The terrain here is higher and the view is excellent, allowing you to take in the entire valley. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Robbery? That's what a fool would do. Killing someone with a borrowed knife and then profiting from it, isn't that great? At the bottom of the valley, the battle has broken out. Chen Feng took the lead and punched out with a sound of breaking wind, going straight for the demon ape's head. Roar! The awakened bloodthirsty demon ape let out an earth-shaking roar, and its huge body displayed agility that was completely inconsistent with its size. It avoided the vital points in an instant and swept out with its thick arms. Bang! Chen Feng's arm collided violently with the demon ape's arm, making a dull sound. He was so shocked that he took 3 steps back, his blood boiling, and a look of horror appeared on his face. What a strong power! This demon ape is stronger than he imagined. Get started! Chen Feng roared, and the other 3 immediately launched an attack. For a moment, the blood in the Stone Valley was surging, metal clashed, and the roars and angry shouts of beasts were endless. After all, Chen Feng and the other 3 are the top elites of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. They have good coordination and strong strength. But the bloodthirsty demon ape was fearless and possessed terrifying brute force. With a wave of its sharp claws, it could easily tear apart even rocks. The battle instantly became intense. Although Chen Feng and his team had the upper hand, it would obviously cost them a considerable price to capture the demon ape. On the cliff, Jiang Che's eyes were terrifyingly calm. He didn't look at the fierce battle, his eyes were fixed on the 3 energy fruits on the small tree. He is waiting. Wait for an opportunity. An opportunity where both sides fight to the point of being exhausted and their attention is at its lowest. Puff. Below, the student named Lu Mang from number 1 middle school was hit on the shoulder by the sharp claws of the demon ape due to a moment of carelessness. He was immediately covered in blood and let out a scream. There is a flaw in the formation. The bloodthirsty demon ape seized the opportunity and launched a crazy counterattack, and Chen Feng's pressure suddenly increased. Waste. Hold on. Chen Feng cursed angrily, and his energy and blood burst out without reservation, tightly wrapping around the demon ape. Now is the time. At the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by the tragic battle, Jiang Che moved. His body was like a weightless fallen leaf, jumping down from a cliff tens of meters high. 45,000 calories of qi and blood allowed him to control his body to an incredible level. He didn't make any sound. When he was halfway down, his toes lightly touched the steep rock wall, and his body shot straight at the small tree at the bottom of the valley at an incredible angle like a cannonball. Quick! Almost as fast as possible. When Chen Feng noticed something unusual happening above his head and looked up suddenly, he saw only a black shadow flash by. Not good. Chen Feng's face changed drastically. But it was too late. Jiang Che's figure had already landed next to the small tree. Without any hesitation, he reached out and picked up 3 energy fruits in an instant and stuffed them into his combat backpack. The whole process is smooth and takes no more than 1 second. Roar! The bloodthirsty demon ape also discovered that his treasure had been stolen. He let out a roar more violent than ever before, abandoned Chen Feng, and rushed towards Jiang Che like a madman. Court death. Chen Feng was shocked and angry. He thought Jiang Che would be torn to pieces by the enraged demon ape on the spot. However, Jiang Che did not bother with the demon ape at all. The moment the demon ape pounced in front of him, he stomped his feet hard, and the entire ground shook. With the help of this terrifying reaction force, his body once again turned into an arrow, climbing up the rock wall on the other side at a rapid speed in a manner that violated the laws of physics. In a few flashes, he disappeared into the dark passage above. Only a few faint words were left, echoing in the stone valley. Thank you for the treat, Feng Chen-san. There was deathly silence in the stone valley. Only Chen Feng and his 2 companions were left, along with a bloodthirsty demon ape that had completely lost its mind and was pouring all its anger out on them. Jiang Che. Chen Feng's furious roar, filled with endless murderous intent, resounded throughout the entire cave. Chapter 9: The System as Sky-High Bell. Deep in the cave, in a hidden crevice, Jiang Che slid in silently like a gecko, and only after confirming that there was no other life around did he breathe a sigh of relief. He carefully took out the 3 trophies from his combat backpack. Energy fruit. The fruit is not big, it is bright red all over, with a faint halo flowing on the surface, as if there is a burning flame inside. Just by holding it in his palm, streams of pure energy flowed into his body through his pores, making his blood and qi begin to rejoice. Nice one. Absolutely great stuff. According to the market price, 1 piece costs at least 200,000, and 3 pieces cost at least 600,000. This does not even include the scarcity of being priced but not sold. Jiang Che suppressed his inner ecstasy and immediately communicated with the system. System, can these 3 energy fruits be directly exchanged for wealth points? Ding. Detected 3 low-level celestial treasures, energy fruits, containing a large amount of pure qi and blood energy, which can be exchanged for wealth worth 650,000 yuan. 650,000. Even higher than expected. Jiang Che's eyes were burning. But he did not choose to redeem it immediately. The wealth value must eventually be converted into the energy and blood value. This energy fruit itself is a tonic. If it is absorbed directly, will the effect be better? System, if I don't exchange it and take it directly, how much can I increase my qi and health? Ding. Warning. The host's current physical foundation is not yet stable. Directly consuming the energy fruit will cause the energy to surge and become extremely difficult to absorb. The estimated absorption rate is less than 10%, and there is a risk of impacting the meridians and damaging the foundation of martial arts. Are you sure you want to take it directly? A series of system prompts, like a basin of cold water, poured over Jiang Che's head. Absorption rate less than 10%? Doesn't that mean that if you eat food worth more than 600,000 yuan, 500,000 or 600,000 yuan will be wasted? Do you want to damage the foundation? This deal is a huge loss. Jiang Che's brows furrowed instantly. He knew that things were not that simple. System, is there any way to absorb it perfectly? Ding. Generating plan. Option 1. The host can spend 500,000 wealth points to purchase the recipe for the first-class qi and blood pill and collect the ingredients to refine it. Using the energy fruit as the main ingredient, 3 perfect quality, first-class qi and blood pills can be refined, with mild efficacy and a 100% absorption rate. Option 2. The host can spend 1 million wealth points to activate the system's energy purification function one time, which can perfectly purify the 3 energy fruits into pure qi and blood energy, and directly infuse the host's body without any side effects. Jiang Che looked at the 2 options on the system panel and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Good job. One wants 500,000, the other wants 1 million. This system really treats him as an ATM? His total wealth is now 0, and he can't even take out a single coin. After all this time, the treasure that he had snatched with all his efforts and risking being besieged by Chen Feng and the bloodthirsty demon ape has now become a hot potato that he can only see but cannot eat. If you want to unlock this treasure worth more than 600,000, you must first invest at least 500,000 key money. Jiang Che took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. Anger doesn't solve problems. The system's actions precisely demonstrate the value of the energy fruit. Moreover, this also showed him a way. If he wants to truly turn this windfall into his own strength, he must get at least 500,000 in cash in the shortest possible time. In this cave, how can I make money the fastest? Hunting ferocious beasts? Too slow. A black armored lizard is only worth 30,000 yuan. How long will it take him to kill so many? An idea emerged uncontrollably from Jiang Che's heart. His gaze became somewhat dangerous. Just then, a slight sound of footsteps came from outside the crevice. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed, and he instantly put the energy fruit back into his backpack. His muscles tensed, and his breath was restrained to the extreme. The footsteps stopped outside the crevice. A pleasant female voice sounded, cold yet with a hint of uncertainty. Jiang Che? Are you in there? Is it Su Qingyao? Jiang Che's heart moved, he relaxed his guard and walked out from the crevice. Under the cool glow of the moonstone, Su Qingyao stood there pretty. Her combat uniform was stained with some dust, but it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. She was obviously relieved to see Jiang Che coming out safely. There was such a loud noise over there just now, I thought something happened to you. There was a hint of concern and deep curiosity in Su Qingyao's eyes. The roar of the bloodthirsty demon ape, filled with endless rage, almost spread throughout half of the outer perimeter of the cave. It was followed by Chen Feng's furious roar. She was not far away and could hear it clearly. She really wanted to know what had happened to make someone as arrogant as Chen Feng lose his composure to such an extent. And all this seems to be related to the boy in front of him who just had an epiphany. What can I do? Jiang Che dusted himself off, looking calm and composed, as if he had just taken a walk. But you, running around alone, aren't you afraid of getting into danger? Su Qingyao looked at him like this, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. I heard Chen Feng's roar. He was calling your name. She asked straight to the point, did you meet them? I did. Jiang Che admitted frankly. And then? Su Qingyao pressed on, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, not wanting to miss any change in his facial expression. Then, Jiang Che spread his hands and said innocently, I told him that we were all classmates and that we should live in peace and win people over with virtue, not violence. He probably thought what I said made sense, so he called out to me excitedly. It's nothing serious. Su Qingyao. She looked at Jiang Che with a look that said, you take me for a fool. Conquer people with virtue? If Chen Feng were that kind of person, the school emblem of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School would be printed upside down. And shouted excitedly? The murderous intent in that voice could freeze someone to death even from hundreds of meters away. This guy doesn't tell the truth at all. You? Su Qingyao was speechless for a moment. She found that she could not see through the boy in front of her at all. He was a loser laughed at by everyone just a few days ago, but now he has become so mysterious and so at ease. Jiang Che looked at her cute expression of anger and curiosity and couldn't help but smile. Okay, stop guessing. Anyway, they should be very busy now and have no time to bother us. Very busy? Su Qingyao was a little puzzled. Jiang Che's lips curled up in a playful arc, yeah, busy communicating with a crazy monkey. Su Qingyao was very smart and figured out the key in an instant. She looked at Jiang Che with an incredulous look. This guy not only escaped from the siege of Chenfeng and the other three, but also dug a huge pit for them. How much courage and meticulousness does this require? Did you snatch anything from them? Su Qingyao lowered her voice and asked the most crucial question. The only thing that could make Chenfeng and the bloodthirsty demon ape furious at the same time could be a treasure from heaven and earth. Rob? Jiang Che corrected her righteously. Su University campus beauty, watch your words. Can you call it robbing when it comes to what scholars do? That's called rational redistribution of resources. Su Qingyao was stunned by his twisted logic, and then she burst out laughing. Under the cold moonlight, the girl's smile was like 100 flowers blooming, making the entire dark cave brighter. Jiang Che was also slightly stunned. I have to admit, this woman is really pretty when she smiles. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. Su Qingyao suppressed her smile and turned serious. Chenfeng is a man who will never let go of any grudge. You've offended him so much this time, he will definitely not let you go. For the rest of the time, it's better for you to come with me, it's safer. She was actively inviting Jiang Che to join her team. Any of the students from number 3 middle school before the exam would have fainted from excitement if they had received such favor from the school beauty. But Jiang Che just shook his head. No, I'm used to being alone. He paused and looked at Su Qingyao, his eyes suddenly becoming somewhat aggressive. Also, Su University's campus beauty, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you? If you team up with me now and my final HP is higher than yours, wouldn't you be embarrassed? Su Qingyao's pretty face blushed slightly when he looked at her, and then she raised her snow-white chin like a proud white swan. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. I just don't want to see you get beaten to death by Chenfeng. Who will I ask to fulfill my bet then? Don't worry, you won't die. Jiang Che smiled. But you should be careful. There are a lot of bad guys in this cave. After saying this, he did not stop, turned around and was about to disappear into another dark passage. Hey! Su Qingyao called out from behind him, where are you going next? Jiang Che didn't stop, but turned his back to her and raised his hand to wave. A lazy voice floated over on the wind. Go get the money. Let's rob it. The sound faded away, and his figure completely disappeared into the darkness. Only Su Qingyao was left standing there in a daze, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. Robbery? This guy is crazy. After leaving Su Qingyao, the relaxed look on Jiang Che's face instantly disappeared, replaced by the calmness and sharpness of a hunter. 500,000. This is his most urgent goal right now. He opened the integrator, which had a simple map showing the real-time locations of all the candidates. The red dots represent candidates from other schools. The green dots represent the students of number 3 middle school. At this moment, on his map, most of the red and green dots were gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, obviously acting in teams. But there are also some red dots that act alone. These are his goals. Jiang Che's eyes quickly locked onto a red dot less than a kilometer away from him, which was staying alone in an area and had not moved for a long time. Shanhai Wugao, Zhao Gang. It was the team leader who was scared away by him before. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth curled up into a cold arc. What a coincidence. Since you tried to rob me before, don't blame me for charging some interest this time. He suppressed his aura to the lowest level, blending his body into the darkness. Like a top predator eyeing its prey, he moved silently towards the red dot. The hunt begins. Chapter 10: The Boy Who Brings Wealth? Zhao Gang's second nightmare. In the dark passage, Jiang Che's figure was as fast as a ghost, without making any unnecessary sound. His breathing was long and steady, blending seamlessly with the chilly surroundings. The solitary red dot on the integrator was his guiding light, the first payment on his bill. With 500,000 yuan of starting capital, hunting ferocious beasts is too inefficient, so hunting candidates holding trophies is undoubtedly the fastest and most efficient way to make money at the moment. Especially when the target is an old acquaintance. Soon, Jiang Che arrived at the area where the red dot was. This is a relatively open cave, illuminated by several huge glowing stones, making it flickering. Zhao Gang from Jinhai Wuga was sitting around a bonfire with his 2 followers. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Lu Fei, who had provoked Jiang Che before, still had half of his face swollen. He stared at the dancing flames with resentment, and no one knew what he was thinking. Another team member was carefully treating the wound on his shoulder, which was scratched by the bloodthirsty demon ape. Obviously, they were also affected by Chen Feng's gang. Jiang Che did not rush to show up, but like a top predator, he hid himself perfectly in the shadow of a huge rock above the entrance and listened to their conversation quietly. "Captain, are we really just going to let this go? That kid is fucking making a fool of us." Lu Fei finally couldn't help it and growled through gritted teeth, his voice full of unwillingness and humiliation. Bang! Zhao Gang slapped Lu Fei hard on the other side of his face with his backhand. "What the hell do you want?" Zhao Gang's voice was filled with suppressed fear and anger. "Didn't you see the wound on that black armored lizard? One punch. From the head to the chest and abdomen. How the hell can a human punch with that kind of force? You went to find him? Are you going to die, or are you trying to kill us?" This slap stunned Lu Fei. Another team member also shrank his neck and said in a trembling voice, "The captain is right, Lu Fei, that person is too terrifying. We are not even on the same level. We are lucky to be alive." Zhao Gang was breathing heavily. When he thought of Jiang Che's calm eyes without a single ripple, he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. That look was not of looking at an opponent at all, but of looking at a corpse, or in other words, looking at a pile of decomposable materials. Damn it, what bad luck! Zhao Gang slammed his fist to the ground. "We just dodged a monster and were almost hit by Chen Feng's mad dogs. If we hadn't run fast, we would have been torn to pieces by that crazy demon ape." Lu Fei covered his face, finally not daring to shout anymore. He just said bitterly that Chen Feng is also a loser. 4 people were actually fooled by a piece of trash from number 3 middle school, and their treasures were even stolen. It's really hilarious. Shut up. Do you think you can discuss Chen Feng's affairs? Zhao Gang scolded. Right now, we're just hoping to pick up some of the crippled beasts they've killed, earn some points and materials, and wait it out safely until the assessment is over. If anyone dares to cause trouble for me again, I'll be the first to destroy him. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Che's mouth curled up slightly in the shadows. The intelligence has been collected almost completely. First, this group of people have been completely frightened by me and have no desire to fight. Second, they had some spoils that they had picked up, although not much, but even the smallest bit was still meat. Third, their current idea is to play it safe, which is exactly the best state to start with. The time has come. Jiang Che no longer hid and jumped down from a rock more than 10 meters high. He did not try to hold back his voice, and the muffled bang he made when he landed was like a thunderclap in the silent cave. "Who?" Zhao Gang and the other 2 jumped up from the ground like frightened rabbits, their blood surging, and they took a defensive stance. When they saw the familiar face slowly walking out of the shadows, the 3 of them instantly turned paler than the stones on the ground. "Jiang Che?" Zhao Gang's voice was trembling and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen the most incredible ghost in the world. "How come he is here? How come he came here?" Lu Fei was so frightened that he trembled all over and subconsciously hid behind Zhao Gang. The resentment and unwillingness he had just felt had long been replaced by endless fear. Jiang Che ignored their expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and just dusted himself off. Then, his eyes fell on the pieces of ferocious beast materials that had just been decomposed beside them. He walked over leisurely, as if he was strolling in his own back garden. "Wow, you have a good harvest." Jiang Che's tone was very calm, as if he was greeting an old friend. But to Zhao Gang and the other 2, this calm tone was more terrifying than the whisper of a devil. Zhao Gang's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, but his body was as stiff as a wooden stake. "Jiang, brother Jiang, why are you here? This is what we just found. If you like it, feel free to take it." Zhao Gang is very sensible. He now has only one thought: to spend money to avoid disaster. As long as he can get rid of this evil star in front of him, he will accept it, not only for these materials, but also for his points. "Picked it up?" Jiang Che smiled. He kicked the most valuable piece of beast hide armor and shook his head. "What good luck! But I don't like to take advantage of others." Hearing this, Zhao Gang did not feel relieved, but his heart rose to his throat. Sure enough, Jiang Che's next words made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. "How about this?" Jiang Che held up 3 fingers and said slowly, "I just came here, which took a lot of energy and time. And because of me, you guys avoided getting lost and getting into danger. I'll provide you with safety consultation and route planning services. You'll pay a service fee. That's reasonable, right? Service fee?" Lu Fei asked subconsciously. Jiang Che glanced at him indifferently. With just one glance, Lu Fei felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. The blood in his body almost solidified, his legs went soft, and he almost fell to his knees. Yes, service fee. Jiang Che retracted his gaze and looked back at Zhao Gang, whose face had turned pale. He smiled warmly. It's not much. It's all the ferocious beast materials you have, plus half of the points in your integrators. How about this? Is my fee fair? Justice? This is fucking robbery. It's blackmail. It's blackmail. Zhao Gang's face turned pale and blue, and he was roaring wildly in his heart. They worked so hard and risked their lives to get this little bit of stuff, and this guy wanted to take it all away, and even half of the points. How is this different from just eliminating them? A trace of bloodiness surged in Zhao Gang's heart. He clenched his fists, and his blood began to surge. Lu Fei and another team member next to him also felt the captain's determination. Although they were afraid, they were forced into a desperate situation, and there was a hint of ferocity in their eyes. Even a rabbit bites when it is cornered, let alone they are warriors. 3 against 1, even if I can't win, I can make him lose his skin at the risk of my life. However, just when Zhao Gang's momentum reached its peak. Brush. A black shadow, so fast that it cannot be captured by the naked eye. Zhao Gang only felt a flash before his eyes and a chill on his neck. He looked down subconsciously. A pitch-black dagger had been placed at his neck without him noticing. The cold blade pressed tightly against his skin, and he could even clearly feel the sharp chill from the blade, enough to easily cut his throat. Jiang Che, holding a knife, had stood in front of him without him noticing. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Quick. Too fast. He didn't even see how Jiang Che moved. All the hairs on Zhao Gang's body stood up. The bloodiness and courage that had just surged up in him were instantly chopped off by the knife, leaving only boundless coldness and fear. His body, from head to toe, was completely frozen, and he couldn't even mobilize a trace of blood. He had no doubt that if he made any more unusual movements, his head would be separated from his body in the next second. Just now, I seemed to sense murderous intent. Jiang Che's face was still smiling, but in Zhao Gang's eyes, that smile was more ferocious than the devil. Mr. Zhao, do you have any opinions on my charging standards? No. No. Absolutely not. Zhao Gang's psychological defenses were completely broken at this moment. He used all his strength to squeeze out these words from between his teeth, his voice trembling. I think, Brother Jiang, your fees are so fair. You're truly the conscience of the industry. Oh? Really? Jiang Che retracted his dagger, as if nothing had happened. He took a step back and spread his hands. Since you have no objection, let's get started. Don't waste everyone's time. I'm in a hurry to get to the next store. Yes. Yes. If Zhao Gang was pardoned, he would not dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly piled all the ferocious beast materials around him, including the most valuable pieces of leather armor and claws, at Jiang Che's feet. Then, he opened the integrator with trembling hands and was about to transfer points to Jiang Che. Wait. Jiang Che suddenly spoke. Zhao Gang's heart suddenly trembled and he almost peed himself with fright, thinking that Jiang Che was going to change his mind again. Jiang, Brother Jiang, do you have any other instructions? Jiang Che pointed at Lu Fei and another team member next to him and said calmly, there's 2. Zhao Gang fell silent. Lu Fei and another team member's faces turned ashen in an instant. This is no longer robbery, this is to force them to death, to make their points clear to 0, and to be eliminated early. What? Any other opinions? Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly, and the pitch-black dagger began to twirl flexibly at his fingertips again, like a poisonous snake choosing its prey. No. No. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding, and yelled at the other 2, what the hell are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what Brother Jiang said? Hand over all your stuff and points. In the face of absolute strength and the threat of death, any resentment and anger are futile. Although Lu Fei and the other man were heartbroken, they had no choice but to hand over all their spoils and half of their points in humiliation. Soon, the amount of points on Jiang Che's integrator jumped and increased by more than 300 points. And in his backpack, there was also a pile of ferocious beast materials worth 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Yeah, not bad. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the 3 Xinhai martial arts high school students in front of him, who were like defeated roosters, completely drained of energy. After a moment's thought, he said, "Since you've cooperated so well, I'll give you another piece of information for free." Zhao Gang and the other two raised their heads and looked at him with numb eyes. "Don't stay here." Zhang Che pointed in a direction. "Chen Feng and his gang are coming this way. I think they want to find a place to rest. If they run into you, with Chen Feng's current anger, what do you think he will do?" Hearing the name Chen Feng, Zhao Gang and the other two shuddered suddenly, and their numb eyes were instantly filled with new fear. They had witnessed firsthand how furious Chen Feng was. If Chen Feng saw them in this state, he would definitely use them as punching bags. "Thank you so much, Brother Jiang, for reminding me." Zhao Gang's gratitude this time came from the heart. Compared to being the target of Chen Feng's anger, being robbed by Zhang Che seemed to be acceptable. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately took the two distraught team members and fled from here in the opposite direction of Zhang Che's pointing. Looking at their embarrassed backs as they fled, Zhang Che curled his lips in disdain. A bunch of rubbish. He took stock of his gains. More than 300 points are useless. The materials of the ferocious beast can be sold for about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. It is still a long way from the goal of 500,000. The efficiency is still too low. Zhang Che turned on the integrator again and looked at the flashing red and green dots on it. There are too few small customers who work alone, and the profits are not great. If you want to make big money, you have to find those big customers. His eyes moved slowly across the map, and finally locked onto an area with densely flashing red dots. There, at least 5 or 6 red dots gathered together to form a powerful group. Judging from their movement trajectories and the places they stayed, they were obviously hunting some high-value ferocious beast. Zhang Che's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a big mobile wallet? Moreover, he recognized the affiliation of this team. Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. In addition to Chen Feng's team, there is another elite team sent by Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. The leader of the team is another genius from Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School, Li Yi, whose Qi and HP value is as high as 148 calories. Li Yi. The corners of Zhang Che's mouth curled up into a cold yet excited arc. We can put Chen Feng's account aside for now. Since we are from the same middle school, let us collect some interest from his accomplices first. He stuffed all the spoils into his pocket, and without any hesitation, he moved like a flash of black lightning, rushing towards the direction of Li Yi's team. Chapter 11. The mantis stalks the cicada, who is the Oriole. At the other end of the cave, in a huge underground cave, the aftermath of the battle has not yet completely subsided. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a pungent burnt smell, and on the ground lay the corpse of a huge ferocious beast. This ferocious beast looks like a pangolin, but its body is not covered with scales, but a layer of shell that seems to be made of obsidian. There are still traces of being chopped by sharp weapons and energy impact on the shell. The most fatal wound was in its abdomen, a huge gap that almost ripped it apart. A first-grade intermediate ferocious beast, the obsidian earth dragon. Known for its defensive power, its shell is extremely hard and cannot be damaged by ordinary swords and knives. It is one of the toughest bones to chew in the outer area of the cave. At this moment, 5 students wearing Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School combat uniforms were surrounding the corpse, each of them panting, but their faces were filled with excitement and pride. The young man in the lead was tall and slender with a handsome face, but there was a lingering arrogance between his brows. He is another leading figure of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School, Li Yi, whose Qi and blood value is as high as 148 calories. Damn, this beast is really tough. A burly team member sat down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for your thunder blade that broke its defense, we would have been killed by it today. Well done, brothery. Another female team member looked at Li Yi with admiration. The materials from this obsidian earth dragon are worth at least 150,000, right? Its beast core is a priceless treasure. Li Yi enjoyed the flattery from his teammates, a smug smile on his face. He walked over to the obsidian earth dragon's corpse, poked the hard carapace with the tip of his sword, and said calmly, "It's only been a short while since the assessment began, and we've already killed a first-grade beast. First place in the team this time is unquestionably ours." He swept his gaze over the crowd, his expression filled with unquestionable authority. "Don't just stand there. Quickly decompose the materials and take the beast core. The smell of blood is too strong here, it will soon attract other things." "Yes, brothery." Several people immediately got to work excitedly and began to use special tools to disassemble this priceless beast. None of them noticed that in an extremely hidden stalagmite crevice at the top of the cave, a pair of extremely calm eyes were taking in everything below. Jiang Che has been lurking here for more than 10 minutes. He had to admit that the strength of Li Yi's team was indeed far beyond that of Zhao Gang. The 5 of them worked in perfect harmony, attacking and defending in an orderly manner. Li Yi, in particular, had a sharp and domineering sword technique, clearly having practiced a high-grade combat technique to break through the obsidian Earth Dragon's defenses. Robbery? Absolutely not. Even if he played all his cards and was able to defeat these 5 people, he would inevitably pay a heavy price and might even get injured. In this dangerous cave, getting injured means putting yourself in danger. More importantly, once the full strength is exposed, the fun and advantage of playing dumb to gain advantage will be gone. Therefore, Jiang Che is very patient. He was waiting for a better opportunity than the one he had before when dealing with Chen Feng. Brother Yi, look over there. At this moment, a team member who was on guard suddenly pointed to another entrance of the cave and exclaimed. When everyone looked in the direction of the noise, they saw 3 disheveled figures stumbling out of the passage. The person in the lead was Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng no longer had the arrogance and domineering look he had before the test. He was covered in blood, his combat uniform was torn and tattered, and one of his arms was twisted at a strange angle, obviously broken. Of the 2 team members following behind him, one was dragged away unconscious, and the other was also seriously injured and weak. Chen Feng? Li Yi's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the scene, and his face was full of shock. How did you get into this state? Where's that bloodthirsty demon ape? At Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School, Li Yi and Chen Feng have always been in a competitive relationship, fighting openly and secretly. But at this moment, seeing his competitor in such a miserable state, he felt more horrified. He was very clear about Chen Feng's strength, which was not inferior to his own. Being able to force him to this point, the strength of that bloodthirsty demon ape definitely exceeded their expectations. Don't mention it. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with jealousy upon seeing Li Yi, but more of a glint of weakness and raging anger filled his eyes. He panted heavily, gritting his teeth as he spoke. We were tricked. By that bastard named Jiang Che from the 3rd group. Jiang Che? Li Yi frowned. He had some impression of this name. It seemed that he was the student who had a conflict with Chen Feng before the test and was named by the examiner Mr. Luo. How can a 108-calorie loser trick you like this? The burly team member next to Li Yi sneered in disbelief. He's not 108 ka. He's been hiding his strength. Chen Feng's voice was hoarse and sharp, filled with resentment and madness. That bastard stole our energy fruit and even caused the demon ape to go crazy and attack us. Li Yi, don't just stand there and watch me make fun of you. That guy is nearby. He stole 3 energy fruits. 3 energy fruits. After hearing these words, the breathing of everyone in Li Yi's team instantly became heavy. Greedy gleamed in everyone's eyes. That's a treasure worth 6 or 700,000. It's enough to take their strength to the next level. Li Yi's heart began to beat violently. He stared at Chen Feng intently and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" "I swear on my future in martial arts." Chen Feng pointed at his severed arm and roared, "This is all thanks to him. Li Yi, that kid is very cunning and incredibly fast. Let's team up, find him first and kill him. We'll split the energy fruit equally." Faced with such a huge temptation, Li Yi was moved. Although he and Chen Feng are competitors, temporary cooperation is not impossible in the face of huge interests. A Jiang Che who can make Chen Feng lose face, plus 3 energy fruits, this deal is worth his effort. Okay. Li Yi made a prompt decision. Your men will rest here first. We will help you get your place back. He turned to his team members and ordered, 2 of you stay behind to decompose the materials and take care of the wounded. Everyone else, follow me. Dig out that guy named Jiang Che. Yes. The members of Li Yi's team were all excited and ready to go. To them, this was pie in the sky. He is just a petty thief who hides his head but shows his tail. How can he really turn the world upside down when facing the combined forces of them and Chen Feng? Soon, Li took 2 team members and Chen Feng, who still had some strength to fight, and followed the direction Chen Feng pointed, chasing out with murderous intent. Only 2 members of Li Yi's team and Chen Feng's 2 seriously injured followers were left in the cave. One of them was concentrating on decomposing the body of the obsidian earth dragon, while the other was keeping watch and treating the wounds of the wounded. Everyone's attention was drawn to Jiang Che and the energy fruit. They think they are mantises catching cicadas. But he didn't realize that the real yellow bird had never left from beginning to end. In the cracks of the stalagmite, Jiang Che's mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. An opportunity with the fewest targets, the lowest vigilance, and the most distracted. He ignored Li Yi and Chen Feng who chased after him. His target, from the beginning, was not those people. But it is this priceless obsidian earth dragon, and the two wallets in charge of guarding it. Just when the team member in charge of decomposing the materials finally dug out the fist-sized beast core with a khaki glow from the body of the obsidian earth dragon with great effort, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Jiang Che, move! His body, like a weightless feather, fell silently from the top of the cave, which was dozens of meters high. There was not a sound of wind. It was not until the moment his feet touched the ground that the guard suddenly realized something was wrong behind him and turned around in horror. Who is it? What he saw was a young face with a faint smile. And a fist that rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to shout a warning. Bang! A muffled sound. Jiang Che's fist hit the team member's jaw accurately. He didn't even use his full strength, but simply relied on the explosive power of his body to hit the opponent so hard that he saw stars and his brain went blank. He fell down limply without even a grunt. One hit, KO. On the other side, the team member who had just obtained the beast core heard the noise and turned around in surprise. What he saw was the figure of his companion lying on the ground, and the uninvited guest standing behind him like a demon. Enemy. He only had time to shout out one word. A black blade flashed like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, instantly cutting through the air and resting on his neck. The cold touch made him swallow the rest of his words, along with his soul, back into his stomach. Don't move, and don't scream. Jiang Che's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable command, otherwise, I can't guarantee that my hands won't shake. The team member's body was stiff, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The remaining two wounded men stared at Jiang Che, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Who is this person? When did he appear? Why is he here? Didn't Brother Yi and Chen Feng go to hunt down the enemy? Could it be? A terrifying thought arose in his heart. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. They were all deceived. You are Jiang Che? He asked in a trembling voice. Smart. Jiang Che nodded approvingly, and then his eyes fell on the obsidian earth dragon beast core that the other party was holding tightly in his hand, as well as the various precious materials that had been half decomposed next to it. He held out his other hand and spread it out. The meaning is self-evident. The team member's face was instantly filled with humiliation and despair. This was the spoils they had fought so hard for. It was the symbol of their team's glory. Just give it up like that? A desperate urge surged in his heart. But the sharp feeling of the dagger on his neck, which seemed to be able to cut through his soul, made him not even have the courage to move a finger. He could feel that this seemingly calm young man in front of him was definitely a ruthless person who dared to kill. In the end, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Trembling and humiliating, he placed the priceless first-grade beast core into Jiang Che's hand. Jiang Che waited with satisfaction. It felt warm and full of energy. Nice one. He didn't stop there, but pointed with his chin at the materials on the ground in the team member's own backpack. And take it all out. When doing business, you have to have a sense of contract. If you agree to rob someone, you have to rob them cleanly. The team member's eyes instantly turned red. This was simply too much. But he had no choice. Under Jiang Che's cold gaze, he could only hold back his tears as he piled all the decomposed materials, along with some of the scattered gains he had hidden in his backpack, in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Che didn't hesitate and quickly stuffed all the spoils, animal cores, shells, claws, tendons, into his combat backpack. The backpack suddenly became heavy. After doing all this, Jiang Che looked at the team member in front of him, then looked at the other one who was unconscious on the ground, and the two half-dead followers of Chen Feng in the distance. He thought about it and suddenly smiled kindly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When I came here just now, I set up a few small traps at the entrance of the passage you came in through. What do you think will happen if Li Yi and Chen Feng accidentally step on it when they realize they've been cheated and run back in a rage? Jiang Che's voice was like a devil from the underworld, making the sober team member feel cold all over, as if he had fallen into hell. Chapter 12, Trap and Human Heart. Li Yi's desperate choice. The sober member of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, Wang Lin, felt as if struck by lightning and his mind went blank after hearing Jiang Che's light words. Trap? He set a trap at the entrance? This devil. Not only did he steal everything, he also wanted to force them to death. What are the personalities of Li Yi and Chen Feng? One is arrogant and proud, the other is cruel and crazy. When they find themselves being fooled by a waste and run back in anger, they will definitely lose their most basic vigilance. By then, once you step into the trap. Wang Lin didn't dare to think further. He only felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. What do you want to do? Wang Lin's voice was hoarse and dry, full of despair. I don't want to do anything. Jiang Che spread his hands, looking innocent. I'm just a student from number 3 middle school passing by. I saw that your classmates from Jianghai number 1 middle school seemed to be in some trouble, so I came to check it out. Now that I've seen enough, it's time for me to go. As he spoke, he slowly and leisurely swung the heavy backpack onto his back, his movements relaxed and comfortable, as if it contained not loot worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but a bag of cotton. Oh, right, Jiang Che said as he remembered something halfway through his walk. He turned around and gave Wang Lin a bright smile. I don't think your points have been transferred to me yet? Wang Lin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Jiang, brother Jiang. Wang Lin's lips trembled, and he was almost crying. I will transfer it all to you. Please, give me a way out. He was completely scared. Compared to being eliminated with 0 points, he was more afraid of dying here, or being used as a punching bag by the furious Li Yi. See, you're very aware. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction and turned on his integrator. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Wang Lin did not dare to be negligent at all. With trembling hands, he transferred all the more than 400 points he had earned from hunting ferocious beasts to Jiang Che's account without leaving a single one. Looking at the number on his integrator that instantly returned to 0, Wang Lin's eyes went dark and he felt as if the whole world had turned gray. It's over. He has been completely eliminated from this assessment. Okay, happy trading. Jiang Che put away the integrator, his smile growing even wider. Since you're so understanding, I'll show you a way forward. Wang Lin raised his head numbly and looked at him with empty eyes. Jiang Che pointed to the dark passage behind him, which was the direction Li Yi and Chen Feng had chased out, and said slowly, Now, you have 2 choices. First, you stay here and wait for Li Yi and the others to return. Then, you can tell them that I stole something and set a trap in the passage. But Jiang Che dragged out his words, his smile becoming playful. Given Li Yi's personality, would he believe the words of a loser whose points have been reset to 0 and whose loot has been taken away? Would he think that you stole something and deliberately fabricated a lie to deceive him? Then, who would he vent his anger on? All the color on Wang Lin's face disappeared in an instant. He knew Li Yi very well. In Jianghai number 1 middle school, Li Yi is a tyrant who has the final say. This hunt for the obsidian earth dragon was his best chance to establish his authority, but he made such a huge mistake that the spoils disappeared. Li Yi will definitely put all his anger and responsibility on him, the only survivor. By then, the best outcome for him would be having his limbs broken and his future in martial arts ruined. Then, what about the second option? Wang Lin's voice was filled with tears. This was his only hope. The second option is even simpler. Jiang Che's smile was like a devilish temptation. Right now, right now, right now. Run back towards that passage. As you run, shout, Jiang Che is ahead, everyone chase him. Or, Brother E, there's a trap ahead. It doesn't matter. Think about it. If you ran back so loyally to tell them the news, would they still doubt you? No, they'd just think you were a hero. Even if you accidentally stepped on a trap, it would be a heroic sacrifice for the team. Li Yi wouldn't blame you, he might even be grateful to you. Jiang Che patiently coaxed them, his voice full of magnetism. One is to be discarded as a traitor by the captain, the other is to become the hero of the team. Wang Lin, you are a smart person. I don't need to teach you how to choose, right? Wang Lin stood there blankly, his mind in a mess. Of these 2 options, the second one sounds like the way out. But there really is a trap in the passage. Isn't he running back just to step on a landmine? He suddenly raised his head and stared at Jiang Che, his eyes filled with fear and a hint of pleading. Brother Jiang, the trap. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Jiang Che slapped his head, as if he had just remembered. My trap is actually very simple. It's just a few small tripwires connected to a few rocks. If you're lucky, you might just get hit on the foot by a rock. If you're unlucky, you'll just fall flat on your face, but you won't die. As he spoke, he picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it casually towards the entrance of the passage. The stone drew a parabola in the air and fell into the darkness. Next second. Clatter. The sound of tumbling gravel came from deep within the passage, accompanied by several crisp metal collisions, sounding like some mechanism being triggered. Wang Lin was so frightened that his whole body trembled and his face became even paler. There really is a trap. And judging by the noise, it definitely doesn't sound like a simple falling flat on your face. Jiang Che looked at his expression that looked like he was about to piss himself with fear and sneered in his heart. It's certainly not a trap. It was just a simple sound-making device he had set up with a few spare blades and ropes when he came in earlier. The purpose is for this moment. The human heart is the most terrifying trap in this world. Okay, that's all I have to say. Jiang Che ignored him and turned away. This time, he didn't look back. You'll have 10 seconds to think about it. 10, 9, 8. The cold countdown, like the death warrant of the god of death, struck Wang Lin's heart again and again. He watched Jiang Che's back as he was about to disappear around the corner of another passage, then turned back to look at the bottomless dark passage that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. On the one hand, he would inevitably face Li Yi's tyrannical anger and torture after returning. On the other side, there is an unknown trap, but Jiang Che personally admitted that no one will die. Take a gamble. Rather than being crippled by Li Yi, it's better to bet that what Jiang Che said is true. 7, 6. When Jiang Che's countdown reached 6, the balance in Wang Lin's heart finally tilted completely. The instinct of survival overrides everything. Ah. He let out a roar mixed with fear and determination, and crawled towards the passage where Li Yi and the others had left. He didn't even dare to take a second look at his unconscious companion on the ground and the two seriously injured men, Chen Feng. Brother E. Chen Feng. There's a trap ahead. Jiang Che. His voice echoed in the long passage, full of anxiety and loyalty. Jiang Che paused at the corner, listening to the shouts that gradually faded away. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He did not leave immediately, but hid in the darkness again, like a ghost, quietly moving to another angle, his eyes cast towards the dilapidated cave. The good show has just begun. Not only does he want to steal things, he also wants to make this group of self-righteous geniuses fall into the quagmire of infighting. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes passed. A burst of hurried and angry footsteps came back from the trap passage. Damn it! I got tricked. Li Yi's roar was filled with rage at being fooled. Immediately afterwards, Chen Feng's even more frantic and shrill voice rang out, Jiang Che. Fuck your mother. I will tear you into pieces. Soon, Li Yi and Chen Feng reappeared at the entrance of the cave. Behind them followed the reporter Wang Lin. He looked extremely miserable at the moment. His forehead was bruised and bleeding, and his combat uniform was torn in several places. He was pointing at the center of the cave with a look of fear on his face. Brother E, it's him. He stole everything. He even knocked Zhang Wei unconscious. Li Yi's eyes instantly locked onto the empty ground and his companion lying motionless on the ground. Except for a few pools of blood and some useless meat, all the valuable materials and the most precious beast core of the obsidian dragon's corpse were gone. An uncontrollable rage erupted from Li Yi's heart like a volcano. Shame. An unprecedented humiliation. He, the proud son of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, was actually fooled by a little-known waste from No. 3 Middle School with such a clumsy trick. Jiang Che. Li Yi roared towards the sky, and the violent energy and blood power burst out from his body, causing cracks on the ground around him. Chen Feng, who was standing behind him, watched the scene. Instead of a sense of solidarity, his eyes flashed with a cold sneer and resentment. Li Yi, you still have the nerve to yell at me? Chen Feng's voice was icy cold. I told you long ago that bastard is no ordinary person. You were so greedy and reckless, and now look what you did. Not only did you fail to catch him, but even your own home was raided. You're such a loser. Being insulted in person by Chen Feng, Li Yi's anger, which was already on the verge of exploding, was completely ignited in an instant. He turned his head suddenly, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Chen Feng with murderous intent. Chen Feng, what the hell did you say? I told you you're a loser. Chen Feng pointed at his severed arm with a look of frantic delight on his face. I've been tricked, and so have you. Now, we've all become the laughingstock of the entire assessment. And that bastard is hiding in a corner with our stuff, laughing his head off. You're looking for death. Li Yi went completely berserk and could no longer maintain his arrogant attitude. The thunder blade in his hand made a buzzing sound, and the violent blade energy instantly locked onto Chen Feng. It seemed that the two geniuses of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School were about to fight on the spot. At this moment, a barely perceptible sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out from the darkness at the top of the cave. Call out. A small stone was shot out like a bullet, hitting Li Yi's feet exactly, splashing a string of sparks. This sudden change startled the two furious people at the same time, and they suddenly looked up. Who? The top of the dark cave was empty, with only stalagmites of various shapes, and no human figure at all. But they all felt it clearly just now. Someone. Jiang Che. He's not far away. He was right nearby, watching their infighting like a play. This realization was like a loud slap in the face of Li Yi and Chen Feng, making them feel a burning sense of humiliation. Chapter 13, The Snipe and the Clam Fight. Chen Feng's Final Madness. The stone that fell from the sky was like an invisible shit stirrer, instantly making the already extremely tense atmosphere in the cave even more chaotic and weird. Li Yi and Chen Feng, the two rivals who had just been on the verge of a fight and wanted to eat each other alive, stopped their actions at the same time. The blood in their bodies surged, and they vigilantly scanned every possible hiding place above and around them. Humiliation. Anger. There is also a hint of deep fear after being fooled. That guy named Jiang Che is like a ghost hiding in the dark. You don't know when he will appear, let alone what he will do next. He seemed to be able to read everyone's mind and manipulate them at will. Jiang Che. Get out here. Chen Feng raised his head and roared frantically at the dark cave ceiling, his voice distorted with anger. You coward. Come out and fight me if you dare. His roar echoed in the huge cave, but received no response. Only the flickering glowing stones seemed to be silently mocking his impotent rage. Li Yi did not roar like Chen Feng, but his gloomy face was colder than the 10,000-year-old black ice. The knuckles of his hand, which was holding the thunder blade, turned white due to the force, and veins bulged on the back of his hand. He knew that Jiang Che was nearby. But he also knew that the other party would never come out. The current situation is perfect for Jiang Che. The result that Jiang Che most wants to see is that both he and Chen Feng suffer losses. Don't waste your energy. Li Yi's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, with a chill that penetrated his bones. He won't come out. He slowly put down the knife and his gaze fell on Chen Feng again, but this time, the murderous intent in his eyes faded a little, replaced by a more complicated and dangerous emotion. Chen Feng, now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. Li Yi suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, We've all been fooled. The only way now is to join forces and find him. Otherwise, we will all become the biggest laughingstock of this assessment. He tried to calm himself down and analyze the situation. However, at this moment, Chen Feng was already overwhelmed by anger and paranoia. He had already experienced betrayal by being betrayed by an ally, although it was his own imagination, and now everyone seemed like an enemy to him. Join forces? Chen Feng sneered nervously. He pointed his good hand at Li Yi, then at the unconscious Zhang Wei and the empty animal corpse on the ground. Li Yi, do you take me for a fool? Two of your men. One is unconscious, the other is fine. Two of my brothers. Both are seriously injured and unconscious. Your trophy, the obsidian earth dragon, is gone. My trophy, the 3 energy fruits, are gone too. Chen Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his logic twisted and sharp in his madness. Isn't this all just too coincidental? Could it be that you and that Jiang Che colluded and staged this drama? You traded the materials of an obsidian earth dragon for 3 energy fruits. This deal is a good deal. A damn good deal. Bullshit. The burly team member next to Li Yi, the one who had mocked Chen Feng earlier, couldn't help but roar, Chen Feng, are you fucking crazy? How could Brother possibly team up with the trash from No. 3 Middle School? Shut up. Chen Feng looked like a madman, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Yi. I didn't ask you. Li Yi, do you dare to swear that you have nothing to do with this matter? Faced with Chen Feng's almost slanderous accusation, Li Yi was so angry that he trembled all over, and his handsome face was distorted with anger. Chen Feng, I'm warning you one last time. Take back your foolish words. Li Yi said word by word, the murderous intent in his voice making the temperature of the entire cave drop a few degrees. Otherwise, don't blame me for not cherishing our friendship. Friendship between classmates? Ha ha ha. Chen Feng laughed wildly, as if he had heard a huge joke. His laughter was filled with sadness and resentment. In your eyes, do you even have the word love? There's only profit. Only calculation. His laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a heart-pounding calm. Li, I don't care if you're in the same group as that bastard. Now, my energy fruit is gone, and my brother is crippled. You must give me an explanation. What explanation do you want? Li asked coldly. It's very simple. Chen Feng's eyes fell on the two intact members of Li's team, his eyes like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb. Hand over all your points and everything you have on you as compensation to me. Then, the grudge between us will be written off. Otherwise. He didn't say anything else, but his undisguised murderous intent said it all. You're dreaming. The team members around Li shouted in unison. This is simply bandit logic. They are also victims, why should they pay for Chen Feng's failure? Li's eyes turned completely cold. He understood. Chen Feng has gone crazy. He is not seeking the truth, nor is he seeking cooperation. He was just looking for an outlet to vent his failure and anger. And you are the most suitable target. It seems that there is nothing to talk about. Li slowly raised the thunder blade in his hand, and tiny arcs of electricity began to jump on the blade. Talk? Today, I'm going to tear you apart. Chen Feng roared angrily, unable to suppress the madness in his heart any longer. The muscles in his intact arm bulged instantly, and he rushed towards the burly team member next to Li like a cannonball. He was very smart. He did not directly attack Li, the strongest person, but chose to pick the weakest one first. Court death. Li's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the thunderblade brought out a dazzling flash of lightning. He arrived first and chopped down at Chen Feng's head. The battle is about to begin. However, just when the two were about to collide, something strange happened suddenly. Wang Lin, who had been standing nearby and had come back to report the news loyally, had a look of extreme resentment and madness in his eyes. Jiang Che robbed him of everything, and he was used as a pawn and a punching bag by Li and Chen Feng. He had nothing left. In that case, let us destroy them together. Go to hell. Wang Lin let out a scream that was not like a human voice. He did not rush towards anyone, but turned around and pounced on the two members of Chen Feng's team who were lying on the ground and were already seriously injured and unconscious. He didn't know when a dagger appeared in his hand, and he used all his strength to stab it hard. Phew! The blood instantly dyed the ground red. Ah! Wang Lin! How dare you! When Chen Feng saw the scene, his eyes were bloodshot. Those two are his last team members and his hope for a comeback. He instantly gave up attacking Li's team members and turned around to pounce on Wang Lin like a madman. Li was stunned for a moment by this sudden change. He never expected that the people on his side would suddenly kill Chen Feng's people. This time, the yellow mud fell into my crotch, it was shit if not shit. In Chen Feng's opinion, this was definitely instructed by Li. Li. Fuck your ancestors. Chen Feng's sanity was completely burned out at this moment. He looked at his companion lying in a pool of blood, his eyes instantly turned blood red, and a violent aura far beyond before burst out from his body. Secret technique blood burning. He actually burned his own energy and blood regardless of the consequences. This is a forbidden technique that injures the enemy by 1,000 but harms oneself by 800. Once used, even if one survives, their martial arts foundation will inevitably be damaged, and their future will be ruined. But at this moment, Chen Feng could no longer care about anything. He had only one thought: kill Li, kill everyone in front of him. Revenge for his brother. Madman. Li felt the surging, destructive aura coming from Chen Feng, and his expression changed drastically. He knew that things had taken a turn for the worst. Today, either you die or I die. Kill. Li no longer held back and used his full strength to perform the Thunder Sword technique. Countless electric snake-like sword lights collided fiercely with Chen Feng's fist burning with bloody flames. Boom! The terrifying energy shock instantly swept through the entire cave. Gravel flew everywhere and smoke filled the air. The two elite teams of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School launched the most primitive and bloody fratricide in this desolate cave. And a few hundred meters away, in a hidden crevice, Jiang Che's figure slipped out quietly. He dusted himself off and listened to the faint explosions and roars coming from afar, with a satisfied smile on his face. Dog bites dog, and the result is a mouthful of fur. It's really exciting. He weighed the heavy second-grade beast core in his hand, which was shining with an ochre-colored halo, and felt extremely happy. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. No, he is not even a fisherman. He was just the one who threw a grain of sand between the snipe and the clam. Now, it's time to take stock of this rich harvest. He turned around and plunged into deeper darkness without any reluctance. The fight behind him had nothing to do with him. A new plan to make money was already brewing in his mind. Chapter 14, Returning with a Great Harvest. Su Qingyao's shocking guess. Deep in the cave, in a secret cave covered by huge vines, Jiang Che finally stopped. It's remote enough, and the entrance is hidden, making it a perfect place to count your gains and plan your next move. He took off the heavy combat backpack on his back and poured everything inside onto the ground. Crash! For a moment, the place was filled with jewels and energy. 3 energy fruits, all red and shining, lay quietly aside, emitting an alluring fragrance. A fist-sized obsidian earth dragon beast core with an ochre halo, containing tremendous earth energy. In addition, there are a large number of obsidian earth dragon shells, claws, tendons, and various first-grade ferocious beast materials that were reasonably redistributed from Zhao Gang and Li Yi's team. According to a rough estimate, the total value of these things alone, if sold on the market, would definitely exceed 1 million. The speed of making money is faster than robbing a bank. Jiang Che suppressed his excitement and immediately communicated with the system. System, take inventory of all the spoils and calculate their total value. Ding! Inventory begins. Energy Fruit X3, judged to be a low-level natural treasure, can be exchanged for wealth worth 650,000 yuan. Primary Beast Core Earth Attribute X1, containing pure energy, can be exchanged for wealth worth 250,000 yuan. A batch of ferocious beast materials Obsidian Earth Dragons can be exchanged for wealth worth 180,000 yuan. Several first-grade ferocious beast materials, exchangeable for 110,000 yuan worth of wealth. The total value of all spoils redeemable for wealth is 1.19 million yuan. 1,190,000. Seeing this number, even though Jiang Che was calm, his breathing became a little faster. It's posted. This time it's really posted. With this huge sum of money, let alone activating the energy purification function, it is more than enough to even buy the pill formula. System, exchange. Exchange everything into wealth. Jiang Che gave the order without hesitation. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a wealth value of 1.19 million yuan. Current wealth value, 1,190,000 yuan. Current chi and health value, 45,109 calories. Looking at the long string of numbers on the system panel, Jiang Che felt an unprecedented sense of pride surge in his heart. He is finally no longer the poor guy who has to calculate even his meals. System, activate the energy purification function. Jiang Che said with high spirits. He couldn't wait to transform the 3 energy fruits into his own strength. Although it is directly converted into wealth value, the functions of the system are obviously the same. Ding! Activating the energy purification function requires a wealth of 1 million yuan. This function is a one-time use and is only valid for this energy fruit. Are you sure you want to activate it? Confirm. Ding! Wealth value 1 million. Energy purification function has been activated. Having detected the host's intention, the system can trace the energy source of the redeemed energy fruit and purify and transform it. Purification and conversion in progress, estimated to take 10 minutes. Warning! Energy infusion will place a huge strain on the host's body. Please find a safe environment and be prepared. Jiang Che took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and turned his 5 hearts to the sky, adjusting his state to the best. He knew that what was coming would be a complete transformation. However, just as he closed his eyes and prepared to receive the infusion of energy, an extremely light sound of footsteps came from outside the vines at the entrance of the cave. Jiang Che's eyes suddenly opened, and his gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife. Someone. How could someone find such a secluded place? He instantly restrained his breath, and his body, like a fully drawn bow, slid silently behind the vines and looked out through the gap. Under the cool glow of the moonstone, a graceful and charming figure was standing at the entrance of the cave, seeming a little hesitant, not knowing whether to come in. The combat uniform outlines her perfect curves, and there is a hint of exploration and curiosity on her beautiful face. It's Su Qingyao. Jiang Che frowned slightly. Why was this woman like a dogskin plaster, haunting him? He was sure that he had handled everything cleanly along the way and had left absolutely no trace. How did she find herself? Su Qingyao stood at the entrance of the cave for a while, and seemed to have made up her mind. She stretched out her slender hand and gently pushed aside the vines in front of her. The moment she stepped in, a cold blade was silently placed on her snow-white neck. It's not a good idea for a Suqiao University beauty to break into a male classmate's private space alone in the middle of the night, right? Jiang Che's voice, with a hint of playfulness and coldness, sounded slowly in her ears. Su Qingyao's body stiffened instantly. She could clearly feel the biting chill of the dagger on her neck, but there was no panic on her beautiful face. Instead, she seemed relieved. She slowly raised her hands to indicate that she meant no harm, then turned her head and looked at Jiang Che, who was so close to her with her clear eyes, and the corners of her mouth even curled up slightly. I knew it was you. Her voice was cool and pleasant, with a certainty that said, as expected. Jiang Che's frown deepened. How did you find me? I guessed. Su Qingyao blinked her long eyelashes and said in a relaxed tone, I just heard a fierce fight coming from deep in the cave. It was very loud, like Li Yi's thunderblade and some violent secret technique. I thought you had run into them. Then what? Then I quietly went over to take a look. Su Qingyao's eyes flashed with a trace of lingering fear, but also with a hint of anticipation. The scene was quite tragic. The two groups of people from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School fought to the death, and there was blood everywhere. I guess they must have been eliminated. As she spoke, she carefully observed Jiang Che's expression. Jiang Che's face remained expressionless, but something was stirring in his heart. It seemed that the sand he had thrown had a better effect than he had expected. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Che said calmly, they're just biting each other, what does it have to do with me? It doesn't matter. Su Qingyao's gaze suddenly fell on the empty backpack at Jiang Che's feet and some fragments of ferocious beast materials remaining on the ground. She was very smart and instantly thought of something. But, I found this on the edge of the battlefield. She held out her other hand and opened her palm. A broken, blood-stained Jinhai Wugao badge lay quietly in her fair palm. I remember that Zhao Gang and his team seemed to have troubled you before. Su Qingyao's gaze returned to Jiang Che's face, her eyes becoming meaningful. And Li Yi and Chen Feng were also looking for you. Now, Zhao Gang's team is missing, and Li Yi and Chen Feng's teams have been wiped out in a fratricidal fight. Only you are not only safe and sound, but it seems, you have also gained quite a lot? She pointed at Jiang Che's bulging pockets. Although most of the things were in the backpack, some odds and ends could still be seen. Jiang Che retracted the dagger. He knew that there was no point in playing dumb in front of this smart woman. The campus belle of Suqiao University is too curious, which is not a good thing for a girl. Jiang Che leaned against the stone wall, crossed his arms, and said lazily. So, I guessed right? Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes were surprisingly bright. She took a step forward, approaching Jiang Che, her nose almost touching his chest, and a faint fragrance came from her. Jiang Che, how on earth did you do it? Her voice was low, filled with disbelief and a strong desire to explore. Zhao Gang, Chen Feng, Li, these are almost the three strongest forces in this assessment besides us. You, by yourself, defeated all of them. She didn't say anything else, but her meaning was self-evident. This is no longer something that can be explained by enlightenment. This is simply a miraculous layout and calculation. He is like a chess player hiding behind the scenes, silently making all the chess pieces go towards self-destruction according to his wishes. Jiang Che looked at her pretty, delicate face so close to him, and her eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and suddenly smiled. Didn't I tell you? He spread his hands, a matter-of-fact look on his face. I always like to win people over with virtue. That again. Su Qingyao was so angry at his robe look that she stomped her feet. Her cute look softened the cold moonlight a little. She knew that she couldn't get the truth out of this guy. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, and changed the subject. Okay, I won't ask you anymore. But I have to remind you that the assessment is almost over. The chief examiner, Luo Yuntian, can monitor everyone's status through the integrator. If two teams from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School were annihilated at the same time, he'll definitely be suspicious and might even come in to investigate personally. So what? Jiang Che didn't care. They were killing each other, with countless eyes watching. Who can blame me? Su Qingyao was stunned when she heard this and found that it was indeed true. This guy has calculated everything, even the final step of clearing his suspicion. It's absolutely leak-proof. She looked at Jiang Che's calm and confident face, and suddenly a bolder, even absurd idea came to her mind. From reaching 108 HP to instantly killing the black armored lizard with one punch, to playing with two talented teams at their fingertips. All these changes happened after that blood test. Was that epiphany really just an epiphany? Or... Su Qingyao's eyes were fixed on Jiang Che, her brain working rapidly, connecting all the clues together. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, and then a shocking counterattack. It's like the protagonist template in a novel. Behind the protagonist's counterattack in the novel, there is often an unknown secret. A golden finger. When this thought came up, Su Qingyao was shocked. But this thought, like a wildly growing vine, instantly occupied her entire mind and perfectly explained all the unreasonable things that happened to Jiang Che. She looked at Jiang Che, her red lips parted slightly, and in a dreamy voice that only the two of them could hear, she asked a shocking question. Jiang Che, have you also been reborn? Chapter 15, Reborn? Su Qingyao's shocking imagination. The air seemed to freeze completely the moment Su Qingyao asked that question. The dagger that Jiang Che had taken back seemed to still retain a hint of chill, but at this moment, what really chilled people was the earth-shattering amount of information contained in her words. Reborn? Also used the word also? For the first time, the lazy, cynical smile on Jiang Che's face stiffened slightly. He is not an actor, and the surprise he felt at that moment came from the heart. He thought of countless possibilities. He thought that Su Qingyao would speculate about what kind of adventure he had, what kind of inheritance he had obtained, and even suspect that he had been possessed by some old monster. But he never expected that this woman's train of thought would be so bizarre. Rebirth? This is a fucking urban high-level martial arts world, not an urban romance channel. Moreover, the word also was a stroke of genius. Like a precise scalpel, it instantly dissected the most critical issue, making all his disguises and rhetoric seem pale and powerless. When Su Qingyao saw the sudden surprise on Jiang Che's face, the absurd guess in her mind became even more certain. Look! He's shocked. Why was he shocked? Because his secret was revealed. When a normal person hears this kind of question, their first reaction will definitely be what the hell are you talking about, or you've read too many novels, and they will just find it absurd and ridiculous. But Jiang Che's reaction was not like that. His reaction was one of surprise, the kind of surprise that comes from having one's cards seen through in an instant. What? Was I right? Su Qingyao's heartbeat quickened slightly. An unprecedented excitement of seeing through the secrets of heaven made her pretty cheeks flush. She took another step forward, her bright eyes that seemed to see through everything staring intently at Jiang Che's eyes, trying to find more evidence from them. Your rise was incredibly unexpected and without warning. Your calculations of human nature and your control of the situation are totally unlike those of an 18-year-old high school student. The calmness and disdain you displayed in the face of Chen Feng and Li Yi's provocation stemmed from the fact that you already knew their fate. Also, your obsession with magic and martial arts, your yearning for that madman route, all of this has only one explanation. Su Qingyao's voice was extremely low, but every word was heartbreaking. You returned to the present with the memories of the future. Therefore, you are fearless because you know where the future is heading. Jiang Che, am I right? Jiang Che looked at the famous detective Su Qingyao in front of him, who was immersed in his own logical reasoning and had already completed the closed loop, and suddenly felt a little funny in his heart. He had to admit that this woman's imagination was really amazing. Moreover, all her inferences, except for the core premise of rebirth, which was wrong, the rest of her analysis turned out to be correct and her guesses were almost correct. With this IQ, she is indeed worthy of the title of school belle. It's a pity that the direction went astray from the very beginning. But this also seems to be a perfect opportunity. Jiang Che's thoughts raced, and the astonishment on his face quickly faded, replaced by an unfathomable smile with a hint of amusement. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. He simply stretched out a finger, shook it gently, and then used that finger to press it lightly on Su Qingyao's smooth forehead, pushing her pretty face, which was getting closer and closer, a little further away. Student Su, your imagination is deeper than this cave. His voice was light, with a hint of teasing. However, compared to me, I am more interested in you. Are you interested in me? Su Qingyao was stunned for a moment and didn't follow his train of thought. That's right. Jiang Che's eyes became sharp, as if he wanted to see through her completely. You used a word in that question just now that I think is very clever. Which word? Also. Jiang Che uttered the word slowly and saw clearly that Su Qingyao's pupils suddenly shrank. Done. Jiang Che chuckled inwardly, but continued calmly, the word also suggests that in your opinion, reborn isn't an isolated case. So, the question is, Suzhou University's campus beauty, how did you know? Do you know other reborns? His voice suddenly lowered, filled with temptation and oppression, or perhaps it's you, not me, who has truly returned with the memories? Boom! This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in Su Qingyao's mind. She was completely stunned. She just made the boldest and most logical guess based on the online novel she had read. The word was a completely subconscious and casual statement. Just like when people discuss UFOs, they would say, "Have you seen one too?" It is a habit of speaking to strengthen the tone and sense of immersion. But now, this habit of speaking was caught by Jiang Che, and in turn, it became an extremely sharp knife pointing at her. I didn't. Su Qingyao's face turned pale and she subconsciously took a step back. For the first time, she showed a panic-stricken expression in front of this man. Her heart was in turmoil. Is it true that he is not a reborn person? So as surprised just now was. Is he just cheating me? No, that's not right. If he wasn't, how could he explain what was happening to him? In an instant, countless thoughts collided wildly in her mind, turning her usually smart and calm brain into a complete mess. You didn't? Jiang Che pressed on, his smile growing more playful. Then why are you so panicked? Look, your heart is beating fast and your face is pale. When people lie, they always have some unconscious physiological reactions. I didn't lie. I just. Su Qingyao was incoherent. She felt like she had fallen into a trap she had dug with her own hands. The wisdom and logic that she was proud of were shattered by Jiang Che's rogue style of play that did not follow common sense. Just what? Jiang Che leaned down and looked at her at eye level. Their breaths were so close that he could clearly smell the faint orchid-like fragrance coming from her. Su Qingyao, tell me, who are you? His voice, like the whisper of a devil, echoed in Su Qingyao's ears. Su Qingyao felt flustered when he looked at her. She avoided his gaze and didn't dare to look him in the eye. She felt that all her pride and disguise were being peeled off layer by layer in front of this man, revealing her true, even somewhat embarrassed core. This bastard. He definitely did it on purpose. Just when Su Qingyao was feeling embarrassed and angry and almost couldn't help but take action. Warning. Energy infusion restart countdown, 10, 9, 8. The system's prompt sounded coldly in Jiang Che's mind. Jiang Che's heart trembled. Oh no. I was so busy teasing her that I forgot about the important things to do. The energy purification and transformation has been completed, and the infusion is about to begin. This is no joke. Once it starts, there will definitely be a lot of noise. Then she will be watching the whole process, and my biggest secret will be completely exposed. She must be kicked out immediately. Forget it. Jiang Che suddenly stood up and waved his hand lazily, his expression instantly returning to its lazy state. No matter who you are, it has nothing to do with me. It's almost dawn, and the assessment will be over soon. You should leave. This sudden change in attitude made Su Qingyao stunned again. You were so aggressive just now, why are you suddenly trying to chase people away now? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Her confused mind calmed down in an instant. There must be something in this cave that he doesn't want him to see. In other words, he is going to do something that he doesn't want to see. I'm not leaving. Su Qingyao wasn't in a hurry anymore. She crossed her arms calmly, her proud curves accentuated even more breathtakingly. You haven't answered my question yet. Unless you tell me whether you are a reborn person or not. She decided to kick the ball back. You can leave or not. Jiang Che rolled his eyes and sat down cross-legged with an indifferent attitude, closing his eyes. Anyway, no matter what happens later, if you get scared to death or get affected, don't blame me for not warning you. 3, 2, 1. Energy infusion begins. Just when the system countdown reaches 0. Buzz. A vast and pure energy that could not be described in words, like a galaxy bursting through a dam, suddenly emerged from the void and madly poured into Jiang Che's limbs and bones. Jiang Che's body shook violently, and he let out an uncontrollable groan. His skin instantly turned red, like a cooked prawn. Scarlet, magma-like streams of light darted wildly beneath his skin, outlining his meridians and blood vessels. The terrifying high temperature emanated from his body, causing the air around him to begin to twist and rise. The hard rocks on the ground where he was sitting began to turn black and crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Che? This sudden and horrifying change made Su Qingyao, who was originally looking forward to the show, turn pale in an instant. She felt it. The energy that erupted from Jiang Che's body was pure, powerful, and violent. Its level far surpassed any energy form she had ever seen. It was even more terrifying than the energy fluctuations of his father, a powerful grandmaster-level warrior, when he unleashed his full strength. This is not how a warrior should practice. This is more like a mortal body that has been forced into an entire nuclear reactor. He'll explode. He will be blown to pieces by this terrifying energy. Jiang Che. Stop now. Su Qingyao screamed. She wanted to rush over, but was forced to retreat again and again by the scorching airwave and could not get close at all. She could only watch as Jiang Che's body, like a balloon being continuously inflated, began to expand and tremble strangely, and all the bones in his body made creaking sounds as he could not bear the weight. His face was covered with hideous blue veins, his eyes were tightly closed, his teeth were clenched, and blood was constantly oozing from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and ears. It's over. He is going to die. This was the only desperate thought left in Su Qingyao's mind. However, just when she thought Jiang Che was about to explode and die in the next second, an even more bizarre scene occurred. Above Jiang Che's head, in the air distorted by energy, a faint, golden mysterious rune slowly emerged, as if composed of countless data streams. That rune was filled with majesty, antiquity, and supreme aura. It just hovered there quietly, as if suppressing the entire space and time. The moment Su Qingyao saw the rune, she felt like she was struck by lightning and her mind went blank. She didn't recognize the rune. But her soul was trembling and screaming wildly. What is that? What the hell is that? Chapter 16, Golden Rune. The ultimate secret revealed. The golden rune was not big, only the size of a palm. It just hovered quietly above Jiang Che's head, without emitting any scorching breath or releasing any violent energy. But the shock it brought to Su Qingyao was 10,000 times more terrifying than the nuclear explosion-like energy of Jiang Che's blood and qi. If we say that Jiang Che's current state is energy out of control at the physical level, it is understandable. Then this golden rune is a miracle at the conceptual level that is completely beyond her cognition. It seems to not belong to this world and does not follow any physical laws of this world. It is composed of countless extremely subtle golden data streams that are constantly flowing and disappearing. It is mysterious, complex, and full of metaphysical beauty. It is clearly right in front of us, yet it gives us a sense of alienation as if it is far away in the horizon and separated by countless dimensions. Su Qingyao only took a glance and felt as if her mental strength was being sucked in, and her soul was trembling. She instinctively felt that this was the root of all Jiang Che's secrets. It's not a rebirth. But it is an ultimate secret that is more bizarre, more terrifying and greater than rebirth. Buzz. The golden rune trembled slightly. A soft golden light, yet carrying an unquestionable supreme will, spilled down from it, enveloping Jiang Che's entire body. A miracle happened. The violent energy that was originally rampaging in Jiang Che's body and almost bursting him suddenly became extremely docile under the illumination of this golden light. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, it began to flow in an orderly manner along a mysterious trajectory and merged into his limbs, internal organs, tendons, bones and skin. His red and swollen body began to return to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red light under the skin gradually disappeared, replaced by a warm and jade-like gemstone. The wounds on his body that were burned by high temperature and torn by energy were healing rapidly, without even a trace of scar left. The blood flowing from his 7 orifices also flowed back, as if time had been reversed. The suffocating scorching air gradually subsided. Everything is moving in a good direction. Su Qingyao stared at the scene blankly, her mouth open, but she couldn't say a word. Her worldview was repeatedly overturned, crushed, and reshaped in just a few minutes. Her mind was blank, and all her thinking abilities seemed to have been completely taken away after the golden rune appeared. The only thing she could do now was to stand there like a puppet and watch this miraculous scene before her. At this moment, Jiang Che is undergoing a transformation that ordinary people cannot imagine. His consciousness was immersed in a golden ocean. Endless pure energy surged through his limbs and bones. If the previous increase in qi and blood values is like pouring water into a cup, so this time, it is to pour the Yangtze River into a water tank. If it weren't for the system, that is, the suppression and conditioning of the golden rune, he would definitely explode into a ball of blood mist in the first moment. But now, this destructive energy has become the best nourishment for his rebirth. His bones, tempered by energy, became harder than steel, with a faint jade-like luster. His meridians were widened and strengthened, becoming like broad and tough highways, capable of carrying a torrent of chi and blood far exceeding that of the past. His internal organs seemed to be reactivated and filled with unprecedented vitality. And his total amount of energy and blood was soaring at a terrifying speed. 45,109 cards. 50,000 calories. 60,000 calories. 70,000 calories. This number has far exceeded the scope of quasi-warriors. For a normal first-grade warrior, the upper limit of chi and blood value is only 10,000 calories. Even for a second-grade warrior, the blood and chi value rarely exceeds 50,000 calories. At this moment, Jiang Chei's total amount of energy and blood is still rising continuously, as if there is no end. This is no longer a quantitative change, it is a qualitative change. It is a leap in the level of life. Time passes by minute by minute. Outside the cave, it was already dawn. Inside the cave, the golden rune's light gradually dimmed, and finally turned into a stream of light, which sank back into Jiang Chei's brows and disappeared. Jiang Chei's body also completely returned to calm. He was still sitting cross-legged, but he was completely different from the man he was just a few minutes ago. His skin was fair and delicate, as if newly born, even better than Su Qingyao's, with a faint precious light flowing through it. His figure did not seem to have become more muscular, but every inch of his muscle lines contained explosive power. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly and steadily, as if he was just asleep. If it weren't for the charred and cracked marks on the surrounding ground, and the faint energy aftermath that had not yet completely dissipated in the air, Su Qingyao would almost think that everything that had just happened was just her illusion. She stared at Jiang Chei blankly, feeling mixed emotions. Shock, curiosity, fear, envy, and a hint of relief that she herself was not even aware of. Fortunately, he didn't die. She didn't know why she felt this way. It was obvious that this man had taken away the limelight that should have belonged to her. He also acted in such a scoundrel manner and always liked to tease her. But just now, when she saw him about to explode and die, her heart was really clenched. Call. At this moment, Jiang Chei let out a long breath. The moment the foul air left his mouth and nose, it turned into a white air arrow that shot out and directly pierced a small hole as thick as a finger in a stalactite several meters away. Breath turns into arrows. This is a sign of the extremely powerful chi and blood force and the meticulous control over one's own strength. Many third-grade warriors cannot do this. Su Qingyao's pupils shrank again. Jiang Chei slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Deep in the dark pupils, it seemed as if stars were flowing and the sun and moon were born and died. The previous laziness and playfulness are gone, replaced by a kind of calmness and indifference that comes from seeing through the world. It was as if a god who had been sleeping for eternity was awakening at this moment. However, this divine indifference only lasted for less than a second. When his gaze focused on Su Qingyao, who had a dazed look on her face and looked as if she had lost her soul, that divinity disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was confusion, astonishment, and headache. Fuck. Jiang Chei cursed in his heart. Why is she still here? Just now, the energy was infused and my consciousness sank. I had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He had thought that with such a big commotion, this clever woman would have slipped away long ago. But not only did she not leave, she also watched the whole process? Doesn't that mean? My biggest secret, that golden system rune, was seen clearly by her? Jiang Chei's scalp suddenly felt numb. This is out of control. This is 10,000 times more serious than her guessing that he is a reborn person. Those who are reborn can also be explained by fate. But a golden rune that can purify and infuse energy and can be said to be a creator, how can this thing be explained? Are you saying you're a god descended to Earth? Or a reincarnated alien? Looking at Su Qingyao's straight eyes full of inquiry and shock, Jiang Chei felt overwhelmed. Kill to silence someone? This thought flashed through his mind, but he rejected it immediately. Putting aside whether he could bring himself to do it or not, Su Qingyao's identity and background were there. She was the daughter of the Lord of Zhenhai City and a favored daughter of heaven. If she died here, the entire Zhenhai City would be turned upside down. By then, let alone the college entrance examination, it would be a question whether he could survive tomorrow. What should I do then? The atmosphere in the cave fell into deathly silence for a moment. The two looked at each other, one with a complicated expression and the other with a splitting headache. That. In the end, it was Jiang Che who took the initiative to break the silence. He scratched his head, revealed a smile that was uglier than crying, and asked tentatively. Suzhou University beauty, just now, the wind was a bit strong. Did you get sand in your eyes and didn't see anything? Chapter 17 Showdown. I'm a cheater. Jiang Che's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the eerie silence in the cave. Su Qingyao's bright eyes, which had been somewhat dazed, slowly blinked. Sand? Strong wind? She looked at the sincere expression on Jiang Che's face that said, just say you are blind, and then looked at the horrible charred cracks on the ground around her, and the stalactite that was pierced by his arrow in one breath. An extremely absurd feeling came over me. This bastard. At this point, he still wants to fool me with such kindergarten-level lies? Does he think he is a fool? A nameless anger, mixed with the shame and anger of being deceived and looked down upon, instantly rushed to Su Qingfang's head. Her pretty face, which had turned a little pale due to shock, now turned red. Jiang Che. Su Qingyao's voice was no longer cold and calm, nor was it panicked. Instead, it was filled with the sharpness of extreme anger. Do you think I'm an idiot? She stretched out her slender jade fingers and pointed at the top of Jiang Che's head. Her fingertips were trembling slightly with excitement. Just now. Right here. There was a golden, glowing thing that looked like a bunch of gibberish. It saved you. It pushed back all the energy that was about to burst you. Don't try to deny it. I saw it all clearly. She almost yelled. She didn't know why she was so excited. Maybe it was because he risked his life to stay and protect him, but the first thing this guy did when he woke up was to treat him like a fool. This is simply intolerable. It's over. After hearing Su Qingyao's extremely accurate description, Jiang Che's last bit of hope was completely shattered. It's so damn clear. Even details like a bunch of garbled code were described. Now that the yellow mud has fallen into my crotch, it's shit if not shit. If you continue to quibble, you will be treating people as idiots, which will only have the opposite effect. The awkward smile on Jiang Che's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Su Qingyao deeply, and his eyes became complicated. Since I can't hide it, then I won't hide it. He stood up slowly and stretched his muscles. Crackle! A series of intensive explosions, like the sound of frying beans, came from his body. A terrifying aura that was more than 10 times stronger than before flashed from him. Although it was only a moment, Su Qingyao still felt it clearly. That power was heavy, profound, and majestic, like a towering mountain, giving her the illusion that she needed to look up. He has become stronger again. And it was a surge that was earth-shaking. Jiang Che ignored Su Qingyao's shock. He walked to the cave entrance, pushed aside the vines, and took a look at the sky outside, which was already bright. The early morning sunlight shone through the cracks in the top of the cave, dispelling the darkness and bringing a hint of warmth. The assessment is almost over. He spoke softly, his voice was calm, and no emotion could be heard. Su Qingyao didn't say anything, just looked at his back quietly. She knew that what he was going to say next was the real key. Jiang Che turned around and looked at her again, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness. Su Qingyao, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. His voice was calm, but it made Su Qingyao's heart tighten suddenly. So? She subconsciously clenched her fists, her blood surging in her body, preparing for the worst. You want to kill and silence me? Kill you? Jiang Che suddenly laughed and shook his head. I thought about it a while ago, but I gave up quickly. Why? Because it's troublesome. Jiang Che spread his hands and gave a reason that almost made Su Qingyao's nose twist in anger. Killing you is much more troublesome than asking you to keep a secret. Su Qingyao. This reason is very powerful and very Jiang Che. So, I've decided to be frank with you. Jiang Che put away his smile and his expression became serious again. That's right, I'm not a reborn person. I'm just a cheater. He confessed his biggest secret in the simplest, most straightforward, and even somewhat rough way. Cheating. This word made Su Qingyao stunned. Although the meaning was similar, it felt strange to hear Jiang Che say it in such a self-deprecating tone. It didn't have the earth-shattering feeling I had imagined, but rather felt like a trivial matter like, the weather is nice today. That golden thing is my cheat. Jiang Che pointed to his head. You can understand it as my martial arts talent is quite special. It can help me become stronger quickly, but the process is very dangerous, as you just saw. He opted for a half-truth. It acknowledges the existence of cheating, but blurs it into a kind of special talent rather than a system with independent consciousness. In this way, everything can be explained while the most core secrets are retained. Su Qingyao listened quietly without interrupting. She was very smart and could naturally hear the reservation in Jiang Che's words. But she also understood that this might be the answer closest to the truth she could hear. Everyone has their own secrets. His willingness to be so honest with himself was based on a great trust. And where does this trust come from? Is it because of me that I didn't choose to leave when he was in the most danger? Thinking of this, Su Qingyao's heart rippled for no reason. So, Jiang Che looked at her with a burning gaze. Now that you know my secret, in exchange, you must promise me one thing. What's the matter? Su Qingyao asked. It's very simple. Jiang Che said word by word, from today on, forget everything you saw. To the outside world, I, Jiang Che, am just a martial arts genius who had an epiphany due to humiliation on the eve of the college entrance examination. All my strength comes from my epiphany and hard work. Do you understand? He needs an official explanation that can be made public. And enlightenment is the best disguise. An epiphany could explain his jump from 108 calories to 150. Then, the genius's second and third epiphanies can naturally explain his subsequent even more terrifying leaps in strength. He wanted to cover himself with the perfect image of a monster genius. And Su Qingyao is the most important button on this coat, the witness and prover of his character. Su Qingyao looked at Jiang Che's extremely serious eyes and was silent for a moment. She knew that once she nodded, it would mean that she would be completely involved in Jiang Che's secret and become his accomplice. From then on, she needed to constantly help him cover up his lies and conceal the truth. This will bring endless troubles and may even lead to unknown dangers. But she looked at the young man in front of her who had created countless miracles, and looked at his calm and confident face. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this seemed to be a very interesting thing. Witnessing the rise of a legend seems more exciting than becoming a legend yourself. Good. Su Qingyao nodded gently and uttered a word. I promise. Her voice was not loud, but extremely firm. Jiang Che smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart, full of relief, like the morning sunshine, bright and warm. Happy cooperation, then, Miss Accomplice. He held out his hand. Su Qingyao looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally stretched out her own hand and shook hands with him gently. The two people's hands separated as soon as they touched. But an invisible bond called alliance was quietly established at this moment. However, just when the atmosphere in the cave was just right, the two men reached a deal. An untimely voice, filled with a bit of majesty and doubt, suddenly sounded from outside the cave. Who's in there? Come out. Along with the sound, a powerful and terrifying aura and pressure from a senior third-grade warrior instantly enveloped the entire cave like a tide. Jiang Che and Su Qingyao's expressions changed at the same time. This voice. It's the chief examiner, Luo Yuntian. He actually came here in person. Moreover, judging from his posture, he was obviously attracted by the energy fluctuations when Jiang Che broke through just now. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. Trouble is coming. Chapter 18 Luo Yuntian's Scrutiny. A watertight scam. Luo Yuntian's voice was like a huge rock rolling outside the cave, dull and oppressive. The pressure of the qi and blood belonging to a senior third-grade warrior was not concealed at all. It was like mercury pouring on the ground, instantly filling every corner of the cave and making the air sticky. Su Qingyao's face turned pale. She subconsciously circulated her qi and blood to resist, but she felt like a small boat in the storm, which could be capsized at any time. Alarm bells rang in her heart. It's over. She was caught red-handed. There was such a big commotion just now, even a fool would know that something big happened inside. However, just when she was panicking, a warm hand suddenly pressed gently but unmistakably on her shoulder. It's Jiang Che. His hand was steady, and the warmth from his palm had a strange calming power, instantly dispelling most of the panic in Su Qingyao's heart. She turned her head in surprise, but saw that Jiang Che's face no longer had any headache or embarrassment. Instead, there was a calmness that was almost cold. His eyes were deep, as if he had already come up with more than a dozen response plans in his mind in just 1 second. Don't panic, just do as I say. Jiang Che's voice was extremely low, speaking so quickly it sounded like a tongue twister, yet every word reached Su Qingyao's ears clearly. Remember, from now on, you are the innocent witness who was stunned by the scene of the genius epiphany. Your expression should be one of shock, admiration, and a little bit of fear. When you leave later, don't say anything, and follow my instructions. You are the daughter of the Lord of Jinhai City, of noble status. As long as you don't speak up, he won't dare to do anything to you. Leave all the pressure to me. These words were well organized and clearly divided, and instantly gave Su Qingyao a backbone. She looked at Jiang Che's profile, which looked unusually calm in the dim light, and the last trace of panic in her heart completely subsided. This guy is clearly the biggest source of trouble, but he always acts like an unshakable mountain at the most critical moment. She nodded heavily. Let's go and meet our chief examiner. Jiang Che raised the corner of his mouth slightly, released his hand on her shoulder, took the lead in pushing aside the vines, and walked out calmly. Outside the cave, the morning light was dim. Luo Yuntian stood with his hands behind his back, his body like a javelin, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, fixed on the cave entrance. When he saw Jiang Che and Su Qingyao walking out one after another, his pupils shrank slightly. Su Qingyao was safe and sound, which was within his expectations. But Jiang Che... Luo Yuntian's eyes were full of scrutiny and suspicion. The young man in front of him had an extremely restrained aura and looked like an ordinary person who had never practiced cultivation. But it is this extreme restraint that is the most terrifying. Because this means that his control over his own power has reached an incredible level. Moreover, Luo Yuntian could clearly feel that Jiang Che's life magnetic field had undergone a drastic change compared to before. If Jiang Che before was a burning bonfire, then he is now a dormant volcano with magma boiling inside. This is definitely not the aura of a quasi-warrior, not even that of a first-grade warrior. What are you two doing here? Luo Yuntian's voice was deep and full of unquestionable authority. What was that huge energy fluctuation just now? Tell me. He even used a hint of mental pressure on the last word say. Su Qingyao's body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to explain, but she immediately remembered Jiang Che's instructions and swallowed the words back. She just followed the script and showed an expression of lingering fear and shock, just right to show the appearance of a frightened girl. All the pressure instantly gathered on Jiang Che. A trace of confusion first flashed across Jiang Che's face, and then that confusion was quickly replaced by ecstasy and excitement. His body trembled slightly because of excitement and his breathing became rapid, like a gambler who had just won a 5 million lottery. He even staggered a bit, as if he had just been through a battle and was weak. Chief Examiner. Jiang Che's voice was hoarse and full of fatigue, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. I seem to have another epiphany. Another sudden realization? The use of the word is simply a stroke of genius. Not only did it perfectly connect with the reason for epiphany that Jiang Che had fabricated in front of Li Weigua, it also invisibly turned this incredible miracle into a routine operation that could be repeated. Luo Yuntian frowned, clearly skeptical of this statement. Epiphany? What kind of epiphany could produce an energy wave comparable to a full-strength attack from a third-grade warrior? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I don't know. Jiang Che continued his performance, a look of fear on his face. I just remember that when I was dealing with Li Yi, Chen Feng, and the others, my energy and vitality were exhausted to the limit. I hid in this cave to rest, thinking about the previous battle, and the more I thought about it, the angrier and more unwilling I became. Then my mind went beep, and I knew nothing. As he spoke, he pointed to the cave behind him, his voice trembling. When I regained consciousness, it was like this. I felt like a huge river had emerged in my body, and my strength was much stronger than before. Chief Examiner, am I possessed? This statement is half true and half false, a combination of truth and fiction. He attributed the breakthrough to the extreme pressure and anger after the battle, which is one of the conditions recognized in martial arts that can induce enlightenment. He also took the initiative to show his unfamiliarity and fear of his own power, perfectly playing the role of a lucky man who was stunned by the pie in the sky, turning himself from a leader to a passive recipient, minimizing his own suspicion. Luo Yuntian's eyes flickered. Jiang Che's words sounded absurd, but they seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Obsessed? Not like that. The aura of a person who has gone astray will become violent and complex, but Jiang Che's aura is pure and condensed, more stable than any genius he has ever seen. Taking banned drugs? It was even more impossible. Any banned drug would leave traces in the body, and he could see through it at a glance. Well, apart from the mysterious concept of enlightenment, what else can explain how a would-be warrior could experience such a terrifying leap in strength in just 2 days? His gaze turned to Su Qingyao beside him. Su Qingyao, is what he said true? Su Qingyao took a deep breath, knowing that it was her turn to perform. She raised her head, a trace of paleness still lingering on her pretty face. She glanced at Jiang Che with complicated eyes, then nodded heavily at Luo Yuntian. Uncle Luo, what he said is all true. She didn't exaggerate, simply stating the facts in a tone that was somewhat shocking. When I found him, he was in the process of a breakthrough. The scene was terrifying. His whole body was red, as if he was about to explode, and the surrounding rocks were burned black. I've never seen such a terrifying breakthrough. That energy. I feel it is even more pure than when my father uses all his strength. These words are extremely destructive. Who is Su Qingyao? The daughter of Xinhai City Lord Su Zhan. Who is Su Zhan? A powerful and renowned grandmaster. She said that the energy Jiang Che used during his breakthrough was even more refined than when her father used his full strength. This sentence, if spoken by anyone else, would be a joke, but when spoken by her, it instantly became more credible. Luo Yuntian's heart twitched violently. The energy purity of a high school student during a breakthrough was comparable to that of a master? This guy isn't a genius anymore. This is a demon. A monster. A myth. He looked at Jiang Che again, and that scrutinizing gaze was gradually replaced by an indescribable shock and fanaticism. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Che's wrist, and a stream of pure energy and blood penetrated into Jiang Che's body, examining it carefully. After a moment, Luo Yuntian suddenly let go of his hand, as if he was scalded. He took 2 steps back, his face full of disbelief. The meridians are as strong as dragon tendons. The bones are as crystal clear as jade. The qi and blood are as vast as the sea. He muttered incoherently, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Che completely changed. There are no elixirs left, no traces of forbidden techniques, and no signs of any external modification. What we have is the most perfect, purest, and strongest foundation. It is formed by nature. Is this really the effect that enlightenment can achieve? If this is true, then just how terrifying is the martial arts talent of this young man named Jiang Che? Chief Examiner, am I okay? Jiang Che asked with an uneasy expression. It's okay. Of course you're okay. Luo Yuntian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He looked at Jiang Che with an extremely serious expression, and said word by word, Jiang Che, from now on, you are not allowed to mention any details of your epiphany to anyone without my permission. This includes your teachers and family. Do you understand? He realized that he might have discovered a priceless treasure that would shock the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even the entire human federation. Before the matter is thoroughly investigated and before all necessary protective measures are in place, Jiang Che's secret must not be exposed. Otherwise, endless troubles and dangers await him. Yes. Jiang Che immediately stood at attention and answered loudly. Seeing Jiang Che being so obedient, Luo Yuntian nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the sky and said in a deep voice, the assessment time is almost up. Follow me back to the assembly point. Remember, restrain your presence and keep a low profile until the final results are known. After saying this, he turned around and led the way, but his slightly hurried pace still revealed his inner restlessness. Jiang Che and Su Qingyao looked at each other and saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. I finally managed to get through the first level. However, both of them knew in their hearts that this was just the beginning. A genius persona constructed with lies has quietly been established. In the future, they will need to use countless new lies to maintain this shocking scam. The road ahead is not destined to be smooth. Chapter 19 Return to the assembly point. Dead silence. Outside the cave, the temporary assembly point was bustling with people. The 48-hour extreme combat assessment has come to an end. Most of the surviving candidates had returned early and were gathering in groups of 3 or 4, either bragging about their achievements or sharing their horrific experiences in the cave with lingering fear. Fuck, you didn't see how powerful that armored bull was. Zhang Wei and I were almost pierced by it. That's nothing. Our team encountered 3 swift wolves. They were as fast as ghosts. If the captain hadn't reacted quickly, we would have all died right there. Alas, this assessment was too difficult. So many people died. I heard that Chen Feng and Li Yi from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School haven't returned yet. Could something have happened to them? Who knows? Those 2 are the favorites to win. They must have gone deep into the cave to hunt down the second-grade fierce beast. In the crowd, Zhao Gang from Jinhai Wugao and his two remaining team members huddled in a corner with pale faces, not saying a word. Whenever they hear someone mention words like robbery or snatch, their bodies will shake uncontrollably. That demon-like figure has become an unforgettable nightmare in their hearts. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became agitated, and everyone's eyes turned to the entrance of the cave. Look! The chief examiner is back. Ha! Who are those two people behind him? Why do they look like Jiang Che and Su Qingyao? Holy crap! It really is them. How did they come back with the chief examiner? Under the gaze of hundreds of people, Luo Yuntian walked out of the passage with a solemn expression and big strides. Following closely behind him were Jiang Che and Su Qingyao. The moment everyone saw the three of them clearly, the originally noisy and bustling atmosphere in the entire assembly point seemed to be paused. The entire place fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened, disbelief written all over their faces. Why? Because Luo Yuntian personally escorted him, this in itself was an extremely unusual thing. What's more, Jiang Che and Su Qingyao's conditions are too abnormal. Su Qingyao was fine. Although her expression was a little complicated, some traces of battle could still be seen on her body. But what about Jiang Che? The training uniform he was wearing was as clean as if it was newly bought, without even a wrinkle to be found. There was no sign of fatigue on his face. Instead, he looked energetic. His skin was so fair that it even reflected the sun. He looked better maintained than all the girls present. With his hands in his trouser pockets, he walked leisurely with a lazy look in his eyes. He didn't look like someone who had just come out of a bloody and cruel cave fighting for 48 hours. It's obvious that he just came back from vacation. Is this Jiang Che? Am I seeing things? A candidate rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. How come he doesn't have any injuries at all? And his clothes are so clean? Did he find a place to sleep for 2 days? Impossible. Look at Su Qingyao beside him, and the chief examiner who personally escorted him. There must be something going on here. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Che like searchlights, full of doubts, confusion, and speculation. Zhao Gang and the other two in the corner were struck by lightning the moment they saw Jiang Che's leisurely look, and their whole bodies began to tremble violently. It's him! It's him! That devil! Not only was he unharmed, he even looked stronger than before. Although he restrained all his aura, the confidence and composure that emanated from his bones was more heart-pounding than any powerful fluctuation of qi and blood. Just when the whole place was dead silent and the atmosphere was weird, a shrill scream filled with endless resentment and fear suddenly rang out from the crowd. It's him! It's him! Devil! He's a devil! Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a candidate covered in wounds and almost mentally broken, pointing a trembling finger at Jiang Che. It was Wang Lin from Li Yi's team who was robbed by Jiang Che and frightened by his trap. Beside him, the only two survivors of Chen Feng's team were also pale and their eyes were full of fear. Wang Lin's scream was like a spark thrown into a frying pan, instantly setting off the entire audience. Wang Lin? How did you become like this? Where are Li Yi and Chen Feng? A teacher from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Dead, all dead. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse and filled with tears. Captain Li Yi is dead. Chen Feng is dead too. Our people are all dead. Boom! This news, like a bombshell, exploded in the crowd. Chen Feng, Li Yi, the two top talents among this year's Jianghai City High School class. The biggest favorites to win the championship. They're all dead? Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Jiang Che again. Because Wang Lin was referring to him just now. He did it. Wang Lin roared madly, as if he had found an outlet. He stole the obsidian earth dragon that we worked so hard to hunt. He also stole Chen Feng's energy fruit. He set the trap, luring Captain Li Yi and Chen Feng to kill each other. He's a despicable and shameless bandit. A murderer. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The entire assembly point was in an uproar. Fighting for the spoils? Designing a war between two geniuses? If this is true, then how terrifying must Jiang Che's scheming and strength be? Quiet. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, Luo Yuntian roared, like thunder out of the blue. The terrifying energy and blood pressure was released again, instantly suppressing the entire audience. Everyone felt a tightness in their chest, as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, and they could no longer utter a word. Luo Yuntian glanced coldly at Wang Lin, who looked like a madman, and then looked at Jiang Che, who remained calm and even had a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth, and frowned tightly. There were also huge waves in his heart. Although he had heard one version of the story from Jiang Che and Su Qingyao, he was still extremely shocked when he heard Wang Lin's accusation. Could it be that this kid really wiped out 2 elite teams by himself? Chief Examiner. You have to make the decision for us. Wang Lin fell to his knees, crying, he broke the rules. He killed people with malicious intent. Faced with this tearful accusation, Jiang Che finally responded. He lazily pulled his hand out of his trouser pocket, scratched his ear, and then spoke in a tone that was so flat that it was almost indifferent. Chief Examiner, I have a few questions for this student, Wang Lin. Luo Yuntian glanced at him and said in a deep voice, ask. Jiang Che nodded, walked slowly to Wang Lin, and looked down at him. His calm eyes made Wang Lin feel as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and the blood in his body was about to freeze. First question, Jiang Che said softly, do the assessment rules allow candidates to compete with each other for points and loot? Wang Lin's lips were trembling and he couldn't speak. I'll answer for him. Jiang Che looked at Luo Yuntian and smiled slightly. It's clearly written in the rules that it's allowed. So, if I reasonably redistribute some resources, it doesn't count as a violation, right? Luo Yuntian had a blank expression on his face, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Second question, Jiang Che's gaze returned to Wang Lin, his eyes suddenly sharp. You said I killed them with malicious intent. So, may I ask, did I stab them to death with a knife, or did I blow their heads off with a punch? Do you have any evidence? Or did you see me kill any of them myself? I didn't. Wang Lin's voice faded. He only saw Li Yi and Chen Feng fighting fiercely, and didn't see Jiang Che take action at all. You didn't? Jiang Che smiled. To Wang Lin, that smile was scarier than a demon. Since I didn't do it myself, how can you say it's malicious murder? The two of them fought over an uneven division of the spoils, out of greed and suspicion, and in the end, both were injured and died in the cave. Is this also my fault? He spread his hands and said to Luo Yuntian innocently, Chief Examiner, this is at most a sign of their poor mental qualities, right? They're mentally weak and die from greed. Even if they don't die in the catacombs today, they're destined to die on a real battlefield in the future. I simply helped the Federation eliminate 2 useless people ahead of time. In a sense, I even have a contribution. You are talking nonsense. You are making excuses. Wang Lin was so angry that he was shaking all over. Whether I've made any unfounded arguments or not, the Chief Examiner will make the final decision. Jiang Che ignored him and turned to face everyone, speaking loudly, everyone, the path of martial arts is a struggle against heaven, earth, and people. Survival of the fittest. Within the rules, everyone relies on their own methods. They are inferior in skill, and they deserve to die. What I, Jiang Che, have taken is mine. Anyone who disagrees may speak out now. His voice was so resounding that it echoed throughout the entire venue. An indescribable feeling of oppression, as heavy as a mountain, enveloped everyone present. All the candidates who were swept by his gaze lowered their heads subconsciously and did not dare to look him in the eye. The entire assembly point was in complete silence. The people who were filled with righteous indignation before, now didn't even dare to breathe. Luo Yuntian looked at the young man in front of him who was debating with the crowd and had a strong aura, and his eyes became more complicated. He knew that Jiang Che's words were twisted logic, but they were completely in line with the logic of the rules. He exploited the loopholes in the rules to the extreme. At this moment, the staff member in charge of counting the points ran over with a report in his hand, his face pale and his voice trembling. Chief Examiner. The final rankings are out. Luo Yuntian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, read it. The staff swallowed their saliva and shouted loudly with all their strength. The final ranking of this extreme combat assessment is: First place, Zhanghai No. 3 Middle School, Jiang Che. Total points: 36,800 points. Chapter 20, Huge Wealth. The City Lord's Personal Summoning. 36,800 points. When this number came out of the staff's trembling lips, the entire assembly point fell into deathly silence again. If we say that Jiang Che's previous behavior was arrogant and overbearing, then this number is an irrefutable slap in everyone's face. What is the concept of 36,800 points? You know, the highest score for the first place in previous assessments was only 5 or 6,000 points. Hunting an ordinary first-grade peak ferocious beast only gives 100 points. 36,800 points is equivalent to him alone slaughtering more than 300 first-grade peak ferocious beasts. Is this still a human being? Even a tireless killing machine could not achieve this in just 48 hours. Everyone was stunned, their minds went blank, and they were completely unable to understand the meaning behind this number. Only Zhao Gang, Wang Lin, and others in the corner looked as pale as death. They knew in their hearts that most of these terrifying points were snatched from their transportation brigades. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He cheated. He must have cheated. Wang Lin yelled hysterically as if he had grabbed the last straw. However, this time, his roar seemed so pale and powerless. Because everyone knows that the integrator is connected to the military system and uploads data in real time, there is no possibility of cheating. Each point represents a real hunt or a successful plunder. Luo Yuntian looked at the glaring number on the report and his temples began to throb. He now finally understood where Jiang Che's energy and blood, which were like a dormant volcano, came from. This kid is not going to take the test at all. He went to purchase goods. He treated all the candidates in the entire cave as his own mobile ATMs. Silence. Luo Yuntian once again stopped the commotion. His gaze swept across the entire room like a blade, finally settling on Jiang Che. He announced in an extremely serious voice, "The points ranking for this assessment remains valid. First place, Jiang Che." He paused, then changed the subject, his voice becoming even colder. However, given the significant casualties in this exam, the cause of death for Chen Feng, Li Yi, and over a dozen other candidates remains questionable. I hereby announce that a joint investigation team will be immediately established to conduct a thorough investigation into the entire process of this exam. Until the results of the investigation are out, the first place cash reward of 500,000 yuan is temporarily frozen. All those involved in this matter, especially you, Jiang Che. Luo Yuntian's finger pointed directly at Jiang Che. You will be the #1 focus of this investigation. During this period, you are not allowed to leave Jianghai City and must cooperate with the investigation at all times. Do you understand? These words were powerful and full of official authority. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the authorities were going to intervene. This lawless guy would eventually be punished. However, Jiang Che's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Facing the chief examiner's stern warning and threat of investigation, there was no trace of tension or fear on his face. Instead, he showed a bright smile. He stepped forward, gave Luo Yuntian a somewhat uncharacteristic salute, and said loudly, "Understood. I firmly support the chief examiner's decision. I will fully cooperate with the investigation." That attitude should be as sincere and positive as possible. However, Jiang Che changed the subject and said with a smile, "Chief Examiner, I have no objection to freezing the rewards. After all, a man of integrity has nothing to fear. But according to the rules, all the ferocious beasts and materials hunted by the candidates during the assessment period belong to them personally. This should still count, right?" The corner of Luo Yuntian's eye twitched. This kid, even in a critical situation, is still thinking about his little bit of spoils? Is this mental strength strong or just stupid? Rules are rules, and they naturally count. Luo Yuntian squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Okay. Jiang Che snapped his fingers, his smile growing even brighter. Then I'm relieved. After saying that, he actually swaggered towards the trophy collection area on the other side in full view of everyone. Everyone was stunned. This guy is too bold, isn't he? Su Qingyao stood there, looking at Jiang Che's heartless back. For some reason, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, quietly calmed down. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face involuntarily, even she herself was not aware of it. This bastard never seems to know what fear means. Loot recovery area. When Jiang Che took out the mountains of ferocious beast materials from his space bracelet one by one, the eyes of several staff members in charge of registration and valuation almost popped out of their heads. A complete corpse of an obsidian earth dragon, although the beast core is gone. The shells and claws of more than a dozen black armored lizards. There are also various other first-grade ferocious beast materials, both named and unnamed, piled up like a small mountain. Did you kill all these people by yourself? A staff member asked stutteringly. What else? Jiang Che asked as a matter of course. Oh, no, to be precise, some of it was gifted to me by other classmates. Staff. They didn't dare ask any more questions and immediately started counting and estimating the prices. Finally, after professional calculations, the total value of Jiang Che's spoils came out. Jiang Che, your spoils total 734,000 yuan. Wow! There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. 730,000. This amount of money is much higher than the first prize of 500,000. Many people can never earn so much money in their entire life. Transfer the money. Jiang Che calmly handed over his bank card, as if the more than 700,000 yuan was just an ordinary number in his eyes. Ding! Your account has received 734,000 yuan. Almost at the same time as the incoming text message rang, the system's voice also sounded in Jiang Che's mind. Wealth value plus 734,000, current wealth value, 924,000 yuan. Previous remaining 190,000 plus this time 734,000. Nearly 1 million in wealth. An unprecedented sense of security and satisfaction surged into Jiang Che's heart. Money is the confidence. However, before he could be happy for long, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The host's wealth value has been detected to be close to 1 million for the first time, meeting the unlocking conditions. New function module Wealth Mall has been unlocked. Wealth Mall, the host can use wealth points to directly purchase special products in the mall without the need for qi and blood conversion. Here we come. Jiang Che's heart moved, and he immediately immersed his consciousness into the system. A brand new virtual light screen, like something out of a science fiction movie, unfolded before his eyes. Above the light screen, there is a wide variety of goods listed, but most of them are gray, as if they have not been unlocked yet. Only a few items at the top were shining with a faint light. Product 1, Gene Repair Solution Primary. Effect, repairs hidden injuries, optimizes gene sequences, and slightly improves cultivation aptitude. Price, 500,000 yuan. Item 2, Combat Technique Thunderblade Incomplete. Effect, a top-grade, yellow-grade combat technique. After practicing, it can make your swordsmanship as swift as thunder, with a slight lightning paralysis effect. Price, 800,000 yuan. Product 3, System Upgrade LV2. Effect, unlock more system functions and open a higher authority mall. Price, 10 million yuan. Jiang Che's breathing suddenly became rapid. Wealth Mall. This is the real use of the system. Simply transforming qi and blood is like a reckless man who only has brute force. And the things in this mall, gene repair, advanced combat methods, these are the core that can make him stronger in all aspects. Especially this system upgrade that cost 10 million. It made him see the ladder to a higher level. Make money. We must make money at all costs. An unprecedented flame called desire burned in Jiang Che's eyes. Just as he was immersed in planning for the future, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It's an unfamiliar number. Jiang Che frowned and answered the call casually. Hello? There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then a steady, heavy, and unquestionable male voice sounded slowly. Is it Jiang Che? I'm Su Zhan. Su Qingyao's father, the mayor of Zhenhai City. I'm in the command center of the assessment base right now. I want to see you, right now. Chapter 21, Face the Grandmaster. A game of life and death. On the other end of the phone, Su Zhan's voice was calm without a ripple, but it was like a huge rock weighing 10,000 tons, pressing down on Jiang Che's heart. The Lord of Zhenhai City, Su Zhan. An existence whose mere name is enough to shock the entire Zhenhai City. A true top-level figure, a long-established master-level expert. He is neither Li Weiguo nor Luo Yuntian. Li Weiguo would be dazzled by the appearance of a genius, while Luo Yuntian would be shocked by the potential of a monster. But Su Zhan is a strong man who has fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. His will is as hard as a rock and his eyes are as sharp as an eagle. The so-called miracle of enlightenment in front of him is probably worse than the lies of a 3-year-old child. This level is the real level of life and death. Hello? Are you still there? Su Zhan's voice sounded again, still calm, but with a hint of unquestionable urging. Jiang Che took a deep breath and forced down the turbulent waves in his heart, but a hint of flattered fear and excitement appeared on his face just right. Here. Here. Su. City Lord Su. I'll be there right away. His voice had just the right tremor, perfectly portraying the real reaction of an ordinary high school student when he suddenly received a call from a top celebrity. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che's expression instantly returned to cold calmness. He glanced at Su Qingyao, who was standing beside him and also had a pale face and eyes full of worry. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Che's voice was low, but remarkably calm. "Your father is 100 times more difficult to deal with than Luo Yuntian. Later, no matter what he asks, don't answer unless he specifically asks you. Remember, you're just a frightened bystander who doesn't know the truth. Your mission is to use your identity to provide an invisible endorsement for me. Leave the rest to me." Su Qingyao looked into Jiang Che's deep, bottomless eyes. There was no trace of fear in them, only a calm and terrifying calculation. She bit her lip hard and nodded heavily. She knew that in the upcoming meeting, Jiang Che was risking his life to fight for a future. The temporary command center of the assessment base. This place has been taken over by the city lord's guards. The atmosphere is solemn and there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Every member of the guard had blood boiling and his temples bulged, obviously they were all elite soldiers in the army. Jiang Che and Su Qingyao walked in one after another. In the command center, Luo Yuntian sat upright with an extremely serious expression. In the main seat, a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary gray jacket, with an ordinary appearance and even some white hair on his temples, was sitting there quietly. He did not release any chi and blood pressure, and looked like an ordinary middle-aged cadre that could be seen anywhere. But when Jiang Che's eyes met his, he felt as if he was not looking at a person, but staring into an abyss of the bottomless ocean. Beneath the calm sea surface lies a terrifying undercurrent that is powerful enough to swallow everything. This is the Grandmaster. Return to simplicity and nature, and the energy will be contained within. "Father." Su Qingyao called out in a low voice and stood aside obediently. "Yeah." Su Zhan nodded, but his eyes never left Jiang Che. Since he entered the door, Su Zhan's eyes have never left him. That gaze was neither sharp nor oppressive, but it was like a scanner of the highest precision, as if it wanted to see through Jiang Che from soul to body. "Jiang Che?" Su Zhan spoke. His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. "Yes, City Lord." Jiang Che bowed, keeping a very humble attitude. "Sit down." Su Zhan pointed to the chair opposite. "The students don't dare. I let you sit." Su Zhan's tone did not change. Jiang Che no longer refused and sat down as he was told, but he only sat in the front third of the chair, with his back straight and his hands on his knees, as if he was ready to stand up and listen to the teachings at any time. Luo Yuntian watched from the side and nodded secretly in his heart. This kid, facing the majesty of the Grandmaster, was neither humble nor arrogant, and was very polite. His mentality alone was far superior to that of his peers. Su Zhan picked up the teacup on the table, blew gently on the hot steam, and asked slowly, "Examiner Luo said that you had an epiphany during the assessment?" He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word enlightenment with a hint of playfulness. "Here we come." Jiang Che's heart was filled with alarm, but a complex expression of excitement, fear, and bewilderment appeared on his face. "Reporting to the city lord, I don't know if that can be considered an epiphany. Everything happened so fast, I'm still confused." "Oh? Confused?" Su Zhan put down his teacup and leaned forward slightly. "Then tell me, how did you become confused? Xingyao said that the purity of your energy during your breakthrough was comparable to that of a Grandmaster. I'm very interested in this. This question is like a poison knife, piercing the vital point." A fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out of Jiang Che's forehead, but he had already deduced the situation countless times in his mind. "City Lord, I really can't remember the exact process." His voice trembled, as if he was recalling something extremely terrifying. "I only remember being hunted by Chen Feng and Li Yi and the others. After hiding in that cave, I almost collapsed. I couldn't accept it. I really couldn't accept it." Having said that, he clenched his fists violently, and his eyes were filled with real, intense resentment and anger that could not be dissolved. Why are they born geniuses, supported by their families, and have countless resources? And me, my parents sacrificed their lives for our country, and I can't even afford the most ordinary chi and bloodstone. Why can they laugh at me, hunt me down, and want to crush me like an ant?" His emotions completely erupted at this moment. The humiliation and unwillingness that came from the depths of his soul were so real and so intense. These words are half true and half false, but the emotions are 100% real. Su Qingyao looked at him, her heart trembling. Luo Yuntian was also moved. Even Su Zhan's calm eyes showed a slight fluctuation. Then what? Then. Jiang Che seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He leaned back in his chair dejectedly, his eyes becoming empty. Then there was a buzzing sound in my head, as if something exploded. I felt my blood burning, my bones cracking, and my meridians breaking and reforming inch by inch. The pain was worse than death. I thought I was dead, and that I would explode into a cloud of blood in the next second. He looked at Su Qingyao and said with a wry smile, "Classmate Qingyao happened to find me at that time. She can testify how scary I looked at that time." Su Qingyao immediately understood and hurriedly said to Su Zhan, "Father, it's true." His whole body was red, and it felt like magma was flowing under his skin. The air around him was distorted. I really thought he was going to die. His daughter's words made Su Zhan's eyes flicker again. Jiang Che continued, "Just when I felt like I couldn't hold on any longer, I suddenly remembered what my parents said to me before they died." He paused, his voice becoming extremely hoarse. "They say that the path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you're retreating. A true strength isn't determined by how high he stands, but by whether he can stand up again stronger after falling. They said that their greatest wish was for me to see the peak of martial arts on their behalf. And then, I didn't know anything. When I woke up, I found that the power in my body had become so strong that I even feared myself." After saying this, Jiang Che seemed to have been drained of all his energy. He gasped for breath, and cold sweat soaked his back. The entire command center was in deathly silence. This story is so perfect. It has an inducement, the extreme oppression of being hunted, a motivation, the anger and unwillingness to accept the unfair fate, a process, the painful transformation on the verge of death, a spiritual core, the support of the parents' last wishes, and finally, a perfect ending, a lucky man who was even afraid and unfamiliar to himself. The most important thing is that the core emotions of this story, anger, unwillingness, and longing for parents, are all real. A lie wrapped in 9 truths is the hardest to detect. Su Zhan looked at Jiang Che quietly without saying anything for a long time. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Boom, boom, boom. Every blow seemed to hit Jiang Che and Su Qingyao's hearts. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his tone unfathomable. "So, what you're saying is that your parents' last wish allowed you to activate some unknown bloodline talent at the critical moment of life and death, completing an incredible transformation?" Bloodline talent. These 4 words shocked Jiang Che's heart. He originally just wanted to use epiphany to explain it, but unexpectedly, Su Zhan actually took the initiative to help him upgrade this lie to a more advanced and unverifiable level. Bloodline talent, it was something that existed only in legends, ethereal and yet truly existed in the legends of certain ancient martial arts families. Once it was connected to this thing, any irrationality seemed to become reasonable. Jiang Che's mind raced as he immediately climbed up the pole, a look of perfect confusion and uncertainty on his face. Bloodline talent? I don't know. My parents are just ordinary military warriors. Ordinary? Su Zhan's lips curled up meaningfully. In that most brutal Black Tide battle 10 years ago, both of them, with their 2nd grade cultivation, were able to defeat a 4th grade peak demon general. Such soldiers are definitely not ordinary. Jiang Che's pupils suddenly shrank. He is totally out of tune with this matter. He only knew that his parents were sacrificed heroes, but he didn't know the specific details. Su Zhan actually knew everything clearly. He is testing me. He wanted to see if I knew my parents' secret, so as to determine if there was any other inheritance in me. I don't know. Jiang Che's face showed real shock and sadness. I only know that they sacrificed their lives to protect the city behind them. Looking at Jiang Che's genuine expression, the last trace of doubt in Su Zhan's eyes seemed to slowly dissipate. He slowly stood up and walked in front of Jiang Che, and that deep sea-like aura finally leaked out. In an instant, Jiang Che felt as if he was being pressed down by an invisible mountain. His breathing stopped, his blood solidified, and even his thoughts were almost frozen. The power of the Grandmaster is so terrifying. However, just when Jiang Che was about to collapse, the pressure quietly receded like the tide. A warm, big hand gently patted his shoulder. "Good boy, not bad." For the first time, Su Zhan's voice contained a hint of approval. "Whether it's an epiphany or a bloodline awakening, this is your own opportunity. From today on, this is your greatest secret. Keep it to yourself and tell no one." He turned to look at Luo Yuntian, his tone regaining the dignity of the city lord. Examiner Luo, the investigation into Jiang Che ends here. The public announcement is that Chen Feng, Li Yi, and the others, greedy for merit and reckless, advanced too far into the higher level areas of the caverns, encountering powerful beasts and dying. Jiang Che, due to his low strength, remained on the periphery and survived by chance. But Luo Yuntian was stunned. This was too different from the facts. No buts, Su Zhan interrupted him. I'll go and tell the Chen and Li families about this. The results of the assessments will be announced as soon as possible, and the bonuses will be distributed in full. Yes. City Lord. Luo Yuntian immediately stood at attention. Nailed it? That's it? Jiang Che felt like he was dreaming. He had prepared countless backup plans and even made plans for the worst, but he didn't expect that Su Zhan would take the initiative to help him settle everything. Boy, don't be too happy too soon. Su Zhan seemed to see through his thoughts and said lightly, I will help you, not without conditions. He sat back in his chair, his deep eyes fixed on Jiang Che again. I'll give you two choices. First, I'll give you 10 million. Take this money, leave Jianghai City, go to a place where no one knows you, disappear, and live a peaceful life. Your secret, I will keep it secret forever. Second. Su Zhan paused, and his voice became extremely serious. Become my registered disciple, Su Zhan. I'll take care of all your cultivation resources. I'll shoulder all your troubles. I want you to represent Jianghai City in the Dragon Country Hidden Dragon ranking competition within 3 years and bring me back a championship. Now, tell me your choice. Chapter 22, The City Lord's Deal. A $500,000 hush money. Su Zhan's words were like two heavy bombs, exploding in Jiang Che's mind. 10 million to buy him to disappear. Alternatively, one could become the Grandmaster's registered disciple at the cost of winning the Dragon Country Hidden Dragon list 3 years later. The first choice was a peaceful and ordinary life. With 10 million, and the system's blessing, he could easily become a powerful figure, free and unfettered. But this also meant completely abandoning the peak of martial arts, giving up the hope of revenge for his parents, and hiding like a coward. The second option is a thorny one, yet also a glorious one. With the Grandmaster's support, resources are plentiful, troublemakers are shouldered, and the future is bright. But the price is equally high. The status of a nominal disciple is a double-edged sword, both a protective umbrella and a shackle. And winning the Dragon Nation Hidden Dragon ranking is even more difficult. That's the battlefield where all the top young talents of the Dragon Nation gather. Jiang Che had almost no hesitation. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. He raised his head and looked at Su Zhan with burning eyes, without any retreat. Student Jiang Che wishes to become the City Lord's disciple. His voice was decisive and resounding. Good. Su Zhan finally showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. You have courage. Your parents' loyalty is worthy. He was very satisfied. The two choices he gave were themselves the final test. If Jiang Che chose 10 million, it would mean that he was not strong-willed and unlikely to achieve great things. Su Zhan would keep his promise and send him away, but would leave it at that and would not waste any more energy on him. But he chose the second path, the most difficult and brightest path. This proved that he had the heart of a true strong man. From today on, you are my, Su Zhan's, registered disciple. Su Zhan stood up, took out a pitch-black token with an ancient Chinese character Su engraved on it from his arms, and threw it to Jiang Che. This is the City Lord's Mansion's guest official order. Seeing this order is like seeing me. In Jianghai City, you can use this order to mobilize all resources under the City Lord's Mansion's authority, including the Armory, Gravity Room, and Alchemy Room. You can also show it if you encounter any problems that you can't solve. Jiang Che took the token, it felt cold to the touch, and a heavy weight came over him. He knew that this was not just a token, but also a great opportunity and a heavy responsibility. Thank you, Master. Jiang Che immediately changed his tone and bowed respectfully. I only accept you as a nominal disciple, and am not worthy of calling you master. Su Zhan waved his hand, his expression returning to calm. When you can stand before me with dignity and make me feel that you are qualified to be my official disciple, then it won't be too late to change your mind. He looked at Luo Yuntian and said, Examiner Luo, give him the bonus for the assessment now. In addition, I will add an additional 500,000 yuan in the name of the City Lord's Mansion as a special reward for his outstanding performance this time. Luo Yuntian's mouth twitched slightly. Outstanding performance? Treating other candidates like leaks and wiping out two-seated teams, is this also called an excellent performance? Lord City Lord, your partiality is too obvious. But he didn't dare to object and nodded quickly, yes. I'll do it right away. Soon, Jiang Che's phone vibrated twice in succession. Ding. Your account has received 500,000 yuan. Assessment bonus. Ding. Your account has received 500,000 yuan. Special reward from the city lord. 1 million. Adding the remaining 924,000 yuan, his total assets now reach 1.924 million yuan. Ding. Wealth value plus 1 million yuan. Current wealth value, 1,924,000 yuan. Looking at the long string of numbers on the system panel, Jiang Che's heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. Unprecedented abundance. He suppressed the urge to immediately open the wealth mall and splurge, and bowed deeply to Su Zhan again. Thank you, City Lord, for your cultivation. This isn't cultivation, it's investment, Su Zhan said calmly. I invested in you, so you have to bring me sufficient returns. Remember your promise, to become the champion of the Hidden Dragon ranking in 3 years. If you can't do that. He didn't say anything else, but his calm eyes said it all. If he fails to do so, everything he can give to Jiang Che today, he will take back double tomorrow. Okay, all of you go out. Su Zhan waved his hand, Xingyao, you stay. I have something to tell you. Yes. Jiang Che and Luo Yuntian left the command center. As soon as he went out, Luo Yuntian breathed a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Jiang Che with a complicated look. Envy, jealousy, and a hint of awe. This kid is so lucky. No, this is not luck anymore, this is fate. Classmate Jiang Che, Luo Yuntian said, his attitude becoming extremely kind, even with a hint of flattery. Congratulations on being chosen by the city lord. You have a bright future. I'll be grateful for your continued care in the future. You're too polite, Mr. Luo. I'll learn more from you in the future. Jiang Che responded without a single mistake. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Luo Yuntian hurried away. He had to immediately deal with the subsequent stability maintenance work. Jiang Che stood where he was, looking back at the closed door of the command center with a deep look in his eyes. Su Zhan, this old fox. It seemed that he had given himself a huge benefit, but in fact, he had tied himself firmly to his chariot with the identity of a nominal disciple and a huge gamble. The more evil he performed, the longer Su Zhan would continue to invest in him. And he will be completely exposed to the sight of all forces in Jianhai City, becoming the most dazzling new star in Su Zhan's faction. At the same time, he will also become the nail that all his hostile forces most want to pull out. Dangers and opportunities coexist. But I like this feeling. Jiang Che raised the corner of his mouth, and without thinking anymore, he turned around and strode away. The most urgent task is to transform the wealth obtained into real strength as soon as possible. Returning to the cheap single apartment he rented in Jianhai City, Jiang Che locked the door, drew the curtains, and impatiently immersed his consciousness in the system. Open the Wealth Mall. Wealth Mall. Product 1, Gene Repair Solution Primary. Effect, repairs hidden injuries, optimizes gene sequences, and slightly improves cultivation aptitude. Price, 500,000 yuan. Item 2, Combat Technique Thunderblade Incomplete. Effect, a top-grade, yellow-grade combat technique. After practicing, it can make your swordsmanship as swift as thunder, with a slight lightning paralysis effect. Price, 800,000 yuan. Product 3, System Upgrade LV2. Effect, unlock more system functions and open a higher authority mall. Price, 10 million yuan. Looking at these three glittering items, Jiang Che's breathing became rapid again. Don't think about system upgrades for now. 10 million is still a long way off. What we need to consider now is the gene repair fluid and the thunder blade. One is to improve the foundation and potential, and the other is to improve the immediate combat effectiveness. Normally, the foundation is more important. But Jiang Che knew very well that he had been pushed to the forefront of public opinion, and the families of Chen Feng and Li Yi would never let it go. Even with Su Zhan suppressing them openly, there would definitely be hidden tactics. What he lacks most now is a powerful offensive tactic that can fully unleash his terrifying energy and blood. Inch punch is just the basics. It's okay to use it against people of the same level, but it's inadequate when facing a truly strong opponent. And this thunder blade is of the top grade yellow grade, as fast as thunder, and has a paralyzing effect. It is simply tailor-made for him. As for his foundation after the system's energy purification and infusion, his foundation has become incredibly strong, and the gene repair fluid can be discussed later. System, by the Thunder Blade. Jiang Che made the decision. Ding. Confirm purchase of the yellow grade, top grade combat technique Thunder Blade fragmented? Wealth cost, 800,000 yuan. Confirm. Purchase successful. Current wealth remaining, 1,124,000 yuan. The battle technique Thunder Blade has been issued. Do you want to accept the inheritance immediately? Take over. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, a huge and mysterious stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. Countless phantoms holding swords were practicing sword techniques over and over again in the depths of his consciousness. Draw the knife, sheath the knife, chop, cut, stab, thrust. Every movement was as fast as lightning, accompanied by a blast that tore through the air. There was even a faint flash of lightning on the blade. This is not a simple inculcation of moves, but a perfect reproduction of the artistic conception of swordsmanship and force-generating techniques. In just a few minutes, Jiang Che felt as if he had been practicing this sword technique for 10 years. Every detail was deeply engraved in his soul. Call. Jiang Che suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in his eyes. He picked up a fruit knife on the table and shook his wrist. Laugh. An extremely fast silver light flashed by, and a slight explosion was heard in the air. He didn't even use his chi and blood, but simply relied on the power-generating techniques instilled by the system to slash at a speed far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. What a great swordsmanship! Jiang Che's eyes gleamed brightly. These 800,000 are totally worth it. With this sword technique, combined with his terrifying energy and strength, his combat effectiveness will once again experience a qualitative leap. Just as he was immersed in the joy of obtaining a powerful combat method, a rapid knock on the door suddenly sounded. Boom! 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 The knock on the door was heavy and urgent, with a hint of impatience. Jiang Che frowned. Normally, no one comes to his low-rent apartment. He walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. Outside the door stood 3 young men in black suits with arrogant expressions. The leader had a hooked nose, sinister eyes, bulging temples, and a powerful energy and blood fluctuation emanating from his body that far exceeded that of a quasi-warrior. A second-grade warrior. Also, look at that little Chen badge on their suit collars. It's from the Chen family. They had come to his house so quickly. Moreover, they had found his secret abode directly. Jiang Che's heart sank instantly. He knew that Su Zhan could suppress the disturbances in the open, but he could not suppress the revenge of these families in secret. Open the door. Jiang Che. We know you're in there. Outside the door, the leading young man spoke in a cold voice, lost his patience, raised his foot, and was ready to kick the door directly. Chapter 23, The Chen family comes to visit. Is this a warning or a test? Outside the door, the cold voice and the action of preparing to kick the door were like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiang Che's heart hard. Su Zhan can suppress the open disturbances of the Chen and Li families, but he cannot suppress the minions of these complicated families that extend from the dark corners. It's coming too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to breathe or prepare. Jiang Che's eyes turned icy cold in an instant, but the next second, all the sharpness was restrained. He took a deep breath, and the energy and blood in his body quietly calmed down. The aura that had just been agitated by practicing the Thunder Blade also returned to calm. He couldn't do anything here. This cheap apartment building has terrible soundproofing. If a fight breaks out and the noise is too loud, he will become the headline news in Zhanghai City tomorrow. More importantly, he had just established an image of a law-abiding person in front of Su Zhan, but then he turned around and caused a death, which was tantamount to digging his own grave. Fighting head-on is the worst strategy, outsmarting is the best strategy. His face instantly changed to an expression of just waking up, with a bit of confusion and impatience, and he walked slowly to the door. Who is it? It's late at night, can't you let me sleep? Jiang Che muttered as he opened the door. The door creaked open, and the cold gazes of the 3 young men in black outside were instantly locked on him like sharp swords. The hook-nosed young man in the lead, Chen Ping, had an undisguised arrogance and scrutiny in his eyes. The energy and blood fluctuations belonging to a second-grade warrior were like an invisible wall, crushing towards Jiang Che. If it were the Jiang Che from before, this aura alone would be enough to make his legs go weak and his face turn pale. But now, Jiang Che felt as if he was just being blown by a gentle breeze. He stumbled at the perfect moment, a look of fear and shock on his face. He stammered, Who are you? What do you want from me? This typical reaction of a weak person made the sarcasm on Chen Ping's face even stronger. Are you Jiang Che? Chen Ping did not answer his question. Instead, he stepped into the room with a condescending attitude. The other two followed closely behind him and closed the door. The small bachelor apartment suddenly became crowded and depressing because of the intrusion of 3 uninvited guests. Don't you know who we are? Chen Ping put his hands in his trouser pockets and glanced at the simple rental house with disdain as if he were inspecting his territory. Chen Feng, he's my cousin. You're lucky to have made it out of the cave alive. Come and bring an army to punish the culprit. Jiang Che sneered in his heart, but on his face he played the role of a frightened high school student to the extreme. He clenched his hands, his body trembling slightly. He leaned against the wall and shouted in a timid voice, I don't know what you're talking about. Examiner Luo has already made a final decision on the matter during the assessment. It was them who encountered the powerful beast themselves. It has nothing to do with me. What do you want to do? This is a society ruled by law. A society ruled by law? Chen Ping seemed to have heard a huge joke, and a young man with a crew cut next to him laughed out loud. Kid, you're trying to talk to our Chen family about the law? Are you crazy? The young man with the crew cut stepped forward and reached out to grab Jiang Che's collar. Let me tell you, in Jianghai City, what our Chen family says is the rule. Just when the hand was about to touch Jiang Che seemed to be frightened out of his wits. He suddenly shrank back and his body accidentally bumped into the cheap wardrobe behind him. Bang! The wardrobe door was kicked open, and several folded cheap clothes fell out. At the same time, a token that was completely black and cold to the touch rolled out from the pocket of a coat and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Pa! The sound was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, causing the young man with a crew cut who was about to take action to suddenly freeze. Chen Ping's attention was instantly attracted by the token. The token was completely black, and it was unknown what material it was made of. On the front, there was an ancient Chinese character Su written in a flamboyant style. Under the dim light, it exuded an indescribable majesty. The air in the entire room seemed to freeze at this moment. The arrogance and sarcasm on Chen Ping's face disappeared without a trace in an instant, and were replaced by a look of deep horror and disbelief. City Lord's Mansion Guest Order. Seeing this order is like seeing the City Lord. In the entire Jianghai City, there are no more than 10 people who own this thing. Each of them is a big shot who can make Jianghai City tremble with just a stomp of his feet. How did it end up here? In this poor kid's cheap rental house? Jiang Che seemed to be frightened by this sudden incident. He bent down in a panic, trying to pick up the token and hide it, muttering in panic, No. Nothing, something that fell out accidentally. The more he tried to conceal his panic-stricken look, the more it confirmed the importance of the token. Stop! Chen Ping shouted, his voice already trembling slightly, which he himself was not aware of. He quickly stepped forward, staring intently at the token on the ground, then suddenly looked up at Jiang Che, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. This thing, how did you get it? Jiang Che was so frightened by his shout that he retracted his hand. His face was full of panic as if his secret had been discovered. He stammered, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just an ordinary little gadget. Bullshit. Chen Ping completely lost his composure. He could no longer maintain his superior attitude. This is the guest official order of the City Lord's Mansion. How could you possibly have it? Did you steal it? Or rob it? He couldn't help but be shocked. Although the Chen family is powerful in Jianghai City, there is still a huge gap between them and the real controller, the City Lord Su Zhan. With just one word from Su Zhan, the Chen family can be doomed. And this token represents Su Zhan himself. Holding this token means you are Su Zhan's spokesperson. They came to the door with great momentum tonight, ready to use the power of their family to crush the guy who killed Chen Feng like an ant. But now, this ant suddenly took out a trump card that could overturn their entire Chen family. It felt like a tiger pouncing on a sheep, but the sheep suddenly turned into a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. I didn't steal, nor did I rob. Jiang Che's voice was very low, as if he was trying to defend himself, but also as if he was feeling guilty. It was City Lord Su. He gave it to me. Impossible. Chen Ping flatly denied. The city lord is so busy with affairs of state, how could he know a kid like you? And even give you a guest official order? Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Although he said this, he already believed it about 70% in his heart. No one dares to forge this token. It is even more impossible to steal or rob. The only explanation is that it was given by Su Zhan himself. But why? What qualifications did this good-for-nothing with less than 110 calories of HP have to earn the favor of a grandmaster? He was even granted the guest official's order as a representative? Could it be that the city lord's mansion is behind everything that happened in the assessment? Chen Feng's death was not an accident, but... A terrifying thought emerged in Chen Ping's mind, making him shudder instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If this is true, then the Chen family's actions tonight were not revenge, but an initiative to put their necks under the knife of the city lord. Everything I said is true. Jiang Che watched their ever-changing expressions, sneering inwardly, but adding fuel to the fire. He carefully picked up the token from the ground, clutching it tightly in his hand as if grasping at his last straw, and spoke in a tearful voice. City Lord Su said that I'm the one he's chosen, and told me to train hard. Later, in the future, I'll represent Jianghai City in competitions. He also said that anyone who dares to cause trouble for me would be a disrespect to him. These half-true, half-false words completely broke down Chen Ping's last psychological defense. Playing for Jianghai City? He instantly thought of the legendary stage The Dragon Country Hidden Dragon List. Su Zhan, you are placing your bets on this kid. Chen Ping's face turned pale in an instant. He finally understood why Luo Yuntian could easily characterize the matter and why the information he received from the family was so vague. It turned out that Luo Yuntian was not being perfunctory, but an invisible big hand was covering up all the truth. The owner of this hand is someone that their Chen family, and even the entire Jianghai city, absolutely cannot afford to offend. Chen, brother Chen, what should we do now? The young man with a crew cut next to him was also panicked. He asked stutteringly, no longer having the arrogance he had just had. What to do? Chen Ping's mind was working rapidly. Just leave in disgrace like this? Where will the Chen family put their face? Will they not avenge Chen Feng? But if I don't leave and continue to stay here, what if this guy really complains to the city lord? The consequences. He stared at Jiang Che intently, his eyes uncertain. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a smile uglier than crying slowly appeared on his pale face. So it's brother Jiang Che. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and family members no longer recognize each other. Chen Ping's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He bowed to Jiang Che and said in a sincere tone, Brother Jiang Che, don't misunderstand me. We didn't come here tonight to cause trouble. We just want to make friends with you. What happened to my cousin Chen Feng was an accident. Our Chen family understands the greater good and will not vent our anger on you. My cousin died in mysterious circumstances, and the elders in the family are all resentful. How about this? 3 days from now, let's have a sparring match at my Chen family's martial arts arena. That's it. Regardless of whether you win or lose, just consider it an explanation to our Chen family elders. If you win, this matter will be over. We in the Chen family will never trouble you again. We will even give you a generous gift to help you cultivate. What do you think? Chapter 24, Hongmen Banquet. I accepted it, but I have to pay extra. Discuss? Give an explanation to the elders? Jiang Che couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The words were more beautiful than a song, saying stop when the time is right and win or lose doesn't matter. This was clearly a complete Hongmen feast. In the Chun family's territory, in his home turf, aren't the rules of the so-called competition left to them to decide? At that time, I could find a few family elders to act as referees, find a random excuse, and say that I missed my target and severely injured or even disabled myself. Su Zhan would have no choice but to accept it. After all, it was you who agreed to the competition. What a good move of retreating to advance. He didn't dare to touch me openly, so he wanted to use these underworld rules to trick me into a trap. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Che's mind instantly, but his face still showed that inexperienced and frightened look. He clutched the guest official token tightly, his body still trembling slightly, his eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Sparring? I can't do it. I've only just started training, my chi and blood are so low, how can I possibly be your opponent? I still have to prepare for the college entrance exam. I don't want to fight. His cowardly behavior made Chen Ping feel at ease. Scared. This guy is really just a lucky idiot. He only has the token of the city lord's mansion, but he doesn't have the character to match it. As long as he agrees and enters the Chen family, won't it be up to him to decide whether to be honest or not? Brother Jiang Che, you're worrying too much. Chen Ping's smile grew increasingly sincere as he patiently said, I told you I'd only make a point. Chen Ping, a second-rank warrior, would bully a weakling like you and use such force against a would-be warrior like you? If this gets out, will my Chen family's reputation be ruined? Besides, you are now someone the city lord values. How could I have the guts to actually hurt you? We just need a way out. He took a step forward and lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of openness and sincerity. Brother, I know what you're worried about. But think about it, my cousin is dead, so our Chen family has to do something, right? Now that the city lord is protecting you, we can't touch you. But this is something our family can't swallow. We're leaving today. Tomorrow, the Li family might be here, and the day after tomorrow, it might be someone from another family who suffered a loss in the assessment. You can't always show the city lord's token, right? Once or twice, it's fine, but if you do it too often, what will the city lord think? Will he think you're being spoiled and arrogant, and will only cause trouble? So, this competition is beneficial to both you and me. You defeated me fairly, or rather, I lost to you. From now on, no one in Jianhai City will dare to bother you because of this matter. You can also practice peacefully and prepare for the college entrance examination. It's a permanent solution, so why not? These words are so heartbreaking. There are threats and inducements, and they also help you analyze the pros and cons, as if they really have your best interest at heart. If they were real high school students, they would have been fooled by him and agreed without thinking. Jiang Che's eyes flickered, as if he was really persuaded. The fear on his face was gradually replaced by a trace of struggle and hesitation. He was silent for a long time, as if he was engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. Chen Ping and the other two held their breath, quietly waiting for his answer. In their view, this lamb to be slaughtered had no other choice. Finally, Jiang Che seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head and said through gritted teeth, okay? I promise you. Ha ha ha. Great. Brother Jiang Che is indeed a straightforward person. Chen Ping was ecstatic and his face instantly broke into a smile. Done. As long as this kid nods, everything will be easy. Then it's settled. 3 days later, at 10 a.m., I'll wait for you at the Chen family martial arts arena. Chen Ping said impatiently, fearing that Jiang Che would go back on his word. Etc. Just when Chen Ping was about to take his men away, Jiang Che suddenly called out to him. Chen Ping's smile froze, his heart skipped a beat, and he frowned. What? Brother Jiang Che wants to go back on his word? That's not the case. Jiang Che shook his head. The cowardice and fear on his face receded like the tide at this moment, and was replaced by a calmness and indifference that was completely inconsistent with his age. He slowly raised his eyelids, looked directly at Chen Ping, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since it's a competition, there has to be some prize, right? Chen Ping was stunned. The two men behind him were also stunned. This kid, why did his style suddenly change? He was scared as a quail a second ago, how come he dared to put forward conditions after agreeing? A prize? Chen Ping narrowed his eyes and reassessed Jiang Che. He suddenly felt that he couldn't quite see through this young man. What prize do you want? It's very simple. Jiang Che held up a finger and said calmly, since you said, Brother Chen, that this competition is to give an explanation to the elders of your Chen family and to calm things down, then you can't let me waste my time and delay my training, right? So, if I win by some chance, your Chen family, in addition to the generous gift I just mentioned, will pay me an additional 500,000 in cash as mental damage compensation and appearance fee. Isn't that too much? 500,000? The young man with the crew cut behind Chen Ping wanted to explode on the spot. Boy, are you crazy about money? And you want compensation for mental damage? You. Shut up. Chen Ping shouted coldly, stopping his men. His eyes were like those of a hawk, fixed on Jiang Che's face, as if he wanted to see from his expression whether he was really greedy for money or had other intentions. But Jiang Che's face was calm, his eyes were as deep as a pool, and no emotion could be seen. 500,000 is nothing to the Chen family. But when it came out of the mouth of this poor boy, it tasted different. This is a provocation. A naked provocation. Did he actually think he could win? He even negotiated the compensation in advance? Chen Ping laughed out of anger. Good. What a Jiang Che. Quite interesting. He stared at Jiang Che intently and spoke slowly. 500,000, right? I promise you. But I have a condition. What if you accidentally lose during the sparring match? Here it comes, the fox's tail is finally revealed. Jiang Che understood, but pretended to be confused. Didn't Brother Chen say that we should stop when we're done, regardless of winning or losing? Ha, that's what we'll tell you publicly. Chen Ping sneered, his true intentions exposed. Since we've added a jackpot, there must be stakes. If you lose, I don't want your money. I just want you to kneel down, kowtow 3 times to the spirit tablet of my cousin Chen Feng, and admit that you killed him. Then, personally hand over this guest official token in your hand. This is his real purpose. Ruining Jiang Che's martial arts career is only the first step. More importantly, it is to ruin his reputation and take away his greatest amulet, the City Lord's guest official order. Without this token, Jiang Che would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Then, it would be easy for the Chen family to deal with him in any way they wanted. This bet is extremely sinister. The air in the entire room dropped to freezing point in an instant. The 2 men behind Chen Ping looked at Jiang Che with a deadly look. In their opinion, Jiang Che would definitely lose this bet. A waste who is not even a quasi-warrior, fighting against a genuine second-grade warrior, the gap between them is greater than the chasm in the sky. If you agree, you will bring shame upon yourself and ruin your future. If he doesn't agree, it means he's afraid, and all his momentum will be gone. The Chen family has plenty of other ways to deal with him. This is a dead end. Jiang Che was silent. He lowered his head, as if weighing and calculating. The sneer on Chen Ping's lips grew more and more intense, and he was confident of victory. However, a few seconds later, Jiang Che slowly raised his head. Instead of fear, his face showed a bright smile. That smile made Chen Ping's heart skip a beat. 500,000 in exchange for my kneeling and kowtow, and then handing over the guest official order? Jiang Che stretched out 2 fingers, waved them in front of Chen Ping, and said slowly, Brother Chen, your calculations are not quite right. My life, my future prospects, and City Lord Su's token, are they only worth 500,000 in your eyes? This bet is not equal. You want to gamble, you can. More money. Chapter 25, Crazy Gamble. A $10 million life and death warrant. Add money? When these 2 words came out of Jiang Che's mouth lightly, Chen Ping was completely stunned. The 2 men behind him looked at Jiang Che as if he were a madman. What's going on in this guy's brain? Is this the time to bargain? Can't he see that he's in a desperate situation where he's doomed? A second-grade warrior fighting against a quasi-warrior with only a little over 100 cards of health, this wasn't a competition at all, it was a crushing defeat. It was a massacre. He actually has the guts to ask for more money? Kid, are you fucking crazy? The crew-haired young man finally couldn't help himself and pointed at Jiang Che's nose and cursed, Who do you think you are? How dare you negotiate with our brother Chen? Do you believe that I will destroy you right now? Ahu, calm down. Chen Ping raised his hand and stopped his furious subordinates. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of unprecedented solemnity. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. This Jiang Che, from being cowardly and fearful at the beginning, to being calm and indifferent later, and now to being crazy and greedy, his behavior is too abnormal. Even if an ordinary high school student was lucky enough to get a guest official order, it would be impossible for him to have such a mentality when facing the coercion of a second-grade warrior. What's his trump card? Did Su Zhan secretly give him some life-saving trump card? Or was he hiding his strength? Impossible. Chen Ping immediately rejected this idea. Martial arts practice requires steady progress, and chi and blood values cannot be faked. Even if he had an epiphany in just a few days, how strong could he be? Even if he is at the beginner level at best, he is still vulnerable in front of me. The only explanation is that this guy is bluffing and wants to scare me away with this crazy attitude. After realizing this, Chen Ping's murderous intent became even stronger. Good boy, you dare to play mind games in front of me. Today, I will let you know that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke. Okay. Chen Ping stared at Jiang Che and slowly uttered two words, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. How much do you want to add? He wanted to see what tricks this kid could come up with. Jiang Che smiled, and his smile became brighter and brighter. He held up a finger. 1 million? Chen Ping said sarcastically. Jiang Che shook his head. 5 million? Chen Ping's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jiang Che still shook his head. He put his finger to his lips, made a soft hush sound, and then spoke word by word. 10 million. Also, if I lose, my life is yours. If you lose, in addition to the money, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times in front of everyone. Do you dare to bet? Boom. 10 million. Chen Ping was also required to kneel down and kowtow. This bet, like a depth bomb, exploded in Chen Ping's mind. He froze completely, looking at Jiang Che in disbelief, as if he was meeting this young man for the first time. Madman. This is absolutely madman. You are looking for death. Chen Ping could no longer maintain his superficial calm, and the energy and blood of a second-grade warrior exploded. A violent wave of air swept out in all directions with him as the center. Inside the room, the cheap wooden table creaked under the pressure, and the water cup on the table exploded with a bang. On the wall, the cheap wallpaper rustled in the wind, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. That terrifying pressure, like a mountain, pressed down on Jiang Che. However, facing this pressure that was enough to make ordinary people tremble with fear, Jiang Che only fluttered the corner of his clothes slightly, and the smile on his face did not change at all. He still stood there, looking at the furious Chen Ping calmly, as if the violent energy did not exist at all. This scene made Chen Ping's pupils shrink suddenly. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. Even though he didn't use his full strength and the pressure of his chi and blood, it was still not something a quasi-warrior could take on so easily. He didn't react at all? Did he really hide his strength? His strength is far more than just the first rank? Question after question instantly calmed Chen Ping's heart, which was originally filled with anger and murderous intent, and was replaced by a bone-chilling chill. He couldn't see through Jiang Che anymore. This young man is like a fog. You can see him, but you will never know what is hidden behind the fog. What? Brother Chen, you don't dare anymore? Jiang Che's smile widened, with a hint of mockery. 10 million, a would-be warrior's life, plus the Chen family's reputation. Don't you think this bet is fair enough? Or do you have no confidence in yourself at all? Provocation. A naked provocation. Chen Ping's face turned pale and blue, and his chest heaved violently. He knew Jiang Che was provoking him, but he couldn't refute it. If he didn't dare to take the bet today, and the news got out, he, Chen Ping, would become the laughingstock of the entire Jianhai city. A second-rank warrior was scared off by a quasi-warrior with a bet of 10 million. How will he survive in Jianhai city in the future? Does he still want to save the Chen family's reputation? But, what if? What if this kid really has some weird trump card and I lose? 10 million is a small matter, but kneeling and kowtowing in public is more painful than killing him. Brother Chen. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's just trying to scam you. Ah Hu, the crew-haired young man, was anxious and tried to persuade him. He's just a poor student. His words are not enough. He's just trying to get something for nothing. Yes. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten this? Why would he bet with me? Where's his capital? Boy, you said you bet 10 million, fine. Chen Ping sneered, finding a breakthrough, but what about your bet? If you lose, your life is mine. Besides, what else can you give me to compensate me? Just your mouth? You don't have to worry about that. Jiang Che seemed to have expected him to ask this question. He slowly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, and displayed the clear balance interface directly in front of Chen Ping. Account balance, 1,124,000 yuan. 1,124,000. When Chen Ping saw the string of numbers clearly, his eyes almost popped out. The two men behind him also gasped in shock. More than 1 million in cash. Isn't this kid an orphan with both his parents dead? Doesn't he live in a shabby place like this? Where does he get all this money? Is he selling materials for ferocious beasts? How many ferocious beasts did he kill in the assessment alone? Chen Ping's heart sank uncontrollably. For the first time, he had strong doubts about the official conclusion that Jiang Che was weak and survived by luck. This money is just what I have on hand right now. Jiang Che put his phone away and said calmly, if it's less than 10 million, I can sign a receipt. I believe that with City Lord Su's high regard for me, I still have a credit line of 10 million. Now, you are not at a disadvantage, right? He brought Su Zhan out again. But this time, the taste was completely different in Chen Ping's ears. This is no longer a threat made by borrowing the power of others, but a kind of self-confidence and confidence. Of course, to be fair, we need to sign a warrior's life and death agreement, Jiang Che continued. Find a notary public that both parties trust, such as Chief Examiner Luo Yuntian? Or someone from the Warrior Association? The sparring location cannot be at your Chen's house. We have to choose a public place, such as a martial arts hall in the city center. The time is set for 3 days later. Brother Chen, my conditions are all laid out here. Now, it depends on whether you dare to accept it. After Jiang Che finished speaking, he stopped talking and just looked at him quietly. All the cards are on the table. Overt conspiracy. This is a complete conspiracy. Jiang Che laid everything out in the open, fair, just in open. He once again threw the choice back to Chen Ping. To answer or not to answer? Accepting it means taking the huge risk of ruining one's reputation and gambling on an unpredictable future. If you don't accept it, you will be ruined and become the biggest joke in Shanghai City. Chen Ping felt his brain turn into a mess. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and he was unaware of the blood flowing out. He had never been forced into such an embarrassing situation like today, by an opponent so much weaker than him. For a long, long time. A hint of madness and ruthlessness flashed in Chen Ping's red eyes. Bet on it. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. He just didn't believe that a young boy could turn the world upside down. He must have used some secret method to hide his energy and blood, deliberately bluffing. As long as he fights on the ring, his true colors will be revealed. Good. Chen Ping squeezed out a word from between his teeth. I bet you. Chapter 26 Shameless. Too shameless. Okay. I'll bet with you. When Chen Ping squeezed out these 4 words from between his teeth, his whole demeanor changed. It was a kind of desperate madness, a kind of determination to jump off after being forced to the edge of a cliff. He stared at Jiang Che intently, as if he wanted to engrave this face before him, which was calm yet with a hint of playfulness, into his bones forever. Bet on it. He has to gamble. He has no way out. The smile on Jiang Che's lips deepened. He seemed not to notice Chen Ping's murderous gaze. He just clapped his hands lightly, as if he had made a trivial deal. That's straightforward. I like dealing with decisive people like Brother Chen. His nonchalant look made Chen Ping so angry that his liver and gallbladder wanted to burst, but he couldn't vent his anger. Now, he has become the passive party. Now that the bet is settled, let's discuss the details. Jiang Che slowly walked to the table that was about to fall apart due to the pressure of the energy. He stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the cracked tabletop, making a thump sound. Each tap seemed to knock on the hearts of Chen Ping and the other 2. First, a death warrant. Jiang Che held up a finger. Words aren't enough, we need a written agreement. The Warrior Association has a standard template, written in black and white, signed and sealed by both parties, in triplicate. You and I will each keep one, and the other will need a notary of sufficient weight to keep it safe. The corner of Chen Ping's eye twitched, and he said coldly, Who are you looking for? How about Chief Examiner Luo Yuntian? Jiang Che said with a smile. He's the chief examiner for this assessment and knows the whole story best. With him acting as notary, I think neither the city lord's mansion nor your Chen family would be able to say no, right? Chen Ping's pupils suddenly shrank. What a cruel plan. Looking for Luo Yuntian is equivalent to putting this duel completely under the official's nose. Luo Yuntian is Su Zhan's man, and his presence here to notarize the documents means that Su Zhan is watching. In this way, even if the Chen family wants to do something in the duel, they have to consider the consequences. This kid has calculated every step to the extreme. Okay. Chen Ping gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. At this point, he couldn't refuse. Any hesitation would be interpreted as guilt. Second, the location. Jiang Che raised a second finger. I don't dare go to your Chen family's martial arts arena. If I accidentally win, it'll be a problem whether I can even walk out. Let's hold it at the Tianwu Dojo in the city center. It's big enough and has enough seats for the audience. Since we're settling a grudge, let's have all the warriors in Jianghai City come and see it as a witness, so that no one will gossip about it later. Public execution. This is no longer about resolving grudges, this is about putting the Chen family's face on the fire. The young man with a crew cut, who was standing behind Chen Ping, had a face as red as the color of pig liver and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Don't go too far. Is that excessive? Jiang Che turned around, looking at him with a half smile. You three grown men broke into the home of a lonely high school student in the middle of the night, coercing me, bribing me, threatening me, and setting me up. Isn't that excessive? Now, I'm just asking for a fair, just, and open duel. Is that excessive? These words left Ah Hu speechless. Chen Ping took a deep breath, suppressed the rage in his heart, and waved his hand, signaling Ah Hu to shut up. He stared at Jiang Che intently and said in a hoarse voice, "Okay? As you say. Tianwu Dojo." Third time. Jiang Che raised his third finger. 3 days from now, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Give me 3 days to prepare. After all, I'm only a quasi-warrior with a little over 100 calories of qi and blood. Unlike you, Brother Chen, you're a second-rank master who can fight at any time. He deliberately emphasized the words more than 100 calories of qi and blood, which was full of irony. Chen Ping's face turned pale and blue. He knew that Jiang Che was reminding him that the gap in strength between them was a world of difference in the eyes of everyone. From the very beginning of this gamble, he has been carrying all the pressure. No problem. Chen Ping almost shouted. He no longer wanted to say another word to Jiang Che. With every second he stayed, he felt that his sanity was being eroded bit by him. Very good. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. He withdrew his hand, and the smile on his face faded a lot, becoming indifferent and distant. Now that everything is settled, Brother Chen can contact Examiner Luo to draft the life and death agreement. I'm ready to sign it any time. As for the gambling money. Jiang Che paused and looked at Chen Ping. If I lose, my life is yours. If you lose 10 million in cash in those 3 bangs. I hope the Chen family won't default on their debt. My Chen family is not that bad. Chen Ping shouted angrily, as if he had suffered a great insult. That's good. Jiang Che nodded, and then he did something that no one expected. He opened the door, gestured please to the outside, and said in a flat tone, "We've discussed the details. Please go back, everyone. I still need to rest. Tomorrow, oh no, I still have classes today." The order to expel the guest was issued decisively and without any politeness. Chen Ping and the other two looked like 3 salesmen who were turned away when they went to sell something door to door. Their faces looked extremely ugly. They came with great momentum, thinking that they could easily get rid of Jiang Che as easily as crushing an ant. As a result, not only did they fail to kill the ant, but they were led by the ant by the nose and signed a crazy bet that was enough to shock their entire family. Let's go. Chen Ping finally glared at Jiang Che with resentment, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. He suddenly swung his hand and left the cheap rental house that made them feel so humiliated without looking back, taking 2 of his equally distraught subordinates with him. Hearing the hurried and messy footsteps receding in the corridor, all the expressions on Jiang Che's face disappeared instantly. He closed the door and locked it. The eyes that were calm and indifferent a moment ago suddenly became as sharp as a knife. He walked to the window, pulled open a corner of the curtain, and watched the black car downstairs start up in a panic, then quickly disappear into the night. Only then did a cold arc appear at the corner of his mouth. Hongmen Banquet? Are you trying to trick me into a trap using underworld rules? Then don't blame me for digging this hole even bigger and dragging your entire Chen family into it. He turned around and looked around the hut, which was in a mess because of Chen Ping's outburst of energy just now. Exploding water cups, cracked tables. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. He took out his cell phone and did not contact Luo Yuntian or Su Zhan. He found Su Qingyao's number and dialed it. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Su Qingyao's voice came from the other end, sounding a bit sleepy and lazy, with a hint of vigilance in her softness. Jiang Che? What are you doing so late? Are you still awake? Jiang Che's voice was calm. Nonsense, you woke me up. Tell me, what's the matter? Are you in trouble again? Su Qingyao obviously had a new understanding of Jiang Che's ability to cause trouble. Yeah, I got into a little trouble. Jiang Che leaned against the wall, his tone as relaxed as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. Someone from the Chen family just came to see me. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, Su Qingyao's voice sounded again. She was no longer sleepy, but full of tension and anxiety. What did they do to you? Are you hurt? Where are you? I'm fine, don't be nervous. Jiang Che could imagine that Su Qingyao might have already sat up in bed on the other end of the phone. They came here to spar with me and give an explanation for their dead cousin. Spar? Su Qingyao's voice rose 8 octaves. You agreed? Jiang Che, you're crazy. They're setting you up. No one in the Chen family is a good person. I know. Jiang Che smiled, so I made a bet with them. Bet? What? A life or death bet. Jiang Che's tone remained calm. I signed a life or death agreement with a second-rank warrior named Chen Ping from his family. 3 days from now, at the Tianwu Dojo, we'll have a public duel. If I win, they'll give me 10 million, and he'll kowtow to me 3 times, and the matter is settled. If I lose, his life is mine. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. Su Qingyao's worldview was once again shattered by Jiang Che. She knew that Jiang Che was very strong, very mysterious, and might even be cheating. But she never imagined that Jiang Che would be so crazy. Signing a life and death agreement with a second-rank warrior? Jiang Che, you. Su Qingyao's voice was shaking, and it was unclear whether she was angry or afraid. Do you know what a second-grade warrior means? They are not ferocious beasts in the cave. They have combat methods, experience, and family background. You. I know. Jiang Che interrupted her, his voice filled with unquestionable confidence. So, I need you to do me a favor. What help? Su Qingyao asked subconsciously. Please pass on a message for me. Jiang Che looked through the window towards the city center, towards the brightly lit city lord's mansion. Tell City Lord Su that I accepted the Chen family's challenge. But this was not my original intention, they forced me to do it. I am a peace-loving, law-abiding student. To protect myself and to be able to take the college entrance examination safely, I can only use this once and for all method to resolve this problem. Also, tell him that I am absolutely confident in this duel. Please rest assured that I will not tarnish his reputation as a registered disciple. Jiang Che paused, a cunning smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Finally, please ask him for me about my credit limit as a future genius representing Jianghai City in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Can I get an advance of 8.88 million from him to round up the difference so that the Chen family can lose completely? On the other end of the phone, Su Qingyao was completely petrified. She opened her mouth, unable to utter a word. This is shameless. Too shameless. He described an active provocation as a passive counterattack, a mad gamble of his life as a permanent solution, and finally, he even climbed up the ladder by borrowing money from his own father, the lord of a city, to finance his gambling? What on earth is this guy's face made of? Chapter 27, the whole city is in an uproar. Is this a madman or a peerless evildoer? You want me to tell my dad, you want to borrow 8.88 million from him, to gamble your life? Su Qingyao's voice sounded like she was sleepwalking. She felt that her brain was completely unable to process the information Jiang Che had just thrown out. This is no longer a question of courage, this is simply outrageous. Is there a problem? Jiang Che said matter-of-factly. As my guide and guarantor, isn't it reasonable for City Lord Su to make some small upfront investment in me? I'm helping him secure a future Hidden Dragon ranking champion in advance. This deal is a win-win no matter how you look at it. You. Su Qingyao was so angry at his perverse reasoning that she almost couldn't breathe. She took several deep breaths and managed to calm herself down. Jiang Che, be serious. This is a life and death duel. Where do you get your confidence from? I've heard of Chen Ping. He's a leader of the younger generation of the Chen family. He was promoted to the second rank 2 years ago and has a wealth of practical experience. Confidence? Jiang Che smiled. He walked to the cracked dressing mirror and looked at the slightly thin boy in the mirror with deep eyes. Su Qingyao, do you think that someone who could wipe out elite teams like Chen Feng and Li Yi from a place like the underground cave and still walk out unscathed would be a fool? Su Qingyao on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment. Yes. She only thought about the power of the second-grade warrior, but subconsciously ignored the even more incredible miracle created by Jiang Che himself. What happened in the cave remains a mystery to this day. But the only thing that is certain is that Jiang Che is the biggest winner and the only winner. His terrifying points, his mysterious golden runes, his energy infusion that far exceeded the realm of a quasi-warrior. All of this shows that he is hiding a shocking secret. So, are you really sure? Su Qingyao's voice unconsciously carried a hint of anticipation and nervousness. 100%. Jiang Che uttered these two words lightly. Not 90%, but 100%. These two simple yet arrogant words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Qingyao's heart hard, making her anxious heart inexplicably calm down. Okay. I understand. Su Qingyao bit her lip. I'll help you get the message. But I can't guarantee how my dad will react. Also, don't get your hopes up about borrowing money. Just do your best. Jiang Che's goal has been achieved. He didn't need Su Zhan to really lend him money. He just needed to clearly convey his attitude, his hardships and his confidence to Su Zhan through Su Qingyao. He wanted to make Su Zhan understand that he was not a troublemaker, but a promising talent who knew how to use his brain and thundering means to solve problems. After hanging up the phone, the relaxed look on Jiang Che's face instantly faded, replaced by a cold and solemn expression. He opened the system panel. Wealth value, 1,124,000 yuan. Qi and blood value, 71,640 calories. Unlocked functions, Wealth Mall, energy purification. Mastered combat techniques, Inch Fist Advanced, Thunderblade Beginner. More than 70,000 calories of Qi and blood. This is the real confidence that allows him to challenge a second-grade warrior. The Qi and blood value of an ordinary second-grade warrior is generally between 5,000 and 10,000 calories. Even a so-called family genius like Chun Ping can only have a little over 10,000 at most. In the face of the absolute crushing of Qi and health, the so-called tactics and experience will become vulnerable. However, Jiang Che did not intend to crush the opponent purely with his Qi and blood. That would be too shocking and would expose the system too easily. His character is a genius with sudden enlightenment rather than a monster with cheats. He wants to win, and he wants to win reasonably, in a way that is shocking and understandable. The Thunderblade is just the beginning. Its power isn't concentrated enough yet. Also, I lack a decent body movement technique. Jiang Che clicked on the Wealth Mall. A dazzling list of products unfolds before your eyes. He directly selected the combat methods of body movement and sword movement. Soon, two products caught his attention. Phantom Step, a top-grade, yellow-grade movement technique. When mastered to perfection, the footwork becomes ethereal and shadowy, allowing for bursts of astonishing speed over short distances, creating afterimages to confuse opponents. Price, 800,000. Thunderblade Proficiency Upgrade Pack directly increases your proficiency in the Thunderblade to the minor success level, making your strikes as powerful as thunder, doubling its power. Price, 300,000. Expensive. It's so damn expensive. Just these two things would cost 1.1 million. His newly acquired million, which had barely warmed up yet, was about to evaporate in an instant. But Jiang Che didn't hesitate at all. Money can be earned again if it is lost. In the duel 3 days later, he not only has to win, but also win beautifully. His victory made the entire Chen family feel a deep fear of him. System, purchase the Phantom Step and Thunderblade Proficiency Upgrade Packs. Ding. Spend 1.1 million yuan to purchase Phantom Step 1 and Thunderblade Proficiency Upgrade Pack 1. Ding. Wealth balance, 24,000 yuan. Do you want to use it immediately? Yes. As Jiang Che's mind moved, two huge streams of information, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly poured into his mind. One stream was about the cultivation methods, force-generating techniques, and essential footwork of the Phantom Step. Countless little figures and shadows were rapidly rehearsing in his mind, and every detail was extremely clear. The other is a deeper understanding of Thunderblade. If the entry-level Thunderblade only allowed him to learn how to swing the sword, then the minor success level allowed him to understand what thunder was. It was a technique that highly compressed the energy of Qi and blood, releasing it instantly on the blade. The goal wasn't range, but ultimate penetration and destructive power. Jiang Che closed his eyes and stood quietly. The energy and blood in his body began to circulate on their own according to the methods of Phantom Step and Thunderblade. At the same time, in Zhanghai City, at the Chen family mansion. Inside the study, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Chen Ping knelt on the ground with his head buried deeply, and reported everything that happened tonight to a middle-aged man sitting on the armchair without missing a word. The man was none other than Chen Tianxiong, the current head of the Chen family and Chen Ping's father. After listening to Chen Ping's narration, Chen Tianxiong did not speak. He just picked up the teacup beside him and gently blew on the floating tea leaves. However, there was a terrifying cold light flashing in his slightly narrowed eyes. You mean, that kid named Zhang Che forced you to sign a life and death bet of 10 million? Chen Tianxiong's voice was very calm, but it made Chen Ping's body tremble even more violently. Yes, father, I am incompetent. Chen Ping's voice was filled with tears and endless regret. Incompetent? No, you are not incompetent, you are stupid. Bang! Chen Tianxiong suddenly smashed the scalding hot teacup at Chen Ping's feet, and tea and fragments splashed everywhere. A brat of unknown origin, armed with the city lord's mansion's guest official order, acted so confidently, and you actually dared to sign a life or death agreement with him? Did a dog eat your brain? Chen Tianxiong suddenly stood up, furious. You're putting the reputation of our entire Chen family on the shoulders of a little bastard. Father, he's just bluffing. How could he, a quasi-warrior, possibly? Shut up. Chen Tianxiong interrupted him harshly. Do you still think he's bluffing? He was able to kill Li Yi and Chen Feng's teams right under Luo Yuntian's nose and escape unscathed. Do you think that's just bluffing? Why did Su Zhan protect him? Why did he give him the guest official order? Why did he easily define the matter? Do you think Su Zhan is a fool? He's a master. How could the person he's interested in be a simple good-for-nothing? Chen Tianxiong's series of questions were like a heavy hammer, making Chen Ping dizzy and sweating. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have stepped into a carefully laid trap from the very beginning. Then, what should we do now? Father, the death agreement has been signed, and Luo Yuntian might have already known about it. Chen Ping asked in despair. Chen Tianxiong paced back and forth in the study, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. After a long time, he stopped and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. This bet cannot be cancelled. If we cancel it now, my Chen family will become a laughingstock in Shanghai City. Since he wants to play, we'll play with him to the end. Chen Tianxiong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Doesn't he want an open duel? Fine. I'll make this duel a little more open. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. It's me, Chen Tianxiong. Help me contact all the media outlets, martial arts forums, and underground bookmakers in Shanghai City. I want to make the life and death duel between my son Chen Ping and Zhang Che in 3 days the hottest topic in the city. I want everyone to know how this ignorant brat challenged the dignity of my Chen family. Also, set the odds. My Chen family will be the banker. Chen Tianxiong hung up the phone, with a crazy glint in his eyes. Doesn't he want money? I'll give it to him. Not only will I make sure he doesn't get a single cent, I'll also make him die in public. Use his blood to wash away the shame of my Chen family. Overnight, a storm arose. A shocking gamble. Mysterious high school student Zhang Che spends 10 million to challenge Chen Ping, the genius of the Chen family, to a life or death battle. A loser's counterattack or a madman's suicide? 3 days later, at the Tianwu Dojo, the answer will be revealed. Exclusive reveal. Zhang Che, the super loser with 108 HP, turned out to be a dark horse in the extreme assessment. Does he have a close relationship with the city lord's mansion? One eye-catching report after another spread like a virus among the martial arts circles in Shanghai City. The entire Shanghai City was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this crazy gamble. An unknown high school student versus a well-known second-grade warrior? A life and death gamble of 10 million? Where did this madman come from, or is there some unknown and peerless evildoer hidden behind this? Countless questions and speculations have brought the attention to this duel to an unprecedented peak. At this moment, at the center of the storm, Zhang Che's mobile phone received a concise text message from Su Qingyao. My dad said he doesn't have the money, but he's opened up a special supply channel for you at the city lord's mansion. For 3 days, all cultivation resources of the second rank and below will be available to you in unlimited quantities. He'll pay for it. Also, he asked me to tell you something, don't embarrass yourself. Chapter 28 The Day of Decisive Battle. One sword will shut up your Chen family. Looking at the text message on his phone, Zhang Che's lips curled up into a knowing smile. Old fox. Su Zhan is indeed an old fox. Not giving money shows his attitude. He would not directly intervene in this gambling game and would not leave any excuse for the Chen family. But opening special supply channels and providing unlimited resources are his more practical support. This was far more significant than giving money. It meant that in the final 3 days, Jiang Che could use Shanghai City's best resources to equip himself without any scruples. As for the phrase, "don't embarrass yourself," it is both a warning and an expectation. It seems that this city lord also wants to see how much I am capable of. Jiang Che put away his phone without any delay. He immediately contacted the person in charge of the special supply channel of the city lord's mansion. The other party's attitude was extremely respectful and almost responded to every request. Jiang Che didn't hesitate to order a large amount of expensive medicines for tempering the body and increasing the recovery speed of qi and blood, as well as some secret medicines that could temporarily improve mental concentration. He wants to adjust his condition to the peak within 3 days. For the next 3 days, Jiang Che completely disappeared from the public eye. However, outside, discussions about him are intensifying. The odds for the handicap that the Chen family is personally managing have already been announced. Chen Ping wins, 1 minute and 1.1 second. Jiang Che wins, 1:15. One is so low that there is almost no profit, and the other is so high that it is astonishing. This huge disparity in odds clearly shows the attitude of the bookmaker and even the entire Shanghai City martial arts circle towards this duel. No one is optimistic about Jiang Che. In their view, this was not a fair fight at all, but a premeditated and cruel execution. Countless people flocked to the betting site and placed huge sums of money on Chen Ping. They wanted to follow the Chen family and make a fortune that was sure to win. Only a very small number of gamblers who were hoping for a lucky break would throw a few hundred or a few $1,000s on Jiang Che, hoping for that 1 in a million miracle to happen. Su Qingyao was so angry at the disgusting ridicule and analysis on the Warrior Forum that she couldn't eat. She wanted to rush to Jiang Che's residence to see him several times, but was coldly rejected by Jiang Che on the grounds that he is in seclusion for cultivation, please do not disturb him. She could only answer the phone every day, waiting for the day of the decisive battle in agony and worry. 3 days passed in a flash. The day of the decisive battle, Tianwu Dojo. The morning sun had just filled Shanghai City's largest martial arts arena, but it was already packed with people. Countless media reporters, cameras trained on the massive arena in the center of the arena, constructed from a special alloy. The audience seats were packed with warriors from all over Shanghai City, family representatives, and students from the martial arts high school. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, curiosity, and anticipation. They all came to watch the show. Let us see how that ignorant madman was brutally crushed into ashes by the genius of the Chen family. Luo Yuntian sat solemnly in the VIP seats, with several officials from the Warrior Association standing behind him. As the notary of this life and death duel, he had to ensure that everything was carried out within the rules. On the other side, Li Jin, the head of the Li family, also arrived with several senior family members. He looked at Chen Tianxiong, who was in high spirits from the Chen family, with his eyes flickering, wondering what he was thinking. 9:50 in the morning. Amid the cheers of the audience, Chen Ping, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, slowly walked into the venue, surrounded by his father Chen Tianxiong and a group of Chen family masters. His face was stern, his eyes were like knives, and his whole body exuded the condensed and powerful energy and blood fluctuations of a second-grade warrior. Every step he took seemed to carry a tremendous force, causing the air around him to freeze. He ignored the cheers around him, walked straight to the ring, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing and blood. Today, he will use the most brutal means to completely destroy the boy who made him suffer humiliation. Time passes by minute. There are only 5 minutes left until 10 o'clock. Jiang Che hasn't appeared yet. What's going on? Is that kid afraid and doesn't dare to come? It's very likely. Deserting from the battlefield is shameful, but it's better than dying on stage. If he really doesn't come, that would be hilarious. The Chen family invested heavily in publicity this time, and in the end, the main character ran away? There was a commotion and discussion in the audience. Chen Tianxiong's expression gradually turned ugly. At this moment, a thin figure slowly walked in from the entrance of the venue, against the light. There were no fancy clothes, no powerful aura, and not even a companion. He was wearing the most ordinary black sportswear, with his hands in his pockets, and walked slowly towards the ring like a passerby who had walked into the wrong set. As he walked, he looked around curiously. He didn't look like he was here to participate in a life and death duel, but rather like he was taking a walk in the park. The noise in the whole venue was strangely still at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man who arrived late. He is Jiang Che? The madman who boasted that he would challenge a second-grade warrior and sign a life and death bet worth tens of millions? It looks ordinary, even a little fragile. What the hell is this guy doing? In the VIP seats, Su Qingyao looked at Jiang Che's nonchalant look, her heart in her throat. On the ring, Chen Ping suddenly opened his eyes, and two terrifying rays of light shot straight at Jiang Che. The overwhelming murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. You are finally here. Chen Ping's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the netherworld. Jiang Che yawned, seemingly half asleep. He staggered onto the stage, stood opposite Chen Ping, and said lazily, "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it time yet?" His attitude completely ignited Chen Ping's anger. "Boy, today, I will let you know what true despair is." Chen Ping said word by word. The energy and blood in his body began to surge wildly, and his clothes moved without wind. "Oh." Jiang Che nodded. Then, in front of everyone, he stretched out his right hand, scratched his ear, and said impatiently, "So much nonsense. Before we fight, can I ask a question?" "Explain." "Chen family, are you ready for the 10 million? Jiang Che asked sincerely. "I don't like to buy things on credit. Cash is best, or direct transfer is fine. I'm worried that after the betting, you'll default on the payment." Puff. The whole audience burst into laughter instantly. Everyone was amused by Jiang Che's black humor before his death. This guy is really crazy. Even now, he is still thinking about the 10 million? Chen Ping's face instantly turned purple. This is a humiliation. Naked humiliation. You are looking for death. Chen Ping roared angrily, and could no longer wait for Luo Yuntian to announce the start, so he stomped his feet hard. Boom! The hard alloy arena made a loud noise. He was like a cannonball fired from a gun, wrapped in violent energy and blood. He instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and punched Jiang Che in the face. He used all his strength in this punch. He wanted to blow Jiang Che's head into a ball of bloody mist with just one punch. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, Jiang Che seemed to be frightened and stood there, motionless. It's over. These two words appeared in everyone's mind. Su Qingyao was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene. However, just as Chen Ping's fist, which was powerful enough to shatter steel plates, was about to touch Jiang Che's face, Jiang Che moved. His body just moved half a step to the left slightly and strangely. It was just this half step, but it seemed to have crossed the distance of space. Chen Ping's fist, with a sharp wind, brushed against his nose and hit empty air. The violent force of the punch even created visible ripples in the air behind Jiang Che. Phantom step. The whole audience was in dead silence. Everyone's smile froze on their faces. Hide away? How is that possible? Chen Ping's pupils also shrank sharply, and a storm of shock surged in his heart. He didn't even see how Jiang Che moved. Before he could react, a cold chill rose from behind him. He turned around suddenly, but only saw a black knife light, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, rapidly enlarging in his pupils. The knife light was not bright, and was even a little dim. But attached to it, there is a heart-pounding, highly condensed aura of destruction. Thunder blade! No! Chen Ping let out a horrified roar. He wanted to defend himself and block, but it was too late. Jiang Che's speed is too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded his nerve reaction. Sizzle. There was a sharp sound. The black blade light easily cut through Chen Ping's fisted right arm like cutting tofu. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The eyes of tens of thousands of people in the audience were fixed on the ring. Chen Ping still maintained his punching posture, his face full of incredible horror. Jiang Che, who had already put away his sword, stood behind him, still with his hands in his pockets and a lazy look, as if nothing had happened just now. 1 second. 2 seconds. Pa! Chen Ping's right arm was broken at the shoulder and fell to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream, which was delayed for several seconds, finally came out of Chen Ping's mouth and resounded throughout the Tianwu dojo. One knife. Just one knife. The battle begins, and then ends. The whole place was in dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring at the bloody and shocking scene on the ring in amazement, their minds blank. Jiang Che slowly turned around and ignored Chen Ping, who was lying on the ground holding his broken arm and howling madly. His gaze passed over the crowd and fell on Chen Tianxiong, the head of the Chen family, who was sitting in the VIP seats. His face was as pale as paper and his whole body was trembling violently. He raised the dagger in his hand and pointed the tip of the knife at Chen Tianxiong. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold and cruel arc. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue. "Now, can we talk about the 10 million and the 3 ringing heads?" Just as he finished speaking, an old voice filled with endless anger, like rolling thunder, exploded from behind the Chen family's seat. "You brat! How dare you bully my Chen family like this?" A terrifying and powerful aura and pressure far exceeding that of a second-grade warrior, like a tsunami, swept over Jiang Che on the ring and pressed down fiercely. A third-rank warrior. He's the Chen family's ancestor. Chapter 29, Grandmaster's Power? Use the city lord to pressure me. That terrifying energy and blood pressure was like an invisible mountai, crashing down on top of one's head. The air in the entire Tianwu dojo seemed to be sucked out in an instant, and everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. The alloy guardrails surrounding the arena creaked under the weight. The spectators with weaker cultivation turned pale, feeling as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible hand, and they almost fainted on the spot. This is the power of a third-grade warrior. It's beyond the transformation of qi and blood, and begins to touch the terrifying suppression on the spiritual level. The ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Xian. Everyone's eyes were focused on the thin figure in the center of the ring. They seemed to have seen the scene where the arrogant young man was crushed into powder and his soul was destroyed by the wrath of the master. However, Jiang Che just stood there quietly. The pressure that could crush steel fell on him like a spring breeze blowing over the hills. The corners of his clothes didn't even flutter. The more than 70,000 calories of qi and blood in his body were like a dormant volcano. The moment the external pressure came, it started to operate on its own, forming an indestructible barrier that isolated all the pressure. He even had the leisure to pull the corners of his mouth and reveal a slightly sarcastic smile at the old man with standing hair and beard and glaring eyes in the VIP seat. "Old senior, you are already so old, but you are still so angry?" Boom! This sentence is louder than a slap in the face. If Chen Xian's move was like pouring water into boiling oil, then Jiang Che's words were like throwing a bomb directly into it. "You bastard, you're looking for death." Chen Xian was completely furious. He had been practicing for his entire life, but he had never suffered such a great humiliation. He no longer cared about the rules or his face, and suddenly raised his dry palm. A more condensed and violent blood force turned into an invisible giant claw, tearing through the air and going straight for Jiang Che's crown. He wanted to crush the soul of this ignorant boy in front of the entire Jianhai city. "Chen Xian! How dare you!" A loud shout was like thunder coming out of nowhere. Luo Yuntian, sitting in the notary's seat, suddenly stood up. His entire body erupted with energy, and a powerful and domineering aura rose to the sky, transforming into a barrier that barely blocked the invisible giant claw. Boom! The two powerful energies collided violently in mid-air, emitting a deafening thud. The entire arena trembled violently. Luo Yuntian's face turned pale and his body swayed. It was obvious that he suffered a small loss in the hasty confrontation, but he still stood in front of Jiang Che, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. "Old Chen. The life or death agreement has been signed, and the winner has been decided. As a senior, you're attacking a junior. Do you want Jianhai City's martial arts community to become the laughingstock of the entire Dragon Nation?" Luo Yuntian demanded sternly. "If you insist on attacking, you'll be making an enemy of the Warrior Association and the City Lord's Mansion. Get out of here." Chen Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his murderous intent boiling. "This boy insulted my Chen family first, and then crippled my Qilin son. Today, no one can protect him. Luo Yuntian, if you try to stop me again, I'll cripple you too." The terrifying murderous intent made the temperature of the entire venue seem to drop to freezing point. Everyone understood that the Chen family was about to completely fall out. Cold sweat broke out on Luo Yuntian's forehead. He knew that he could only stop Chen Xian for a while. If he really fought to the death, he would definitely not be a match for this long-established third-grade warrior. At this tense and explosive moment, a lazy voice came from behind Luo Yuntian. "Examiner Luo, please move aside." Luo Yuntian was stunned and looked back at Jiang Che, only to see the latter walking up to him calmly and patting him on the shoulder. "It's just a small matter, don't bother you." Jiang Che passed Luo Yuntian and faced the monstrous wrath of the Grandmaster alone again. He looked at Chen Xian, who was furious at the table, and said slowly, "Old senior, let me explain to you what a life and death statement means. What I mean is, if your grandson wants to kill me on this stage, I want to kill him too. He doesn't have the ability to kill me, and I kill him in return, or even cripple him. That's called being inferior in skill, and he deserves to die. Why are you jumping out now? Are you so embarrassed to lose? Or is it your Chen family's rule that if the younger one can't defeat the older one, then the older one will come out? Then why don't you just stop calling yourself a martial arts family and change your name to Huzai Hall? Every word of these words hits the heart. The audience around was horrified. This guy really wasn't afraid of death at all. He even dared to add fuel to the fire. All right. Chen Xian laughed in anger, his aura reaching its peak. You sharp-tongued little bastard. Today, I'll make you understand that in the face of absolute strength, all rules are worthless. Before he finished speaking, he disappeared from the VIP seats in a flash. The next moment, he appeared on the stage like a ghost, and his skinny palm, with an aura of destruction, slapped Jiang Che again. Too fast. It was so fast that Luo Yuntian had no time to react. It was so fast that everyone could only see a shadow. It's over. Su Qinyao was in the VIP seat, so frightened that she lost all color and almost screamed. However, just as the hand of death was about to touch Jiang Che's head. Buzz. A will that cannot be described in words and is as vast as the abyss seemed to descend from the heavens. This will was neither as violent as Chen Xian's nor as fierce as Luo Yuntian's. It was like the sky, like the sea, omnipresent, without beginning or end, carrying an unquestionable, absolute majesty. At the moment when this will descended, Chen Xian's palm that was determined to win, along with his entire body, were instantly frozen in mid-air, as if they were under a spell of immobilization, unable to move at all. The raging rage and murderous intent on his face were instantly replaced by endless horror and fear. Grandmaster. The true power of a grandmaster. Then, a plain yet majestic voice sounded clearly throughout the Tianwu dojo, reaching everyone's ears. Chen Xian, do you want to rebel in my city? Boom. The whole audience was completely blown away. It's the city lord. It's the lord of Jinhai City, Su Zhan. No one expected that this duel would actually alarm this elusive top figure. Moreover, he was clearly protecting Jiang Che. On the ring, Chen Xian, who was trapped in place, began to tremble violently, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead like a waterfall. He could feel that the master's will had locked up the energy in his body. As long as the other party had a thought, he would explode and die immediately. No. I dare not. City Lord Su, calm down. Chen Xian used all his strength to squeeze these words out from between his teeth. His voice was hoarse and dry, and full of fear. Don't dare? Su Zhan's voice remained calm, but with a hint of coldness. In this life and death duel witnessed by me and notarized by the Warrior Association, you blatantly broke the rules and bullied the weak. Chen Xian, at your age, are you living like a dog? Merciless scolding. Chen Xian's face instantly turned purple, but he didn't dare to refute a single word. In front of a true master, he, a third-grade master, is nothing. The entire venue was silent. Everyone was shocked by this sudden and shocking reversal. The way they looked at Jiang Che had completely changed. It's no longer about looking at a madman, a fanatic. Instead, we are looking at a peerless evildoer with a powerful background, who even the city lord has to personally take action to protect him. At this time, Jiang Che, who was at the center of the storm, seemed to be fine. He ignored the Chen family ancestor who was fixed in place like a sculpture. His gaze slowly moved and fell again on the VIP seat, where the head of the Chen family, Chen Tianxiong, had already turned pale and slumped in his chair. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth curled up into that familiar, harmless smile again. Master Chen, now, external interference has been eliminated. He paused, his voice not loud, but clearly carried throughout the room. We can continue to discuss the 10 million gambling money and the matter of the 3 gongs. Or do you want your ancestor to go to the City Lord's mansion in person and talk to City Lord Su? Chapter 30 Kowtow, Pay Compensation. The Chen family's reputation is worthless. Jiang Che's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Chen Tianxiong's heart. Let his ancestor go and talk to City Lord Su? What to talk about? How the Chen family didn't follow the rules, how they couldn't stand losing, how they bullied the weak. That's not going to talk, that's going to die. Chen Tianxiong's body was shaking violently. He raised his head and looked in despair at his father, Chen Xian, who was imprisoned on the ring by the Grandmaster's will and unable to move. Chen Xian's eyes were also filled with humiliation, unwillingness, and a hint of pleading. He couldn't provoke Su Zhan anymore. The survival of the Chen family depends on Chen Tianxiong's next thought. Chen Tianxiong understood. It was as if all his strength was drained away in an instant, and he hunched over. He stood up from his seat with difficulty, and those few short steps seemed to take longer than a lifetime. He came to the edge of the ring, looked up at the young man with an indifferent expression, and his voice was as hoarse as an old bellows. Money, we'll give it to you. Oh? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, took out his phone, and weighed it in his hand. Then we'd better hurry. I'm not very patient. If City Lord Su loses his patience, that wouldn't be good. A naked threat. Use the City Lord to pressure others. Shameless. Despicable. Chen Tianxiong was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he could only swallow his anger. He turned around and growled to an equally pale-faced family leader behind him. Didn't you hear me? Transfer the money. 10 million. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Yes, Patriarch. The senior executive hurriedly took out his communicator and started to transfer money with trembling fingers. The entire Tianwu dojo was eerily quiet. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath, witnessing how a once invincible martial arts family was pinned to the ground by a young man and stripped of all their dignity bit by bit. Soon, Jiang Che's phone made a crisp ding sound. Your Longbo bank account number ending in 8888 received 10 million yuan at 1208, and the account balance is 11,124,000 yuan. Jiang Che deliberately turned the screen of his phone to the brightest setting, waved it at Chen Tianxiong, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Master Chen, you are indeed trustworthy. I have paid for the goods and I am very satisfied. He put away his phone, then his gaze fell on Chen Ping, who was on the other side of the ring, holding his broken arm, his face pale from excessive blood loss, but still glaring at him with resentment. So, next, is it time to fulfill the second promise? Jiang Che held up 3 fingers and said slowly, 3 kowtows, not one less. You. Chen Tianxiong clenched his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, and blood dripped through his fingers. Losing money means cutting flesh. Kowtow is heartbreaking. Let the Chen family's talented child kowtow to appear, no, a boy who is nearly 10 years younger than him, in front of all the warriors in Jianghai City. This is worse than killing him. What? You want to renege on your debt? Jiang Che's face instantly turned cold. Or do you, the Chen family, think that your reputation is more important than City Lord Su's will? It's City Lord Su again. Chen Tianxiong felt as if his heart was stabbed hard by these words. He knew that he had to kowtow today whether he wanted to or not. He turned around abruptly and walked in front of Chen Ping. Looking at his son, who was once his pride but now looked as miserable as a dog, a trace of pain and determination flashed in his eyes. Pinger. Father. I won't. I would rather die than kowtow to him. Chen Ping screamed hysterically and struggled to stand up. It's not up to you. Chen Tianxiong roared angrily and slashed Chen Ping's neck with his palm. Chen Ping groaned and his body went limp. Afterwards, Chen Tianxiong dragged the unconscious Chen Ping to the center of the ring like a dead dog, right in front of the pool of blood left by his own broken arm. He let go of his hand and let Chen Ping's body collapse to the ground. Then, he raised his foot, stepped on Chen Ping's back, and pressed down hard. Bang! Chen Ping's forehead made a dull collision sound with the hard alloy ring. One time. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone watched the scene in amazement. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But Chen Tianxiong, for the sake of his family, trampled on his son's dignity and crushed it to pieces. Bang! The second time. Chen Tianxiong's face was distorted beyond recognition due to extreme humiliation and anger. Bang! The third time. After he kowtowed 3 times, Chen Tianxiong seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant. He loosened his feet without even looking at Jiang Che on the ring. He just bent down, picked up the unconscious Chen Ping and the broken arm, and staggered out of the ring step by step. The other members of the Chen family also lowered their heads, like dogs that had lost their homes, and followed him, leaving in disgrace. From beginning to end, Chen Xian, the ancestor of the Chen family who was imprisoned in the ring, was like an outsider, watching all this happen without being able to say a word. Until all the members of the Chen family disappeared at the exit of the venue. The vast masters' will that enveloped the entire venue slowly receded like a tide. Puff! Chen Xian, who regained his freedom, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as paper. He stared at Jiang Che with deep hatred, his eyes seemed to devour Jiang Che's soul. But in the end, he didn't dare to do anything. His body flashed and turned into a shadow, disappearing on the spot. A shocking gamble, a life and death duel, ended in a way no one expected. The Chen family paid tens of millions in compensation, kowtowed and admitted their guilt, and lost all their face. And Jiang Che became a god in one battle. He won. He really won. Oh my god. 15 to 1. I bet 10,000. 150,000. I'm rich. Monster. This guy is absolutely a monster. He destroyed a second-grade cultivator with one blow, and withstood the pressure of a third-grade cultivator. Even the city lord personally stood up for him. The silent venue was instantly drowned out by thunderous discussions and cheers. The few gamblers who bet on Jiang Che to win were ecstatic at this moment, feeling like they had won the jackpot. In the VIP seats, Li Shan, the head of the Li family, looked at the young man with an indifferent face, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He was glad that he didn't go out of his way to cause trouble for Jiang Che like the Chen family did. This young man is not someone a family of their level can afford to offend. Su Qingyao looked at the figure on the ring that attracted everyone's attention, and her heart, which had been hanging in her throat, finally settled down. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and felt weak all over. She was angry and wanted to laugh. She took out her cell phone and quickly typed a line of words and sent it over. "You bastard, you scared me to death. Treat me to dinner tonight to make amends." Jiang Che's phone vibrated. He glanced down, a barely perceptible smile forming on the corner of his mouth, and he casually replied okay. Just then, Luo Yuntian walked over, and his eyes were full of complexity when he looked at Jiang Che. There is admiration, wonder, and a hint of awe. Jiang Che. Luo Yuntian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Mr. Luo, examiner, is there anything else? Jiang Che asked, thinking that it was about processing bonuses or procedures. Luo Yuntian's expression became more serious than ever before. Come with me. He paused, lowered his voice, and said word by word, City Lord, I want to see you in person. Chapter 31, City Lord Summons. Is this a Hongmen banquet or a great opportunity? Luo Yuntian's words, City Lord, I want to see you in person, were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It did not cause much waves in the noisy venue, but it stirred up ripples in Jiang Che's heart. The calmness on his face and the smile on his lips did not change at all, as if he had expected this moment. Okay. Jiang Che nodded, his tone calm as if he was responding to the question, have you eaten? The corner of Luo Yuntian's eye twitched. This kid's reaction when facing a true master, the supreme ruler of Shanghai City? This is not just being brave, this is simply being cowardly. He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, made a pleased gesture to Jiang Che, and led him out through the passage on the other side of the ring, completely isolating himself from the thunderous discussions and enthusiasm behind him. The passage was dimly lit, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. Jiang Che. Luo Yuntian finally couldn't help himself and reminded him in a deep voice as they walked, City Lord Su is a true fourth-grade master, feared throughout the East China Sea, and with a single thought he can decide the life and death of tens of thousands of people. When you meet the City Lord later, you must control your temper and speak respectfully. You must not act as arrogantly as you did on the stage. He was really scared. This kid is a troublemaker. He even dared to mock the third-grade warrior Chen Xian to his face. If he does the same to City Lord Su later, Luo Yuntian couldn't even imagine the consequences. Hearing this, Jiang Che turned his head to glance at Luo Yuntian, a playful smile on his face. Examiner Luo, do you think that I can stand here today because I am good at saying thank you and sorry? Luo Yuntian was suddenly speechless. Yes, this kid has survived until now not by being respectful and obedient. I understand what you mean. Jiang Che put away his smile, his eyes becoming deep. Don't worry, I know my limits. The City Lord is a smart man, and when dealing with smart people, there's no need for too much nonsense. Luo Yuntian opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only let out a bitter smile. Sense of proportion? Is your measure to poke a hole in the sky? He said no more and led Jiang Che to a heavy alloy door at the end of the passage. Standing at the door were two guards wearing black combat uniforms and with a solemn aura like a mountain. Seeing Luo Yuntian, the two nodded slightly, and then their eyes fell on Jiang Che like lightning. The look was scrutinizing and wary, as if scanning for a dangerous item. Jiang Che looked at them calmly, without any ripples in his heart. The alloy door slid open silently, revealing a lounge that was simply decorated but exuded an extraordinary charm. In the middle of the room, there was only a set of quaint tea sets. A middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit, with an elegant face and looking like an uncle next door, was sitting there, brewing tea slowly and leisurely. He didn't move at all, but the air in the entire room seemed to form an absolute domain centered around him. The lord of Xinhai City, Su Zhan. And next to him stood a pretty figure, it was Su Qingyao. When she saw Jiang Che come in, a complex emotion flashed across her beautiful eyes, including worry, anger, and a hint of pride that she herself was not even aware of. Jiang Che's eyes met hers briefly, and he nodded slightly, then his eyes fell on Su Zhan. Sit. Su Zhan raised his head, his voice was calm, but it seemed to carry an unquestionable magic. Jiang Che sat down opposite Su Zhan without any hesitation, while Luo Yuntian stood respectfully aside, not daring to even breathe. You are very arrogant and cruel. Su Zhan pushed a cup of steaming hot tea in front of Jiang Che and got straight to the point. The fragrance of tea is lingering and refreshing. Jiang Che picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling a warm energy sliding down his throat into his stomach, instantly calming his blood, which had been boiling due to the battle. Good tea, he praised, then slowly replied, to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. I think the city lord understands this principle better than I do. Su Zhan's eyes flashed with admiration, but he didn't respond. Instead, he changed the subject. You seem to really like walking on the tightrope, enjoying the feeling of walking on the edge of life and death. You're joking, city lord. Jiang Che put down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Su Zhan with a burning gaze. I just think that when a knife is hanging over your neck, your brain will work faster and your potential will be more easily forced to emerge. After all, I'm just a good-for-nothing with 108 HP. If I don't fight hard, how can I catch up with those true geniuses? He mentioned the word useless again, with self-mockery in his tone, but his eyes were full of sharpness. Su Qingyao felt her heart tighten as she listened. This guy, he's at it again. He's using his half-truthful epiphany theory to fool her father again. Sure enough, Su Zhan was silent for a moment after hearing this, then slowly said, Your parents were also very direct back then. But they knew when to unsheath the sword and when to sheath it again. It's the parents again. Jiang Che's heart was moved, but his face showed a hint of confusion and sadness. I know very little about them. I only know that they are heroes who sacrificed their lives to protect the city. His performance was seamless and full of genuine emotion. Su Zhan looked at him deeply and did not continue the topic. He knew that now was not the time. The Chen family's affairs end here. Su Zhan's tone changed, with unquestionable determination. 10 million is your trophy. Chen Tianxiong's head is also the prize you deserve. I protect you because of the rules. Once the rules of the warrior world are trampled on, it will soon collapse. Thank you, City Lord, for upholding justice. Jiang Che nodded. But Su Zhan changed the subject, his eyes sharpening. While your actions today were within the rules, they have put you in the spotlight. The Chen family won't let this go. That Chen Xian is known for his vengeance. You've humiliated him today, and he'll definitely use every possible means to put you to death. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Jiang Che's response remained calm. If I'm afraid of even this little storm, what's the point of me talking about martial arts? How can I talk about following in my parents' footsteps? What a brave man! Su Zhan suddenly laughed, his laughter full of admiration. A registered disciple of Su Zhan should have this kind of courage. He stood up, walked to Jiang Che and patted his shoulder. You rejected my 10 million and chose the more difficult path. I'm very pleased. Su Zhan said, as your master, I naturally can't let you go into battle empty-handed. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. The real reward is coming. The wealth of more than 11 million in his account was sparkling, but he knew that for a truly strong person, money was only the most basic thing. Money is both the most useless and the most useful thing for a warrior. Su Zhan seemed to see through Jiang Che's thoughts. It can buy elixirs, weapons, and combat methods, but it can't buy time, it can't buy understanding, and it certainly can't buy the guidance of a master or a top-notch training environment. He turned around, looked at Jiang Che, and said word by word, so, I won't give you money. Jiang Che was stunned. Su Qingyao and Luo Yuntian were also stunned. Don't give money? So you just laid the groundwork for so long? I'll give you the qualification to enter the Xinhai Tower to practice for a month. Su Zhan said shockingly. Xinhai Tower. This time, before Jiang Che could react, Luo Yuntian on the side had already screamed out in surprise, his face full of incredible shock and fanatical envy. Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she looked at her father in disbelief. Although Jiang Che didn't know what the Zhenhai Tower was, just by looking at the reactions of these two people, he knew that this was definitely an astonishing gift worth far more than 10 million cash. Dad! Zhenhai Tower is not only controlled by you and a few guest elders. Su Qingyao couldn't help but speak. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Su Zhan waved his hand, interrupting his daughter, his gaze still fixed on Jiang Che. Zhenhai Pagoda is a secret place for cultivation that I built at great expense when I first entered the Grandmaster realm. The tower is engraved with an ancient spirit gathering array, which can gather the energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles. A day of cultivation within it is equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. More importantly, a strand of my spiritual essence is stored at the top of the tower, nurtured day and night, forming a secret that cannot be passed on the Zhenhai Heart Sutra. Heart Sutra of Zhenhai. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat. What does he lack most now? It's the foundation. It's the foundation. His health value was piled up by the system by spending money, like a castle in the air. And this Heart Sutra, whose name sounds so awesome, may be the best chance for him to make up for his foundation. But just when Jiang Che's heart was surging, Su Zhan changed the subject again, with a meaningful smile on his face. This qualification is not given to you for nothing. He looked at Jiang Che, his eyes seemed to see through everything. The Zhenhai Tower is not empty right now. My chief guard, Wei Tong, is currently in seclusion inside, trying to break through the bottleneck of the 4th grade realm. Wei Tong, I brought this man back from a battlefield ravaged by blood and corpses. He's fought his entire life, and he's always been ruthless. He believes only in sweat, blood, and iron discipline, and never in so-called genius or sudden enlightenment. Su Zhan's eyes turned playful. He is the gatekeeper of Zhenhai Tower. If you want to go in, you can. But you must get his approval first. In a month, the early admissions examination for the 3 major martial arts academies of Dragon Country will begin. My mission for you is to become the top scorer in Jianghai City after entering Zhenhai Tower for training. And your first test right now is, Su Zhan's voice fell slowly with a hint of unquestionable majesty. Go and make Wei Tong, that stubborn stone-headed man, willingly open the gate of the Zhenhai Tower for you. Chapter 32, The Grandmaster's Gatekeeper. If you want to get the benefits, you must pass me first. As Su Zhan finished speaking, the air in the entire lounge seemed to freeze. Get Wei Tong's approval? Luo Yuntian took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Che with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Others may not know Wei Tong, but as a senior executive of the Warrior Association, he knows him very well. That was not a person at all, but a smelly and hard stone from the toilet. Wei Tong, a top-level 3rd grade warrior, is just one step away from becoming a 4th grade master. He is Su Zhan's shadow, the sharpest knife in the city lord's mansion, and the strongest shield. This man came from a military background. He started as a soldier at the bottom and climbed up step by step with his military merits and achievements. He had hundreds of scars of varying sizes on his body and had killed countless ferocious beasts and enemies. What he despised most was a genius like Jiang Che who relied on enlightenment to reach the top overnight, had an unstable foundation, and had almost no combat experience. In his eyes, people like Jiang Che would be the first cannon fodder to die on the battlefield. Getting him to acknowledge Jiang Che? That's even harder than getting him to admit he's a woman. Su Qingyao also became anxious. She quickly stepped forward, tugged at Su Zhan's sleeve, and said coquettishly, Dad. You know Uncle Wei's temper. He even dares to contradict you sometimes. You asked Jiang Che to go find him. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for him? Difficult? Su Zhan glanced at his daughter, then looked at Jiang Che, who had remained calm from beginning to end, and said calmly, if he can't even resolve this little difficulty, how can he even talk about competing for the Hidden Dragon ranking? How can he even talk about facing Qin Xian's revenge? Qingyao, you have to remember that towering trees can't grow in a greenhouse. Su Qingyao was suddenly speechless and could only stamp her feet and look at Jiang Che worriedly. However, Jiang Che seemed not to have heard the conversation between father and daughter. He just looked at Su Zhan and asked a key question, how can I get his approval? Su Zhan nodded approvingly. This kid always gets to the point. It's simple. He held up a finger. Convince him and make him say the words you can go in himself. As for how you do it, or what method you use, I don't care. Fight him, talk him, even use trickery and subterfuge. As long as you can get him to speak, you win. I understand. Jiang Che stood up and bowed slightly to Su Zhan. Thank you for your guidance, City Lord. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door, decisively and without any hesitation. Hey! You! Su Qinyao wanted to call him, but was stopped by Su Zhan's eyes. Let him go. Su Zhan looked at Jiang Che's back, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Whether he is a dragon or a worm depends on how he can get past Wei Tong. The Jinhai Tower, located in the deepest part of the backyard of the city lord's mansion, is a 9-story ancient tower built entirely of unknown black rocks. The tower is covered with mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and majestic atmosphere. Just by getting close, Jiang Che could feel the free energy particles in the air becoming extremely active and rich. In front of the tower, on an open martial arts training ground, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, with his upper body naked, revealing his bronze muscles and crisscrossing scars, was performing a set of extremely powerful boxing techniques. Every time he threw a punch, there was an explosive sound that tore through the air. The bluestone floor beneath his feet kept cracking with his movements, and was then smoothed out by an invisible aura. He is Wei Tong. Jiang Che's arrival did not stop him. He seemed to have not noticed Jiang Che at all, and continued to practice his boxing. Every punch and kick was full of power and the beauty of death. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. He just stood quietly at the edge of the martial arts training ground, arms folded, watching with interest like a spectator. After a full 10 minutes, Wei Tong slowly finished his practice and exhaled a long breath of white air. The white air was like a sharp arrow, shooting out more than 10 meters before slowly dissipating. He turned around, and his pair of hawk-like sharp eyes finally fell on Jiang Che, his eyes full of undisguised contempt and scrutiny. Don't you like the air in the city lord's mansion? Why do you have to run to this place full of sweat and blood? Wei Tong's voice was hoarse and cold, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. I heard there are some good things here, so I came to take a look. Jiang Che smiled and pointed to the Jinhai Tower behind him. By the way, I want to ask you to open the door. Open the door? Wei Tong seemed to have heard some huge joke. He looked Jiang Che up and down, his eyes as if he was looking at a beautiful pet that had strayed into a slaughterhouse. The city lord's new darling? I heard you crippled that second-rank kid from the Chun family with a single blow. Wei Tong's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. You smell like money and conspiracy, but you don't smell like blood, which is what a warrior should have. I've seen people like you plenty. You act like a tyrant in the city, using your cleverness to think you're invincible. If I threw you into the cave, within 3 minutes you'd be crying and screaming for your mother, and then be torn to pieces by the weakest first-grade beast. Faced with this merciless humiliation, the smile on Jiang Che's face became even wider. You might be right. He nodded, then changed the subject, but you do smell quite strongly of sweat. Maybe you've been in one place for too long and don't realize how the world outside has changed. The new generation will always replace the old. Boom! A violent and strong energy suddenly burst out from Wei Tong. In Jiang Che's eyes, his burly body seemed to have turned into a volcano about to erupt. Boy, you are looking for death. Wei Tong's eyes were full of murderous intent. Want to kill me? Jiang Che's smile instantly faded, his eyes becoming as cold as Wei Tong's. You can try. But I guess the city lord doesn't want to see his chief guard die at the hands of his new disciple. Tit for tat. Not giving an inch. Wei Tong's chest heaved violently as he stared at Jiang Che intently, the terrifying murderous intent in his heart almost solidifying into substance. After a long time, he suddenly grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Good. What a sharp-tongued boy. The city lord is right, you really have guts. He restrained his momentum, pointed at his feet, and drew a circle with a diameter of about 3 meters on the hard ground with his toes. You can enter the tower if you want. Wei Tong's voice was tinged with a hint of teasing. I won't bully the weak, and I won't use any power beyond your quasi-warrior's capabilities. I'll stand in this circle for 10 minutes. If you can make me move one step, or if both feet leave the ground at the same time, you win. I'll let you into the tower. This rule seems fair, but it is actually full of traps. A peak-level third-grade warrior, even if he only uses the strength of a quasi-warrior, his control over strength, combat experience, and physical strength are far beyond Jiang Che's reach. He was standing there motionless like a mountain. It would be as difficult as climbing to the sky for Jiang Che to shake him. Good. However, Jiang Che didn't hesitate for even a second and agreed directly. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body moved. No probing, no fancy opening moves. Perform phantom step to its fullest potential. A series of afterimages instantly appeared in the air, and Jiang Che's figure became erratic, as if he had turned into 7 or 8 Jiang Chis, attacking Wei Tong from all directions at the same time. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Wei Tong's eyes, but he still stood where he was, his arms like iron gates, accurately and efficiently blocking attacks from all directions. Bang! 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 The fists and feet collided, making a dull thud. Every attack from Jiang Che was like hitting a piece of fine steel, causing his arms to go numb. But Wei Tong didn't even shake. Your speed is good, but unfortunately, your strength is too dispersed. 7 points of every strength you use are wasted. Wei Tong blocked and commented coldly, like a strict instructor. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed. He knew that pure speed and strength were not enough to shake this mountain. The next moment, he retreated rapidly, creating distance between them. Buzz. The thunder blade was unsheathed in an instant. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the martial arts training ground. Thunder blade. Jiang Che poured all his energy and blood into the dagger without reservation. It seemed as if he and the dagger became one, transforming into a surging thunder, and with an indomitable and resolute momentum, he struck Wei Tong on the head. This strike was faster, more powerful, and purer than the one he had used against Qin Ping in the ring. Just in time. A glimmer of excitement finally burst out in Wei Tong's eyes. He no longer blocked with one hand, but crossed his arms to protect himself. The muscles in his body instantly tensed up like rocks. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flying. The violent airwaves spread wildly around the two people, blowing sand and rocks into the air. Jiang Che only felt an unmatched force coming from the blade, his knuckles were instantly cracked, blood gushed out, and the whole person flew backwards uncontrollably, somersaulting several times in the air before barely landing on the ground, his blood surging. Wei Tong in the circle was still standing in the same place, but the muscles in his upper body were trembling slightly. A faint white mark was left on his crossed arms. He was actually forced into a real defensive stance. Nice swordsmanship. Wei Tong lowered his arm and moved his wrist. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Jiang Che wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. Yeah? Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared again. It's still Phantom Step and it's still Thunder Blade. But this time, his target was not Wei Tong's upper body. Wei Tong's pupils suddenly shrank. In midair, Jiang Che's figure split into 3. The figure in front was still as aggressive and powerful as ever. However, this is just a feint. The real killer moves come from his left and right. 2 afterimages almost sticking to the ground were like 2 poisonous snakes. The daggers in their hands did not chop or cut, but stabbed Wei Tong's ankles at an extremely tricky and sinister angle. This is a sinister trick Jiang Che learned from a forum post dedicated to studying how to defeat the strong with the weak ground spike. Facing a slashing attack that is threatening him from the front and poisonous stings on both sides that can cripple his feet, the first reaction of any normal warrior is to jump. As long as your feet leave the ground, you can avoid all attacks instantly. But this fell right into Jiang Che's trap. Wei Tong's expression became extremely wonderful at this moment. He roared angrily, and suddenly leaned his upper body back, using a bridge-like posture to avoid the frontal knife attack. At the same time, he exerted force on the toes of his feet, and his body spun rapidly on the spot like a top. Ding! Ding! With 2 crisp sounds, he used his heels to knock away the 2 daggers stabbing from the left and right with incredible precision. He held it. He didn't move or leave his feet. Did he win? Just as this thought flashed through Wei Tong's mind, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. Jiang Che actually completed his 4th move in the blink of an eye. His real killer move was not the slash or the ground stab, but the use of Phantom Step to get behind Wei Tong at the moment when Wei Tong was spinning to defend. At this time, Wei Tong's old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet been generated. It was the weakest moment. Jiang Che didn't use a knife or fists. He simply stretched out his foot and lightly hooked Wei Tong's lower body, which was slightly unstable due to the rotation. An extremely strange scene occurred in the martial arts training ground. Wei Tong, who was 2 meters tall and as strong as a mountain, blocked all the powerful attacks, but was staggered by this light trip rope. In order to stabilize his body, he subconsciously stepped out of the circle with his left foot. Step. The whole place was dead silent. Wei Tong froze in place, the expression on his face changing from astonishment, to shock, to disbelief, and finally to a helpless expression of feeling both amused and helpless. He slowly turned around and looked at the boy who had retracted his foot and was smiling at him like a fox who had stolen some meat. After a long time, he let out a long breath, which seemed to take away all his arrogance and prejudice. He looked at Jiang Che, and spoke word by word, his voice hoarse but very clear. "You can go in." Chapter 33, A Tower to Calm the Sea, A Step to Heaven. The Test of the Heart Sutra. Wei Tong's hoarse voice echoed in the empty martial arts training ground. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with 3 parts of unwillingness and 7 parts of helplessness. Jiang Che's smile remained bright as ever. He retracted the foot that seemed light but actually contained all the essential changes of the phantom step and clasped his fists towards the captain of the city lord's mansion guards. "Thank you, Captain Wei." Wei Tong's face twitched violently, and a complex purple color appeared on his bronze face. "Thank you? This guy calls this giving in? I was led by him from beginning to end, and was finally knocked down by a tripwire that was only used by children in fights. If this gets out, his nickname of As Still as a Mountain Wei Tong will probably be changed to As Still as a Mountain, Falls with One Hook." "Humph. Don't be so complacent." Wei Tong snorted, but the contempt and scrutiny in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by a solemnity and a hint of curiosity. "Taking shortcuts is ultimately a trick. Your movements are uncanny, your swordsmanship is sharp, but your foundation is weak, your energy and blood are mixed, like a tower built on sand. If not for this, that strike just now wouldn't have simply left a white mark on my arm." He is giving a hint. A peak-level 3rd-grade warrior, after being defeated by a quasi-warrior through strategy, instead of getting angry and embarrassed, pointed out the opponent's shortcomings. Jiang Che's heart moved slightly, and he felt a little more favorable towards this iron tower-like man. "Thank you, Guard Captain Wei, for your guidance." Jiang Che's thanks were much more sincere this time. "It is precisely because our foundation is unstable that we must come to this Shanghai Tower to seek a way out." Wei Tong looked at him deeply, said no more, turned around and walked to the door of the ancient black tower. He stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan and pressed it against the door, causing the blood in his body to vibrate slightly. Buzz. The stone door, which was so thick that it seemed to be able to withstand missile bombardment, slowly opened inward with a low roar. A pure energy that is more than 10 times denser than that outside, like a flood that has found an outlet, rushed out from the crack in the door. Jiang Che felt as if he had instantly immersed himself in warm spring water. All 36,000 pores on his body opened up at this moment, greedily absorbing this pure energy. The more than 70,000 calories of qi and blood in his body even began to circulate on their own, emitting a cheerful hum. The energy leaking out from the door alone has such a miraculous effect. "Go in." Wei Tong stepped aside and said in a deep voice, "The city lord has only given you permission for 1 month. The energy inside the tower is violent, so be careful not to rush into anything when practicing. This is especially true on the 1st floor, where the energy is the most complex and it's easiest to go astray. Be on your own." "Thank you." Jiang Che nodded, and without any hesitation, he stepped into the darkness shrouded by rich energy. The stone door slowly closed behind him, isolating him from the outside world. It was not completely dark inside the tower. Countless mysterious runes are engraved on the walls, the ground, and even the ceiling. These runes are now emitting a faint glow, like breathing, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. They formed a huge, living formation, which continuously drew in the energy of the outside world, and after preliminary refining, filled every inch of space in the tower. Ding! High concentration of unowned energy detected, energy conversion efficiency increased by 300%. Warning! The environmental energy has been detected to have mixed properties. Direct absorption may cause damage to the host's foundation and alienation of qi and blood. Please operate with caution. The system's prompt sound confirmed Wei Tong's statement. Jiang Che did not rush upstairs, but sat cross-legged in the middle of the 1st floor. Instead of absorbing the mixed energy, he closed his eyes and began to feel. Feel the flow of energy, feel the operation of the formation, and feel the breathing of this tower. Su Zhan said that the Zhenhai Heart Sutra was stored at the top of the tower and was nurtured by a strand of his spiritual essence. But Jiang Che didn't believe it. How could a true master place his secrets on the top shelf like books in a library, waiting for people to read them? If the Zhenhai Tower itself is a huge magical tool for cultivation, then its core, its soul, cannot be limited to just one point. It should be everywhere. Jiang Che emptied his mind and slowly integrated his mental power into the surrounding environment. He does not resist or absorb anything, but just merges into the ocean like a drop of water. Time passes by every second. 1 hour. 5 hours. 10 hours. Zhang Che was like an old monk in meditation, motionless. His consciousness followed the flowing energy, passing through the first layer of complexity, reaching the second layer of purity, and the third layer of condensation. His spirit seemed to be connected with the formation of the entire tower. He saw how energy was drawn in from the outside world, how it was filtered and compressed by runes, and then transported upward layer by layer, becoming more and more pure and more majestic. This tower is like a huge heart. And at the moment when his mental power, following the energy flow, was about to touch the top of the 9th floor of the tower. Buzz! A will as vast as the abyss and extremely domineering suddenly awakened. That will, with the supreme majesty to suppress the 4 seas and pacify the 8 wildernesses, instantly locked onto Zhang Che's foreign mental power. Zhang Che felt as if his soul was being grasped by an invisible giant hand and was almost being crushed on the spot. It is the spiritual origin left by Su Zhan. It sensed an intruder. At the critical moment, Zhang Che did not panic, nor did he resist. Instead, he made the boldest decision. He completely gave up control of his mental power. Allow the domineering master's will to devour, wrap and assimilate your spiritual power. This is a gamble. The spiritual origin of Su Zhan is not a dead thing, but has a certain spirituality. I bet it will make a judgment after devouring my mental power instead of crushing it directly. Boom! In Zhang Che's mind, it seemed as if billions of thunders exploded at the same time. His consciousness was drawn into a sea of countless golden runes. Each rune contains the supreme principles regarding the circulation of qi and blood, the concentration of spirit, and the resonance between heaven and earth. These runes rushed into his mind frantically, trying to leave their mark deep in his soul. Heart Sutra of Zhenhai. It is not placed on the top of the tower, but integrated into the operating core of the entire tower. Only by gaining the recognition of this spiritual origin can one be qualified to see its full picture. Zhang Che made the right bet. However, before he could be happy for more than 3 seconds, an even more terrifying crisis broke out. The energy of Zhenhai Heart Sutra is extremely pure and yang, and extremely domineering. It emphasizes using supreme will to control one's own qi and blood, and then mobilize the power of heaven and earth. And what is Zhang Che's qi and blood? It was exchanged by the system $1 at a time. Its essence is wealth, rules, and another kind of power that is completely different from the martial arts system of this world. At this moment, 2 completely different forces met in his body. It was like water and fire, light and darkness. The most intense conflict broke out in an instant. Puff! Zhang Che suddenly opened his eyes and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His skin instantly turned red, and blue veins twisted wildly under his skin like a dragon, and his bones made creaking sounds under the heavy burden. The more than 70,000 calories of qi and blood in his body were completely out of control. A part of it was guided by the golden runes of the Zhenhai Heart Sutra, trying to move along a mysterious trajectory, becoming condensed and heavy. The other part still maintains the wealth attribute of the system, violent and chaotic, and only pursues the purest values and power. The 2 forces collided wildly in his meridians, tearing his flesh and blood and impacting his internal organs. Grass! Zhang Che couldn't help but swear. The severe pain made his vision go black and his consciousness began to blur. He felt that his body was like a mortal caught in the fight between 2 gods, and it could explode into a bloody mist with a bang at any time. Warning! Warning! The host's body is being eroded by a high-level alien energy. The foundation is collapsing. Source of conflict detected, the spiritual imprint of the Zhenhai Heart Sutra. The system is attempting to analyze. Analysis failed. This Heart Sutra contains the power of laws, which exceeds the current system's parsing authority. Countdown to physical collapse, 10, 9, 8. The cold system prompt sound is like the death warrant of the god of death. Finished? After working so hard to cheat, you wind up blowing yourself up because of a set of skills? A trace of unwillingness and madness flashed through Zhang Che's mind. No. Never. Since systematic analysis is not possible, then use the most primitive, barbaric, and most effective method. System. Zhang Che used up the last bit of his strength and roared wildly in his mind. Give me some points. Convert all your wealth into qi and blood. I want to see whether your Heart Sutra is more powerful or my money is more powerful. He still has more than 11 million in his account. He wants to use money, use absolute numbers, to burst this crappy heart sutra alive. Ding. Received the host's instruction. Are you sure to convert all 11,124,000 yuan of wealth into qi and health? Warning, this operation will cause the host's total qi and blood to surge instantly, far exceeding the body's endurance limit. There is a 99.99% probability that the host will instantly explode and die. Chapter 34, I'll kill you with money. The only way to upgrade the system. Died by explosion? Fuck you, explode and die. Jiang Che was now tortured unconscious by the collision of the two forces in his body. The cold system warning not only failed to calm him down, but instead aroused the madness and ruthlessness in the deepest part of his bones. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't go crazy, you will not survive. Confirm. Transfer it to me. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Jiang Che's consciousness let out a final roar. He was like a gambler who had lost all his money and slammed his last and only chip on the gambling table. Ding. Command confirmed. Wealth value conversion in progress. Boom. If Jiang Che's body was a balloon about to explode, then at this moment, the balloon was directly connected to an ultra-high-pressure hydrogen tank. More than 11 million. This is no longer just a number, but a terrifying torrent of energy that is enough to raise a hill to the ground. This most pure, brutal, and unreasonable force, transformed from the rules of wealth, was like a galaxy bursting through a dam, instantly rushing into Jiang Che's meridians that were already on the verge of collapse. Ah! A shrill howl that did not sound like a human voice echoed in the silent first floor of Shanghai Tower. Jiang Che's body, like a balloon blown to its limit, expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin was stretched to be transparent, and one could clearly see the red gold blood surging like magma beneath the skin, as well as the bones that were breaking inch by inch. On the other side, the golden runes transformed from the Zhenhai Heart Sutra seemed to have also sensed the provocation of this external force. The domineering will from the Grandmaster was completely aroused, and countless golden runes gathered into a majestic golden dragon, roaring and heading towards the torrent of wealth. On one side is the pinnacle representative of the orthodox martial arts in this world, who emphasizes gradual progress and control by will. On one side is a mysterious system from another world that emphasizes simplicity and brutality, and believes that money is omnipotent. Two completely different laws of power collided in the most primitive and direct way on the small battlefield of Jiang Che's body. Bang 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 bang. It was as if countless bombs were exploding simultaneously inside Jiang Che's body. The blood vessels in his body burst one by one, turning into a blood mist that gushed out, instantly turning him into a bloody man. Under the impact of severe pain and energy, his consciousness had completely sunk into endless darkness. Countdown to physical collapse, 3, 2, 1. The host's vital signs are detected to be about to disappear. System's highest protection protocol activated. Trying to find a solution. Option 1, forcefully remove the spiritual imprint of the Zhenhai Heart Sutra. Success rate 0.01%. The removal process will cause permanent damage to the host's soul. Option 2, forcefully interrupt wealth conversion. Success rate 0.1%, the host will fall into a permanent vegetative state. Scheme 3, calculating. Just when Jiang Che's life flame was about to go out, a brand new prompt box with golden light suddenly popped up on the system interface. Ding! It has been detected that the host possesses both the power of Law Zhenhai Heart Sutra and the power of Rules Wealth System, meeting the prerequisites for upgrading the system's core modules. Do you want to consume 10 million wealth points to activate the Law Furnace function? Law Crucible, wealth can be used as a fuel and catalyst to analyze, refine, and reorganize the law's rules of different systems, achieving a perfect fusion. This suggestion was made without asking Jiang Che's opinion. Because the moment he roared and issued the all-conversion command, he had already given the system the highest processing authority in critical moments. Almost at the same time when the prompt box popped up, the huge sum of tens of millions of dollars in Jiang Che's account, which had just been partially converted, disappeared instantly. Instead, a phantom of a bronze furnace emitting an ancient and vast atmosphere appeared in Jiang Che's Dantianqi Sea. The moment the furnace appeared, the torrent of wealth that was about to burst Jiang Che, and the domineering and majestic golden dragon, seemed to be pulled by some higher-level rules and were sucked into the furnace uncontrollably. Buzz. The bronze furnace shook violently, and the ancient patterns on the furnace wall were instantly lit up. Inside the furnace, the torrent of wealth transformed into a blazing invisible fire, and the golden dragon, under the burning of the flame, let out a series of unwilling dragon roars, and began to be melted and decomposed bit by bit, turning into the most original golden rune. Then, an even more magical scene happened. Those decomposed golden runes did not disappear, but under the wrapping of the invisible fire, they began to reorganize with the pure power of wealth. If we say that the Junhai Heart Sutra was originally a unique and wonderful work written in ancient and profound oracle bone script, ordinary people would not be able to understand it at all. At this moment, under the help of the super translator Law Crucible, this wonderful article is being translated word by word into the language that Zhang Che is most familiar with and the only language that he can perfectly control: money. A golden rune represents a method of transporting qi and blood. After the transformation in the furnace, Zhang Che no longer needed to use his spiritual will to comprehend and activate it, but it directly became a program that could be driven by the power of wealth. A golden rune represents a ray of the master's spiritual enlightenment. After being transformed by the furnace, it became a spiritual passive skill that was directly imprinted on Zhang Che's soul, giving him an innate and extraordinary keen intuition about the flow of energy. This is no longer a simple absorption. This is plunder. It's swallowing. It's a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest. Zhang Che is using 10 million Dragon Nation coins to completely take possession of the Calming Sea Heart Sutra that Suzhan had spent half his life comprehending. Moreover, he has transformed it into the most suitable for him, and only for him, the Krypton Gold Heart Sutra. As the smelting progressed, a brand new strange energy slowly flowed out from the furnace, which had the heavy and domineering nature of the Junhai Heart Sutra and the simple and crude characteristics of the power of wealth. This energy, like a refreshing rain after a long drought, flowed through Zhang Che's torn meridians, broken bones, and damaged internal organs. Wherever he passed, all the injuries healed rapidly at a speed that defied common sense. Destroy and then build. After being reshaped, his meridians became more than 10 times tougher than before. After his bones were broken and regenerated, they now had a faint jade-like luster, and their density and strength far exceeded that of fine steel. His internal organs seemed to be washed by the precious light of glass and were full of vigorous vitality. Although the total amount of qi and blood in his Dantian Qi Si did not increase dramatically, its quality had undergone earth-shaking changes. If the previous 70,000 calories of qi and blood were a pile of loose cotton, now they have been tempered and compressed into a piece of extremely dense fine iron. Every strand of qi and blood became extremely condensed and pure, and as it circulated, it carried a heavy implication that could suppress all things. Ding! The law furnace function has been successfully activated. Ding! The Zhenhai Heart Sutra has been successfully smelted. The host's foundation has been reshaped. Ding! The host has realized a new talent, see Calming Passive. Effect: your qi and blood will have a suppressive attribute, exerting a 10% 30% qi and blood suppressing effect on warriors of the same level and below. Ding! Due to the significant improvement in the host's foundation, the upper limit of the body's endurance has been increased, and the core module of the system has been upgraded. Wealth Mall has been updated. The Combat Proficiency module has been updated. The new module Martial Arts Deduction has been unlocked. A series of system prompt sounds exploded in Zhang Che's mind. He slowly opened his eyes from the endless darkness. There is no joy of surviving a disaster, and no ecstasy of suddenly increasing strength. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and so deep that they seemed to be able to swallow the stars. He lowered his head and glanced at his skin, which was intact and even more crystal clear than before, and then glanced at the glaring balance on the system interface. Wealth value, 0 yuan. 10 million, just gone like that. Zhang Che's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This system is such a fucking money-eating beast. However, when he felt the unprecedented condensed power in his body that seemed to be able to control everything, he felt that the 10 million was worth it. He stood up, and his bones made a crisp crackling sound. He felt that he could even punch through the tower with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. 1 month. Zhang Che muttered to himself, now, it's just the beginning. Rebuilding the foundation is only the first step. Next, he will use this unique environment and the upgraded system to push his strength to a whole new peak. He opened the system and prepared to study the newly unlocked martial arts deduction function. However, at this moment, boom! A very slight sound, as if something fell to the ground, came from upstairs. The sound was very soft, and the old Zhang Che would never have been able to detect it. But at this moment, his 5 senses were sharp to a terrifying degree. To his ears, this strange sound was no less than a thunderclap. Jiang Che's pupils suddenly shrank. There's someone upstairs. Wei Tong and Su Zhan both said that he was the only one in the tower. Who is it? Chapter 35, The Dark Shadow in Jinhai Tower. Questions from uninvited guests. There's someone upstairs. The moment these 4 words exploded in Jiang Che's mind, the muscles all over his body instantly tensed up, and the pores that had just stretched due to the surge in strength suddenly contracted. Wei Tong and Su Zhan both made it clear that he was the only one in the tower. The Jinhai Tower is the most forbidden area in the heart of the city lord's mansion. It is heavily guarded, and Wei Tong, a peak-level 3rd-grade cultivator, is personally guarding it. He is able to sneak in here quietly. The person who comes is definitely not a good person. Jiang Che's eyes turned ice-cold in an instant, and the murderous intent that had just subsided due to rebuilding his foundation quietly spread again. Without the slightest hesitation, he thought about it and performed the phantom step silently. The phantom step at this moment is completely different from before. If he relied on the burst of chi and blood to create speed and afterimages before, now after being smelted by the Jinhai Heart Sutra and rebuilding his foundation, Jiang Che's control over power has reached an incredible level. He didn't even make a sound. Like a ghost, he silently followed the shadow of the wall and floated towards the stairs to the 2nd floor. At this moment, his breathing and heartbeat seemed to merge with the unique energy rhythm of the Jinhai Tower, achieving perfect invisibility. The slight noise came from the 2nd floor. Jiang Che's figure landed on the 2nd floor staircase like a weightless feather, without making even the slightest sound. He stuck his head out halfway and looked towards the hall on the 2nd floor. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the coldness and murderous intent in his eyes were instantly replaced by a kind of amusing surprise. In the center of the 2nd floor hall, a familiar and pretty figure stood with her back to him, tiptoeing stealthily, as if studying the glowing runes on the wall. She was wearing a tight combat uniform that allowed for easy movement, which perfectly outlined her youthful and graceful curves. If it's not Su Qingyao, who else could it be? She seemed to be attracted by some complex runes on the wall, and stretched out her slender fingers, wanting to touch it curiously. Cough. A light cough suddenly sounded behind her. Ah! Su Qingyao was so scared that her whole body trembled. She jumped up like a frightened little rabbit, withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, and turned around like lightning. When she saw the face so close to her with a playful smile on its face, her whole body froze. Jiang Che? Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, her face filled with disbelief. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on the 1st floor? She took advantage of the few minutes when Captain Wei Tong of the guard was changing shifts and used her privileges as the city lord's daughter to sneak in through a secret passage behind the tower. She wanted to see how Jiang Che was doing, but was afraid of disturbing him. She thought he would stay on the 1st floor obediently, but who would have thought that he would run to the 2nd floor in the blink of an eye and appear behind her without anyone noticing? Jiang Che didn't answer, but simply looked her up and down with interest. His gaze lingered for a fraction of a second on her chest, which was heaving violently with fear. Then he smiled and said, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? Miss Su, this is the forbidden area of the city lord's mansion. Trespassing is a serious crime." I was. Su Qingyao's cheeks instantly flushed, half out of guilt and half out of shame. She forced herself to calm down, straightened her chest, and put on her ladylike airs. She snorted, "I was worried you might be possessed, so why not come in and take a look? But you. Uncle Wei clearly said the energy on the 1st floor is most suitable for your current stage, so why did you run to the 2nd floor? The energy here is even more violent. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Her words were full of concern, but her tone was like she was interrogating a prisoner. "Oh? Guard Captain Wei let you in?" Jiang Che raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Of course not. I am." Su Qingyao was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized that she had been tricked. She stomped her feet in anger and said, "Don't worry about how I got in. Answer my question. Did you ignore my advice and force your way in?" Seeing her cute, anxious and angry look, Jiang Che was in a good mood. He slowly walked to the wall that Su Qingyao had just studied, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the mysterious runes. "I didn't force my way in," Jiang Che said calmly. "It was Guard Captain Wei who personally let me in." "What?" Su Qingyao was shocked again. She looked at Jiang Che in disbelief. "Impossible. I know Uncle Wei's temper best. How could he? Nothing is impossible." Jiang Che turned around, leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and looked at her with a half smile. I just talked to him about the reasoning, and then he agreed. Maybe it's because I have a strong personality. Personal charm? The corner of Su Qingyao's mouth twitched. She knew with her toes that the whole process was definitely not as easy as Jiang Che described. Could Uncle Wei, a man as stinky and hard as a stone in the toilet, be persuaded by reasoning? Perhaps Jiang Che had used some unimaginable means to physically persuade Uncle Wei. When Su Qingyao thought of that scene, she felt a headache. This guy is simply a troublemaker. Then why did you run to the second floor? Su Qingyao took a deep breath and decided to get to the bottom of it. She had to find out what was going on with this guy, lest he really kill herself. Because the energy of the first level is too dirty for me. Jiang Che was speaking the truth. After being reshaped by the furnace of laws, his foundation has been transformed, and his requirements for energy quality have become extremely demanding. The mixed energies in the first layer were no longer tonics to him, but poisons. But to Su Qingyao, this sounded extremely arrogant. Dirty? She was so angry that she almost laughed. Jiang Che, do you know what you're talking about? The energy on the first floor of the Jinhai Tower is a sacred place for cultivation that countless warriors dream of. Even a second-grade warrior would benefit greatly from practicing there for a whole day. And you, a quasi-warrior, actually think it's dirty? It's a different time now. Jiang Che shrugged, his expression saying, "You don't understand me. Anyway, this place suits me better." Okay, Miss Su, I appreciate your concern. Now, you can return the same way you came in. I'm going to start practicing. He began issuing eviction orders. Are you kidding? He just spent a full 10 million to open the law furnace and rebuilt the foundation. The system also unlocked new functions and was preparing to do a big job. How could he let this curious baby stay here and get in the way? You. Su Qingyao was angered by his matter-of-fact tone. Do you think I want to stay here? I'm afraid you'll die here, and my dad will skin me alive. You're not in a good state right now, you have to come with me. As she spoke, she wanted to reach out and pull Jiang Che's arm. However, her hand had just stretched out halfway when it froze in mid-air. Because Jiang Che's figure had disappeared from her sight at some point. The next second, that familiar, teasing voice sounded again from behind her, almost right next to her ear. I said, I want to practice. The warm breath blew on Su Qingyao's sensitive earlobe, making her tremble all over. A strange tingling sensation instantly spread from her ear to her whole body. Her cheeks suddenly turned red as if they were about to bleed. She turned around suddenly, only to see that Jiang Che had retreated 3 meters away, still with his arms crossed in a lazy posture, as if the person who had just spoken to her in her ear was not him at all. Su Qingyao's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Too fast. She hadn't even seen Jiang Che's movements. Had this guy gotten stronger again? How long had it been? Had he had another epiphany? When Su Qingyao thought of this word, she felt powerless. You, don't mess around. Her momentum unconsciously weakened. Practice is no joke. You just went through a great battle. Your foundation is unstable. You need rest and recuperation, not. Who said my foundation is unstable? Jiang Che interrupted her. He slowly lowered his arms, his eyes suddenly becoming serious and deep. Su Qingyao, what do you think martial arts is? The sudden question made Su Qingyao stunned. Martial arts are naturally about strengthening the body, defending the country, and pursuing the limits of the human body. She answered subconsciously. No. Jiang Che shook his head. He walked towards Su Qingyao step by step. Every step seemed to be stepping on some mysterious node. He obviously did not release any blood, but made Su Qingyao feel an invisible pressure, making it difficult for her to breathe. For me, martial arts means defying fate and changing one's destiny. Jiang Che walked up to her, stopped, and stared into her eyes with burning eyes. I don't have the innate talent like you, the chosen ones, nor do I have a rich family background. Everything I have, I earned by myself, bit by bit, with my life at stake. So, I can't stop, and I dare not stop. I must seize any opportunity to become stronger. His voice was not loud, but it carried a shocking power that struck Su Qingyao's heart hard. Looking at the young man in front of her with a blazing fire in his eyes, Su Qingyao suddenly became dazed. She seemed to see the back of the man who was alone and stirring up the situation in the simulated cave. She seemed to see the arrogant figure in the Tianwu dojo who was still chatting and laughing despite the pressure from the third-grade grandmaster. It turns out that behind all his arrogance and dominance, there is a determination that he is unwilling to be ordinary and desires to defy the heavens? Okay, I've finished my story. Jiang Che suddenly smiled, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Now, I'm going to start my defying fate. Miss Su, are you ready to be a spectator here and cheer me on? Su Qinyao was a little overwhelmed by his sudden change, her cheeks flushed again. Someone wants to cheer you on. Then leave immediately. Jiang Che didn't give her any chance. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for what happens later. You know, when I have an epiphany, it always makes a lot of noise. He once again brought out the universal excuse of enlightenment. Su Qinyao bit her lip. She knew it was not appropriate for her to stay here. But for some reason, her steps seemed to be filled with lead and she couldn't move forward. She was worried about Jiang Che's safety, but at the same time, she was filled with irrepressible curiosity about the big commotion he mentioned. Just as she was struggling with her conscience, Jiang Che no longer paid any attention to her. He walked straight to the center of the second-floor hall and sat down cross-legged. Hey! Are you serious? Su Qinyao was anxious. Jiang Che closed his eyes and did not answer. He had to seize every minute and every second. A month might seem like a long time, but with the upcoming early admissions exams for the 3 major martial arts academies, it was incredibly urgent. He thought about it and opened the system interface. Wealth value, 0 yuan. The glaring 0 made the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Then, he looked at the new module that he had just unlocked. Martial arts deduction. You can use wealth points to deduce, optimize, and integrate the host's already mastered martial arts, creating new moves or upgrading martial arts. Note, deduction requires massive amounts of data and energy, which is very expensive. Please use with caution. Huge cost? Jiang Che looked at these 4 words and felt his teeth itch. This damn system, money is the only thing it talks about. However, this function allowed him to see a whole new possibility. The Thunderblade was only a top-grade yellow rank, and the Phantom Step didn't even have a rank. If he wanted to go further in the future, he needed a stronger fighting method. Buying it? Too expensive. And it might not be suitable for him. But what if you could create it yourself? What would it be like if you combined the dominance of the Thunderblade with the strangeness of the Phantom Step? Jiang Che's heart was burning with passion. But he has no money now. Therefore, the most urgent task is to improve the most basic qi and blood cultivation. System, start absorbing. Jiang Che no longer hesitated, his mind sank into his dantian, and he began to try to practice the Jinhai Heart Sutra, which had been modified into the. However, just when he was about to mobilize external energy, something strange happened. In his dantian Shishi, the phantom of the bronze furnace that had just swallowed up his huge sum of 10 million and had just condensed into shape suddenly shook slightly. Immediately afterwards, a vast and powerful suction force that did not belong to Jiang Che at all exploded with his body as the center. Boom! The energy of the entire second floor of the Jinhai Tower seemed to be captured by an invisible super black hole, and instantly turned into a visible energy tornado, pouring madly towards Jiang Che, who was sitting cross-legged. Jiang Che! Su Qinyao on the side screamed in shock and was so frightened by the sudden horrific scene that she stepped back repeatedly, her pretty face turning pale. How can this be called cultivation? This is clearly suicide. With such violent energy pouring into the body, even a third-grade warrior would be instantly blown apart. Chapter 40, The Heart Sutra of Krypton Gold. The bottomless pit of using money to practice. A terrifying energy tornado, centered on Jiang Che, swept across the entire second floor of Jinhai Tower. The mysterious runes on the walls and the ground shone brightly and flickered wildly, and the entire ancient tower was humming as if it could not bear the heavy burden. Jiang Che! Stop now! You're going to die. Su Qingyao's scream was completely drowned out by the violent roar of energy. She looked at the young man wrapped in the energy tornado in horror, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. She had seen her father Su Zhan practicing, and she had also seen the guest elders in the city lord's mansion in seclusion, but none of them could compare to the doomsday-like scene before her. This is not absorption at all, this is devouring. It is plundering. Jiang Che's body was like a mortal who didn't know whether to live or die, opening his mouth and trying to swallow the entire ocean. However, Jiang Che, who was at the center of the storm, did not feel any pain. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented comfort. Those violent energies that Su Qinyao thought were enough to explode a third-grade warrior were swallowed up by the bronze furnace phantom and his dantian Qi the moment they flowed into his body. Buzz. The furnace vibrated, and the patterns on the furnace wall glowed brightly. After entering the furnace, the pure energy of heaven and earth seemed to be thrown into the most efficient refining factory. It was instantly decomposed, purified, and compressed, and then transformed into a pure blood and energy with the breath of wealth, which was slowly injected into Jiang Che's limbs and bones. His qi and blood values on the system panel began to climb up at a slow but incomparably firm pace. Qi and blood value, 78,501 calories. Qi and blood value, 78,502 calories. Qi and blood value, 78,503 calories. Without the instantaneous surge of tens of millions of dollars, the growth at this moment is more like a long-term investment. The improvement of each card is extremely condensed and solid. Krypton Gold Heart Sutra. Jiang Che suddenly understood. The core logic of this Heart Sutra, which has been modified by the furnace of laws, is to regard the external energy of heaven and earth as a kind of wealth that can be earned. His practice was no longer the comprehension and absorption of a traditional warrior, but had become a game of making money. Zhenhai Tower is a huge gold mine. And his body is a money printing machine that never stops 24 hours a day. So, this is the correct way to open the system. Jiang Che's heart was in turmoil. Before, he just regarded the system as a simple recharge converter, and his thinking was still at the primary stage of making money recharge becoming stronger. It was not until this moment that he truly understood that the core of the wealth system was not recharge but transformation. It can transform everything that has value into its own power. Money is only the most direct and superficial form of it. The energy of heaven and earth is also a kind of value. After figuring this out, Jiang Che felt as if his vision suddenly became clear. The entire martial arts world had changed in his eyes. What cultivation bottlenecks, what martial arts insights, in front of the law crucible, no longer matter. As long as there is enough value as fuel, he can sing all the way and be unstoppable. The only drawback may be that it is too expensive. Jiang Che could sense that while the law crucible was transforming the energy of heaven and earth, it was also undergoing a subtle consumption. This consumption wasn't energy, but rather a more fundamental wear and tear on the rules. Ding! System prompt: the law furnace's current durability is 99.99%. It can be repaired and upgraded by consuming wealth points. Really? The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched fiercely. He knew that this damn system was definitely not so kind as to give him a perpetual motion machine. After all this time, this furnace is still a consumable that needs maintenance, and the maintenance cost is probably an astronomical figure. Ultimately, you still have to make money. Just as Jiang Che was immersed in his future planning, the energy storm in the outside world gradually subsided. It's not that he stopped, but that the energy of the second level of Zhenhai Tower was sucked dry by him. The entire second floor space became empty, even the air seemed thinner, and the runes on the wall glowed dimly, like a light bulb that had run out of power. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The breath condensed and did not dissipate. It turned into a sharp arrow in the air, shot several meters away, and then slowly dissipated. He glanced at the system panel. Name: Jiang Che. Wealth value: 0 yuan. Qi and blood value: 81,255 calories. Spiritual power: 185 Hz. Ordinary people: 10 Hz. Combat techniques: Thunderblade yellow rank, top grade, proficient; Phantom step no grade, proficient. Talent: C control passive. System functions: wealth mall, combat proficiency, martial arts deduction, law crucible durability 99.99%. In just less than half an hour of practice, his qi and blood values unexpectedly soared by nearly 3,000 calories. Moreover, each strand of these 3,000 calories of qi and blood has been tempered in the furnace of laws and is extremely pure. Its quality is far beyond what it was before. Jiang Che felt that his current strength was at least 30% stronger than when he first entered the tower. Are you okay? A trembling and uncertain voice sounded nearby. Jiang Che turned his head and saw Su Qingyao leaning against the wall, looking at him with a pale face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with both relief at surviving a disaster and fear as if she were looking at a monster. What could possibly happen to me? Jiang Che stood up and stretched his muscles. His entire body crackled and popped like frying beans. Didn't I tell you that when I have an enlightenment, I always make a lot of noise? Is this the sound of enlightenment? Su Qingyao felt that her worldview was once again being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. She pointed at the dim runes around her, her voice trembling. Do you know what you've done? You've completely drained the energy reserves of the second layer. It will take at least 3 full days of operation for the spirit gathering array to replenish it. Really? That's quite embarrassing. Jiang Che apologized insincerely, then cast his gaze towards the stairs leading to the third floor. It seems that the energy here is not enough. He still thinks it's not enough? Su Qingyao was so exhausted that she almost fainted on the spot. What kind of monster is this guy? You still want to go upstairs? Su Qingyao's voice changed. What else? Jiang Che asked as a matter of course, a month is precious and cannot be wasted. As he spoke, he took a step forward and prepared to go to the third floor. Stop! Su Qingyao dodged, opened her arms, and blocked the stairs with an extremely serious expression. Jiang Che, you can't go up there anymore. Why? The higher you go in the Jinhai Tower, the purer and more violent the energy becomes. And? Su Qingyao gritted her teeth, as if hesitating whether to reveal a secret. Finally, she made up her mind and lowered her voice, and starting from the third floor, each floor contains a wisp of the remaining soul of the powerful beast my father killed in the past. These remaining souls are used as the core of the formation, nourishing the energy within the tower. At the same time, it is also a test for the successor chosen by my father. Only by using your will and strength to defeat the remaining souls of these ferocious beasts can you practice safely on the corresponding floors. Otherwise, your mind will be corroded by the remaining souls, and at best you will be seriously injured, or at worst you will become a madman who only knows how to kill. You've already made such a commotion, you must have alerted the remaining spirit of the three-eyed demon wolf on the third floor. If you go up there now, you'll be walking into a trap. I see. Jiang Che suddenly understood. This Jinhai Tower is not only a holy place for cultivation, but also a cruel trial ground. Su Zhan's test began from the first step he took into the tower. Weitong is the first level, and the remaining souls of these ferocious beasts are the next levels. Three-eyed demon wolf? Jiang Che stroked his chin. Far from showing any fear, he instead revealed a hint of interest. Sounds like it's quite valuable. Valuable? Are you crazy? Su Qingyao was practically driven mad by his train of thought. That's a remnant soul that can devour the mind. It's a battle on the level of will. No matter how strong your blood and qi are, or how fast your swordsmanship is, it's useless against it. Once it drags you into the mental illusion, you're dead. A battle on the spiritual level. Jiang Che's smile became more playful. He took a look at his mental attributes. 185 Hz. Before the simulated cave assessment, his mental power was less than 30 Hz. After the life and death fight in the cave, as well as the impact of the Jinhai Heart Sutra and the reshaping of the Furnace of Law just now, his mental strength has skyrocketed to a level that even he himself is shocked. Although he didn't know the mental power of other quasi-warriors, he was very sure that his mental power was definitely an outlier. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Che patted Su Qingyao's shoulder and motioned her to move aside. What do you think? You will die. Su Qingyao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She grabbed his arm tightly, not letting him move forward at all. Looking at her eyes filled with worry and anxiety, Jiang Che's heart softened for no reason. He sighed, and with his backhand, he grasped Su Qingyao's hand that was clutching his arm, and gently pulled her aside. Her hand was cold and soft. Trust me. Jiang Che looked into her eyes and said seriously, I never do anything I'm not sure of. And, have you forgotten? I'm a cheater. It's this sentence again. Su Qingyao was slightly startled. Looking at the boy's deep and confident eyes and feeling the warm touch on her wrist, her heartbeat accelerated again. Finally, she somehow let go of his hand and silently made way. Jiang Che smiled at her, then turned around and walked up the stairs to the third floor. The moment he stepped onto the third floor. Ouch! A terrifying wolf howl, as if coming from the ninth nether hell, suddenly exploded throughout the entire space. This sound was not transmitted through the air, but sounded directly in the depths of the two people's minds. Su Qingyao groaned, feeling as if her head was hit hard by a heavy hammer. Her vision went dark, her body softened, and she was about to fall backwards. A strong arm immediately embraced her soft waist and brought her into a warm and solid embrace. Sorry, I forgot to remind you to stay away. Jiang Che's voice rang in her ears. He held Su Qingyao with one hand, and the other hand was already grasping the hilt of the thunder blade at his waist. His eyes passed through the dim space and were fixed on the center of the third floor hall. There, the shadow of a terrifying giant wolf, as big as an elephant, with black flames burning all over its body and a tightly closed blood-red vertical pupil on its forehead, was slowly taking shape. Three-eyed demon wolf. The spiritual pressure formed purely by killing, tyranny, and madness swept towards the two of them like a tsunami. Chapter 41, Mental Strangulation. Is this remnant soul also a trophy? The terrifying mental pressure was like an invisible mountain, pressing down. Su Qingya was in Jiang Che's arms, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, her pretty face pale and bloodless. Although she was a genius, she was only a quasi-warrior after all, and had never experienced such a pure and terrifying mental shock. The mere existence of the phantom of the three-eyed demon wolf made her feel her soul trembling, as if it would be torn into pieces by its tyrannical will at any time. Don't be afraid, close your eyes and keep your mind focused. Jiang Che's steady voice was like a warm current that flowed into her icy consciousness, barely stabilizing her chaotic mind a little. The arm he held around Su Qingyao's waist was as steady as a rock, without the slightest tremor. Faced with the pressure that was enough to cause an ordinary warrior to have a mental breakdown instantly, Jiang Che's face was not filled with fear, but instead revealed a hint of extremely dangerous excitement. It's like a hungry shark smelling blood. Just in time. A golden light flashed in Jiang Che's eyes. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Boom! An equally domineering, but more condensed and heavier mental force rose from his sea of consciousness and transformed into an invisible giant hammer, fiercely facing the violent mental tsunami of the three-eyed demon wolf. If the mental power of the three-eyed demon wolf is a filthy and violent ocean, then Jiang Che's mental power is a piece of refined gold that has been tempered through thousands of times and has an extremely high density. The moment the two collided, there was no earth-shattering noise, but on the spiritual level, it set off a storm that was enough to tear the soul apart. Ouch! For the first time, a trace of surprise and pain appeared in the tyrannical will of the three-eyed demon wolf. It felt like it had hit an invisible wall of size. Instead of crushing the opponent, the violent mental impact was pushed back by a more condensed and tenacious force. His own mental power was shattered. How is that possible? How could a tiny human quasi-warrior possess such terrifying mental power? This doesn't make sense. Just when it was stunned, Jiang Che moved. He did not use any fighting methods, but simply condensed his terrifying mental power of up to 185 Hz into the simplest and most brutal spike. Break it for me. There seemed to be a flash of lightning in Jiang Che's black eyes. That invisible spiritual spike, at a speed faster than lightning, tore through layers of spiritual pressure and fiercely stabbed the tightly closed blood-red vertical pupil on the forehead of the three-eyed demon wolf phantom. To catch a thief, first catch the leader. To kill a snake, hit it at its most vulnerable part. That eye is the core of this remnant soul. Ah! The three-eyed demon wolf let out an extremely shrill howl, and the sound was full of pain and fear. The blood-red vertical pupils on its forehead suddenly opened. There are no eyeballs, no pupils, only a bottomless blood-red vortex made up of pure killing and madness. A powerful mental suction force erupted from that eye, trying to drag Jiang Che's mental spike into the abyss of the illusion, strangling and assimilating it completely. Su Qingyao's warning came true. However, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Jiang Che's mouth. You're still a little naive to try to use mental attacks on me. Just when his mental power was about to be sucked into the bloody vortex, he had a thought. In the Dantianxi Sea, the ancient bronze furnace shook slightly again. Buzz. A higher level of rule power originating from the law furnace was instantly transmitted along Jiang Che's mental power, enveloping the mental spike that was about to be swallowed. The next second, a scene that scared the three-eyed demon wolf to death occurred. The powerful suction force that erupted from the blood-red vertical pupil, the moment it came into contact with the power of rules, was like a mouse seeing a cat, or ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. It collapsed and disintegrated instantly. Not only that, the power of the law furnace, like a ruthless creditor, locked onto the remaining soul of the three-eyed demon wolf and began to forcibly collect it. No! For the first time, a clear emotion called fear emerged from the will of the three-eyed demon wolf. It wanted to escape, to disperse, to return to the center of the formation. But it's too late. Locked in the furnace of laws, it was like a moth nailed to a spider web, with no way to break free. Ouch! Under Su Qingyao's shocked gaze, the huge and powerful three-eyed demon wolf phantom let out a desperate wail, and then its entire body was stretched and twisted uncontrollably, turning into a stream of the purest black and red energy. It was forcibly pulled down from mid-air by an invisible force and madly poured into Jiang Che's eyebrows. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. Jiang Che's body shook slightly and he closed his eyes. Ding! An ownerless spiritual energy body, the remnant soul of the three-eyed demon wolf, has been detected. It contains value. Do you want to smelt and transform it? Is it possible? Jiang Che was delighted. This residual soul was actually judged as trophy by the system. Transform, he confirmed without hesitation. Ding! Smelting started. Smelting successful. Congratulations to the host, you have gained mental power plus 15 Hz. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill fragment, Mental Shock 1-3. A series of system notification sounds made Jiang Che's mouth almost crooked with laughter. Get rich! This was a pleasant surprise. Not only did his mental power surge again, but he also unearthed skill fragments. He opened his eyes and felt the more surging and powerful spiritual power in his sea of consciousness. He felt that the whole world had become clearer and more transparent in his perception. And Su Qingyao in his arms was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the empty hall, then at Jiang Che, who had a calm expression on his face, her mind going blank. It's over? Is that the end? The remnant soul of the three-eyed demon wolf, which even her father said needed to be handled with caution and was enough to give a third-grade warrior a headache, was killed in an instant? Without even hearing a sound, it's gone? You, what did you do to it? Su Qingyao's voice trembled with a hint of dreaminess. It's nothing. I talked to it and it thought I was right, so it committed suicide. Jiang Che said nonsense without changing his expression, and at the same time, he loosened his arms around her waist. Su Qingyao staggered, but fortunately she grabbed the stair handrail in time and did not fall. She glared at Jiang Che with shame and anger. This guy definitely did it on purpose. You. She was about to explode, but suddenly remembered something. She raised her head abruptly and stared at Jiang Che intently. No. I felt a breath that was exactly the same as when you broke through in the cave. She was referring to the mysterious golden rune that appeared above Jiang Che's head, which was the aura when the system activated the highest protection protocol. Although the aura of the law furnace is more restrained and ancient, its origin comes from the system. Su Qingyao's keen intuition still caught a hint of similarity. Jiang Che's heart trembled. This woman's intuition is so scary. His expression remained expressionless, revealing a perfectly balanced hint of doubt. The same aura? What aura? I was just highly focused, unleashing my full potential. Perhaps you were too nervous, leading to an illusion. Really? Su Qingyao looked at him suspiciously. She always felt that it was not that simple. Jiang Che didn't give her a chance to ask further questions and directly changed the subject. Okay, now that the obstacle is cleared, I can practice with peace of mind. The energy on the third floor should be enough for me for a while. As he spoke, he walked straight to the center of the hall, ready to start his money-making business again. Su Qingyao looked at his back, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, her beautiful eyes full of struggle and hesitation. Reason told her that she should leave immediately and stay as far away from this guy who was full of secrets as possible. But her emotions and that damn curiosity prevented her from moving forward. She wanted to know how many secrets this boy still held, and where his limits lay. In the end, she chose to stay and quietly retreated to a corner, watching from afar like a cat guarding a treasure but afraid that the treasure would explode at any time. Seeing this, Jiang Che stopped paying attention to her. He sat down cross-legged, and the law furnace started again. Energy that was even more powerful and purer than the second layer once again transformed into a terrifying tornado and rushed into his body frantically. This time, Jiang Che devoted part of his attention to the system interface. He looked at the skill fragment, Mental Shock 1-3, and something moved his mind. System, what is the use of this skill fragment? How do I collect it? Ding! Skill fragments can be obtained by killing or smelting specific targets. Gather 3 fragments of the same name to synthesize a complete skill. You can also use the martial skill deduction function to consume wealth points to complete the remaining fragments. Can I use money to complete it? Jiang Che's eyes lit up instantly. How much does it cost to deduce and complete Mental Shock? Ding! Calculating. Completing the Mind Shock skill requires 5 million yuan in wealth. 5 million? Jiang Che almost vomited blood. Money grabbing. This is simply a naked money grab. Completing one skill costs 5 million. He is now clean from head to toe, except for his face. Where did he get the 5 million? Forget it. Jiang Che sighed helplessly. It seemed that he could only go the hard-working route and try to kill a few more residual souls upstairs. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart and concentrated on absorbing energy and improving his chi and blood. Time flies by rapidly during this boring yet efficient practice. 1 day, 2 days. On the morning of the 4th day, when Jiang Che absorbed the last bit of energy from the 3rd layer, his chi and blood value had successfully broken through the 90,000 mark. Chi and blood value, 90,112 calories. Feeling the power that was about to overflow in his body, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes. He knew it was time to go to the 4th floor. However, just as he stood up and prepared to go to the stairs to the 4th floor, Su Qingyao, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, suddenly spoke. Jiang Che, do you feel something is wrong outside? Her voice was heavy and uneasy. Chapter 42, City Lord's Mansion Alarm. The sea-surrounded tower. Jiang Che's brows furrowed slightly the moment Su Qingyao finished speaking. Something wrong? He was just immersed in the joy of his explosive strength and the new functions of the system, and his awareness of the outside world was reduced to a minimum. But Su Qingyao's reminder was like a bucket of cold water, instantly making him alert. With his current mental power of up to 200 Hz, as soon as he thought about it, the invisible perception would instantly penetrate the wall of Jinhai Tower like a tide and spread in all directions. The next second, Jiang Che's eyes turned completely cold. Something's amiss, he said slowly. His voice was silent, but the familiar cold murderous intent that stirred the atmosphere in the simulated cavern was already permeating. We're surrounded. What? Su Qingyao turned pale. This is the most heavily guarded city lord's mansion in Jinhai City. It's her father Su Zhan's territory. Who has the guts to cause trouble here? Are you sure? Her voice trembled, somewhat unbelieving. 3 directions, 3 streams of energy no weaker than that of guard Captain Wei Tong. Jiang Che's perception was like the most sophisticated radar, constructing a real-time map in his mind. One of them looks familiar. Oh, I remember now. It's the old guy who gave me money at Tianwu Dojo, Chen Xian. Chen Xian. The 3rd-rank master of the Chen family. Su Qingyao's heart sank suddenly. She knew that the Chen family would never let this go. But what about the other 2? She asked hurriedly. If it was just Chen Xian, guard Captain Wei Tong would be a difficult situation, but with the defense of the Jinhai Tower, they might be able to hold out until their father returned. He's a stranger, but he's got a powerful aura, a cold and treacherous air. He's definitely not from Jinhai City. Jiang Che's lips curled up in a cold arc. It seems the Chen family has invited external aid, preparing to complete the victory in one fell swoop. His tone was so relaxed as if he was talking about the weather, but Su Qingyao felt her hands and feet go cold when she heard it. 3 third-grade masters. This was a terrifying force capable of wreaking havoc in Jinhai City. They had quietly infiltrated the city lord's mansion and surrounded the Jinhai Tower. How could this be? Where is the alarm system of the city lord's mansion? Why is there no movement at all? Su Qingyao was panicked. She couldn't understand why the defense of the city lord's mansion, which was as solid as iron, became like paper. It's simple. There's a traitor. Jiang Che pointed out the core of the problem. And the other party's target is very clear, this tower, or me. He could clearly feel that the 3 masters' auras were like 3 hawks locking onto their prey, locking onto the Jinhai Tower tightly and forming an airtight encirclement. Although their aura was powerful, it was restrained by a special force and did not alarm the guards farther outside the tower. This is a typical, precise deployment made to carry out a decapitation operation. Buzz. At that moment, the entire Jinhai Tower shook slightly, the runes on the walls glowed, and a low humming sound was emitted. An invisible energy shield flashed outside the tower. They started attacking. Su Qingyao exclaimed. No, it's not an attack, it's a test. Jiang Che's eyes penetrated the wall, as if he could see the scene outside. They are trying to break through the defensive formation of the Jinhai Tower and sneak in without alerting the core alarm. Su Qingyao's face grew paler. She gritted her teeth and explained, the defensive formation of the Jinhai Tower is connected to my father's master's will. The core alarm is only triggered when the main body of the tower is subjected to a devastating attack. Once triggered, my father will be able to sense it instantly no matter where he is and tear through space to rush back. They want to capture you alive. Capture him alive, then slowly refine his skills and take away all his secrets and adventures. This is 100 times more vicious than killing him directly. It's a beautiful idea, but unfortunately, Jiang Che sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. They underestimate City Lord Su, and they also underestimate me. At the moment he finished speaking, a roar full of energy and rage suddenly came from the bottom of the tower. The sound was so loud that it shook the entire tower. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden area of the City Lord's mansion? It's Wei Tong. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a deafening energy explosion sounded. The violent fluctuations of qi and blood were still clearly discernible even through layers of formations. The battle under the tower has begun. Su Qingyao's heart instantly rose to her throat. She ran to the stairs and looked down anxiously, but could only see a chaos shrouded by the light of the formation. Uncle Wei. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Although Wei Tong was at the peak of the third rank and possessed formidable combat power, there were 3 grandmasters of the same rank outside. One of them was the veteran grandmaster Qin Xian. 1 against 3, this is a battle without any suspense. Don't worry, Jiang Che's voice rang out behind her. He had already walked to Su Qingyao's side without her noticing. His tone remained calm. Guard Captain Wei won't fall so easily. This tower will provide him with a constant supply of strength. He is now part of the Jinhai Tower formation. But it won't last long. Su Qingyao looked back at Jiang Che. For the first time, she saw that heart-pounding look on his face, a mixture of madness and calmness. Jiang Che, we have to find a way. Before she could finish her words, a cold and arrogant voice penetrated through layers of barriers and echoed clearly on every floor of the Jinhai Tower. The owner of this voice has such strong energy and blood that he can actually inject the sound directly into the formation. Wei Tong, you and I are both third rank, why would you risk your life for a child? You are no match for us. Another hoarse voice followed closely behind. Jinhai City is not Su Zhan's Jinhai City alone. Today, we are only here to clean up the mess and enforce justice. If you know what's good for you, step back now, and we will never hurt you in the slightest. It's those 2 foreign masters. Bullshit! Wei Tong roared in anger, accompanied by a heavy groan. He had obviously suffered a loss in the previous confrontation. If you want to touch Jiang Che, you have to step over my dead body first. You are so stubborn. Chen Xian's voice, filled with resentment, rang out. Since you are so determined to die, then I will grant your wish. You too, there is no need to hold back. First, cripple this man, then destroy the tower and capture the others. Boom! 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 An even more violent attack, like a violent storm, slammed heavily into the defensive formation of the Jinhai Tower. The entire tower began to shake violently, and the runes on the walls flickered, as if they would go out at any time. Su Qingyao lost her balance and fell backwards, and was once again embraced by Jiang Che. Stand firm. Jiang Che's voice was low and powerful. But this time, Su Qingyao had no intention of feeling the warmth of the embrace or the accelerated heartbeat. Her face flushed red with fear and anger, and she stared down intently. She could feel that Wei Tong's aura was rapidly weakening under the siege of the 3 masters. At this moment, the grim master's voice sounded again. This time, his voice seemed to carry magic power, directly locking onto Jiang Che in the tower. Jiang Che. I know you're in there. The adventure you've experienced shouldn't belong to a loser like you. That belongs to my Blackwater City Lin family. Blackwater City. Lin family. Su Qingyao's pupils suddenly shrank. That was another A-level-based city adjacent to Jinhai City. The Lin family was one of the most famous martial arts families in Blackwater City. And my Wang family from Donghai City. The hoarse voice also rang out, boy, it's time to return the things your parents brought back from the ancient battlefield ruins. Donghai City, Wang family. Another wealthy family in an A-level base city. Su Qingyao was struck by lightning and her mind went blank. She finally understood. This wasn't just revenge for the Chen family. It was a terrifying conspiracy orchestrated by the Chun family, along with the Lin family of Blackwater City and the Wang family of East Sea City. Their goal from the beginning was not to avenge Chen Feng, but for the so-called adventure of Jiang Che and the relics left by his parents. This group of people planned carefully and took advantage of the time when my father Su Zhan went to the military headquarters to report on his work, bribed the insider in the city lord's mansion, and launched an attack. Jiang Che. A voice filled with endless resentment and pleasure finally sounded. It was Chen Xian. You've destroyed my grandson and shattered the hopes of my Chen family. Today, I will make you wish you were dead, but you can't live. I will extract your soul and refine your spirit, leaving you with no hope of reincarnation. Wei Tong can't protect you. Su Zhan can't save you either. Come out and die, or else, when we break this tortoise shell, the first one to die will be that beautiful girl next to you. The final threat, like a poisonous thorn, pierced Su Qingyao's heart. She shuddered all over and subconsciously grabbed Jiang Che's sleeve. When she looked up, she saw a pair of frighteningly bright eyes. There was no fear or panic in those eyes, only an excitement like an abyss that was about to swallow everything. Very good, Jiang Che licked his dry lips and slowly uttered 2 words. Everyone is finally here. Chapter 43, Wei Tong's Bloodbath. Jiang Che's crazy plan. Are you all here? Su Qingyao stared at Jiang Che in a daze, unable to understand the meaning of his words for a moment. Everyone's here. What does this mean? Did he foresee this situation? No, impossible. She looked at Jiang Che's young yet terrifyingly calm profile, and at his eyes that burned with inexplicable flames in the dim light, and suddenly an absurd idea arose in her mind. He didn't seem afraid at all. Even a little bit of anticipation? Boom! Another earth-shattering roar came from the bottom of the tower. This time, it was accompanied by Wei Tong's suppressed groan of pain. The vibrations of the entire Jinhai Tower became more violent, as if it would fall apart at any time. Uncle Wei. Su Qingyao's heart was tightly gripped. She could clearly feel that the strong energy and blood belonging to Wei Tong was rapidly weakening like a punctured balloon. He can't hold on any longer. Jiang Che, we can't wait any longer. Su Qingyao grabbed Jiang Che's arm fiercely, her nails digging deep into his flesh due to the force, but she was completely unaware. Come with me. I know a secret passage that leads directly from the tower to the underground shelter of the city lord's mansion. It was left by my father specifically for me, and only I know it. As she spoke, she wanted to pull Jiang Che towards an inconspicuous relief in the corner of the wall. That was the real back door of Jinhai Tower, and the last way of survival Su Zhan left for his daughter. However, she couldn't pull it. Jiang Che stood there, as steady as a rock, and no matter how hard Su Qingyao tried, he didn't move at all. It's useless. Jiang Che shook his head, his voice as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Do you think, after planning such a meticulous operation, they wouldn't have thought that your father had left you a way out? He pointed outside with his chin. I bet the entire city lord's mansion is now surrounded by them like an iron barrel. If we leave through the secret passage, we'll just run into the trap they set in advance. Then, what should we do? Su Qingyao was completely confused, tears welling up in her eyes. Are we just going to wait here to die? Uncle Wei. Who said we are waiting to die? Jiang Che suddenly laughed. He held Su Qingyao's cold little hand with his backhand and pulled her in front of him, then turned around and used his back to block the direction of the stairs, protecting her behind him. Miss Su, haven't you always been curious about why I can always create miracles? He turned around and looked at Su Qingyao's pretty face with tears in her eyes. There was a hint of madness and evil in her smile. Today, I'll let you watch it again for free. After saying that, he let go of Su Qingyao's hand, his eyes slowly moved upwards, through numerous obstacles, and fell on the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Jiang Che, you. Su Qingyao followed his gaze, and a terrifying thought suddenly arose from the bottom of her heart. You don't want to. Shoo. Jiang Che stretched out a finger and gently touched Su Qingyao's soft and moist lips, stopping her from exclaiming. His fingertips were icy cold, yet carried a strange electric current that caused Su Qingyao to tremble all over and her brain to freeze instantly. Tell me, Jiang Che leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. His warm breath brushed against her cheek, as if he was sharing a most dangerous secret. What is sealed on the 4th floor? Su Qingyao's cheeks suddenly turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but found herself trapped between Jiang Che and the wall, with nowhere to retreat. The strong, masculine scent that belonged only to young men, mixed with a hint of blood, enveloped her tightly. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. It's the netherworld fire Kirin. Under Jiang Che's scorching gaze, Su Qingyao answered his question in a mosquito-like voice as if possessed by a ghost. That was the remnant soul of a terrifying beast whose bloodline was close to the king level. Its test wasn't a battle, but a burning will. Its spiritual power will transform into netherworld fire, burning the soul of any intruder. Once their will collapses, they will be assimilated by the flames and become its nourishment. Father said that it is the most dangerous test in Jinhai Tower. Even he, when he was a quasi-warrior, almost couldn't make it. The fire of the underworld burns the soul. Jiang Che chewed on these words, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. What's its temper like? He asked again. Temperament? Su Qingyao was stunned, not understanding why he asked this. Violent, irritable, and extremely arrogant. Any disrespect towards it will bring about its most frenzied revenge. Its netherworld fire can even penetrate formations and cause devastating damage to the outside world. Very good. Jiang Che smiled, a very bright smile. He stood up, took a step back, and distanced himself from Su Qingyao. Jiang Che. What on earth do you want to do? Don't mess around. Su Qingyao finally broke free from the strange atmosphere and shouted anxiously. She had a strong premonition that what Jiang Che was going to do next would definitely be 100 times crazier than she had imagined. Messing around? No, no, no. Jiang Che shook his finger, his smile becoming enigmatic. I just want to invite the 3 grandmasters outside to watch a grand fireworks display. Don't they want my secrets? Don't they think they have me? Then I will give them a great gift. A gift that they will never forget. There was a dangerous light called strategy flashing in Jiang Che's eyes. Su Qingyao, your father set these tests to select his successor. But in his eyes, these ferocious beast souls are just test questions, but in my eyes. He paused and said word by word, they are weapons. Turn test questions into weapons. Su Qingyao was completely shocked by his earth-shattering idea. She stared blankly at Jiang Che, the young man who always overturned all her cognition. Use the remaining souls of the ferocious beasts sealed in the tower as weapons to attack the enemies outside the tower? This is a plan that only a madman could come up with. Bringing disaster upon oneself. No, this is not just courting disaster, this is holding a nuclear bomb and dying together with the enemy. Boom! An unprecedented violent explosion was heard from the bottom of the tower. Under this blow, Wei Tong's aura completely plummeted to the bottom and became extremely weak. It was obvious that he had suffered a fatal blow. The defensive formation also let out a sharp wail, its light dimmed to the extreme, on the verge of breaking. Wei Tong is useless. Destroy the tower for me. Chen Xian's triumphant and arrogant laughter came clearly. 10 seconds at most. In 10 seconds, the defense of Jinhai Tower will be completely breached. It's too late. Su Qingyao closed her eyes in despair. However, Jiang Che moved at this moment. There was no trace of despair on his face, but instead a confidence that he was in control of everything. Who said it's too late? Miss Su, hold on tight. The fireworks show begins now. Before he finished speaking, his figure had turned into a blurred afterimage. Under Su Qingyao's incredulous gaze, he rushed up the stairs leading to the 4th floor without any hesitation. Chapter 44, Detonating the 4th Floor. The city lordess will arrives. Madman. A complete lunatic. Su Qingyao looked at the figure who rushed up the stairs without hesitation, and only these 2 words remained in her mind. Reason told her that she should hide in the safest corner immediately and pray that Jiang Che's crazy plan would not affect her. But her body seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread. She froze in place for less than a second, then she gritted her teeth, lifted her skirt, and rushed forward. She didn't know why she did that. Perhaps she couldn't bear to watch Jiang Che die. Or maybe she wanted to witness with her own eyes whether this young man could really turn this impossible madness into another miracle of his own. The moment Su Qingyao stepped onto the 4th floor, a wave of air that was so hot that it almost ignited her soul rushed towards her. The air here seems to be burning. The entire space was a strange dark red color. There was no physical flame, but a heart-pounding aura of destruction permeated everywhere. In the center of the 4th floor hall, a Qilin phantom, made entirely of dark blue flames and only half a meter tall, as exquisite as a work of art, was quietly floating in the air. It closed its eyes, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Every breath it took created visible ripples of flame that spread through the air. Netherworld Fire Kirin. This is the terrifying existence that even Su Zhan finds difficult to deal with. Just by looking at it, Su Qingyao felt as if her mental power was thrown into a furnace, causing an overwhelming and stinging sensation. However, Jiang Che acted as if nothing had happened and walked briskly to a place less than 10 meters away from the fire kirin. He did not launch an attack immediately, nor did he release any energy or blood. He just stood there quietly, then closed his eyes. What is he doing? Su Qingyao held her breath nervously. The next second, she saw the strangest scene in her life. A faint golden glow began to appear around Jiang Che, and an ancient, vast aura of rules that seemed to be above all things emanated from his body. The Crucible of Laws. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Che's mental power, like that of a highly skilled sculptor, began to rapidly construct something in front of him with that breadth of rules as the core. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws. A lifelike phantom of a giant dragon, also made up of mental power, began to slowly take shape in front of Jiang Che. The appearance of the giant dragon was not imagined out of thin air, but was perfectly reproduced by Jiang Che based on the image of Yinglong, the mortal enemy of Qilin in those myths and legends in his previous life. He is provoking. Use the most direct and primitive way to anger a sleeping and proud king. Roar. When the Yinglong phantom was completely formed and let out a silent roar, the sleeping netherworld fire Qilin suddenly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes are those? There are no pupils, no emotions, only two balls of extremely pure white flames that seem to be able to burn everything in the world. A spiritual pressure that was 10 times more terrifying than that of the three-eyed demon wolf suddenly erupted. The entire fourth-level space instantly turned into a spiritual purgatory. Su Qingyao groaned, feeling as if her soul was being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. Her vision went dark and she almost fainted. She bit her tongue desperately, using the severe pain to maintain the last bit of clarity, and looked at the scene in horror. However, to her surprise, the completely enraged netherworld fire Qilin did not attack Jiang Che immediately. Its blazing white eyes stared intently at Jiang Che. A hint of confusion? And fear? It was indeed angered by the Yinglong phantom, but at the same time, it also felt a breath from Jiang Che that made it tremble from the depths of its soul. That was the aura of the Crucible of Laws. It was a higher level of power than even this energy remnant soul. It's like a tiger is angered by a fox's provocation, but it finds that behind the fox stands a hunter holding a hunting rifle, which poses a fatal threat to it. Its instinct was frantically warning it not to easily attack the tiny human in front of it. What Jiang Che wanted was this moment of hesitation. Now! Jiang Che's eyes flashed with brilliance. All his plans, from provocation to anger, were just a trick to attract the fire Kirin's attention. His real target, from the very beginning, was not the remaining soul of this ferocious beast. His figure left a residual shadow on the spot, and the whole person seemed to teleport, instantly passing the hesitant netherworld fire Qilin, and appeared in the center of the hall, right below the Qilin's shadow. There is one of the core array centers for the energy operation of the entire fourth floor and even the entire Xinhai Tower. A crystal stone the size of a human head, translucent and with an energy crystal that seems to have galaxies flowing inside, is embedded in the floor, providing energy for the entire tower. Boom! At the bottom of the tower, the last defensive formation finally let out a wail and was completely shattered under the combined attack of the three masters. Ha 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 ha! It's broken! Jiang Che, give me your life! The ecstatic voices of Chen Xian and others, accompanied by three powerful masters' auras, rushed into the first floor of Xinhai Tower without any hindrance. However, what greeted them was not Jiang Che's terrified face, nor Wei Tong's corpse. Instead, it was a terrifying vibration coming from the top of the tower that made the entire tower tremble violently. On the fourth floor, Jiang Che looked at the beautiful crystal stone at the center of the formation under his feet, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand without hesitation and pressed it hard. System! Suck it for me. Convert all the energy in the core of this formation into wealth for me. Ding! Warning! High-level energy array core detected. Forced conversion will cause structural damage to the Xinhai Tower and may trigger the Xinhai Tower's ultimate protective will. Continue? The system's warning sound is more urgent than ever. Continue. Jiang Che roared without the slightest hesitation. Ding! Command confirmed. The law furnace is activated. Forced transformation begins. Buzz! A terrifying suction force that could not be described in words burst out from Jiang Che's palm. The crystal stone that was the center of the formation and contained tremendous energy began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless cracks spread wildly on the surface of the crystal stone. On Jiang Che's system panel, the glaring wealth value, 0 yuan, began to soar upwards at a crazy speed. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. At the same time, the entire Xinhai Tower, like a giant whose backbone had been pulled out, groaned under the heavy burden. The ground, walls, and ceiling of the fourth floor, as well as countless mysterious rune formations, began to collapse and extinguish one after another due to the loss of their energy core. Roar! The netherworld fire Qilin finally recovered from its fear of Jiang Che. It was horrified to discover that its home, the place it depended on for survival, was being brutally demolished by this abominable human before it. Rage. Rage like never before. It completely gave up its fear of Jiang Che, opened its mouth, and a ball of extremely concentrated white netherworld fire, enough to burn the master's soul, was about to burst out. However, it was too late. At the moment when Jiang Che was frantically extracting energy from the array center, causing the energy flow of the entire Jinhai Tower to become completely disordered, a supreme will dormant in the deepest part of the tower was awakened. Rumble. Above Jinhai City, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. A vast, majestic, and terrifying will, as if a god had descended from heaven, enveloped the entire city lord's mansion. All the warriors who were fighting fiercely in the city lord's mansion, whether they were the three masters including Chen Xian, or the guards of the city lord's mansion, all felt at this moment as if they were being pressed down by an ancient sacred mountain and could not move. Their souls trembled humbly before this will. Immediately afterwards, a huge phantom formed by endless light, as high as 100 meters, appeared above the Jinhai Tower. The shadowy figure was wearing golden armor, with a dignified face and eyes like the sun and the moon, overlooking everything below. It was the lord of Jinhai City, Su Zhan. This is the mark of the master's will that he left in the core of Jinhai Tower to protect the entire city. Outside the tower, Chen Shen and the other two looked at the godlike figure in the sky, and were so frightened that their souls flew out of their bodies, and the blood drained from their faces. Su Zhan. Why is he back? No. This is the imprint of his will. Damn it, what did that kid do to actually alarm Su Zhan's will imprint? However, the towering shadow didn't even bother to look at these three ants. Su Zhan's gaze seemed to penetrate time and space, penetrate the layers of barriers of the Jinhai Tower, and directly locked onto the fourth floor, the young man who was pressing his hand on the cracked center of the formation with a fanatical smile on his face. The next second, a cold voice like thunder from the sky, filled with endless rage, exploded directly in the depths of Jiang Che's mind. How dare you destroy my foundation, you brat? Chapter 45, Betting Against the Grandmaster's Will. Do you dare to play? How dare you destroy my foundation, you brat? This sound didn't seem to be heard through the ears, but was like a red-hot iron hammer, hitting the depths of Jiang Che's soul. That will was vast and majestic, carrying with it an unquestionable sense of judgment, as if with just a thought, it could completely wipe Jiang Che and his system from this world. Su Qingyao's pretty face turned as pale as paper. In the face of this will, even standing became extremely difficult for her. Her body was shaky and her eyes looking towards the tall shadow in the sky were filled with a daughter's awe and fear for her father. She's finished. Jiang Che is finished too. What my father values most is the inheritance foundation of Jinhai Tower. Jiang Che's behavior of cutting off the source of funds is tantamount to digging up trouble, and he used an excavator. Outside the tower, Chen Xian, Lin Xiao, the master of the Lin family, and Wang Pujuan, the master of the Wang family, who had just rushed into the first floor, were also suppressed by this will that came down from the sky. The ecstasy and ferocity on their faces froze in an instant, replaced by endless horror and terror. Su Zhan. The imprint of his will. Lin Xiao's voice was dry and full of disbelief. Damn it! What on earth did that brat do? How dare he? How dare he disturb Su Zhan's original will? Wang Pujuan's legs went weak. No matter how careful their plan was, they could not have expected that Jiang Che would use such a suicidal method to detonate the entire place. However, in the eyes of that towering shadow, these three clown-like third-grade masters were like three annoying flies, and he was not even interested in taking another look at them. Su Zhan's will, like an insurmountable sacred mountain, was fixed firmly on the young man in the fourth layer, who was pressing the cracked center of the formation with one hand and even had a hint of crazy smile on his face. Faced with this question that was enough to make any third-grade master tremble with fear, Jiang Che's body only shook slightly. His face was a little pale, which was the aftereffect of his mental power being forcibly shocked. But he did not kneel down, did not beg for mercy, and did not even show the slightest fear. He simply raised his head slowly, facing the gaze that seemed to be able to see through eternity, grinned, and also used his mental power to convey a clear message in the other party's ocean of will. City Lord Su, long time no see. If you had come a little later, your precious daughter would have passed away. His voice was calm but with a hint of cynical ridicule, as if he was not facing the will of a master who could crush him at any time, but an old friend he had not seen for a long time. When Su Qingyao heard the content of this spiritual conversation, she was so scared that she almost fainted. What time has it been? How dare he talk to his father like that? Is he dying fast enough? Su Zhan's will was obviously stagnant because of Jiang Che's audacious response. The raging anger was like being thrown by a huge rock, causing even more turbulent waves. Are you threatening me? The cold voice sounded again, and this time, the murderous intent contained in it almost turned into reality. No, I'm stating a fact. Jiang Che remained neither humble nor arrogant, continuing to communicate with his mental power. 3 third-rank masters from the Chen, Lin, and Wang families bribed a spy to infiltrate the city lord's mansion and surround the Jinhai Tower. Their target was me and your daughter. Guard Captain Wei Tong, fighting 1 against 3, is seriously injured and near death. It's only a matter of time before the tower is destroyed. If I hadn't taken the risk and destroyed the center of the formation, triggering the final protection you left behind, what you would be looking at now would be the 2 corpses of me and your daughter, and the completely looted Jinhai Tower. Jiang Che's logic was extremely clear. He directly defined his behavior of destroying the tower as the only option to save the hostages. He paused, and without waiting for Su Zhan's response, he threw out a heavier chip. Besides, I'm helping you. Help me? Su Zhan's will was filled with obvious sarcasm. Destroying my foundation is considered helping me? Of course. Jiang Che's lips curled up in a look of confidence. These 3 families dared to attack you at the critical moment when you were reporting to the military headquarters. Do you believe there wasn't a bigger conspiracy behind them? The fact that they dared to sneak into Jinhai City so brazenly shows that your city lord's mansion has long been infiltrated like a sieve. Today, they came for my secret. Tomorrow, they might come for your position as city lord. I simply used a more drastic method to help you blow out all the rats hiding in the gutter in advance. Now, you have trapped the 3 masters in the tower, like a turtle in a jar. With all the evidence, do you want to kill them on the spot to deter the evildoers, or do you want to keep them alive and follow the clues to eradicate the forces behind them? It all depends on your decision. What I destroyed was just a reparable formation key. But what I gained for you is a perfect opportunity to uncover internal troubles, eliminate external enemies, and clean up Jinhai City. Do you think this deal is a loss? These words were well reasoned and based on facts, but they switched concepts and turned a huge disaster into a conspiracy that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Su Qingyao was stunned listening to this. It was the first time she realized that a person's face could be so thick that it was invulnerable to swords and guns. Su Zhan's will fell silent. The raging rage slowly subsided, replaced by a complex emotion that was deep, scrutinizing, and tinged with surprise. Of course he knew there was a ghost in the city, and he also knew that the Chen family was determined to destroy us. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so bold, and he didn't expect that Jiang Che, an 18-year-old boy, would not collapse in the desperate situation of being surrounded by 3 masters, but would be able to calmly analyze the situation and plan such a crazy and effective way to break the deadlock. This character, this courage, this heroic demeanor of remaining calm in the face of danger. He doesn't look like a teenager at all, but more like an old monster who has been wallowing in a sea of corpses and blood for decades. After a long time, Su Zhan's majestic voice sounded again, but this time, the anger had dissipated, leaving only pure coldness. You're quite sharp-tongued, and you bear a strong resemblance to your father. Tell me, what do you want to do? He saw through Jiang Che's preparations and realized that they were not just for the purpose of escaping punishment. I want to make a deal with you, or a bet. Jiang Che finally revealed his true intentions, his eyes flashing with excitement. Oh? A hint of interest appeared in Su Zhan's mind. These 3 old fellows are coming for me. Their lives should be taken by me personally. Jiang Che's voice suddenly became cold. I will find a way to repair the formation's core that I destroyed, and even make it stronger. But I will kill these 3 people with my own hands. With you? Su Zhan's will was filled with disdain. You are only a quasi-warrior now. Even if you have strong blood and a special foundation, facing 3 angry 3rd-grade masters, you will only die. That's why I said I want to make a bet with you. Jiang Che chuckled, I bet I can kill them. And your bet is that you stay out of the way for now and help me watch the situation. Don't let them escape, and don't let them join forces. Create an opportunity for a fair duel. If I win, all their spoils belong to me. You'll have to pay for the destruction of the formation and the materials for its subsequent repair. If I lose, my life is ruined, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can clean up the mess at the same time, which is a relief. City Lord Su, as a registered disciple, am I qualified to allow you to place a bet in this gambling game? You. Su Zhan's fell into a long silence. He looked at the crazy young man in front of him with shining eyes and a face full of "promise me now," and for a moment he didn't know whether to call him a genius or a madman. Risking your own life to kill 3 third-grade masters? He even asked me, the Lord of Jinhai City, to be his referee and thug? From ancient times to the present, who has ever dared to make such a request to the original will of a grandmaster? Good. After a long time, a word, like a decree from heaven, fell heavily in Jiang Che's mind. Let me see how a mere ant like you can defy the heavens and slay the dragon. Chapter 46, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Grandmaster sheds blood in the Jinhai Tower. The moment Su Zhani said the word okay, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire city lord's mansion suddenly changed. The might of the sacred mountain that originally suppressed everything indiscriminately suddenly shrank and turned into an invisible net that completely blocked the entire Jinhai Tower. Outside the tower, the city lord's mansion guards who were trembling with fear suddenly felt their bodies lighten and collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. They looked towards the Jinhai Tower with eyes full of fear of surviving a disaster. Inside the tower, the 3 masters Chen Xian, Ling Xiao and Wang Pujuan felt that the pressure was increasing instead of decreasing. They discovered that all their connections with the outside world had been completely cut off. What's even more terrifying is that the chi connection between the 3 of them was forcibly isolated by a brutal and overbearing force. They were clearly very close, yet it seemed as if they were in 2 different worlds. They could only barely see each other's blurry figures, but could not communicate, let alone get closer. Su Zhan. What do you mean? Chen Xian was shocked and angry, roaring upwards, as the lord of a city, are you going to tear up the unwritten rules between the grandmasters and personally take action to bully the weak? However, the majestic shadow in the sky didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Su Zhan's just calmly left the last words in Jiang Che's mind. The formation has changed. Within 1 stick of incense, the 3 of them will not be able to see each other. This is the only help I can give you. After 1 stick of incense, the formation will dissolve itself. You can take care of yourself. After saying this, the will to communicate with Jiang Che completely subsided, leaving only the vast power that blocked the entire tower, like an indifferent warden, watching over the bloody hunt that was about to begin. 1 stick of incense? That's enough. Jiang Che licked his lips, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He glanced at Su Qingyao, who was completely petrified beside him, and whispered, "Stay here, don't move, and don't make a sound." The next scene might be a bit bloody. After saying this, he didn't even look at any of the 3 masters, but sat down cross-legged, his mind immersed in the system panel. Wealth value, 3,450,000 yuan. This is the huge sum of money that was just converted from forcibly extracting the core of the formation. System, open the Wealth Mall. The Wealth Mall has been opened. A dazzling list of goods instantly unfolded, including gene repair fluid, various combat methods, weapons, elixirs, everything you could think of. But Jiang Che's eyes passed over these regular products and locked onto a special category at the bottom that had just been unlocked and was labeled Limited Time. Special product Jinhai Tower scene only. 1. Temporary control of formation 1 minute, temporarily grants low-level control over some of the Jinhai Tower's formations, allowing you to direct energy attacks or create illusions. Price, 1 million yuan. 2. Wrath of the Netherworld Fire Qilin single use, unleashes a trace of the 4th level Netherworld Fire Qilin's primordial flame, inflicting devastating soul-searing damage to a single target. Price, 2 million yuan. 3. Grandmaster level Thunderblade trial coupon 10 minutes, temporarily increases your proficiency in Thunderblade to Grandmaster level. Each strike contains fragments of the Law of Thunder. Price, 3 million yuan. Jiang Che's breathing suddenly became heavy. This is his real trump card. He dared to make this bet with Su Zhan not only out of madness, but also because he calculated that in the special high-energy environment of Jinhai Tower, the system mall would definitely refresh unexpected good things. Any one of these 3 products possesses the terrifying power to turn the world upside down. Especially the third one, the Grandmaster Swordsmanship Experience card. Although it was only 10 minutes, it was enough for him to have the capital to face off against the 3rd-grade master head-on. However, Jiang Che's eyes were scanning back and forth between the 2nd and 3rd products. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? He muttered to himself, a calculating look in his eyes. The 3 million experience card was certainly powerful, but after using it up, he would be a pauper again. Furthermore, it seemed a bit of a waste to deal with these 3 separated and mentally unbalanced guys. His eyes finally fell on the first product. Temporary control of the formation. This is the most cost-effective option. System, purchase, temporary control of the formation. Ding. Consuming 1 million wealth points, purchase successful. Temporary control of the formation countdown, 60 seconds has been issued. A huge and mysterious stream of information instantly flooded into Jiang Che's mind. At this moment, some of the formation structures and energy flow routes from the first to the third floors of the Jinhai Tower became extremely clear, as if they had become a part of his body. Jiang Che suddenly opened his eyes gleaming with brilliance. He slowly stood up, his eyes like lightning, and locked directly on the Wang family's master, Wang Pejuan, who was trapped in the eastern corner, with an anxious look on his face, constantly trying to attack the space barrier. Of the three, Chen Xian harbored the deepest hatred for his grandson's death and was the most vigilant. Lin Xiao had the coldest and most sinister aura, clearly adept at stealth and assassination. Only Wang Pejuan, with his violent aura and the most violent personality, was the one who lost his temper the most at this moment. It starts with you. Hey, the one with the surname Wang. Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Wang Pejuan. Wang Pejuan turned around suddenly and saw Jiang Che's face with a playful smile, and his eyes were immediately bloodshot. You little bastard. How dare you come out? Once I break this infernal formation, I will tear you into pieces. Don't wait, I'll give you a chance now. Jiang Che hooked his finger and said contemptuously, Come here, let me see how powerful you are as a third-grade master. Court death. Wang Pejuan was completely enraged. His dignity as a grandmaster made him unable to tolerate the provocation of a quasi-warrior. He roared, the blood and energy in his body burst out, and he punched out into the air. The powerful fist force turned into a roaring tiger, tearing through the air and smashing towards Jiang Che with the momentum of crushing everything. However, Jiang Che stood there without moving. At the moment when the powerful punch was about to touch his body, runes on the ground beneath his feet suddenly lit up. Buzz! A translucent wall of light made of energy rose from the ground and accurately blocked his way. Boom! The tiger's fist hit the wall of light, making a loud noise and overflowing with energy, but it failed to shake the wall of light at all. Wang Pejuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Formation? How could you possibly control the formation here? He cried out in horror. Are you surprised? Jiang Che smiled brightly, but it made Wang Pejuan feel a chill in his heart. What will surprise you even more is yet to come. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Che had an idea. The wall of light that blocked the attack dissipated instantly. Immediately afterwards, dozens of formation nodes on the ground under Wang Pejuan's feet and on the walls around him burst into dazzling light at the same time. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Wang Pejuan's heart, and a fatal sense of crisis enveloped him. Without thinking, he soared into the sky to avoid this unknown attack. But no matter how fast he was, Jiang Che's calculations were even faster. Gravity array, activate. Jiang Che shouted. Boom! A force 10 times more terrifying than that in a gravity chamber suddenly squeezed in from all directions. Wang Pejuan felt as if he had carried a mountain on his back in an instant. His body, which had just jumped up, was forcibly pulled down from mid-air. His feet slammed heavily on the ground, leaving 2 deep footprints on the floor. Binding formation, activate. Before he could adapt to the terrifying gravity, countless chains made of energy whizzed out from the ground and walls, like poisonous snakes hunting for prey, instantly wrapping around his limbs and torso, binding him tightly to the spot. Ah! Open it for me! Wang Pejuan roared madly, and the energy and blood of a third-grade master burst out without reservation, trying to break free from this double restraint. Under his immense force, the energy chains crackled and cracks began to spread across them. In 3 seconds at most, he will be able to break free. But for Jiang Che, 3 seconds was enough. Phantom step. Jiang Che's figure left a residual shadow on the spot, and the whole person turned into a rushing lightning, crossing a distance of dozens of meters in an instant. Thunder blade. The bright sword light flashed in the dim tower, like a thunderbolt in the dark night. Phew! Wang Pejuan couldn't even see Jiang Che's movements clearly, he just felt a chill on his neck. The expression on his face froze instantly. He lowered his head and saw the warm blood gushing out of his chest. He wanted to speak, but all he could make was a ho-ho sound. Vitality rapidly receded from his body like the tide. His wide-open eyes were filled with endless shock, regret, and deep fear of the young man who stood there with a knife, his face not even a trace of blood on it. One cut to the throat. A third-rank grandmaster died so miserably at the hands of an ant in his eyes. Jiang Che slowly put away his knife without even looking at the falling body. His gaze pierced through the layers of formations and fell on a figure not far away, whose face changed drastically and whose eyes were full of surprise and doubt because of the sudden disappearance of his companion's breath. The master of the Chen family, Chen Xian. 1. Jiang Che said softly, as if calculating something. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 47, Killing and Destroying the Heart. The next one is you, Chen Xian. Jiang Che's voice was light, but like a poisoned steel needle, it accurately pierced into another space isolated by the formation. There, Chen family's grandmaster Chen Xian was pacing back and forth anxiously. Wang Pujuan's breath disappeared. Not suppressed, not isolated, but completely wiped out from this world. How is that possible? It only took a few seconds. Even if it was a pig, standing there for a quasi-warrior to kill, it wouldn't be so fast. That was a genuine third-grade master. A bone-chilling chill uncontrollably rushed from the soles of Chen Xian's feet all the way up to the top of his head. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the energy barrier that blocked his sight, as if he wanted to penetrate it with his eyes. On the other side of the barrier, Jiang Che stood there with his sword sheathed, even having the leisure to shake off the non-existent bloodstains on the sword. He glanced at Su Qingyao, whose pretty face was pale and she almost forgot to breathe, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He said in a secret voice, "Did you see it? Grandmaster, it's just like that. It's just a matter of one knife." Su Qingyao suddenly came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Che as if she was looking at a devil crawling out of hell. That's not fighting, that's slaughter. She didn't see how Wang Pujuan died at all. She only saw Jiang Che walking over leisurely, and then a third-grade master who had been famous in Jinhai City for a long time fell down while holding his neck. There wasn't even any decent resistance throughout the whole process. "You, what on earth are you?" Su Qingyao's voice was trembling. "Shoo." Jiang Che made a silencing gesture and cast his gaze towards Chen Xian again. The smile on his face became more playful. The fun has just begun. When killing someone, you must also destroy their heart. Otherwise, it would be so boring. As soon as he finished speaking, his mind moved. He has used the authority of temporary control over the formation to the extreme. Buzz. The originally blurry energy barrier in front of Chen Xian suddenly became as transparent as high-definition glass. A corpse, still warm, lay quietly on the ground. A thin line of blood was running down its neck, shocking to see. Its eyes were wide open, as if it had died with its eyes open. It was none other than the grandmaster of the Wang family, Wang Pujuan. Brother Wang. Chen Xian's eyes turned red instantly, and a violent force of qi and blood burst out, slamming hard into the energy barrier, but it only caused a ripple and could not shake it at all. "You little bastard! What did you do to my brother?" He roared at Jiang Che like a madman. "What did he do? Didn't you see it?" Jiang Che spread his hands, looking innocent. "He asked me to go over, so I went over. And then he died. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed." As he spoke, he slowly walked over to Wang Pujuan's body, kicked his arm with his toes, and said with a tut-tut sound, "Third-rank grandmaster, sounds so scary." "But what happened? He couldn't even block my sword. His bones are not as hard as the braised bones I ate last night." "Chen Xian, old dog, don't you think this is a bit too watery?" You. Chen Xian was so angry that he was shaking all over and almost vomited blood. This is more than just a humiliation. This was to trample upon his grandmaster's dignity, crush it with all his might. Grind it with all his might. "Don't worry, you'll be next." Jiang Che's smile suddenly turned cold. "I was the one who crippled your grandson, Chen Ping. I was also the one who indirectly killed your cousin, Chen Feng. Now, Wang Pujuan is dead at my hands too. You, the Chen family, and all your allies, must all go down and reunite. Don't worry, I'll do it quickly, it won't hurt." Jiang Che pointed the tip of the knife at Chen Xian, his tone grim, just like this. After saying that, he turned his wrist and a bright knife light flashed before Chen Xian's eyes. Phew! Wang Pujuan's head was cut off by him with a clean and decisive blow, and rolled away like a ball. "Ah! Jiang Che! I will never forgive you." Chen Xian has gone completely crazy. He had never suffered such a humiliation in his life. He watched his allies being killed and their bodies being humiliated, while he was trapped there, unable to do anything. The frustration, anger, and fear intertwined together almost burned his sanity to ashes. He began to burn his energy and blood at all costs, frantically attacking the energy barrier in front of him. The master-level power was like a storm, shaking the entire space. However, all this was in vain in the face of the blockade set up by Su Zhan himself. Jiang Che looked at the crazy Chen Xian indifferently, counting the time silently in his heart. Temporary control of the formation, remaining time, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Time is running out. He did not rush to attack Chen Xian because he knew that a master who was forced into a desperate situation and completely crazy would be the most difficult to deal with. His purpose was to use Wang Pejuan's death to break down Chen Xian's defenses, making him lose his composure and reveal his flaws. Now it seems that the effect is outstanding. Jiang Che's gaze turned to the third and final trapped Grandmaster Lin Xiao from the Lin family of Blackwater City. This person's aura was like a poisonous snake from beginning to end, cold and silent. Even though Wang Pejuan died tragically and Chen Xian went berserk, he still didn't make a sound, but just lay dormant quietly, as if waiting for something. This is the most dangerous one. Jiang Che curled up the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, and used the same formation to project Wang Pejuan's headless corpse clearly in front of Lin Xiao. He didn't say anything, but just looked calmly in the direction of Lin Xiao with a look that said, "You're next." Silent threats are often more deadly than roars. Lin Xiao, who was trapped at the other end, suddenly froze. He saw Wang Pejuan's body and also felt Chen Xian's crazy anger that was almost breaking through the formation. A chill ran up his spine. Dead? Really dead? A third-rank Grandmaster was killed silently by a quasi-warrior? He is not a reckless man like Chen Xian who was blinded by hatred. He thinks more. How did Jiang Che do it? How could he control the Zhenhai Tower's formation? Was this Su Zhan's plan behind this? Was this a killing spree orchestrated by Su Zhan and Jiang Che from the very beginning? The more he thought about it, the heavier Lin Xiao's heart became, and his hands and feet became colder. He felt that he was not here to look for treasure, but had jumped into a trap tailor-made for them. Temporary control of the formation, remaining time, 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Permission has ended. The moment the system prompt sounded, Jiang Che moved. He ignored the half-crazy Chen Xian, and ignored the scheming Lin Xiao. His figure turned into a residual shadow and rushed straight towards Wang Pejuan's body. Under the astonished gaze of Su Qingyao and the other two masters, Jiang Che grabbed the space ring worn on Wang Pejuan's body, and then kicked the headless corpse hard in the direction of Chen Xian. At the same moment, buzz! The energy barrier separating the three people cracked inch by inch like a broken mirror and dissipated with a loud bang. The time left by Su Zhan for one stick of incense has come. You little bastard, prepare to die. Chen Xian, who had just escaped, had bloodshot eyes. He didn't even look at the flying corpse. His whole body turned into a stream of blood, and rushed towards Jiang Che with murderous intent and hatred. The Grandmaster's full might and pressure swept over without reservation. On the other side, Lin Xiao, who had been silent all this time, also escaped from the trap. His figure flashed and he blended into the shadows like a ghost and disappeared. The pincer attack from two third-grade masters came instantly. Chapter 48, The Grandmaster's Fear. You call this a quasi-warrior? A killing situation is formed in an instant. A furious man attacks head-on. A cold snake hiding in the dark, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Facing the thunderous combined attack of two third-grade grandmasters, let alone a quasi-warrior, even a third-grade grandmaster of the same level would die on the spot if he was not careful. Su Qingyao's heart instantly rose to her throat. She subconsciously wanted to remind Jiang Che to be careful behind him, but the terrifying pressure from the grandmaster prevented her from even opening her mouth. She could only watch the bloody light and the disappearing ghost figure rushing towards Jiang Che from two directions. However, Jiang Che, who was in the center of the desperate situation, did not show any panic on his face. All of this was within his calculations. Just in time. He roared, and instead of retreating, he exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Chen Xian head-on. He pushed the phantom step to its extreme, and instantly left three identical afterimages in the air, forming a shape, attacking Chen Xian from three tricky angles. A trivial scheme. Although Chen Xian was blinded by rage, his master's fighting instincts remained. He roared, punched out with both fists, and the mighty power of qi and blood transformed into two blood-red giant hands that covered the sky and the sun. Regardless of whether they were real or fake, they directly covered the entire attack range of the three afterimages. He wanted to use the most brutal force to crush Jiang Che and his phantom into a pulp. Boom! Boom! With two loud bangs, the two afterimages were instantly crushed by the bloody giant hand. But, just when the third afterimage was about to be hit, Jiang Che's figure disappeared out of thin air. Not good. Chen Xian's heart was filled with alarm. This guy wasn't going to fight him head-on, his goal was. He turned his head suddenly and looked at a shadow not far away. At this moment, Jiang Che's voice, tinged with a hint of joking, sounded leisurely in the empty tower. Senior Lin Xiao, guess which of us will die first? Jiang Che appeared like a ghost near the shadows where Lin Xiao had just hidden. He didn't attack, but simply held the thunder blade in a defensive stance, gazing at the empty corner with a half-smile. His goal from the beginning was not to confront Chen Xian head-on, but to force out the most dangerous assassin, Lin Xiao. A poisonous snake hiding in the dark is far more terrifying than a mad tiger. In the shadows, Lin Xiao's figure slowly emerged, his face looking extremely ugly. He was tricked by Jiang Che with just one sentence. What shocked him even more was that Jiang Che could actually determine his location so accurately. Just how strong was this guy's mental power? Brother Chen, don't be fooled by him. This kid's art of sophistry is unparalleled in the world. Let's join forces to kill him first, and then we will divide his secrets equally. Lin Xiao made a prompt decision and spoke immediately, trying to stabilize Chen Xian, who was about to lose control. Equal? Jiang Che laughed out loud as if he had heard some huge joke. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, you were so naive and adorable. Wang Pujun's body is still warm, and you're thinking of sharing my secret with him? Jiang Che pointed the tip of his knife at the furious Chen Xian, then at himself, and said slowly, look at him. Does he look like he's willing to fight you? He just wants to grind me to ashes and avenge his grandson. After he kills me, the first person he'll want to silence is you, the insider. Don't forget, this is Jinhai City, Suzhan's territory. If they kill me, the Chen family will redeem themselves for their crimes. What does he want from you, an outsider? Is he hoping that your Blackwater City Lin family will send him a banner? These words were like a basin of cold water poured over Lin Xiao and Chen Xian's heads. Chen Xian's movements paused slightly, the madness in his eyes faded a little, and he regained some rationality. Yes, Lin Xiao is an outsider. If I kill Jiang Che, how will I explain it to Su Zhan? If I kill Lin Xiao as well, pretend it's a fight between the two of them, and then I'll give Jiang Che's head to Su Zhan. As this thought came to his mind, Chen Xian looked at Lin Xiao with a look of scrutiny and murderous intent unconsciously. And Lin Xiao felt like he was falling into an icy cave. He understood everything from the subtle changes in Chen Xian's eyes. This old dog really wants to kill someone to silence them. Damn it! This Jiang Che, what a vicious and scheming person. With just a few words, he completely shattered the fragile alliance they had just established. At the moment when these two people had different thoughts and were suspicious of each other, Jiang Che moved. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Thunder Blade. Without any warning, Jiang Che disappeared again. This time, his target was Chen Xian, whose mind had begun to waver. An extremely bright sword light seemed to tear through the space, and with thunder, it instantly appeared in front of Chen Xian. How dare you, little bastard! Chen Xian was shocked and furious. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to actually attack him. In a hurry, he could only gather all his energy into his arms, crossing them in front of him to block the blow. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the tower. Chen Xian only felt an indescribable terrifying force, mixed with a nerve-paralyzing thunder force, flowing into his body from his arms. He was chopped down by the knife and flew back more than 10 meters. His feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the hard ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He looked at his arms in horror, only to see that the blood and chi covering them had been completely torn apart, leaving a deep knife wound on both arms that could be seen to the bone, with blood dripping and skin and flesh rolled up. One knife. With just one strike, his protective chi was broken, severely injuring him. What kind of power is this? A trace of fear finally appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. This wasn't the strength a would-be warrior should possess. Even an ordinary early-stage third-grade grandmaster couldn't possibly injure him like this with a single blow. He looked at the young man standing there with a knife in his hand, breathing steadily without even taking a breath, and an extremely absurd thought came to his mind. You call this a quasi-warrior? Lin Xiao, who was not far away, felt his scalp tingling and his hands and feet cold. He was glad, extremely glad that Jiang Che's target was not him. Run! Must run! This Jiang Che is a monster. A prehistoric beast in the guise of a would-be warrior. If he doesn't run, he'll be the next to die. Lin Xiao no longer had any desire to fight. He aimed his gaze towards the main gate of the Jinhai Tower, and with a flick of his body, he was about to transform into a puff of black smoke and escape. Want to run? Did I allow you to? Jiang Chei's cold voice, like the sentence of death, rang in his ears. Lin Xiao turned around in horror, but saw that Jiang Chei didn't even look at him. Instead, he raised the thunder blade in his hand again and aimed it at the seriously injured Qin Xian. Old dog Qin Xian, the game is over. Second knife. Before he finished speaking, a sword light that was even more violent and dazzling than before lit up again. This knife blocked all of Qin Xian's escape routes. No! Qin Xian let out a desperate roar. He wanted to hide, but his body was paralyzed by the thunder force of the first knife and could not keep up with his consciousness at all. He could only watch the deadly blade light grow bigger and bigger in his pupils. Little bastard! Even if I die, I will drag you down with me to be buried with me. Under the stimulation of death, Qin Xian went completely crazy. He gave up all defenses and ignited all the remaining blood and energy in his body, including the source of life. Boom! A destructive aura burst out from his body. He wants to self-destruct. The power of a third-grade master's self-explosion is enough to raise an area of 100 meters to the ground. Jiang Chei's expression finally changed. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect Qin Xian to be so stubborn that he would choose to die together with his partner if they had a disagreement. The sword has been slashed out and cannot be retracted. And that destructive energy storm has already taken shape and is about to sweep across the entire first floor of Jinhai Tower. Chapter 49, Raising the Price. Su Qingyao, how much are you worth? The storm of destruction is coming. That was not a simple explosion of energy and blood, but the final sound released by a third-grade master after igniting his life, spirit, and even the laws of martial arts. In the center of the storm, space began to distort, emitting a wail of being overwhelmed. Jiang Chei. Su Qingyao let out a terrified scream. The breath of death made her whole body cold and her mind went blank. She wanted to rush forward, but was nailed to the spot by the violent gust of air, unable to move. It's over. At such a close distance, even if his father were there in person, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Jiang Chei is doomed. Lin Xiao, who was about to escape, was frightened out of his wits by this sudden change. He frantically used his body skills to try to escape from the Jinhai Tower before the storm swept over him. However, at this critical moment, Jiang Chei, who was at the center of the storm, made a move that no one expected. He did not retreat, did not defend, and did not even look at the energy storm that was about to swallow him. His figure left a trail of afterimages on the spot, and he instantly appeared in front of Su Qingyao at a speed beyond his limit. Under Su Qingyao's astonished gaze, Jiang Chei grabbed her slender waist and threw her back with force. Stay away and don't get covered in blood. A gentle but irresistible force threw Su Qingyao dozens of meters away, far away from the core range of the explosion. After doing all this, Jiang Chei turned around and faced the devastating energy torrent alone. His expression was more solemn than ever before. Wealth value, 2,450,000 yuan. System. Purchase, Wrath of the Netherworld Fire Qilin. He did not choose to defend, but chose to attack. Ding. Consumed 2 million wealth points, purchase successful. Wrath of the Netherworld Fire Qilin one time has been issued. Just as the blood-colored storm was about to touch his body, a cluster of dark blue flames suddenly ignited in the depths of Jiang Chei's eyes. Roar. A terrifying roar that was not like that of the human world, as if it came from the nine nether hell, resounded in the depths of everyone's soul. A unicorn phantom made of pure dark blue flames roared out from behind Jiang Chei. It was small in size, but it exuded a terrifying aura that was enough to freeze the soul. The Netherworld Fire Kirin faced the Grandmaster's self-destruction. There was no earth-shattering noise, only an eerie silence. The violet blood-red storm, the moment it came into contact with the dark blue flame, made a hissing sound like ignited gasoline, and was burned, swallowed, and annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Xian's final blow, which cost him his life, didn't even cause a ripple before he completely disappeared in the dark blue flame. Phew! At this moment, Jiang Chei's thunderblade accurately slashed across Qin Xian's neck. The head shot up into the sky, and the madness and determination at the time of the self-explosion still remained on his face. Another third-grade master has fallen. The dark blue phantom of the Qilin circled in the air, let out an unwilling roar, and finally slowly dissipated. Everything returned to peace. It was as if the devastating scene just now had never happened. Plop. Jiang Che sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. His face was a little pale. He had just activated the Thunderblade and the system props at the same time, which consumed a huge amount of his mental energy. But he smiled. Smiling happily. He raised his head, his gaze passed over the two masters' corpses and fell on Lin Xiao, who had already run to the entrance of Jinhai Tower, his body stiff and his face looking as if he had seen a ghost. Senior Lin Xiao, why are you running? Jiang Che's voice was a little weak, but the teasing in it made Lin Xiao feel like he was falling into an icy cave. The show isn't over yet, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Xiao's body was shaking violently. What did he see? Karen. That is the residual soul of the ferocious beast sealed in the 4th level of Jinhai Tower, the Netherworld Fire Qilin. Jiang Che can not only control the formation, but can also summon the souls of sealed beasts to fight for him? This is no longer a monster, this is a devil. It is a god. The last bit of hope and fighting spirit in his heart was burned away by the blue flame. Jiang. Young friend Jiang. Lin Zhao's voice was extremely dry, and he forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Misunderstanding. Today's everything is a misunderstanding. My Blackwater City Lin family has no grudges against you. It was all that old dog Qin Xian who bewitched me. He was very naive and pushed all the responsibility away. I'm leaving now. I swear, I won't reveal a single word of what I saw in the tower today. From now on, my Lin family will respect Jinhai City as their leader, and we will follow the lead of young friend Jiang. Oh? Really? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, slowly stood up from the ground, picked up the space ring from Chen Xian's body, waited, and then staggered towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao swallowed nervously. As Jiang Che approached, he felt like he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. He didn't even have the courage to move a finger. That's a good attitude. Jiang Che walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, but just saying it doesn't mean anything. Lin Zhao's heart trembled, and he immediately understood what Jiang Che meant. This is money that costs your life. Of course. Of course. He didn't dare hesitate for a moment, and quickly took off the interspatial ring on his hand and handed it over respectfully. Young friend Jiang, this is all my wealth and some of the preparations I made for this trip. I give them all to you as a filial gift. I only ask that you be magnanimous and let me live. Jiang Che took the ring, scanned it with his mental power, and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, quite fat. Yeah, he's very enlightened. Jiang Che played with the 3 Grandmaster rings and said calmly, his life can be saved. But he changed the subject and his gaze fell on Su Qingyao in the distance, who was looking at him with a complicated expression. Su Qingyao was stunned by his gaze. Jiang Che just waved at her. Miss Su, come here for a moment to discuss a business matter. Su Qingyao hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Her mind was in a mess. Everything that happened today had completely overturned her worldview. Talk about, what business? Jiang Che pointed at the 2 bodies on the ground, then at Lin Xiao who was about to burst into tears, and said confidently. Look, to protect you, the city lord's daughter, I destroyed a formation, killed a grandmaster, and nearly got blown to death. I've received compensation for mental distress, life-threatening injuries, lost wages, and reputation damage. Do you think your father, City Lord Su, should reimburse me for this? Su Qingyao. Lin Xiao. At this moment, both of them were stunned. They looked at Jiang Che's serious face and for a moment couldn't tell whether he was joking or serious. He just killed 2 third-grade masters, and now he's talking about compensation with the hostages? Is this something a normal person can do? You are shameless. Su Qingyao held it in for a long time, her pretty face flushed red, and finally she only uttered these 3 words. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Che accepted it calmly, then began to count on his fingers. Let's do the math. The Chun family, the Wang family, and the Lin family, the 3 major families, are now mortal enemies with me because of you. Will this subsequent trouble cost me extra money? In order to arouse City Lord Su's will, I destroyed the core of the formation on the 4th floor of the Jinhai Tower. The cost of repair materials should also be included, right? The most important thing, Jiang Che said in a low voice, moving closer to Su Qingyao, so that only the 2 of them could hear, I've used up my biggest trump card, the treasure that can summon the Qilin. It's a life-saving item, and I used it to save you. Tell me, is your life worth the price? Su Qingyao's breathing suddenly stopped. She looked at Jiang Che's eyes, which were so close to her, clear yet bottomless, and her heart began to beat wildly. He said, "To save me?" This thought, like a small stone, stirred up ripples in the lake of her heart. So, Jiang Che's voice sounded again, pulling her back to her thoughts. "Miss Su, how much do you think you're worth? Name your price. I'm easy to talk to, and I can pay in installments." At this moment, the overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire Jinhai Tower began to slowly recede like a tide. The one stick of incense time left by Su Zhan is completely over. Lin Xiao, who had been on edge, suddenly had a gleam of light in his eyes. Chance. He felt that his connection with the outside world was recovering. As long as he rushes out of this door, the sky is high and the sea is vast, he will be able to survive. He glanced at Jiang Che, who was bargaining with Su Qingyao and seemed to have relaxed his vigilance. The energy and blood in his body instantly gathered to the peak. Chapter 50, Run? Did you get my consent? Lin Xiao moved. At the moment when Su Zhan's will to suppress the world receded like a tide, at the moment when Jiang Che turned his head to look at Su Qingyao, he seemed to completely relax his vigilance and began to bargain. The energy and blood in his body erupted like a volcano that was suppressed to the extreme. Escape. This was the only thought in his mind. This young man named Jiang Che is not a human, he is a devil. Jinhai Tower is a sure field prepared for this group of people. What a ridiculous adventure, what relics, they are all death warrants. He didn't even dare to have the slightest thought of revenge. He just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, as far away from this smiling young devil as possible. He used his body skills to the extreme, and his whole body turned into a wisp of faint black smoke. Without any sound, he jumped to the open gate of Jinhai Tower in an instant like a slippery poisonous snake. Light. The dawn of victory is just around the corner. As long as he stepped out of this door, the sky would be high enough for birds to fly and the sea would be wide enough for fish to leap. He swore that in this life, no, in the next, he would never set foot in Jinhai City again. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, a lazy voice, as if with a hint of sleepiness, sounded slowly behind him. Did I let you go? Boom. Lin Xiao only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and all the blood in his body seemed to be frozen at this moment. He turned around suddenly and saw a scene that he would never forget. Jiang Che didn't even look at him, not even changing his posture. He still leaned sideways, one hand in his trouser pocket, the other toying with the 3 space rings imbued with the aura of a grandmaster, watching Su Qingyao, whose pretty face was flushed, with great interest. It was as if he had not said that just now. It seemed that in his eyes, he, the 3rd-rank grandmaster who was trying his best to escape, was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will, and he didn't even have the right to take a second look at him. This extreme disregard is more terrifying than any vicious threat. Lin Xiao's body froze at the door, unable to advance or retreat. He could feel an invisible murderous intent, sharper than a blade, locking away all the energy in his body. He had no doubt that if he dared to move again, his fate in the next second would definitely not be much better than that of Chen Xian and Wang Pujuan. You. Lin Xiao's voice was dry and hoarse, as if there was a ball of sand stuck in his throat. Jiang Xiaoyu, didn't you already agree? I promised to spare your life. Jiang Che finally took his eyes off Su Qingyao and glanced at him calmly, but I didn't say you can leave. He shook the 3 rings in his hand, a playful smile on his face. I'm a person who values fairness in business. They've paid for the goods, so they can leave. What about you? It seems your life-saving money isn't enough. Lin Xiao's face instantly fell, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Not enough? That ring contained all the wealth he had accumulated over decades. The various elixirs, ingredients, and secret manuals, the total value was definitely over 10 million. Wasn't that enough to buy his life? This kid wants to squeeze himself dry. Friend Jiang, I've really lost everything. Lin Xiao had a sad face and was almost kneeling down in front of Jiang Che. I really don't have a penny on me. How about I write you an IOU? IOU? Jiang Che smiled, a smile that was incredibly bright. Sure. But I don't trust IOUs. I only trust collateral. He looked up and down Lin Xiao, as if he was evaluating an animal to be slaughtered. Secret manuals of martial arts? Rubbish, I don't even consider them. Material for the elixir? The quality is too low. I think it's a waste of fire to make the elixir for me. How about you mortgage your life to me first? Jiang Che's smile suddenly turned cold. When I feel your life is no longer useful, I'll return it to you. What do you think? Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. Mortgage your life to him? This is no different from being a dog by his side. And a dog that could be slaughtered and eaten at any time. Su Qingyao, who was standing by, was completely dumbfounded. She felt like her brain wasn't enough. This guy had just experienced a thrilling life and death fight. As a quasi-warrior, he killed 2 third-grade masters and forced one to surrender. Shouldn't a normal person be feeling frightened or exhausted right now? How could he act like nothing had happened and then turn around and blackmail another grandmaster? And judging by his skilled and confident manner, it seemed like this wasn't the first time he'd done this. Is this a martial arts genius, or a natural-born bandit leader? Jiang Che, don't go too far. Su Qingyao finally couldn't help but speak. She felt that if she didn't speak up, Lin Xiao, a well-known master in Blackwater City, would really be driven crazy by Jiang Che. Excessive? Jiang Che turned to look at her with an innocent look on his face. Miss Su, I don't like what you said. What do you mean by excessive? I'm protecting the interests of our Zhenhai city. He said righteously, think about it. These 3 people sneaked into the forbidden area of our city lord's mansion with evil intentions. Now I have caught them red-handed. As a member of Zhenhai City, I am helping City Lord Su and asking for some compensation from them. Isn't it right? Besides, Jiang Che changed the subject and leaned closer to Su Qingyao's ear, lowering his voice. I just used up a priceless life-saving trump card to save you. If you don't pay, someone else will have to, right? The wool comes from the sheep, don't you understand this principle? The warm breath sprayed on Su Qingyao's earlobe, making her cheeks instantly redder. She wanted to refute, but found that she had no way to refute. In a sense, what Jiang Che said seemed to make some sense. Looking at Su Qingyao, who was instantly convinced and fell into self-doubt, Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Get one. His gaze fell back on Lin Xiao, but the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold indifference. Lin Xiao, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Provide me with a satisfactory collateral, or I'll come and take it myself. The cold murderous intent, like a substance, pressed down on Lin Xiao so hard that he could hardly breathe. He knew that Jiang Che was not joking. If I can't come up with something that satisfies him, I'll really have to die here today. But apart from his life, what else does he have that is more valuable than his entire fortune and can attract the attention of this young devil? Etc. Collateral. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. He thought of it. He finally remembered that he had something on him, something that Jiang Che would definitely be interested in, and might even be willing to spare his life for. That is not a tangible treasure, but a secret. A secret about bloodline. Friend Jiang. Lin Xiao shouted anxiously, as if grasping at a last straw. I know a secret. A secret about your parents, about the source of that special power you possess. Use this in exchange for my life. No. For my freedom. Buzz. Jiang Che's pupils suddenly shrank. Parents. Parents again. Su Zhan mentioned it before, and now, Lin Xiao also mentioned it. His power clearly came from the system. What did it have to do with his parents? Could there really be some hidden secret that he didn't know about? Speak. Jiang Che's voice was emotionless. Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Che's reaction and felt relieved. He made the right bet. Jiang Xiaoche, this secret is priceless. I'm telling you, you must let me go and swear a martial arts oath that you will never pursue the matter. Lin Xiao began to bargain. You are not qualified to negotiate with me right now. Jiang Che raised the thunder blade in his hand, pointing the tip of the blade at Lin Xiao's eyebrows. Speak, or die. Your choice. Being pointed at by the cold tip of the knife, Lin Xiao felt his soul trembling. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, this murderous knife that had just drunk the blood of 2 masters would pierce his head without hesitation. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Lin Xiao completely collapsed and spilled everything he knew. Back in the Jinyuan plan that encircled and annihilated the 7 kings of the underground cave, your parents, Jiang Zhan and Qinyu, were the brightest rising stars. They weren't from prominent families, but they possessed an extremely rare companion bloodline. Once activated, this bloodline can grant warriors a special ability that's almost law-like. Your father Jiang Zhan's bloodline gift is called immortality. As long as his blood and qi are not exhausted, his body can be reconstructed instantly. He is known as the immortal god of war. And your mother Qin Yu's gift is even more bizarre. It is called plunder. She can plunder part of the talents and power of the ferocious beasts and even warriors she kills, and use it for herself. Back then, the couple, relying on their two heaven-defying bloodlines, were invincible on the battlefield. But this also attracted the covetousness of countless forces. Among them was an ancient family in the capital, the Yi family. Yi family? Jiang Che frowned tightly. That's right. The current head of the Yi family has been stuck at the peak of the 9th rank, unable to take the final step and achieve godhood. He believes that only your mother's plundering bloodline can help him break free. Therefore, they have been secretly searching for someone with this bloodline. In the final battle of the Jinyuan project, your parents led their team deep into the core of the catacombs, encountered a combined siege from the 7 great kings, and ultimately died of exhaustion. That's the official account. Lin Xiao swallowed, his voice lowered. But according to the notes of an ancestor of my Blackwater City Lin family who participated in that battle, the situation at the time was far more complex. At the most crucial moment of that decisive battle, a mysterious force suddenly appeared from the rear of the battlefield, severing your parents' connection with the main force and disrupting their qi. It was precisely because of this incident that they were trapped and killed by the 7 king beasts. Lin Xiao raised his head, staring intently at Jiang Che, and spoke word by word. Although there is no direct evidence, my ancestors speculated that the mysterious power most likely came from the Yi family in the capital. They don't want to save people. They want to wait until Jiang Zhan and his wife and the king beast are both defeated, then sit back and reap the benefits and seize the plunder bloodline. And you, Jiang Che. Your energy and blood have been surging recently. Your combat prowess, which far surpasses that of an ordinary person, is definitely not some bullshit epiphany. Your bloodline has revived. Boom! Lin Zhao's last words were like a thunderclap, exploding simultaneously in the minds of Jiang Che and Su Qingyao. Chapter 51, The City Lordess Blackmail. Am I going to lose a lot of money this time? Blood revival? Jiang Che's heart was in turmoil. But his face remained calm. The system is the source of his power. He knows this better than anyone else. But what Lin Xiao said about his companion bloodline, his father's immortality, his mother's plundering, all of this didn't sound like fabricated nonsense. Especially the Yi family in Beijing, and the truth of his parents' death. In an instant, countless clues intertwined in Jiang Che's mind. Su Zhan's secretive attitude towards his parents, his exploration of bloodline talent, and what Lin Xiao said at this moment. A bold guess gradually came to my mind. Could it be that his parents truly possessed such a heaven-defying bloodline? And the reason his wealth system was bound to him wasn't accidental, but rather because the blood of plunder flowed within him, resonating with some core principle of the system? Wealth is the embodiment of value. The core of the system is transformation value. Isn't plundering the most primitive and barbaric form of value transformation? This thought made Jiang Che's heart beat violently and uncontrollably. If this speculation is true, then all his previous actions have a perfect reasonable explanation in the eyes of others. A surge of qi and blood? Bloodline revival. Superb combat power? Bloodline talent. Killing the Grand Master? Bloodline power explodes. This is simply a perfect official certification delivered to your door. Are you done? Jiang Che suppressed the turmoil in his heart and looked at Lin Xiao calmly. Speak, speak, speak. Lin Xiao looked at him nervously. Little friend Zhang, every word I said is true. This secret is enough to help you avoid a huge amount of trouble, and it's also enough for you to find your true enemy. This can buy my life, right? Well, this secret is indeed worth some money. Jiang Che nodded, and then, in the astonished eyes of Lin Xiao and Su Qingyao, he slowly raised the thunderblade in his hand. What are you doing? Lin Zhao's eyes almost popped out. Didn't you say? I said this secret is valuable, but I didn't say it's worth your life. Jiang Che's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Besides, only the dead can keep secrets forever. Isn't that right? As soon as the words fell, the knife flashed. No! Lin Xiao let out a final desperate roar, his eyes filled with disbelief. Until his death, he could not understand why this young man still wanted to kill him even though he had given him such an important secret. Phew! The third master's head soared into the sky. The threshold of Jinhai Tower was stained red with blood. Jiang Che put away his knife and stood up, shaking off the non-existent bloodstains on the knife, without a trace of emotion on his face. Leave Lin Xiao behind? A master who knows that his bloodline has revived and knows that the Yi family in the capital is his potential mortal enemy? That is equivalent to burying a bomb next to you that may explode at any time. Zhang Che never does such stupid things. As for the secret that Lin Xiao mentioned, it is very important. But precisely because it is important, he must die even more. Su Qingyao on the side was completely numb. She covered her mouth and looked at the three still warm bodies of the masters on the ground, feeling as if she was in an absurd nightmare. He is decisive and ruthless in killing. The young man who had just been smiling and bargaining with her, in the blink of an eye, without hesitation killed a master who had given up resistance and offered important information. What exactly is his heart made of? Okay, all the flies are dead, and it's quiet now. Jiang Che took off Lin Zhao's ring as if he had done something insignificant, then clapped his hands and turned his gaze to Su Qingyao again. The murderous look on his face faded away in an instant, and he returned to his cynical look, with the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Miss Su, let's continue with the topic we were discussing. Now, how much do you think you are worth? Su Qingyao. She looked at Jiang Che's smiling face, then at the 3 corpses lying on the ground with their eyes open. The strong contrast made her stomach churn. Devil! This man is definitely a devil in human skin. Just at this moment, a voice as steady as a mountain, yet with a hint of helplessness, sounded outside the Jinhai Tower. I'll pay his bill. Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared silently at the door of Jinhai Tower. The man was dressed in casual clothes, tall, with an elegant face, looking like a scholar, but his deep eyes seemed to contain a sea of stars. Just standing there, he had a terrifying power that suppressed the heaven and earth, making the entire space freeze. It was the lord of Jinhai City, Su Zhan. He glanced at Lin Zhao's body at the door, then at the bodies of Chen Xian and Wang Pujuan in the tower, and frowned slightly. Finally, his gaze fell on Jiang Che. That gaze was calm, yet it carried a penetrating power that seemed to see through Jiang Che from inside out. Father! When Su Qingyao saw the person coming, she seemed to have found her backbone and ran over quickly, with a trace of shock on her face. Yeah. Su Zhan nodded and patted his daughter's shoulder gently, signaling her to rest assured. His eyes never left Jiang Che. In the space of 1 stick of incense, 3 third-rank masters. One was killed head-on by you, one was forced to self-destruct by you, and the last one, even after I disclosed the intelligence, you still didn't let him go. Su Zhan's voice was very calm, and no emotion could be heard. Jiang Che, you are even more ruthless than I thought. Jiang Che shrugged and met Su Zhan's gaze calmly. City Lord Su, you're too kind. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. I believe you understand this principle better than I do. Very good. Su Zhan nodded, seeming very satisfied with the answer. He did not ask about the process, nor did he try to find out what methods Jiang Che used. The result is what matters most. Your will and mine have made a bet. If you win, the spoils are yours. Su Zhan's eyes swept over the 4 glittering space rings in Jiang Che's hands. Now, give them to me. Jiang Che's smile froze on his face. Su Qingyao was also stunned. What is this operation? Didn't they just say that the spoils belonged to Jiang Che? Why were they taking them back in the blink of an eye? City Lord Su, are you? Jiang Che narrowed his eyes. Are you planning on defaulting on your debt? Are you refusing to pay? Su Zhan's lips curled up into a smile. No, I'm paying for you. He extended a hand and said calmly, first, you destroyed the core of the formation on the 4th floor of the Jinhai Tower. The materials to repair it are very valuable. This money will come from here. Secondly, 3 grandmasters died in the forbidden area of my city lord's mansion. Although it was their own fault, there must be a reasonable explanation for this matter. Their bodies and the families behind them need to be dealt with by me. The human relationships and resources involved will also cost a lot of money. The third and most important point. Su Zhan's eyes suddenly became sharp. As a quasi-warrior, you slaughtered 3 third-grade masters in Jinhai Tower. If this matter were to get out, what do you think would happen? What you will receive won't be awe and glory. Instead, it will be endless trouble and scrutiny. The eyes of the entire dragon nation, and indeed the entire world, will be focused on you. Like sharks smelling blood, they will study you thoroughly from head to toe. All your secrets will be revealed. Therefore, I must take back these 3 rings. I will announce to the public that these 3 masters died in an internal conflict due to their greed for the treasures within the Jinhai Tower. And you, Jiang Che, are just a lucky survivor who happened to be there. Su Zhan looked at Jiang Che and said word by word, I'm protecting you. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Jiang Che was silent. He had to admit that what Su Zhan said was completely right. He could ignore the revenge of the Chun family, the Wang family, and even the Lin family of Blackwater City, but he couldn't ignore the irresistible prying from a higher level. With his current strength, once he is targeted by a 9th grade or even stronger being, the biggest secret of the wealth system is likely to be exposed. He couldn't afford the consequences of that. Su Zhan was helping him erase all traces in an irresistible way. The price he paid was the entire fortune of the 3 masters, which he obtained at the cost of his life and even at the cost of being nearly blown to death. This is a huge loss. Jiang Che showed a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He hesitated and reluctantly placed the 3 Grandmaster rings that had just been warmed up, along with the 4 rings he had snatched from Zhao Gang and Li Yi, all in Su Zhan's palm. City Lord Su is very understanding and righteous. I admire him. Jiang Che said while gritting his teeth. Yeah. Su Zhan put away the ring with satisfaction, and then, as if remembering something, he took out something from one of the rings and threw it to Jiang Che. It was a black, inconspicuous token. It was the City Lord's Mansion guest official order that Jiang Che had accidentally dropped before, which frightened Chen Ping. Su Zhan said calmly, I've paid your medical fee. From now on, you and my daughter owe each other nothing. This token will also be returned to its original owner. As for the reward you want. Su Zhan's gaze became deep again. He looked at Jiang Che and spoke slowly. The college entrance examination is less than a month away. I want you to be admitted to the Magic City's Wuda University as the top scholar in Jinhai City. And, within your first year of enrollment, you must be listed on the Dragon Nation Hidden Dragon list. This is all my reward for your performance this time. Chapter 52, Sky High Bill. Su Qingyao's indenture? All rewards? Jiang Che was holding the guest official token that he had lost and found again, and he was completely stunned. After all this time, working so hard, fighting with wits and courage, and killing 3 third-grade masters, in the end, I didn't get any actual benefits except a verbal task? Those rings contain the entire wealth of 3 grandmasters and 2 elite teams. According to conservative estimates, the total value is definitely over 30 million. Just gone like that? And you call it a reward for yourself? Is there really such a way to reward people in this world? This isn't a reward, this is empty promises. This is exploitation. Jiang Che's face darkened instantly. City Lord Su, isn't your reward a little too spiritual? He said with a forced smile, I'm a rather worldly person and prefer something more practical. How about you return those rings to me, and I'll fight for the hidden dragon ranking myself. Presumptuous. Before Su Zhan could even speak, Su Qingyao couldn't help but lose control. She glared at Jiang Che and said angrily, do you know what it means to be on the Dragon Nation potential dragon list? It represents the highest honor for the entire young generation of Dragon Nation. Those who make the list are all 1 in a million, peerless geniuses. My father is showing you a path to greatness, and you actually despise it? Can Tongtian Avenue be exchanged for money? Jiang Che rolled his eyes and muttered softly, I'm so broke now that I can't even afford the resources for cultivation. How can I get on the hidden dragon ranking? Can I use love to generate electricity? Although his voice was low, who among those present was not a person with sharp ears and eyes? The corners of Su Zhan's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Throughout his life, he had met countless geniuses and outstanding people, some of whom were arrogant, some were reserved, and some were scheming, but Jiang Che was the first one to be so realistic. He was scheming against the Grandmaster 1 second, and started crying poor the next. What's going on with this kid's brain circuit? I won't give you a penny of money. Su Zhan's answer was firm and shattered Jiang Che's last fantasy. In the martial arts world, wealth, companions, techniques, and land are all essential. Wealth comes first. If you can't even solve the most basic resource issues, then you are not worthy of being my registered disciple, let alone competing for the hidden dragon ranking. Su Zhan looked at Jiang Che with a hint of testing in his eyes. What I can give you is not money, but something more precious than money. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and a stream of light penetrated into Jiang Che's brow. In an instant, a huge stream of information exploded in Jiang Che's mind. That is not a technique or a martial art, but a permission. An S-level authority, the highest level, that is valid throughout the entire Jinhai city and even the martial arts circles of several surrounding cities. With this authority, Jiang Che can purchase most of the cultivation resources that are not open to the public at cost price or even lower prices from any chamber of commerce, auction house, or martial arts hall that has a cooperative relationship with the city lord's mansion. Pills, weapons, natural treasures, martial arts secrets, everything is available. He could even use this authority to issue S-level tasks and mobilize some of the forces under the city lord's mansion to serve him. This is no longer a simple discount card. This is simply a VIP black card that allows you to walk around Jinhai City freely. The value and energy behind it are far beyond what tens of millions of cash can compare to. This authority is the greatest support I can give you. Su Zhan's voice sounded again. As for how much resources you can leverage with it and how much value you can create, it depends on your own ability. Also, Su Zhan's eyes swept over the mess in Jinhai Tower and the corpses of the three masters, and added, I will let Wei Tong take care of these materials. You can choose 3 of the refined pills and weapons first. The corpses of the 3 masters. That's a 3rd-grade grandmaster. Their essence, blood, bones, and even their souls are all excellent materials for refining high-level elixirs and spiritual weapons. Its value is also immeasurable. Jiang Che's eyes lit up instantly. The depression on his face disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable ecstasy. He just knew it. An old fox like Su Zhan can't be so narrow-minded. In the beginning, they confiscated the spoils and made promises, but after all this time, it turned out that the real big winner was waiting here. S-level authority. Choose any 3 Grandmaster materials. This wave is not a loss. A huge profit. Thank you, City Lord Su, for your cultivation. Jiang Che immediately put on a humble and respectful expression and bowed deeply to Su Zhan. I will definitely live up to the City Lord's high expectations. I will definitely win the Jinhai No. 1 scholar, make it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking, and bring glory to our Jinhai city. The speed at which his expression changed made Su Qingyao's eyes twitch. Su Zhan also laughed dumbly, shook his head, and said, all right, stop talking nonsense. The matter in the tower ends here. From now on, neither of you two is allowed to reveal a single word to anyone else. Qingyao, come with me. Jiang Che, find a way out on your own. Remember, act like a lucky survivor. After saying that, Su Zhan did not stay any longer. He turned around and took Su Qingyao, who was still a little confused, with him. He took a step forward and his figure disappeared on the spot. In an instant, Jiang Che was the only one left on the first floor of Jinhai Tower. And there were 3 cold corpses and a mess on the ground. Call. Jiang Che let out a long breath only when Su Zhan's aura, as deep as the sea, completely disappeared. He felt as if all his bones had been pulled out, and sat down on the ground again. My back was already soaked with cold sweat. Dealing with an old fox like Su Zhan is far more tiring than fighting with 3 masters. I feel tired. He lay on the cold ground, looking at the tall dome of the Jinhai Tower, his mind rapidly calculating the gains and losses of this time. The wealth value is lost. Wealth value, 450,000 yuan. The original balance of nearly 2.5 million was reduced to less than 500,000 after purchasing the Fury of the Netherworld Fire Kirin. But the harvest is huge. S-level authority means a stable and cheap resource channel. The finished product made from 3 pieces of Grandmaster materials means at least 3 3rd-grade, or even 4th-grade treasures. And Lin Shao's secret about bloodline and Beijingyi family is even more priceless, pointing out a clear enemy and direction for his future path. More importantly, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth curled up uncontrollably again. He thought about it and opened the system interface. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the hidden achievement, the weak defeated the strong, and defeated the master. Achievement reward, Law Furnace Upgrade Permission activated. Law Furnace LV2, the number of laws that can be smelted increases by 1, smelting efficiency increases by 100%, and a new function is unlocked. Lawbrand. Lawbrand consumes a huge amount of wealth to condense the analyzed law fragments in the furnace into a one-time brand. Apply it to your weapon or yourself, and within a short period of time, unleash a terrifying power far beyond your own realm. Unlocking the Lawbrand function requires wealth value of 10 million yuan. Looking at the information refreshed on the system panel, Jiang Che's breathing suddenly became rapid. The Mark of Law. Isn't this a replica of the Fury of the Netherworld Fire Kirin that he just used? Although it is a consumable item and its price is outrageous, it is the real trump card that allows him to compete head-on with high-level warriors. As long as he has money, he can produce this kind of Grandmaster killer continuously. Money. Money! Money! An unprecedented fire burned in Zhang Che's eyes. His desire for money has never been as strong as it is now. Just then, a slight sound of footsteps came from outside the tower. Zhang Che's heart moved, and he immediately restrained all his breath. His face instantly changed into the expression of a survivor who was still frightened, pale, and weak. Soon, a tall and burly figure appeared at the door. It was the guardian of Jinhai Tower, Wei Tong. He looked at the mess on the ground in the tower and the corpses of the three masters. Even with his state of mind at the peak of the third level, his pupils suddenly shrank and his face was full of shock. When his eyes fell on Zhang Che, who was slumped on the ground as if frightened, his shock turned into suspicion. "Boy, what happened here?" Wei Tong's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Che raised his head, his eyes were empty and his lips were trembling. He seemed to want to say something, but couldn't speak because he was too frightened. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, pointed at the bodies of Chen Xian and Wang Pujuan, and then pointed at Lin Xiao at the door. Internal strife. They were fighting over something. Blood, so much blood. I'm so scared. This performance is worthy of an Oscar nominee. Wei Tong looked at Zhang Che, who looked like he was about to pee his pants. The suspicion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a trace of pity and relief. Fortunately, this kid is lucky. It was a miracle that he, a quasi-warrior, could survive the fight between the three masters. Okay, don't be afraid, it's all over. Wei Tong stepped forward and patted Zhang Che on the shoulder. A strong energy of qi and blood flowed into him to help him calm his mind. The city lord has ordered me to handle the scene. Get out of here right now, go home and get some sleep. Let everything you saw today sink into my stomach. Yes, Zhang Che thanked him profusely as he got up from the ground, staggering as if he might faint at any moment, and walked out of the tower. However, just as he was about to walk out the door, his steps suddenly stopped. He seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Tong, with a hint of confusion of surviving a disaster and a hint of anger of realizing it too late on his face. Wei, brother Wei. I just heard City Lord Su say that Su Qingyao and I no longer owe each other anything. Wei Tong was stunned and nodded. Yes, that's what the city lord said. What's wrong? That won't do. Zhang Che's voice suddenly rose, his face full of grievance and reluctance. I was nearly killed by those people while trying to protect her. I've been paying for mental damage, reputation damage, and life-threatening injuries, and he just says we owe each other nothing, and you think he's going to let it go? No. This is absolutely not possible. Zhang Che became more and more excited as he spoke. He grabbed Wei Tong's arm and said indignantly, Brother Wei, you have to bear witness for me. I haven't settled my account with the Su family yet. Su Qingyao must pay me back what she owes me. He took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. These were the props he had prepared long ago. Swish, swish, swish. He wrote a line of big words on the paper and then stuffed it into the stunned Wei Tong's hand. Brother Wei, please hand this to Su Qingyao personally. Tell her this is the bill I wrote her. When she pays it off, we'll be even. After saying that, Zhang Che did not stop and rushed out of Jinhai Tower without looking back, leaving Wei Tong alone, holding the piece of paper, disheveled in the wind. He looked down. On that piece of paper, there were a few large characters written in a flamboyant style. About Miss Su Qingyao's exclusive indenture starting from 10 million yuan. Chapter 53, Exclusive Indenture? The city lord's daughter comes knocking. Wei Tong felt that the piece of paper in his hand was hotter than the bodies of the three masters combined. He has lived half his life, what kind of storms has he not seen? With his cultivation at the peak of the third rank and his body well trained, he is considered a well-known figure in Jinhai City. But today, he felt that his worldview was being repeatedly rubbed against by a quasi-warrior named Zhang Che. Although it was outrageous to attack the Grandmaster in the world of martial arts, there were always a few unreasonable monsters, so he could barely understand it. But after killing three masters, shouldn't he be feeling scared or full of murderous intent? This guy turned around and issued a sale contract to the city lord's daughter whom he rescued? Starting from 10 million? The use of the word is so fucking spiritual. Wei Tong held the paper in his hand and stood there for a long time in a mess. Finally, with a bitter face, he walked towards the backyard of the city lord's mansion with his head held high. He would rather fight with the third-grade master again than give up this death warrant. The city lord's mansion, beside the Jingxi Lake. Su Zhan was standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance at the center of the lake. The masterly aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth had long since disappeared, leaving only a mountain-like calmness. Su Qingyao stood behind him, her pretty face still a little pale. Obviously she had not yet fully recovered from the blood and shock in Shanghai Tower. Her mind was in a mess. One moment she saw Jiang Che's ruthless look as he swung his sword to kill the Grandmaster, and the next moment she saw him grinning and bargaining with her like a rogue. These two completely different images repeatedly intertwined in her mind, making her perception of Jiang Che more complicated than ever before. Still thinking about him? Su Zhan's voice sounded calmly without turning back. No, no. Su Qingyao, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, came back to her senses in an instant and quickly denied it. I was just wondering, Father, are you really going to let him go like this? He destroyed the core of the Jinhai Tower, and he killed 3 people who wanted to kill him, and in the process, he helped me uncover 3 traitors in the city lord's mansion. In the end, he took all the dirty work on himself. Su Zhan turned around, his deep gaze falling on his daughter. Qingyao, you have to remember, when judging a person, don't look at what he says, but what he does and what he doesn't do. He could have used my influence to escalate this matter and bring ruin to the Chen, Wang, and Lin families, but he didn't. He chose the most direct, bloodiest, and cleanest way, ending all the trouble in that tower. This shows that although he acts crazy, he has a very clear boundary in his heart. Su Qingyao nodded, not quite understanding. At this moment, Wei Tong appeared not far away, with an expression as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant, as if he had been constipated for 10 days or half a month. What's the matter? Su Zhan asked. City Lord, Miss. Wei Tong stepped forward with his head held high, his eyes wandering, not daring to look Su Qingyao in the eye. Before Jiang Che left, he asked me to pass something on to the Mississippi. Give it to me? Su Qingyao was stunned, and her heart skipped a beat for some unknown reason. Her intuition told her that it was definitely not a good thing. Wei Tong looked at Su Qingyao's outstretched delicate hand, hesitated for 3 seconds, and finally gritted his teeth and handed over the neatly folded paper. Su Qingyao took it doubtfully and unfolded it. The next second, her movements froze. The air around seemed to freeze at this moment. Miss Su Qingyao's exclusive indenture starting from 10 million. A line of large, provocative characters written in a flamboyant style came into her sight. The 10 million and above in the bracket seemed to carry endless mockery and was infinitely magnified in her mind. Boom! A surge of hot blood rushed straight to the top of my head. Su Qingyao only felt that her cheeks became hot in an instant, as if they were burned by fire. Shame. Anger. Crazy. She had grown up as the only daughter of the Jinhai City Lord, a daughter of heaven's pride. When had she ever suffered such a humiliation? Jiang Che. A scream filled with endless rage resounded throughout the backyard of the city lord's mansion, startling the koi in the lake so much that they turned upside down. Wei Tong's neck shrank, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, silently lighting a candle for Jiang Che in his heart. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that you are too much of a troublemaker. However, the thunderous fury that was expected in the Sino-Soviet War did not occur. Su Zhan simply took the thin piece of paper from his daughter's hand and took a look at it. Then, the majestic lord of Jinhai City couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and finally, he let out a low chuckle. Puff. This laugh made Su Qingyao feel more devastated than if she had just gotten angry. Father! You're still laughing. Su Qingyao stamped her feet in anger, her eyes red. He's going too far. He's humiliating me. Humiliating our Su family. Humiliation? Su Zhan shook his head, folded the indenture and handed it back to his daughter. Qingyao, you still don't understand him. He's not humiliating you, he's bargaining with me. There was a glimmer of appreciation in Su Zhan's eyes. I accepted his spoils. Although I gave him authority and made promises, he felt he lost in this deal. He felt unbalanced. This piece of paper is not written for you, but for me. He told me that the favor of saving your daughter was worth 10 million, and that the rewards I gave him were something else entirely, and couldn't be conflated. In this way, he re-established a debt relationship between us. Su Qingyao was stunned when she heard this. She looked at the indenture in her hand, then at her father's expression that said, "You are too young," and felt that her brain was completely inadequate. How could an extremely shameless act of extortion become such a sophisticated game and calculation in my father's mouth? Then, what should we do now? Su Qingyao asked in confusion. What should we do? Su Zhan smiled, a smile that contained a hint of amusement. Didn't he give you a bill? Then go and settle it with him. Me? Su Qingyao pointed at her nose in disbelief. What else? Do I, the city lord, have to personally negotiate this tens of millions business with him? Su Zhan asked back. He paused and added, go ahead. It's perfect. You should get to know him more. See what kind of person this guy is who was able to fool my will mark. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. Su Zhan said meaningfully. Su Qingyao's face turned even redder. How could she not hear the deeper meaning behind her father's words? But when she thought of Jiang Chei's hateful smile, the shyness in her heart was instantly replaced by anger. Touch. Today I must let him know why the flowers are so red. Uncle Wei. Where does he live? Su Qingyao clenched the indenture in her hand and asked with gritted teeth. Wei Tong looked at the eldest lady's murderous look, looked at his city lord with sympathy, and then gave an address. The other side. Jiang Chei hummed a little tune and returned to his somewhat shabby apartment. As soon as he entered the door, he threw himself heavily onto the sofa, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. Tired. So fucking tired. Fighting wits and courage with an old fox like Su Zhan is more exhausting than killing 3 masters. But it's all worth it. He thought about it and called up the system panel. Host, Jiang Chei. Wealth value, 450,000 yuan. Qi and blood value, 93,555 kilocalories first grade peak. Spiritual power, 200 Hz. Kung Fu, Krypton Gold Heart Sutra LV1. Combat techniques, Thunder Blade perfect, Phantom Step perfect, Inch Fist perfect. Talent, C control activated. Skill, Mental Shock Fragment 1-3. System functions, Wealth Mall, Energy Purification, Law Furnace LV2, to be upgraded. Looking at the words to be upgraded behind the law furnace and the sky-high price of 10 million to unlock the law brand, Jiang Chei felt a pang of pain. Su Zhan, this old fox, swallowed up tens of millions of spoils in one gulp. Fortunately, the promise of S-level authority and 3 Grandmaster materials made him feel a lot more balanced. We need to get the money quickly and unlock the Git seal first. Jiang Chei sat up from the sofa, his eyes burning with desire for money. He opened his phone and was about to study how to use the S-level authority and where to get the money the fastest. Just then. Bang! 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 A rapid and violent knock on the door suddenly rang out. The force was so great that the entire door was shaking, as if it would be kicked open in the next second. Jiang Chei frowned. Someone from the Chun family? Impossible, Su Zhan had just dealt with them. Could it be the Li family or some other blind people? A cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood up and walked to the door, looking out through the peephole. The person standing outside the door was not some vicious man seeking revenge. Instead, it was a beautiful girl wearing a white dress, with a murderous look on her pretty face, her chest heaving violently, and a piece of paper tightly clenched in her hand. If it's not Su Qingyao, who else could it be? Jiang Chei was stunned for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It came quite quickly. He straightened his clothes, then put on a confused expression as if he had just woken up, with sleepy eyes, and slowly opened the door. Who is it? It's the middle of the night, can't I sleep? Before he could finish his words, a pretty face filled with humiliation and anger suddenly enlarged in front of him. Jiang Chei. Su Qingyao almost squeezed out these 2 words from between her teeth, and she slammed the paper in her hand hard on Jiang Chei's chest. Explain it to me clearly. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 54, The Debt Collectors Are Here? Paying back with meat is in installments. Jiang Chei lowered his head and glanced at the piece of paper that Su Qingyao was pressing tightly against his chest. The paper has become a little wrinkled due to excessive force. The large characters above, exclusive indenture starting from 10 million, seemed to be silently shouting. He raised his head and met Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes that were about to spit fire, with an innocent expression of a sudden enlightenment on his face. Oh, this one. He stretched out 2 fingers and slowly picked up the paper from his chest. He looked at it carefully before speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Bill, Miss Su, can't you read? You. Su Qingyao felt like she was about to have a myocardial infarction from anger. Illiterate? This guy did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. She took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the urge to draw her sword and chop the guy down. She gritted her teeth and said, Jiang Che. Stop playing dumb. My father has already rewarded you. S-level authority and 3 treasures made from Grandmaster materials. Why are you still using this to humiliate me? Oh, you can't say that. Jiang Che put away the innocent expression on his face, leaned against the doorframe, crossed his arms, and looked at her leisurely. This is what City Lord Su gave me. It's the reward I deserve for killing a Grandmaster, clearing the way for Jinhai City, and maintaining the dignity of the City Lord's mansion. It's a reward for my personal bravery. He paused, changed the subject, and stared at Su Qingyao with burning eyes. And this bill is what you, Miss Su Qingyao, owe me for saving my life. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. You should understand this principle, right? Su Qingyao was speechless for a moment. She found herself unable to refute. Jiang Che's words were logically clear and well organized, perfectly separating the two things. Yes, her father's reward was given to the hero Jiang Che. And what she owed was to her lifesaver Jiang Che. These seemed to be two different things. Looking at Su Qingyao's cute look of being choked and her pretty face flushed red, Jiang Che's smile became even more intense. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them. A faint masculine scent mixed with sweat and a hint of blood instantly enveloped Su Qingyao. Her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably, and she subconsciously wanted to step back, only to find her back pressed against the cold wall. Miss Su, do the math. Jiang Che's voice, lowered a few notches, carried a hint of bewitching magnetism as it rang in her ears. In that Jinhai Tower, I braved the aftermath of the Grandmaster's self-detonation to protect you, and was nearly blown into a sky full of fireworks. Isn't the mental trauma I suffered worth anything? I was a pure young man in my prime, but I witnessed such a bloody scene. It left me with a serious psychological trauma. I might never find a girlfriend again. Isn't my lost youth worth anything? Most importantly, I saved your life. You're the daughter of the Jinhai City Lord, a future rising star in martial arts. Isn't your life worth even 10 million? I'm giving you a discounted price out of respect for City Lord Su. Otherwise, do you think the start at the end was just a joke? The warm breath sprayed on Su Qingyao's sensitive earlobe, making her feel half of her body numb. Her cheeks were so red that they seemed to bleed. This guy. How could this guy talk about blackmail so confidently, and even with a hint of grievance? What innocent boy. What psychological trauma. I don't believe you. You are such a bad old man. You're talking nonsense. Su Qingyao's voice trembled. You clearly made a lot of money yourself. That's my skill. Jiang Che retorted immediately, a look that said, you're being unreasonable. What does the money I stole have to do with you? Does it mean that because the doctor saved you and he's getting a higher salary this month, you don't have to pay for your medical expenses? Su Qingyao was completely speechless. She found that reasoning with Jiang Che was an extremely stupid thing to do. This guy's twisted logic, one after another, always manages to confuse you and make you feel that what he said seems to make some sense. Then I don't have any money. Su Qingyao was desperate and acted like a rogue. I'm just a student, how can I afford to give you so much money? No money? Jiang Che touched his chin and looked her up and down, his eyes as if he was evaluating the value of a commodity. That extremely aggressive gaze made Su Qingyao feel uncomfortable all over and she subconsciously hugged her arms. What are you looking at? It's easy to handle if you don't have money. Jiang Che showed a kind smile on his face. I'm always very reasonable and support multiple payment methods. He stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Su Qingyao. Option 1, installment payment. I won't charge you interest. Just pay me 100,000 a month, and I'll pay it off in 100 months. That's just over 8 years, which is a breeze for us warriors. The corners of Su Qingyao's mouth twitched. 8 years. Is she going to be this scoundrel's ATM for 8 years? Plan 2. Jiang Che's smile became playful. He moved closer, almost right next to Su Qingyao's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. How about sexual compensation? Boom. Su Qingyao's brain was completely blown. She suddenly pushed Jiang Che away, and her whole body bounced to the other side of the corridor as if she had been electrocuted, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple. Rogue. Shameless. Obscene. She pointed at Jiang Che, shaking with anger, and even her vocabulary for cursing became impoverished. TSK, it was just a joke, why such a big reaction? Jiang Che spread his hands, looking innocent. Looks like Miss Su has chosen option 1? Okay, then let's sign the contract now. I even have the template ready. As he said this, he really pretended to go back into the house to get the contract. Stop. Su Qingyao became anxious. She knew that once she signed the contract, she would be completely controlled by this guy. I won't choose. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't have any money. I won't sign the contract. Oh? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. So Miss Su is trying to shirk her responsibility? His voice suddenly turned cold. A faint cold murderous intent began to spread around him. That was the murderous aura that was truly honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Su Qingyao's heart suddenly tightened. She instantly recalled the cold and ruthless look on Jiang Che's face when he swung his sword to kill Lin Xiao in the Jinhai Tower. She had no doubt that if she really dared to say yes, this guy would definitely do something even more outrageous. He is a madman. A complete madman who does not play by the rules. That's not what I meant. Su Qingyao's momentum weakened instantly, and there was even a hint of grievance in her voice. I mean, can I repay you in another way? Oh? Jiang Che put away his murderous aura and resumed his cynical demeanor. He asked with interest, for example? For example, before your college entrance exam, I can be your sparring partner. Su Qingyao said courageously, after all, I'm a quasi-warrior with 145 HP. I have more combat experience than you. Having me as a sparring partner will help you improve your strength. She had made up her mind that by being his sparring partner, she could legitimately compete with him. When the time comes, I will repay double the injustice I suffered today. However, Jiang Che just glanced at her and shook his head as if she was an idiot. Su Shaoxi, do you have any misunderstandings about my strength? You're too weak. Being my sparring partner isn't even enough for me to warm up with. It hurts. Su Qingyao felt as if her heart was stabbed with a knife. Then I'll be your errand boy. She thought quickly and said again, don't you have S-level authority? You need a lot of things to take care of, right? I can run errands for you and help you with miscellaneous tasks. This will save you a lot of time for cultivation. That should be fine, right? This time, Jiang Che hesitated. He stroked his chin, appearing to consider the suggestion seriously. He really lacks time now, and he also lacks someone he can trust and who can use the Su family's resources to help him do things. Su Qingyao is indeed the best candidate. Treating the city lord's daughter like a maid. Well, this feeling seems to be even better than getting 10 million directly. All right. Jiang Che nodded and said reluctantly, since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. From today until I deem you've paid off your debt, you'll be my personal secretary and errand boy. You'll be there at my beck and call, and you won't be late. Any questions? No. Su Qingyao nodded quickly, fearing that he would go back on his word. Although it sounds like a contract of selling one's body, it is better than actually signing a contract or being verbally humiliated by him. Very good. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Then, Secretary Su, I will now give you your first task. What mission? Su Qingyao immediately got into the role. Pour me a glass of water. I'm so thirsty. Jiang Che pointed into the house. Su Qingyao. She resisted the urge to kick him and squeezed out a word from between her teeth, okay. Seeing Su Qingyao angrily walk into his messy apartment and look for the cup like a bullied wife, Jiang Che's mood instantly improved. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Che took out his cell phone, and it was an unfamiliar encrypted number. He pressed the answer button and put it to his ear. Hello? A cold, formulaic voice came from the other end of the phone, with a condescending tone of interrogation. Is it Jiang Che? We are from the investigation team of the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association headquarters. Regarding the accidental deaths of Li Yi, Chen Feng, and others during the Jianghai City High School student quasi-warrior extreme combat assessment half a month ago, we need you to immediately go to the designated location and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 55, Wuxia Investigation Team? A fat sheep delivered to the door. The cold voice on the other end of the phone made the air in the corridor seem to drop several degrees. Dragon Country Martial Arts Association Headquarters Investigation Team. These words represent the absolute authority from a higher level that transcends the local city lord's mansion. As Su Qingyao came out with a clean glass, she saw the smile on Jiang Chei's face disappear, replaced by a deep coldness. She immediately realized that something was wrong. I see. Jiang Chei's answer was calm and without a trace of emotion, as if the person on the other end of the phone was not telling him to cooperate with the investigation, but to go downstairs to pick up a package. It's not got it. The voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose in pitch, carrying a tone of unquestionable command. It's immediately. Right away. Get to room 1808 of the Jinhai Hotel within half an hour. If you dare to be late or refuse to cooperate, we will have the right to take compulsory measures against you. After saying that, the other party didn't give Jiang Chei any chance to speak again. He just hung up the phone with a click. Arrogant and domineering. This was the first impression the headquarters investigation team gave Jiang Chei. What's wrong? Su Qingyao walked up and asked worriedly. Trouble has arrived. Jiang Chei put away his phone, but there was no sign of nervousness on his face. Instead, he showed a playful smile. It's someone from the Martial Arts Association headquarters. They're here about Li Yi and Chen Feng. Headquarters investigation team? Su Qingyao's expression changed instantly. How could it alarm headquarters? Didn't my father already classify this as an accident? It seems the Chen and Li families aren't willing to give up. Jiang Chei shrugged. They couldn't touch me in Jinhai City, so they went to the capital to file a complaint. They want to use the power of headquarters to suppress your father and get rid of me in the process. What should we do? Su Qingyao was anxious. The headquarters investigation team has great power. They can even ignore my father's orders and arrest people directly. If you go there now, you will definitely suffer. Go over? Why should I go over there? Jiang Chei smiled like a fox about to steal a chicken. If they let me go, I'll go. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Su Qingyao was stunned by his words. It's already this time, and you still care about face? So what are you going to do? They said they'll take coercive measures if you don't go. Sigh. Jiang Chei suddenly sighed and looked at Su Qingyao with a worried look on his face. Secretary Su, look, who is it that has caused me so much trouble? Su Qingyao's pretty face froze, and she said weakly, because, me? You're quite self-aware. Jiang Chei nodded. So, the amount on my bill might have to be increased. It's called risk hedging cost, understand? You. Su Qingyao was so angry, but looking at Jiang Chei's half-smile, she forced herself to swallow her words. She found that she seemed to have been completely controlled by this guy. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Jiang Chei waved his hand, his expression becoming serious. Now, carry out your second mission. What? Do me a favor. Jiang Chei's eyes flashed with calculation. Use the S-level authority your father gave me. Immediately, right now, help me find out the leader of this headquarters investigation team. What's his name, his background, his abilities, his hobbies, his weaknesses? I want to know everything about him. What are you going to do? Su Qingyao vaguely felt that Jiang Chei was going to behave like a human being again. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never be defeated in 100 battles. Jiang Chei grinned. They've come to my door, so I have to entertain them well, don't I? Su Qingyao looked at his malicious smile, and although she was extremely reluctant, she immediately took out her cell phone. S-level authority is not just a token, but also a digital key that can access the City Lord's Mansion intelligence network. As the City Lord's daughter, Su Qingyao naturally has her own channels. She quickly operated on the encrypted communicator and sent out all the requirements provided by Jiang Chei, as well as the other party's call number. The efficiency of the City Lord's Mansion's intelligence system is astonishingly high. In less than 3 minutes, a detailed electronic file was transferred back to Su Qingyao's mobile phone. Found it. Su Qingyao handed the phone to Jiang Chei. Jiang Chei took it and quickly scanned the screen. Name, Zhou Hai. Position, Dragon Country Martial Arts Association Headquarters, 4-star investigator. Strength, 3rd grade intermediate warrior. Background, a descendant of the Zhou family's branch in the capital. His main family has business dealings with both the Chen and Li families. Resume, has been responsible for investigating cases involving local wealthy families many times, using tough methods, but at the end of the file, there is a line of notes marked in red. Special note, this individual is greedy and extremely lustful, and he loves collecting all kinds of rare elixirs and ancient weapons. He has repeatedly abused his power to accept bribes during investigations and enrich himself. Oh. Seeing the last line of notes, the curve of Jiang Che's mouth became more and more upward. It turned out that he was not an impartial imperial envoy, but just a wolf in official's clothing. That's easy. Dealing with a gentleman may require some thought. But Jiang Che has plenty of ways to deal with this kind of villain. Secretary Su. Jiang Che returned the phone to Su Qingyao, his face showing confidence. What are you doing? Su Qingyao felt a little scared when he looked at her. Come on, take me somewhere. Where are you going? Shanghai Hotel? No. Jiang Che shook his head, a sly look flashing in his eyes. Let's go to the largest auction house in Jinhai City, Tianbao Pavilion. What are you going to Tianbao Pavilion for? Su Qingyao was completely unable to keep up with his train of thought. Of course, I'm going to meet investigator Zhou, who has come all the way here. Jiang Che grinned like a devil. Isn't he going to investigate me? I have to prepare a big gift so he can thoroughly investigate and return satisfied. Su Qingyao looked at Jiang Che, and an absurd thought popped up from the bottom of her heart. Could this guy be trying to bribe the head of the investigation team? No, that's not right. Given his character, it's definitely not a simple bribe. He is trying to set a trap for the other party. Half an hour later, Jinhai Hotel, Presidential Suite 1808. A slightly plump middle-aged man with a slicked back hair was looking at the gold watch on his wrist with an expression of impatience. He is the leader of this investigation team, Zhou Hai. Damn it, what the hell? A young boy dares to make me wait for so long. Zhou Hai pressed the cigar in his hand hard into the ashtray, cursing. Team leader Zhou, calm down. A young investigator nearby hurried forward and refilled his glass of red wine. That guy must be scared and doesn't dare to come. How about we go over there and bring him back? Catch him? Zhou Hai sneered. Catch him, then what? Go head to head with that old bastard Su Zhan? The benefits offered by the Chen and Li families aren't enough for me to take the risk. When he came this time, he never thought about what he could do to Jiang Che. Su Zhan's attitude was very clear: this matter ends here. He came here just to go through the motions, to give that kid named Jiang Che a warning, and by the way, to see if he could squeeze some more money out of this kid. After all, someone who can make both the Chen and Li families suffer a setback must have some good stuff on him. Just then, Zhou Hai's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was an unfamiliar local number. Hello? He picked up the phone impatiently. A polite yet playful voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this Zhou Hai from Beijing, team leader Zhou? It's me. Who the hell are you? Where's Jiang Che? Zhou Hai shouted. Hee, team leader Zhou, please be patient. The voice on the other end of the line said calmly, I'm the chief auctioneer of Tianbao Pavilion, my name is Lin Wan. Our boss heard that team leader Zhou was coming to Jinhai, so he specially prepared a small private treasure appraisal meeting for you. It's in our Tianbao Pavilion's supreme box. A treasure appraisal meeting? Zhou Hai was stunned. Yes. Lin Wan's voice was full of temptation. I heard that team leader Zhou is quite knowledgeable about ancient weapons and rare elixirs. We just happened to receive a batch of interesting collections, and we'd like to ask an expert like you to help take a look. Among them, there seems to be a broken blade used by a former grandmaster. There's another one, the Dragon Blood Body Tempering Pill, which is said to allow a third-grade warrior to break through a bottleneck. Buzz. Zhou Hai's mind went blank in an instant. Dragon Blood Body Tempering Pill? He's been stuck at the middle level of the third rank for 5 years. He dreams of getting a pill that can help him break through. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Are you telling the truth? Whether it's true or not, team leader Zhou, you can find out for yourself if you come and take a look yourself, Lin Wan chuckled. Oh, by the way, the friend who invited you is also waiting here. He asked me to tell you something. He said that all the evidence in the case of Li Yi and Chen Feng is here. Chapter 56, Walking into a Trap. How big is Mr. Zhou's appetite? Evidence? Zhou Hai's hand holding the phone suddenly tightened. He is not a fool. On the contrary, he can climb to his current position because his brain works faster than most people. Tianbao Pavilion, Chief Auctioneer Lin Wan, a mysterious friend, the broken blade of the tyrant sword, the dragon blood body tempering pill, and the so-called evidence. These words were strung together to form a clear picture in his mind in an instant. This is not a coincidence, it's a trap. A trap set up specifically for him. That fellow named Jiang Che, instead of being frightened, dared to take the initiative and tried to bribe him with valuable treasures. A cold and greedy smile appeared on Zhou Hai's lips. Interesting, really interesting. He had seen people coming to give money and women, but he had never seen anyone dare to use a treasure of the dragon blood tempering pill as a stepping stone. Is this guy really confident, or is he just bluffing? Team leader Zhou, what do you think? Sun Miao, the assistant next to him, asked cautiously when he saw Zhou Hai's expression changing. Prepare the car. Zhou Hai stood up suddenly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Let's go to Tianbao Pavilion. But, team leader, this is obviously a trap. Sun Miao was anxious. What if they have an ambush? A trap? Zhou Hai snorted disdainfully. In the face of absolute strength and power, any trap is nothing but a paper tiger. He's a quasi-warrior. Even if he has Su Zhan's support, does he dare to attack me, an investigator from headquarters, in Jinhai City? He's courting death. Since he dared to show me the treasure, it means he wants to ask me for a favor. As long as the item is real, then this situation is a cash machine tailor-made for me. Zhou Hai already had a comprehensive plan in mind. If the thing is fake, he will arrest Jiang Che and the people from Tianbao Pavilion on the spot on the charge of deceiving federal officials and give them a good beating. If the thing is real, then he would let this ignorant boy know what it meant to lose both the wife and the army. He wants things. He also wants to do it. Tianbao Pavilion is located in the most prosperous central business district of Jinhai City. The entire building is antique, yet reveals the luxury of modern technology. On the top floor, the supreme box is Tinjiuxuan. Jiang Che was sitting leisurely on a rosewood armchair, sipping a glass of top-quality Huaishan de Hongpo. Opposite him, a woman wearing a red chong sam, with a graceful figure and exuding mature charm, was making tea for him personally. She is the chief auctioneer of Tianbao, Lin Wan. Su Qingyao stood behind Jiang Che like a restless assistant, her beautiful eyes looking from the calm Jiang Che to the charming Lin Wan, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Mr. Jiang, you've mastered the art of appealing to the fish. Lin Wan gently pushed a cup of brewed tea towards Jiang Che, her eyes seductive and her voice soft and tender. You're using a dragon blood body tempering pill, that's enough to drive a third-grade warrior crazy as bait. Aren't you afraid the fish will be too big and break your fishing rod? Sister Lin, you're joking. Jiang Che picked up the teacup and blew gently. No matter how big the fish is, it's afraid of the fisherman's net. Besides, I spent a lot of money on this bait. As he spoke, he glanced at the ancient jade box on the table. The so-called dragon blood body tempering pill is real. This was something he temporarily borrowed from the treasure house of the city lord's mansion using his S-level authority. The price was that he owed Su Zhan a huge favor, and the quality of the 3 Grandmaster material treasures he would obtain in the future would be downgraded. But Jiang Che felt it was worth it. Using a high-level elixir that you don't need at the moment to exchange for an opportunity that can completely solve your worries and also make a fortune, this deal is a sure win. Where are the others? Jiang Che asked. He's on his way. Lin Wan glanced at the lady's watch on her wrist. Given Zhou Hai's temperament, he'll be downstairs in 5 minutes at most. She looked at Jiang Che, her eyes full of curiosity. The city lord's mansion suddenly issued a top-level order, asking her to unconditionally cooperate with a quasi-warrior named Jiang Che to set up a trap. She thought he was some important figure, but unexpectedly he was just a teenager who looked not much older than Su Qingyao. But the calmness and calculation in the eyes of this young man made her, who had been struggling in the world of fame and fortune for more than 10 years, feel a little nervous. Secretary Su. Jiang Che suddenly turned around and looked at Su Qingyao behind him, whose palms were sweating with nervousness. Ah. Here. Su Qingyao was startled and responded quickly. Later, you don't have to say anything or do anything, Jiang Che instructed. Just play the role of an innocent girl who was forced by me to come here and has been wronged. Ah. Su Qingyao was stunned. Why? Because you're good-looking and pitiful, Jiang Che said as a matter of course. A pervert like Zhou Hai would be less alert by 30% when he sees you like this. Furthermore, it would make him think I'm an idiot who can't even control the people around me, making him more likely to underestimate me. You? Su Qingyao's cheeks turned red in an instant. Was this guy praising her or scolding her? How could even her beauty become part of his calculations? Just then, a voice came from Lin Wan's Bluetooth headset. She stood up and smiled at Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, you is downstairs. Jiang Che nodded and stood up as well. He walked to the huge French window and looked downstairs through the gap in the blinds. A black Audi with a special Beijing license plate stopped steadily at the entrance of Tianbao Pavilion. The car door opened, and Zhou Hai, with a slicked back hair, walked down with a look of arrogance and greed on his face. Jiang Che's mouth curled up into an icy arc. Sister Lin, proceed according to the plan. The show is about to begin. Lin Wan smiled charmingly, twisted her waist, and went downstairs to greet the distinguished guest in person. Jiang Che, on the other hand, pulled out a pair of tiny earphones, smaller than soybeans, from his pocket and inserted them into his ears. He then said to Su Qingyao, Secretary Su, it's time to test your acting skills. Remember, from now on, when you look at me, your eyes must be filled with 3 parts anger, 3 parts grievance, and 4 parts helplessness. Su Qingyao took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Soon, the door of the box was pushed open. Lin Wan led Zhou Hai and his assistant Sun Miao in. Team leader Zhou, this is Jiang Che, Mr. Jiang, who invited you. Lin Wan introduced with a smile. Zhou Hai's eyes did not fall on Jiang Che at first, but were attracted by the beautiful girl behind Jiang Che, who was wearing a white dress, with slightly red eyes, staring at Jiang Che with a wronged look on her face. What a top-notch product! A lewd light flashed in Zhou Hai's eyes. He didn't even bother to hide his feelings. His eyes wandered over Su Qingyao unscrupulously, thinking to himself, this trip to Jinhai City was not in vain. Are you Jiang Che? Zhou Hai retracted his gaze and then slowly looked at Jiang Che, with a condescending tone in his voice. Jiang Che immediately put on an uneasy expression, leaning forward slightly, and said respectfully, Junior Jiang Che, greetings to Team Leader Zhou. I heard Team Leader Zhou was coming to Jinhai, so I prepared a small gift to welcome him. This humble attitude gave Zhou Hai a great sense of superiority in controlling everything. He sat down in the main seat with great confidence, glanced at the jade box on the table, and asked knowingly, Oh? What kind of small gift is it that has you going through so much trouble and even disturbing the great auctioneer Lin? I dare not. Jiang Che waved his hands quickly, carefully picked up the jade box, and presented it to Zhou Hai with both hands. These are just some little gadgets I stumbled upon by chance. I know Team Leader Zhou is an expert, so I'd like to ask for your opinion. Zhou Hai didn't answer it immediately. His eyes scanned back and forth between Jiang Che and Lin Wan's faces, as if trying to find some flaws. Kid, do you know why I'm here? Zhou Hai's voice suddenly turned cold. I'm here on orders from the Martial Arts Association headquarters to investigate your suspected murder of classmates Li Yi and Chen Feng during the assessment. Are you trying to bribe me by giving me gifts now? A surge of energy and blood pressure from a third-grade warrior erupted, crushing Jiang Che. Jiang Che's face turned pale in an instant, his legs went limp, as if he was about to kneel down at any moment, and the jade box in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Su Qingyao behind him even let out a scream, subconsciously took 2 steps back, her pretty face pale. Seeing this scene, the last trace of vigilance in Zhou Hai's eyes completely disappeared. What tricks can a quasi-warrior who can't even withstand the pressure of his own blood and energy come up with? He sneered, withdrew his imposing aura, and reached out to take the jade box. Let me see what evidence you have to prove your innocence. As he spoke, he slowly opened the jade box. The moment the lid of the box was opened, an extremely rich blood energy, accompanied by a peculiar medicinal fragrance, instantly filled the entire box. It was a red pill with dragon-shaped patterns flowing on its surface. Just by smelling this breath, Zhou Hai felt that the energy and blood in his body that had been dormant for a long time began to boil uncontrollably. Real. It turned out to be a real dragon blood body tempering pill. Zhou Hai's breathing instantly became extremely heavy, his eyes fixed on the pill, unable to move away even a little. The flames of greed burned fiercely in his eyes. Chapter 57, The Truth is Revealed. You want to talk to me about the law? Greed is the original sin. When Zhou Hai's gaze was completely glued to the dragon blood body tempering pill, he was no longer an investigator from the headquarters in the capital, but a hungry wolf that smelled blood. His Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably, making a soft gulp sound. In this quiet box, it appears particularly clear. Team Leader Zhou. Zhou, are you satisfied with this thing? Jiang Che's voice was trembling with just the right amount of anticipation, like a gambler who had staked his entire fortune on the table. Zhou Hai slammed the jade box shut, blocking out the tempting aroma. He raised his head, and his eyes, which had been slightly reddened by greed, regained a trace of clarity and scrutiny. Satisfied? He sneered and weighed the jade box in his hand. Boy, is this thing of yours legitimate? This is a trap question. If Jiang Che claimed he bought it, Zhou Hai could trace the source of the funds. If Jiang Che claimed he found it, Zhou Hai could question its legitimacy. Regardless of the answer, Zhou Hai held the initiative. Jiang Che's face immediately showed an embarrassment. He glanced at Lin Wan beside him, then at Su Qingyao behind him, and hesitantly said, This was something I found by chance in a deserted cave. There was also a broken weapon there, and I sold it to Tianbao Pavilion for some money. His half-true and half-false words perfectly linked the adventure and the source of wealth, and it sounded reasonable. Cave? Zhou Hai narrowed his eyes. Which cave? Where is it exactly? Is there anything else there besides these? Like an experienced policeman, he tried to extract more information from Jiang Che's answer. I don't know. Jiang Che shook his head repeatedly, a look of horror on his face. That place is very remote. I was injured at the time, and I rushed in a panic. Later, I wanted to look for it, but I couldn't find it. There seems to be a skeleton inside. It's very scary. This frightened look made Zhou Hai more and more convinced that the boy in front of him was just a fool who had gotten lucky. A fool who has a mountain of treasure but doesn't know how to use it. Zhou Hai felt relieved and the expression on his face softened. He gently placed the jade box on the table, tapped it with his fingers, and said slowly, Jiang Che, do you know that according to the Dragon Kingdom's warrior relics law, all items found in ownerless ruins belong to the state? You have violated the law by keeping this item privately and not reporting it. A threat. A naked threat. Jiang Che's face turned paler than paper. I don't know. Team Leader Zhou, I really don't know. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I am willing to donate this pill to the country. To you. Offer? Zhou Hai smiled like an old fox. This thing should belong to the country. But he changed the subject, leaned forward slightly, and said in a low voice, since you are young and ignorant, and you are willing to cooperate with the investigation, I can give you a chance. This pill, according to procedure, must be turned in. However, after it is turned in, headquarters will give the finder a reward based on the value of the item. This process is very slow, and the money you get in the end won't be much. He said gently, how about this? I'll help you dispose of this pill personally. I'll give you a fair price, 5 million. Cash. That way, you'll get a large sum of money while avoiding the hassle of handing it over and the risk of being held accountable. Kill two birds with one stone, how about that? Here we come. Jiang Che sneered in his heart, the fish finally took the bait. And he was even more greedy and impatient than he had imagined. Want to buy a dragon blood body tempering pill for 5 million? That's just wishful thinking. If this pill were put up for public auction at Tianbao Pavilion, the starting price would be at least 30 million. 5 million? Jiang Che's face showed a complex expression of shock and pain, but he didn't dare to refute. This expression made Zhou Hai feel secretly happy. He just wants to use this unequal price to enjoy the pleasure of bullying the weak. What? You think it's too little? Zhou Hai's face immediately darkened. If you don't agree, I'll seize it as evidence right now. Then you won't get a penny, and you'll even be charged with embezzlement of state-owned assets. Think carefully. No. I do. Jiang Che was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly, as if he was afraid that he would go back on his word. Very good. Zhou Hai nodded with satisfaction, you are sensible. He turned to look at Lin Wan, who had been silent the whole time, and said, Auctioneer Lin, it's best if you pretend you didn't see what happened today. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind inviting you to the interrogation room of the Martial Arts Association for some tea. Lin Wan's expression changed slightly. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, Team Leader Zhou, you're joking. We at Tianbao Pavilion only do business and don't know anything else. Yeah. Zhou Hai was very satisfied with her understanding. He glanced behind Jiang Che again and saw Su Qingyao, who was like a frightened bird, with a flash of lust in her eyes. Okay, let's make the deal. Zhou Hai pulled out an anonymous black gold card from his pocket and threw it on the table. Here's 5 million. Now, this pill is mine. However, Jiang Che did not take the card. He rubbed his hands together and said with an embarrassed look, Team Leader Zhou, well, isn't this kind of transaction a little against the rules? What if someone investigates later? What? Are you still afraid that I will default on you? Joe Hai said impatiently. No, that's not what I meant. Jiang Che hurriedly explained, I'm just afraid of causing you trouble. How about we sign a contract? Just say I'm selling you an ordinary qi and blood pill for 50,000 yuan. That way, we'll have an open record of the transaction, and no one can find any fault. As for the remaining money in this pill, let's do it privately. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Yin-yang contract. This is a common trick used by many people to avoid taxes or engage in gray transactions. Zhou Hai was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. He pointed at Jiang Che and said, You're quite a clever fellow. Okay. I'll do as you say. He felt that Jiang Che was taking the initiative to consider his interests and wanted to make this matter perfect. Little did he know that what Jiang Che wanted was this written evidence. Ironclad proof that he had taken the initiative to propose and participate in the signing of the yin-yang contract. Lin Wan quickly brought 2 contracts. One is a standard medicine transaction contract, the subject matter is first-grade qi and blood pill and the price is 50,000 yuan. The other was a piece of white paper with only a few simple lines written on it, Party A, Zhou Hai, and Party B, Jiang Che, privately traded at special item for 5 million yuan, with payment in full. Zhou Hai signed his name with a flourish and also pressed his fingerprint. Jiang Che also signed his name tremblingly. Okay, now, can you give me the pill? Zhou Hai said impatiently. Of course. Jiang Che respectfully pushed the jade box in front of Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai grabbed the jade box in his hand and held it tightly, as if he was holding his ticket to a higher realm, with an uncontrollable ecstasy on his face. He could even imagine the scene of himself being proud in the capital after breaking through to the high level of the 3rd rank. But just when he was feeling most proud and thought everything was settled. Bang! The door of the box was kicked open from outside. 2 investigators wearing Martial Arts Association uniforms rushed in with stern expressions. The smile on Zhou Hai's face froze instantly. He suddenly turned around and looked at his assistant Sun Miao, only to find that Sun Miao had retreated to the door at some point and was looking at him with a sneer on his face. Sun Miao! How dare you betray me? Zhou Hai roared. Team leader Zhou, I'm just following orders. Sun Miao said lightly. Zhou Hai's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. This was not a trap set by Jiang Che, but a trap set for him by Sun Miao, or rather, the people behind Sun Miao. He turned his head abruptly and glared at Jiang Che fiercely. Boy! It's you! You are in cahoots with them. However, the fear and humility on Jiang Che's face had long disappeared. Instead, there was a cold calm and a hint of cat and mouse playfulness. Team leader Zhou, don't get excited. Jiang Che smiled and slowly stood up. Perhaps you could open the box in your hand and take a look at what's inside. Zhou Hai was stunned and looked down at the jade box in his hand. With a hint of foreboding, he suddenly opened the lid of the box. The imagined crimson pill disappeared. Instead, there's a small black square with a flashing blue light. There was a small piece of paper stuck on the top of the cube. On the note, there was a line of words written in neat handwriting. Team leader Zhou, smile. Your greedy expression is being broadcast live on the internet. Boom! Zhou Hai's mind seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, and everything went blank in an instant. Live streaming? He looked up suddenly and met Jiang Che's eyes filled with endless mockery. Zhou Hai. Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhou Hai's heart hard. Dragon Country Martial Arts Association, 4-star investigator. Abuse of power to embezzle and accept bribes totaling 34.8 million over 5 years. Forced or seduced 7 female warriors. 3 of these incidents occurred during your investigation. 3 days ago, you accepted 5 million in cash from Chen Tianxiong, the head of the Jiang Haichin family. 2 days ago, you accepted 10 million in unregistered assets from the Jiang Hai Li family. Your purpose was to illegally detain and plunder me under the guise of an investigation. Team leader Zhou, didn't you want to talk to me about the law just now? Jiang Che took a step forward, the smile on his face bright yet cold. Now, I'm free. Shall we have a good talk? Chapter 58 Live Broadcast. I want all your evidence. Talk? Talk about your mother. After a moment of blankness, Zhou Hai's mind was filled with endless rage and fear. Live streaming? Live broadcast across the entire network? These two words, like two red-hot iron spikes, pierced his nerves fiercely. He's not stupid, he knows what this means. This means, he is finished. From the moment he stepped into the box, accepted the yin-yang contract, and revealed his greedy face, all his ugly behavior and all his evidence of guilt were exposed to the sun. Ah! Zhou Hai roared like a beast, and the energy and blood of a third-grade warrior erupted without reservation. A violent wave of energy, centered around him, swept in all directions. The tables, chairs, and tea sets were shattered in an instant. He did not choose to attack Jiang Che, nor did he choose to attack the two investigators who rushed in. His target was the person closest to him and the most vulnerable in his eyes, Su Qingyao. As long as he catches this woman, Su Zhan's daughter, he still has a chance of survival. This was the only way he could think of to break the deadlock. Careful! Lin Wan and Sun Miao exclaimed at the same time. Su Qingyao's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She felt the suffocating pressure. Her body seemed to be frozen and she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. How could a quasi-warrior like her withstand an angry attack from a third-grade warrior? She saw Zhou Hai's skinny but powerful hand about to strangle her throat. However, at this critical moment, a figure moved sideways like a ghost and stood in front of her. It's Jiang Che. Facing Zhou Hai's grab that was powerful enough to split stones and break monuments, Jiang Che's face showed no sign of panic. Even the corners of his casual clothes were not moved at all by the wind waves. Team leader Zhou, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Che's voice was still calm, but with a hint of cold mockery. He slowly raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and casually faced Zhou Hai's claws. Court death. A hint of ferocity flashed in Zhou Hai's eyes. A quasi-martial artist dared to withstand the full force of a third-grade warrior? It was simply like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He seemed to have seen the bloody scene of Jiang Che's entire arm being crushed into pieces by him. However, the next second, crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the box. But it was not Jiang Che's arm that was broken. Ah! Zhou Hai let out a scream that was 100 times more miserable than before. His claws were firmly grasped by Jiang Che's 5 fingers, and his entire right arm was strangely twisted. The white bone stumps even pierced the skin, exposed to the air, and blood was dripping. One move. Just one move. A third-rank warrior had his entire arm crippled by a quasi-warrior. The entire box fell into deathly silence in an instant. Whether it was the 2 investigators who rushed in, Sun Miao at the door, or Lin Wan who was used to big scenes, they all stared at Jiang Che as if they had seen a ghost, their minds blank. This guy is a quasi-warrior? Your quasi-warrior can defeat a third-grade warrior with a single move? Su Qingyao stood behind Jiang Che, her beautiful eyes wide open and her mouth slightly open, big enough for an egg to fit in. She knew that Jiang Che was very strong, so strong that he could even plot against the Grandmaster. But she thought that Jiang Che's strength lay in his wisdom, his trump cards, and his ability to understand people's hearts. But she never expected that Jiang Che's own strength had reached such an incredible level. What kind of terrifying power is hidden in his seemingly frail body? You're not a quasi-warrior, who are you? Zhou Hai's face was covered in cold sweat, and his body was shaking with pain and fear. He looked at Jiang Che as if he was looking at a devil crawling out of hell. Jiang Che did not answer his question. He grabbed Zhou Hai's wrist and swung it gently, just like throwing away a piece of garbage, and slammed Zhou Hai's body weighing more than 160 pounds to the ground in the middle of the box. Bang! The hard floor was smashed into a spider web like crack. Zhou Hai spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs were dislocated and he could no longer get up. Jiang Che walked slowly up to him and looked down at him condescendingly. The harmless smile on his face seemed more terrifying to Zhou Hai than the devil's grin. Team leader Zhou, where were we just now? Jiang Che picked up the previous topic again as if nothing had happened. Oh, yes, about the law. He stretched out his foot, stepped lightly on Zhou Hai's disabled right hand, and rolled it slowly. Ah! Zhou Hai screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. You just said that according to the Dragon Kingdom's warrior relics law, all items found in ownerless ruins belong to the state, right? Jiang Che asked with a smile. Yes. Zhou Hai was in so much pain that tears were streaming down his face. How could he dare to say no? Very good. Jiang Che nodded. Then according to Article 137 of the Dragon Kingdom's warrior supervision law, if an investigator abuses his power to solicit or accept bribes exceeding 10 million, what crime should he be charged with? Zhou Hai's body suddenly stiffened. Also, Article 210 of the Warrior Criminal Code states that if someone uses the pretext of an investigation to coerce or illegally detain another person with the intent to seize their legitimate property, what is the crime? Also, you just tried to attack and kidnap the city lord's daughter. Under wartime regulations, this is tantamount to treason. You can be killed on the spot. Did you understand that? With every word Jiang Che spoke, the strength of his feet increased a little. Zhou Hai's face turned from pale to ashen. He looked at the young man in front of him who was talking eloquently and quoting various legal provisions at will, and there was only endless coldness and despair in his heart. Devil! This young man is a complete devil. Not only is his strength terrifying, but his mind is also incredibly meticulous. He has it all planned out. From his greedy character, to his reactions at every step, to the final legal sanctions, everything is in his script. I plead guilty. I admit everything. Zhou Hai completely collapsed and begged for mercy in a hoarse voice. Mr. Jiang. Lord Jiang. Please, give me a chance. I am willing to be your dog. Everything the Chan and Li families gave me, I will give you everything. No. I will add more. I will give you all my savings. Your money? Jiang Che smiled, a very bright smile. Your money is originally mine. He raised his head, looked at Sun Miao at the door, and said calmly, Team Leader Sun, now that we have both witnesses and evidence, can we proceed with the procedure? Evidence? Zhou Hai was stunned for a moment, then reacted and roared, You don't have any witnesses. Su Qingao is yours. Lin Wan is also yours. They? Who said they were witnesses? Jiang Che interrupted him and pointed at the black square that Zhou Hai had thrown aside. This is physical evidence 1. It's a high-definition video recording of the entire process of you soliciting bribes. He pointed to the yin-yang contract on the table signed by Zhou Hai. This is physical evidence number 2. It's irrefutable proof that you knowingly broke the law and signed a shady contract. Finally, he pointed at Zhou Hai himself. As for the witness, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth curled up into a devilish arc. Team Leader Zhou, you may not know this yet, but the live broadcast just now was conducted on the official platform of the Internal Discipline and Supervision Department of the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association. The current number of people watching online is about 370,000. They are all witnesses. Boom! Zhou Hai's brain was completely blown. Discipline Inspection Department, official platform, 370,000 viewers. He's finished. This time, it's complete and utter, there will be no recovery. His eyes rolled back and he was so frightened that he fainted. Jiang Che kicked him in disgust, then looked at Sun Miao, whose face was also pale. Team Leader Sun, what should we do next? I don't need to teach you, right? Sun Miao was startled and quickly stood at attention, saluting Jiang Che respectfully. Yes. Mr. Jiang. I will immediately arrest the criminal Zhou Hai and bring him to justice. I will also seize all the stolen money and property he received as evidence. Having said that, he immediately winked at his men, and they stepped forward, handcuffed the unconscious Zhou Hai with special shackles, and dragged him out like a dead dog. Sun Miao walked to the table, carefully picked up the black gold card and the yin-yang contract, and respectfully handed them to Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, this is stolen property seized from the criminal Zhou Hai. According to regulations, it needs to be turned over. Hand it over? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. Team Leader Sun, did you make a mistake? This card was paid for selling the pills. I was forced to sign this contract. I am the victim. So, these things are my compensation for mental damages and damages. When did they become stolen property? I want all your witnesses and evidence. Chapter 59, A Big Gamble. City Lord Sua's shocking move. The expression on Sun Miao's face froze instantly. He looked at Jiang Che's matter-of-fact expression and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Mental damage compensation? Compensation? Big brother, you played people in the palm of your hands from beginning to end, and scared a third-grade warrior to death. And you tell me that you have suffered mental damage? What have you lost? Have you lost your acting talent? Sun Miao was complaining madly in his mind, but he didn't dare show it on his face. This young man in front of me is so weird. The person standing behind him is a big shot from the Discipline and Supervision Department of the Beijing Martial Arts Association. This operation, called fishing, is actually a targeted elimination. And Jiang Che is the bait-end operator personally selected by that big shot. How could he, a mere deputy leader of a local investigation team, dare to offend such an all-powerful figure? Ahem. Sun Miao coughed awkwardly twice, then immediately put on a righteous expression. Mr. Jiang is right. I was confused. The criminal Zhou Hai's extortion has caused you tremendous mental trauma. These should be returned to you, the victim, as compensation. As he spoke, he handed over the black gold card and contract respectfully again with both hands. As for the money the Chen and Li families paid to Zhou Hai, our discipline inspection department will investigate it as soon as possible and then send it to your house as compensation. Sun Miao is a smart man. He figured it out in an instant. What that big shot wanted was to bring down Zhou Hai and the people behind him, and to achieve victory in the officialdom. As for money? Once money falls into the hands of a bait like Jiang Che, it's like spilled water. Who dares to ask for it back? It's better to go with the flow and do him a huge favor. Well, team leader Sun is very sensible. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction and put the black gold card and contract into his pocket without any hesitation. 5 million in hand. The Chen family and the Li family have a total of 15 million. This time, with the help of both inside and outside forces, not only did they solve the problem, but they also made 20 million. This money is earned comfortably. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. This is what we should do. Sun Miao wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously, then, if there's nothing else, should we take the criminal back for interrogation? Go. Jiang Che waved his hand, as if he was sending away a servant. Sun Miao felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly led his men out of the box. For a moment, the originally tense box was left with only Jiang Che, Su Qingyao, and Lin Wan. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Lin Wan's beautiful eyes, shining with a strange light, stared at Jiang Che without blinking, as if she wanted to see through him from inside out. This young man brought her wave after wave of shock. From the clever calculations at the beginning, to the thundering methods later, and then to the domineering and strong current behavior. He is like a bottomless vortex, full of mystery and fatal attraction. Mr. Jiang, Lin Wan opened her red lips slightly, her voice trembling with a slight tremor that she herself hadn't noticed. Who are you? I. Jiang Che turned his head, met her captivating eyes, and smiled slightly. Just a high school senior who's short of money. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Lin Wan, who was still in a daze, but looked at Su Qingyao, who had been standing there blankly since just now, as if she had not yet recovered from the shock. Secretary Su. Ah. Su Qingyao shuddered all over and raised her head suddenly like a frightened little rabbit. Water. Jiang Che pointed to the broken tea set on the table and said it concisely. Oh. Only then did Su Qingyao realize that she was now his exclusive secretary and errand runner. She hurriedly ran to the water dispenser nearby, picked up a new paper cup, filled it with warm water, trotted over, and handed it to Jiang Che with both hands. She looked so cautious, without any trace of the coldness and arrogance of the most proud daughter of Shanghai City. Jiang Che took the water cup, took a sip, and then looked at her nervous and curious look, wanting to ask but not daring to ask, and suddenly found it a little funny. Ask whatever you want to ask. Su Qingyao bit her lip after hearing this, and finally mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, You know someone from the Beijing Discipline Inspection Department? This is what she can't understand the most. Bringing down an investigator from headquarters is not something that can be accomplished with ordinary energy. Behind this, there must be a game at a higher level. How did Jiang Che get this connection? I don't know him. Jiang Che shook his head. Don't know them? Su Qingyao was stunned. Then why are they? Because they need a knife that is sharp enough, yet has no foundation, so it can be thrown away after use. Jiang Che's tone was very flat, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. And I need a backer, someone who can help me solve the current problems and make a fortune at the same time. We are just a transaction, each taking what we need. Su Qingyao's heart tightened when she heard this. She understood. Jiang Che treated himself as a chess piece and took the initiative to jump into the bottomless muddy water of the capital. This is a big gamble. If you win the bet, the sky will be the limit. If you lose the bet, there is no recovery. Aren't you afraid that they will remove the bridge after crossing it? Su Qingyao asked worriedly. Afraid? Jiang Che laughed. Why should I be afraid? He looked at Su Qinyao with deep and confident eyes. They thought I was a knife, but they didn't know that a knife can sometimes bite its owner. As long as I grow faster than they imagined, as long as the value I demonstrate is higher than they expected, they will never dare to touch me. In fact, they may even try to win me over and curry favor with me. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Su Qinyao stared blankly at Jiang Che, looking at the maturity and confidence on his face that did not match his age. For a moment, she was a little dazed. She suddenly realized how childish and ridiculous the martial arts she had pursued and the talent she was proud of seemed in front of this young man. He was walking on a completely different, yet more turbulent and extremely dangerous path. At this moment, Jiang Che's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's Su Zhan. Jiang Che pressed the answer button and turned on the hands-free mode. Su Zhan's calm and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone, but this time, there was a hint of amazement in his voice that was difficult to conceal. Boy, you really can give me a big surprise every time. Jiang Che smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, Lord City Lord. I just did something insignificant. Insignificant? Su Zhan's voice rose a few notches. You borrowed the sword of the Discipline Inspection Department of the Martial Arts Association and brought it to my Xinhai city. In front of over 300,000 martial artists online, you killed a third-rank official. You call that insignificant? Although it was a questioning tone, Jiang Che could not hear any anger in it, but rather a hint of appreciation. There's nothing I can do. Someone wants to step on my head to share the cake, so I have to overturn the table, right? Jiang Che shrugged. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then, Su Zhan burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Great. What a great table flipping. Jiang Che, I was right about you. Su Zhan's laughter was full of joy. Although Zhou Hai was sent by headquarters, he had been acting arrogantly in Xinhai City, which had long caused Su Zhan's dissatisfaction. Moreover, he had colluded with the Chan and Li families, which had already touched Su Zhan's bottom line. It's not that Su Zhan can't touch him, but his identity is sensitive and it's not easy for him to do it personally. Now, Jiang Che borrowed a knife from the capital and cut off the cancer Zhou Hai in a perfect way that no one could find fault with. He also dragged the Chan and Li families into the water, which was a huge favor to him. You played big this time, but also beautifully. Su Zhan praised. Over in Beijing, Minister Wang from the Discipline Inspection Department called me personally and asked me to fully cooperate with you and handle the follow-up. The Chen and Li families have lost more than they gained this time. Not only have they lost a supporter of their headquarters, but they've also lost face in front of all the warriors in Dragon Nation. I think they're ready to kill you now. But don't worry, Su Zhan's tone suddenly became domineering. In Xinhai City, on my territory, they dare not act recklessly. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Jiang Che said neither humbly nor arrogantly. No need to thank me. Su Zhan changed the subject and said, I called you to tell you something. The commotion you caused this time was quite large. Although it was legal, it also caught the attention of some important figures in the capital. This includes the Yi family. Yi family. Hearing this name, Jiang Che's pupils suddenly shrank. Su Qingyao's heart instantly rose to her throat. Has he made any move? Jiang Che's voice turned cold. Not yet, Su Zhan said solemnly, but they have already put pressure on the Magic City Wuda University through some channels, demanding access to all your files, especially your blood test report. It seems they also suspect you've awakened the Plunder bloodline. But don't worry, I've already set up the highest level of SSS encryption on your file. No one can see it except me. Over at Wuda University in the Magic City, the president is my old comrade, and he helped you get through it. But this is just a stopgap measure. Su Zhan's tone became extremely solemn. There are only 10 days left before the college entrance examination. The Yi family will never let you go. They will probably attack you at some point during the college entrance exam. Chapter 60, a 10 million yuan reward. The Yi family has conspiracy and murderous intentions. The college entrance examination? Jiang Che frowned slightly. He knew very well that with the Yi family's power in Longhua, it would be easy to target a candidate in the college entrance examination. Whether it is a theoretical test or the final practical assessment, they have countless ways to make him accidentally eliminated or even accidentally die. The stage where they are most likely to take action is the final National Aspiring Warrior Extreme Combat Assessment. On the other end of the phone, Su Zhan's voice was solemn. Unlike the assessments in Jinhai City, the national assessments are held in a real, unexplored small cave. The risk factor is extremely high, and every year talented candidates perish in it. That's the gray area of the rules, and it's also the perfect place to commit shady acts. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. Another catacomb. Another practical assessment. It seems that some people always like to commit suicide in the same place and in the same way. I understand. Jiang Che's tone was eerily calm. Thank you, City Lord, for the reminder. Just knowing isn't enough, Su Zhan said gravely. The Yi family's power is far greater than you imagine. Not only do they have extensive connections within the military and the Martial Arts Association, but more importantly, they control Skynet, one of Dragon Country's largest intelligence organizations. Just now, a new mission appeared on Skynet's underground bounty list. Su Zhan paused and spoke word by word. Mission target, Jiang Che. Mission, during the National College entrance examination, seize all items from him and bring back his head. Mission bounty, 10 million in cash, plus a beast core from a third-grade peak-level ferocious beast, the sky-splitting beast. Boom! This news, like a blockbuster bomb, exploded in the ears of Su Qingyao and Lin Wan. 10 million in cash. A sky-splitting beast core that is enough to make even a peak rank 3 warrior jealous and crazy. What a horrible act! The sky-splitting beast is a ferocious beast with spatial attributes. Its core contains fragments of the laws of space and is priceless. If it can be refined into elixirs or weapons, it is enough to make a warrior's strength a qualitative leap. Once this bounty is announced, I'm afraid that all the top talents taking the college entrance examination in the entire Dragon Country will turn into sharks smelling blood and pounce on Jiang Che frantically. This is no longer simply targeted. This is an open conspiracy. It was a naked, fatal trap that was intended to put Jiang Che to death. The Yi family didn't even bother to hide their murderous intentions. They wanted to use this method to tell everyone, including Su Zhan, that they wanted to kill Jiang Che and no one could save him. What a big deal. However, to everyone's surprise, after hearing the news, Jiang Che not only did not feel the slightest fear or anger, but instead chuckled. There was a hint of excitement, a hint of anticipation, and a hint of indescribable enthusiasm in his laughter. Lord City Lord, can I accept this bounty myself? On the other end of the phone, Su Zhan was silent. After a long while, he slowly exhaled and said in a complicated voice, Jiang Che, do you know what you are facing now? I know. Jiang Che's smile grew even brighter. What I'm facing is an ATM worth tens of millions, plus a top-grade beast core. Madman. This word popped up in Su Qingyao and Lin Wan's minds at the same time. Faced with a multi-million-dollar bounty covering the nation's top examinees, and the deadly trap set by the Yi family, not only was he not afraid, but he treated it as an ATM? What arrogance! What self-confidence! You! Su Zhan was choked by Jiang Che's answer and couldn't speak for a long time. He originally wanted to persuade Jiang Che, and even thought of using his power as the city lord to make him give up this national combat assessment to avoid the Yi family's edge. But now it seems that this guy is just a shark that has seen blood. No, he is even crazier than a shark. Forget it. Su Zhan sighed, since you have made up your mind, I will not try to persuade you anymore. In Jinhai Tower, I left something for you. It's a relic left by your parents. Perhaps it can be of some help to you. Also, I've raised your S-level authority to its maximum. Aside from those few city treasures, you can take whatever you like from the city lord's mansion treasury. I have only one request. Su Zhan's tone suddenly became extremely serious. Come back alive. And win the top spot in this national competition. This is Su Zhan's investment. That's his attitude too. Didn't the Yi family want to kill Jiang Che? Good. Then I, Su Zhan, will use all the power of this city to protect him. To help him. Not only do I want him to live, I also want him to step on everyone's corpses and reach the top. As you wish. Jiang Che hung up the phone, and the smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a cold indifference. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bustling city below. His eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, and he saw himself a dozen days ago, who was humiliated in the classroom and had only 108 calories of energy. How long has it been? He has grown from a good-for-nothing who was bullied by others to a person who made the wealthy families in Beijing willing to set up a killing plan worth tens of millions to deal with him. All this seems like a dream. Are you really sure? Su Qingyao walked to his side, looked at his stern profile, and her voice was full of worry. She couldn't imagine how Jiang Che could survive being surrounded by the top talents in the entire cave. Each of those people is a child of destiny, and each has his or her own trump card in adventure. Two fists cannot beat four hands, and even a tiger is afraid of a pack of wolves. Grasp? Jiang Che turned his head, looked into her eyes filled with concern, and suddenly smiled. He reached out his hand and gently scratched the tip of Su Qingyao's upturned nose before she could react. Secretary Su, you have to have some confidence in your boss. Su Qingyao's cheeks turned red in an instant. The redness spread from cheeks to ears. My heart started beating wildly. This bastard. How dare he? You, what are you doing? Su Qingyao was embarrassed and annoyed. She subconsciously took a step back, covering her nose, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Nothing. Jiang Che withdrew his hand and said innocently, I saw there was dust on your nose, so I just flicked it off for you. You? Su Qingyao was furious. This guy clearly did it on purpose. But looking at his calm eyes, she couldn't get angry. She could only stomp her feet hard and turn her head to the side, but her heart was in a mess. Lin Wan, who was standing by, saw the entire interaction between the two, and a smile and understanding flashed in her eyes. Heroes love beauties, and beauties admire heroes. It has been like this since ancient times. Sister Lin. Jiang Che suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang, please give me your instructions. Lin Wan immediately collected her thoughts and resumed her professional demeanor as the chief auctioneer. Help me prepare. Jiang Che's eyes became sharp again. I need to go to the city lord's mansion's treasury. Then, help me post a message. What news? Lin Wan asked curiously. Jiang Che raised his lips in a cold arc and said word by word. Anyone who kills a candidate on the Skynet bounty list during the national combat assessment can come to me, Jiang Che, and claim double the bounty. Doesn't the Yi family like to play tricks? Then I'll play with him a little bigger. I want everyone taking the test to know that if you kill me, Jiang Che, you might get 10 million. But, if you hang out with me, Jiang Che, you can earn more. Chapter 61 Reverse Reward. Let candidates from all over the country work for me. Are you crazy? Su Qingyao's voice trembled slightly due to extreme shock. She looked at the cold and crazy curve on Jiang Che's lips, and felt a chill rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. 10 million reward for the sky-splitting beast core. The Yi family has laid a tight net covering all the top candidates in Dragon Country. It is a conspiracy to murder any aspiring warrior that is enough to make him despair. In this situation, a normal person's first reaction is fear, to find ways to hide, and to seek shelter. But what about Jiang Che? Not only was he not afraid at all, but he wanted to put an even crazier chip on the Yi family's gambling table. He's going to offer a reward to those who come to kill him? This is not just outrageous, it is simply a declaration of war against all the geniuses in Dragon Country. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to do this? Lin Wan, who was standing aside, also put away her charming attitude, and the expression on her pretty face was more solemn than ever before. She had seen many crazy people, but Jiang Che was the first one to be this crazy. Not only will this completely infuriate the Yi family, it will also make you the public enemy of all candidates. When that happens, you might not only have to face those desperate criminals chasing the bounty, but also the top talents from all the major forces who are angered by your actions. Lin Wan's words pointed out the most crucial point. The Yi family's reward is an inducement. Jiang Che's counter-reward, in the eyes of many, was a naked provocation. It would attract countless powerful people who fought not for money, but only for reputation and dignity. Public enemy? Jiang Che chuckled and turned his head. In those dark eyes, there was no madness, only cold rationality and indifference that saw through everything. Sister Lin, do you think I'm not a public enemy now? This one sentence made Lin Wan and Su Qingyao stunned at the same time. Jiang Che walked over to the Wang Wallywood table that was cracked by Zhou Hai's blood and energy, stretched out his finger, and gently ran his finger over the crack. As soon as the Yi family's bounty was announced, I became everyone's prey. There's no way to hide. Since I can't hide, why should I hand the initiative over to others? He looked at Su Qingyao, his eyes sharp as a knife. What do you think those geniuses will do? Will they choose to fight alone, searching for an elusive me in the vast caverns, and then risk being killed by me to get the 10 million? Or... Jiang Che's lips curled up into that familiar, playful smile again. Choose to hunt those Skynet bounty hunters who are weaker than me, have clear goals, and can even be surrounded and killed in groups of 3 or 5, and then come to me and easily collect double the bounty? He paused, his voice carrying a hint of bewitching magic. I'm not provoking them, I'm offering them a better solution. I am redefining the rules of the game. Su Qingyao and Lin Wan stared at him blankly, their brains seemingly paralyzed by the shocking remarks. Yes. Jiang Che's reverse bounty may seem crazy, but it is actually a brilliant move of cutting off the source of the firewood. He instantly transformed himself from a passive prey into the dealer and task issuer of this hunting game. He used naked interests to divide those potential enemies, turning them from allies in hunting Jiang Che into competitors in hunting each other for Jiang Che's bounty. The Yi family wants all the candidates to kill him? Good. Then he would let all the candidates become his thugs to help him clean up those desperados who really posed a threat to him. Killing him only pays 1, and the risk is extremely high. Helping him kill people not only reduces the risk, but also allows you to get double the money. No matter how to choose in this multiple choice question, anyone who is not a fool can figure it out. But, how can you guarantee that they will believe you? Your credibility. Su Qingyao still felt something was wrong. Reputation? Jiang Che smiled. Tianba Pavilion is my reputation. City Lord Su is my reputation. I just brought down an investigator from the Martial Arts Association headquarters in a live broadcast. This is my reputation. I need to let everyone know that I, Jiang Che, am not only rich, but also that I keep my word. Lin Wan looked at the young man in front of her, her charming eyes shining with excitement. She suddenly understood. What Jiang Che wants is not just to divide the enemy. What he wanted was to use this overbearing method to plant a seed named Jiang Che in the hearts of all the talented candidates in the country before the college entrance examination began, and that seed was not to be messed with. This is a gamble where your life and property are at stake. It was also a battle to establish prestige that shocked the entire country. I understand. Lin Wan took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. She bowed solemnly to Jiang Che and said, Mr. Jiang, Tianba Pavilion will use all channels to spread your reward order to all the top candidates in Longwa within 12 hours. Very good. Jiang Che nodded, then looked at Su Qingyao, Secretary Su, what are you standing there for? Lead the way. Go, where to? Su Qingyao was still immersed in great shock and had not come back to her senses. The city lord's mansion, the treasury. Jiang Che said succinctly, the boss is going to spend money to upgrade. As a secretary, shouldn't you be serving tea and water and giving him some advice? Su Qingyao's pretty face turned red. This guy was really addicted to using her as his secretary. But when she thought of the bloody storm that Jiang Che was about to face, the shame and anger in her heart instantly turned into deep worry. She bit her lip, finally nodded, and whispered, yes, boss. After coming out of Tianbao Pavilion, he got into Su Qingyao's exclusive red sports car and sped all the way towards the city lord's mansion. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. Su Qingyao wanted to say something several times, but didn't know where to start. As she was driving, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Che in the passenger seat from the corner of her eye. He was leaning back in his chair, his eyes closed, his expression calm, as if the person who had just stirred up the whole country was not him at all. He seems to always be like this. No matter how turbulent the situation is, one can remain absolutely calm and rational. But it was this calmness that made Su Qingyao feel inexplicably distressed. He is only 18 years old. This should be the age to enjoy youth and strive for the college entrance examination. But he had to walk alone, carrying the blood revenge of his parents, facing the murderous intent from the Yi family in the capital, and walking on a road full of thorns and blades. The things he said and did seemed crazy, but which one of them was not forced out? Thinking of this, Su Qingyao's heart softened for no reason. Hello. She suddenly spoke. Jiang Che opened his eyes and looked at her. You, don't die. Su Qingyao held it in for a long time, and finally only said this. She felt a little clumsy when she said it, and her cheeks instantly became hot. Jiang Che was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed. He looked at the girl's beautiful profile, which was filled with worry and nervousness, and suddenly felt that the world was not so cold after all. Secretary Su, are you concerned about your boss? He teased deliberately. Who cares about you? Su Qingyao was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur instantly rising. I'm afraid that if you die, no one will be able to cancel my indenture. I still owe you 10 million. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Che nodded in sudden realization. Don't worry, I won't die easily in order to free you from this sea of suffering as soon as possible. You. Su Qingyao was choked by him and couldn't speak. She could only step on the accelerator angrily. The sports car roared and accelerated forward. Soon, a building that was older and more magnificent than the Jinhai Tower appeared in their sight. The treasury of the city lord's mansion. Rather than a treasure house, it is more like a war fortress built underground. At the door, 2 rows of city lord's mansion guards, wearing heavy black armor and exuding a stern aura, stood solemnly. The leader was none other than the peak-level 3rd grade tower keeper, Wei Tong. When Wei Tong saw Jiang Che and Su Qingyao's car, his expression became obviously more complicated. Especially when he looked at Jiang Che, in addition to the original admiration, there was a bit more awe in his eyes. Although he didn't know all the details of what happened in Jinhai Tower, he had guessed most of it. A quasi-warrior, under siege by 3 masters, not only survived, but also caused the 3 masters to die in an internal conflict. Who would believe this kind of thing if I told them? But it just happened. Mr. Jiang, Mississippi. Wei Tong took the initiative to step forward and bowed. Uncle Wei. Su Qingyao nodded. Captain Wei, how are you? Jiang Che also greeted him with a smile. The Lord City Lord has already given the order. Wei Tong said without further ado, stepping aside to make way for him. He pointed at the massive door, half a meter thick and made of an unknown metal, and said, S-level authority has been activated. Except for the 3 city treasures on the top floor, all other items in the treasury are at your disposal. Also, Wei Tong's expression became a little strange. The city lord also asked me to tell you something. What? Wei Tong took a deep breath and repeated, he said that you can take as much as you can from the treasure house, and don't be polite with him. It would be best if you could beat the shit out of those little bastards in the Yi family. Su Qingyao. Jiang Che. This Lord City Lord is truly a man of temperament. Jiang Che smiled. He likes this simple and direct style. Thank the City Lord for me. After saying this, he no longer hesitated and walked towards the huge metal door that exuded an ancient and majestic atmosphere. Su Qingyao followed closely behind him, looking at his back, her heart beating faster and faster. She knew that when this door opened, this young man would engage in an unprecedented luxurious. And when he walks out of this door again, how strong will he become? Just as Jiang Che's hand was about to touch the complex dragon-shaped groove on the huge metal door. Buzz! An invisible spiritual wave suddenly came from behind the door and instantly swept across Jiang Che's body. Ding! High-intensity mental array detected. Detected the blessing of the Dragon Nation's destiny. Warning! Warning! An item highly resonating with the host's bloodline has been detected. Item location, Treasure House 3rd floor, G Locker. System suggestion, get it at all costs. Chapter 62, A Feast of Krypton Gold. You call this shopping? A series of rapid prompt sounds from the system exploded in Jiang Che's mind. High resonance of blood? Get it at all costs? Jiang Che's pupils suddenly shrank. The thing that can make the system issue warnings and suggestions of this level must be extraordinary. Moreover, the location was accurate to 3rd floor, locker no. Gee. What's wrong? Su Qingyao saw him suddenly stop and a hint of confusion appeared on her face. Nothing. The strange look in Jiang Che's eyes flashed away, and then he regained his composure. He did not immediately tell the system about his discovery, but simply pressed his palm on the cold dragon-shaped groove. Boom! With a dull thud, a half-meter-thick metal door slowly moved to both sides, revealing a deep passage that was flickering with soft light. A strong scent mixed with metal, medicinal herbs, and energy crystals hits you in the face. After just one breath, Su Qingyao felt that the qi and blood in her body became more active. This. She was completely stunned by the scene before her. On both sides of the passage, there are not walls, but transparent energy shields, in which a wide variety of treasures are suspended. Weapons gleaming with cold light, various medicinal pills in jade bottles, ferocious beast materials emitting astonishing energy fluctuations, and ancient martial arts manuals made of special materials. This place is simply the paradise that all warriors dream of. The treasury is divided into 3 floors. Wei Tong's voice echoed behind him, carrying a hint of pride. The 1st floor holds regular cultivation resources of the 3rd rank and below. These include techniques, weapons, and elixirs. Treasures that are priceless on the market might just be commonplace items here. The second floor stores 4th grade Grandmaster level resources, as well as some rare natural treasures. As for the third floor, Wei Ton's tone became serious. Stored there are items with extraordinary origins, some even have a hint of strangeness. Some were excavated from ancient ruins, some are special drops from slaying powerful beasts, and some are the city lord's personal collection over the years. Mr. Jiang, your S-level clearance allows you to enter all 3 floors. Jiang Che nodded, but his eyes had already begun to quickly scan the first layer of light shield. Item, Xian level top grade combat technique, flowing cloud step. Value, 800,000 wealth value. System evaluation, rubbish, overlaps with the host's phantom step, meaningless. Item, 2nd grade top level weapon wind chaser blade. Value, 1.5 million wealth value. System evaluation, barely usable, but the material is ordinary and cannot withstand the host's full power. Item, 3rd grade Chi and Blood Pill Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Value, 3 million wealth value. System evaluation, the energy is mixed and has significant side effects. It is not as good as the energy fruit after system purification. Jiang Che looked all the way over, but kept shaking his head in his heart. These treasures, which are worth fighting for in the eyes of outsiders, are almost all described as junk, barely, and not recommended in the system's evaluation system. His vision has long been spoiled by the system. Aren't you going to choose? Su Qinyao looked at him walking along without any intention of stopping, and couldn't help but ask curiously. In her opinion, any item here is 100 times better than the ordinary dagger that Jiang Che is using now. It's just trash. I don't like it, Jiang Che said indifferently. Su Qinyao. So angry. This guy is pretending again. But she couldn't refute it because she knew that Jiang Che had the confidence to say that. The two quickly passed through the first floor and came to the entrance to the second floor. The guards here are stricter, and the energy fluctuations in the air are several times stronger. The treasures on the second floor are obviously much fewer than those on the first floor, but each one exudes a heart-pounding aura. Item, Earth Grade, Low Grade Combat Technique Raging Wave 7 Killing Blades. Value, 12 million wealth value. System evaluation, interesting, the sword technique is powerful, but it consumes a lot of chi and blood, so it is not suitable for prolonged combat. Item, 4th grade Grandmaster Weapon Lightning Struck Wooden Spear. Value, 25 million wealth value. System evaluation, the material is special, and contains the power of thunder and lightning. Unfortunately, it is a spear, which does not suit the host. Jiang Che's gaze stopped on a piece of soft armor emitting a faint blue light. Item, Basalt Soft Armor Incomplete. Grade, Quasi-Earth Grade Defensive Noble Phantasm. Value, 38 million wealth value. System evaluation, crafted from the tortoise shell core of the 4th grade peak level fierce beast, the black water turtle. Its defense is astonishing, capable of withstanding a full strength attack from a 4th grade master. Its drawback is that its core formation is incomplete and cannot be automatically repaired. System suggestion, you can spend 5 million wealth points to have the system repair it. After repair, it can be perfectly integrated into the host's body, turning into a close-fitting inner armor, and it can be manifested with a thought. This is good. Jiang Che's eyes lit up. What he lacks most now is defense. In the national practical examination, facing the siege of countless candidates, it is impossible to rely on physical skills to dodge every time. A powerful defensive treasure is his biggest life-saving trump card. I'll take it. Jiang Che didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand, and his S-level authority was automatically activated, and the energy shield disappeared instantly. Jiang Che took the soft armor that felt cold to the touch in his hand. Ding! Do you want to spend 5 million wealth points to repair and bind the Xuanwu soft armor? Yes. Wealth value 5 million, repair begins. Repair complete. Binding begins. Binding successful. The black tortoise soft armor instantly turned into a blue light in Jiang Che's hand, merged into his body, and disappeared. Jiang Che's mind moved, and a set of close-fitting soft armor covering his entire body, emitting a faint aqua-blue halo, instantly appeared on the surface of his skin and disappeared in the next second. What kind of method is this? Su Qinyao was watching from the side, stunned. She had seen treasures recognize their owners, but the scene of them directly integrating into the body and being able to be controlled as easily as an arm was beyond her comprehension. Just some little weapon refining skills. Jiang Che said perfunctorily, and continued to scan the second floor. After Sun Miao transferred the compensation from the Chen and Li families, his total assets had reached a staggering 35 million. I just spent 5 million and have 30 million left. Every penny must be spent wisely. Soon, his eyes were attracted by a broken sword that was completely black and had an ancient shape. Item: Ba-Xia broken blade. Rank? Value? System evaluation: a mysterious broken blade of unknown origin, made of an extremely unique material, imbued with an unparalleled and overwhelming force of repression. Due to its incompleteness, this power cannot be channeled. System recommendation: this item is compatible with the host's see-coming talent in the Kryptonian Heart Sutra. You can spend 10 million wealth points to have it initially analyzed and activated by the Forge of Laws. It will then fuse with the host's current weapon, potentially creating a completely new weapon form and characteristics. Another probability. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. This damn system is like a card drawing game, and it even plays with probability? But when he thought that this broken blade might be related to his core skills, Jiang Che gritted his teeth. Bet on it. I want this one too. Jiang Che attacked again, holding the seemingly ordinary broken sword in his hand. A feeling as heavy as a mountain came from the palm of my hand. Ding! Do you want to spend 10 million wealth points to analyze and fuse the broken blade of Ba-Xia? Yes. Wealth value 10 million, fusion begins. Jiang Che's mind moved, and he took out the short knife that he bought from Wanba Tower, which was worth 5,000 yuan. The broken Ba-Xia blade instantly turned into a ball of ink-black liquid, wrapping up the poor dagger. In the black light, there was a cracking sound of metal twisting. After a moment, the black light dissipated. A brand new weapon was quietly suspended in front of Jiang Che. It is 3 inches longer than the previous short sword, and the blade is also wider. It is a deep dark gold in color. The back of the sword is thick, but the blade flashes with a heart-pounding edge. The most peculiar thing is that there is a small tortoise shell-like Ba-Xia totem mark on the guard of the blade. Ding! Fusion successful. New weapon name: Dragon Slayer 1st Generation. Grade: Xian Grade Upper Grade Growable. Feature 1: Sharp Passive, Armor Piercing Ability increased by 300%. Feature 2: Suppression Active, consumes chi and blood, and can form a gravity field around the blade to suppress the enemy. Feature 3: Krypton Gold Strike Active, consumes wealth points to instantly unleash a slash beyond its own limits. The greater the consumption, the greater the power. Note: this feature is similar to the Lawbrand function, but more flexible. Oh shit. Seeing the attributes of the new weapon, Jiang Che's breathing became rapid. Can grow. 3 active characteristics. Especially the last, which is simply a bug-level skill tailor-made for him. This 10 million, it's totally worth it. Jiang Che put away the Dragon Slayer with satisfaction. At this time, his wealth value was only 20 million. Let's go to the 3rd floor. He pulled Su Qingyao, who was still in a daze, and walked straight to the entrance of the 3rd floor. There was no guard at the entrance to the 3rd floor, only a light curtain that kept changing colors. Here. I can't go in. Su Qingyao stopped, her face pale. Without the city lord's personal permission, if you force your way in, you'll be strangled by the formation. It's okay, I have permission. Jiang Che pulled her and stepped into the light curtain. The expected attack did not come. The two of them passed through the light curtain, and the scene before them made Su Qingyao gasp again. The 3rd floor is extremely empty. There are only a dozen or so objects floating in the entire space. But each one exudes an aura that is either weird, majestic, or dead, as if there is a shocking secret hidden behind each item. Jiang Che's gaze did not linger on these things. He walked straight to a corner, where there was only a lonely bronze locker. G-type locker. Jiang Che's heartbeat began to accelerate. He reached out and slowly opened the cabinet door that had been sealed for a long time. Inside the cabinet, there was no terrifying light or frightening energy fluctuations. It was a small box, only the size of a palm, carved from the most ordinary wood. There was a slightly yellowed note stuck on the box. On the note was a line of beautiful and gentle handwriting. This is my little Che's 18th birthday gift.